Ladies and gentlemen, joining us here at Rickwood Field, please welcome Ken Griffey Jr., Barry Bonds, and Michael Mays, son of the legendary Willie Mays.
Birmingham, I've been telling y'all that if there's any way on earth my father could come down here, that he would. Well, he's found another way. So you already stand to your feet. Let him hear you. He's listening. Make all the noise you can.
Wow. No, baby, we'll talk all about what happened yesterday at Rickwood Field. That was the son of Willie Mays, Michael Mays, right before the game, and the pregame festivities was just unreal. John Batiste and the band performing gave me all the chills, and all the other Sneaker League players there coming into Rickwood Field. You see them on each foul line there. It was just unbelievable theater, an unbelievable scene. In a tribute for Willie Mays, who we lost Tuesday afternoon at the age of 93. It was in honor of Willie Mays. Of course, he played his first professional game at that stadium, the oldest baseball stadium in America, Rickwood Field. And we know the Giants lost, and they've lost 3 games in a row, but it certainly feels like an afterthought right now. What a scene last night in Birmingham, Alabama, and I thought Fox Sports did an unbelievable job of just touching on pulling on all the right heartstrings here, Spadoni. You know, whether it was the Negro League players, whether it was bringing Barry Bonds, whether it was having A-Rod out there, the jerseys, the uniforms for both the St. Louis Cardinals and the Giants, just unbelievable theater, and they've got to do it every single year. I'm not going to look back and say, man, why did it take so long? I'm going to embrace that they finally did it, and boy, they knocked it out the park. Major League Baseball did it. They knocked it out the park last night.
It was a history lesson. But not just within the game of baseball, but like American history. And I think far too often in this country, we like to separate, American history and black history. It's one and the same. We're all part of this country, and it's all one history. And being able to see it through the eyes of these guys that, let's be honest, they suffered just to play the game of baseball. They had to go through a lot. And listening to the stories, especially, and I know we'll play it, but Mr. October himself, Reggie Jackson, and a guy, what he meant to the Oakland A's here in this region, and obviously the New York Yankees, one of the faces and one of the greatest players in the history of sport, what he had to go through and the stories he told with the likes of Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, David Ortiz, and I thought Kevin Burkhardt did a great job not jumping in because I know the Fox execs were probably in his ear, get this guy off, but to just let him go on and speak about kind of the horrors that he went through just to get through to the big leagues it was incredibly powerful. It was emotional. It was the broadcast itself. I thought once the game started to get playing, when they did these little elements of the black and white screen, what it used to look like back in the day, it was funny, Bonte, because Benny was like, I don't want to watch baseball right now. I'll watch whatever. But I had it on. I was like, no, we're watching this. And it was black and white, and they were showing these different camera angles, and they didn't even show the split screen. It was awesome. And he's just like, I was like, Benny, this is what it used to look like. And and we have a huge flat screen TV, right? So just imagine this, but super tiny, like a cereal box. And you had to sit and watch. You didn't know the score. You had to listen. It was just, wow, it was just incredible. Like the game feels like an afterthought itself. I know the Giants ended up losing and that stuff. It would have been nice to see them win the game. Keaton Wynn, God love the guy. He just doesn't have it right now. No curse, by the way, for Elliot Ramos on the roast. Got a bomb. But overall, I thought it was just a great night for baseball.
Bob Kendrick, the Negro League Museum president, he broke it down for a few innings there in the booth with John Smoltz and Joe Davis. I thought he told terrific stories. We're going to play the Reggie Jackson audio. I was watching it live. This was after Bonds has showed up at Bonds.
God, I love
watching
Barry.
Bonds on a Fox telecast, and this is the one thing that I've noticed now. I don't know if 5 years ago Barry Bonds goes onto that set. I don't know if Barry Bonds sits down and does television packages for Fox Sports in honor of Willie Mays like he did last night, talking about the great Willie Mays, talking about how he was his godfather, share some stories there before the game. Major League Baseball finally embracing Barry Bonds warmed my heart last night. To see Barry on the camera, see him taking pictures next to Rob Manfred, to see him out there at Rickwood Field. Barry Bonds is one of our great players in this game. He should be honored as so. We know what's been tainted with the whole steroid usage in the steroid era and whatnot, but Barry Bonds, if you take away the supposedly steroid years, he's still a Hall of Famer. Levitar did his little post about that a couple weeks ago. The guy had over 400 home runs and over 300 steals before the year 2000.
I don't even care. A-Rod and David Ortiz are on the panel, and we love those guys.
Exactly.
Those guys were users of the same thing. Like, so I don't want to hear any of that crap.
Yeah.
Like, the fact of the matter is, and I get it, he was a prickly character. He obviously, the way his dad was treated by the media and stuff like that, he didn't take a kind liking to talking to reporters and the fans and all that sort of stuff. That wasn't him. And you know what? I think Charles Barkley said it best back in the 90s, because I was only a kid, but just listening back, he's like, hey, I'm not a role model, all right? I'm not trying to be a role model for all these kids and stuff like that. But it brought it home even more when guys like Barry, who obviously Willie Mays being his godfather, like, speaking of him being like a second father to him.
Yeah.
And that's what a godfather obviously should be, or a godmother and stuff like that, a second parent to you. You know, you hear that often, but Willie was like that to not just Barry, but to guys like Ken Griffey Jr., who Griffey Jr. called the godfather of center fielders, right?
Yep.
So it was just that panel in and of itself, Bonte, Jeter, Ortiz, Griffey, Bonds, A-Rod.
The panel was unbelievable. The panel was unbelievable. Barry couldn't hear. He's like, what was that? He didn't have an earpiece in, but him telling stories. And, you know, they asked, David Ortiz asked about Willie Mays, and he goes, not right now. Not right now.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm living. I can't do it right now. I'm not ready for that. And Barry was right, but here's Barry when they asked him about Satchel Paige.
So good.
We'll start it off with this. What would happen if he faced Satchel Paige? Here's Barry Bonds.
Tell me right now, on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone. You done lost your mind, Jeter. Gone. Simple. Gone. Read about it on ESPN, Fox News, whatever else you want to talk about. You got to believe in yourself. If I don't believe in me, who going to believe in me?
That's right.
I'm a drag button.
Derek, you said
I'm drag button.
I'm going to take all those people off the field.
We're going to race you first.
Gone. Me and you, brother.
So that was just Barry Bonds' personality.
Is he wrong?
Maybe not wrong, but Barry Bonds' the confidence and the cockiness, which made us all love Barry Bonds. When he stepped in that box, he did believe he was the best player out there. If more times than not, he was the best player out there. But to see baseball post about Barry Bonds, to see them embrace Barry Bonds, maybe one day it's not too late. Maybe one day we can't get him into the Hall of Fame at some point in Cooperstown. He needs to have that moment. He deserves to have that moment. But to see baseball finally embrace Barry and Barry give back in a way and endear himself to a national audience really warmed my heart. That was the first part of it. I was like, wow. And we haven't even got to the best of it yet. But that was early out in the pregame show. And I was like, wow, look at this setting. There's Bonds, Griffey, Ortiz, Jeter, and freaking Alex Rodriguez, Padone.
And it's not like it needed any like legitimization from like a guy like Barry Bonds. Like, this was special in and of itself, just the location and the history. But Barry Bonds, in a way, him being there did kind of make this like, oh, it took it to another level.
Right.
Because he is, in my eyes, and I never saw Willie Mays. I saw Barry Bonds, the greatest baseball player I think all three of us, and Sam Lubman included, have ever seen in our lives.
Yeah.
Like, just top to bottom, like, I don't care what you say about the roids, anything. I don't care anything about. He is the greatest baseball player I have ever seen.
Spadone, I was watching him as a young Pittsburgh Pirate. And the threat he was as a young Pittsburgh Pirate when he went 3 in a row for most valuable player in the early 90s. Are you kidding me?
So when guys like that, you know, guys like Tom Brady, guys like Joe Montana, Michael Jordan.
Right.
Like, Michael Jordan's the guy, like, we don't see any interviews with him. Like, we saw the doc, right? But he stays out of the public eye. Yeah. He doesn't want to be like, I kind of liken him to that a little bit. But when those guys speak, it just holds so much more weight. So just to see his personality shine too, like, Barry loves him some Barry. And why not? I love that confidence that he had and he showed. And you got Ken Griffey right there. He's like, I would have dragged buns.
I would have dragged butt. I would have raced to the first base.
Dude, I
would have raced to the first base.
The stories
about Satchel Paige are endless. the story, he pitched in the Major League Baseball. Mm-hmm. He pitched in Major League Baseball as a 59-year-old. He threw 3 shutout innings.
The Kansas City A's signed him as a joke in a promotion, and he didn't know it was a joke, and he went out there and threw 3 shutout innings. Like that.
It was like, yeah, joke's on you.
Yes.
Joke's on you. And then Reggie Jackson, Mr. October, joined the pregame show. And we'll get to some NBA as we say good morning to everybody out there. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer, as well as the Xfinity mobile text line. Then we get to Reggie Jackson. And Reggie Jackson got up there. Of course, he played at Rickwood Field before. Long-time Oakland A / Kansas City A. He grew up during the time where you couldn't go to the same restaurant as white folks. You couldn't use the same bathroom as white folks. And he'll touch on that. But first, Reggie Jackson, on what Willie Mays meant to him.
I think Willie Mays meant to me the same thing that he meant to most people. He was a Baryshnikov on the baseball field. As far as being given the most skills, you've got Babe Ruth, you've got Hank Aaron, you've got Lou Gehrig, you've got Barry Bonds, you've got Alex Rodriguez. These guys that were gifted all of these skills, but the guy that got the most skills, I believe, of anyone, run, throw, hit with power, defense, as well as baseball instincts. He had 6 rather than 5. Was really a special player. I think that he had a lot of things to say about the game, but at the time when Willie was playing, Hank Aaron was playing, the Willie McCubbys were playing, the Bob Gibsons were playing, they grew up in an era when you had to complain about the game or complain about society, you suppressed it. Today's player doesn't do that.
So that's Reggie on Willie Mays. And all the stories about Willie Mays yesterday, you hear from everybody. He really was that guy. He really was that dude. He really was the perfect baseball player. And in honoring Willie Mays last night, I mean, we have never even seen him play, but it's all across the board consensus. Willie Mays is the greatest.
It's like he was these guys' generation's Babe Ruth. Like, so for Willie Mays, it was Joe DiMaggio and Babe Ruth, right? But for everyone else after that, after Willie played, oh, it's Willie Mays. For Pete Rose, oh, he played with him, but it was still, that's Willie the greatest Mays. Player I played. It was him or Hank Aaron, right? Like that, those are the 2 guys, and that's like 2 of the greatest, maybe the greatest players in the history of the sport. And when a guy like Mr. October, again, one of the greatest players of all time, when he says it, when Ken Griffey, like it's so special too because of what he meant with his skin color to them too. Yep. Like that's a huge part of this. And I think far too often we're just afraid to bring that thing up because of, oh, I want to get, it's not political. It's just facts. Like it's just what he represents to the black community and to the African-American community cannot be understated. You have to bring that up in this conversation. And all the black players that came out yesterday in support of this entire thing. And yes, there were some tears, there was some sadness, but also hope. That's what I got from it. Like, this is such a down period for African-American men playing the sport of baseball. I don't even know what the percentage is. It's so damn low. It's not good. It's low. And I know, and I was listening to Willard and Dibbs talk about the Lamont Wade Jr. thing and him not getting the special exemption. Mm-hmm. I don't know who you want to blame there. You can blame the Giants for just not activating him. You can blame the league for not giving it, like, whatever. The fact that he was there, though, in uniform, that was cool to see. Special. Like, that's all I kind of wanted. Like, that's... Like, I thought when they were talking about it, I was like, oh, is he not even going to be allowed to be there? But he was there in uniform. That was cool. But for guys like Lamont Wade, right? Like
setting up the next to Bill Greason, the 99-year-old who played with Willie Mays.
Oh, my God. Talk about an incredible life, by the way.
And a mentor to Willie Mays when they played with the Birmingham Black Barons. Willie was special. And during that time where, not only did Jackie Robinson break the color barrier and Larry Doby in the American League, and then Willie Mays comes in a few years later, but not only did you have to go to Major League Baseball to perform, you had to perform at a high level, or you weren't getting a second chance. And you had to prove yourself. A lot of people didn't think, oh, these Negro League players, they can't hack it in the big leagues. They can't hack. They had to not only go perform, but they had to perform at a high level to keep their job. And that's what they did. They exceeded and became some of the best players in the world. So, kudos to these guys for breaking down the barriers. But boy, I got to play Reggie Jackson before we hit the break. Dave Fleming is going to join us at 6:30. He's going to join us a little earlier. He was at Rickwood Field. Can't wait to get his perspective. Reggie Jackson, and this is Spadoni. Shortly after this message, I started bawling in my living room by myself. I couldn't help it. I don't know if it was appropriate or what, but Reggie Jackson said what he said, and then you get the performance by John Batiste in the pregame festivities, and I just broke down, man. I just broke down when I saw all those Negro League players on each foul line. They're showing each of their faces, and they're showing the baseball card, and you're thinking, damn, how the hell can I complain during my everyday life about anything with what these gentlemen had to go through just to play the game of baseball? And playing the game of baseball was their outlet to get away from what was happening in the real world. And then Reggie Jackson said what he said on Fox pregame show. And folks, this is the realest and most authentic live television spot during a sporting program I think I've ever seen in my life. Reggie Jackson did not hold back on what it was like playing baseball back in those days.
Coming back here is not easy. The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, you think you're a better person? You think you won when you played here in Concord? I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, can't eat here. I would go to a hotel and they say that can't stay here. We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here. Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, we're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted. Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat in the place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay. Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The year I came here, Bull Connor was the sheriff the year before. And they took minor league baseball out of here because in 1963, the Klan murdered 4 black girls, children, in 11, 12, 14 years old at a church here and never got indicted. They were from the Klan. Life magazine did a story on them like they were being honored. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. At the same time, had it not been for my white friends, had it not been for a white manager, and Rudy, Fingers, and Duncan, and Lee Myers, I would have never made it. I was too physically violent. I was ready to physically fight some. I'd have got killed here because I'd have beat someone's ass, and you'd have saw me in an oak tree somewhere.
I didn't expect it when Reggie got asked that question by Alex Rodriguez. And you could just tell right away when Reggie said, it's not easy being here. Because of all the memories that he had to replay in his head before he became an Oakland A, before he became a New York Yankee or a California Angel or whatever, before he hit the 3 home runs in a World Series game, the fact that he had to relive all those moments in his head, and he told it like it is. And I don't know if Fox is ready for it, but I'm sure glad Fox let him roll. And I'm so glad the nation got to hear that from Reggie Jackson about what he went through, about what his teammates went through, black teammates, what some of these Negro League players went through, to not be able to eat at a restaurant because you look a certain way. That was just 70 plus years ago. That wasn't that long ago, folks. There's people still on this earth, roaming this earth, who have gone through those times. And to hear that uncut in realness and authenticity, I let go of the tears, man, because I thought about it, saying I would have never survived during those times, Spadoni. When he said I would have been hanging from an oak tree because if it wasn't for my white teammates, I would have been a very violent young man. I would have beat somebody's ass, is what he said. And I felt every second of that. Every second of that. Wow, we're not going to play that enough today.
No, yeah,
we're not going to play
that more too. And I know we got Dave Fleming coming up here. I wonder if Dave did hear that. Obviously, he was doing and calling the game. So yeah, the incredibly powerful stuff. And on the other side, we'll discuss more.
Yep, we'll discuss more with Dave Fleming about that. 888-957-9570. I'd love to get the roasters in on this conversation. If you heard what Reggie Jackson said, what did you take away from it? What did you take away from the whole experience at Rickwood Field yesterday in Birmingham, Alabama? The Giants lost, but what a powerful move by Major League Baseball. They did everything right at Rickwood Field, from the performances before the game by John Batiste to the game, to the uniforms, to the aesthetics, the way it looked. Fox did a hell of a job. Major League Baseball did a hell of a job. So let's talk to Flem about it coming up on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Candlestick Park. That wasn't exactly a bandbox, so room for him to run there as well. This ball's flied the other way by Ramos, carrying pretty well to the wall, and gone! This game is tied as Elliot Ramos sends one the other way in very Willie Mays fashion, smashing a home run to tie it at 3.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Morning, folks. Morning. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We got Dave Fleming coming on in moments. Shameless shout out to 745 Rob Parker, who's down at Rickwood Field. He'll join us at 9:20. Rob Parker's got a lot going on. We'll explain a little bit later. If you're looking for more Giants talk, then you need to be listening to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Love and Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area all season long. Hear in-depth analysis and insights, as well as exclusive interviews with players like Mike Yastrzemski, which is available to listen right now. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app.
I love it.
Yeah, I do love it too. Giants lose yesterday, their third game in a row. It felt like an afterthought, but you know, they got to start winning some games here very, very quickly. Keaton Wynn, you got to last more than 2 innings, buddy. Come on now.
I mean, it's unfair to compare anyone to the likes of Willie Mays and Barry Bonds, but it also just showcased just the greatness of this franchise, to having the 2 greatest players, if not the greatest players in the history of the sport.
Yeah.
And then I've got to see, and no disrespect to the guy, but Brett Wisely taking more pitches. He's been playing better. He's solid.
Brett Wisely's been solid for the Giants. I like Brett Wisely.
But Keaton Wynn, like God love the guy.
Keaton Wynn's struggling. There's no doubt. He's struggling since the IL, and before he got on the IL, he was pitching well, and then the IL hit and started to scuffle a little bit there. So he's got to get right. The factor was just not there in the game, which is like, again, the game was the game. Like that was the secondary. But outside of names like Paul Goldschmidt, it was kind of waning a little bit. But you know what? It didn't matter yesterday, Spadoni. It didn't matter yesterday because of the presentation of Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. And our main man, Dave Fleming, was down there. He joins us once again this week. It's been a very emotional week, but what a celebration for Willie Mays yesterday. Rickwood Field, Birmingham, Alabama. Giants do lose, but I thought the pregame festivities, and we'll get into something that Reggie Jackson said. Dave, good morning, man. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing well, and I got to say, last night, Major League Baseball put on the show. Fox Sports put on the show. The presentation, the field looked amazing. The aesthetics, the uniforms, and then, of course, the honoring of all the Negro League players before the game. The pageantry, John Batiste. I mean, the jams were hitting. What a scene last night. What was it like being there at Rickwood Field, Flem?
It was amazing. I thought MLB did an awesome job. And long overdue to have a game like that. You know, there are a lot of people for a lot of years who have tried hard, and MLB has been a part of that. They've definitely participated in, and there are players from the Negro Leagues who are in the Baseball Hall of Fame. They've tried to sort of celebrate and put into context the contributions that all those men put into the game, but nothing like last night. And long overdue, and extremely well done, and extremely moving. We were obviously focused on Willie, and it was an emotional night to think about Willie. And when I first walked into the park, I was just sort of speechless. You just look out to center field, and it's impossible not to imagine Willie, 16 years old, standing out there. He was born basically in that neighborhood. He grew up just a few miles from that field. So I thought it was great, handled beautifully by everybody. It was so cool to see how many recent former players just wanted to be there. You know, they just wanted to be there and watch and see and meet those guys. There's so many of the great players who've only recently retired were there. It was just all the way around really incredible. I'm so glad the Giants were able to be a part of that, and we were able to be there.
Were you able to catch, and obviously you were working the game, but were you able to catch any of the pregame ceremony or any of the pregame comments on Fox specifically? I mean, we just played it. I don't know if you saw it, but the Reggie Jackson story was powerful.
Yeah, I just heard, or maybe even didn't hear, just read after the game. Obviously, we weren't watching the pregame show. We were watching the pregame festivities, but not the the pregame show. Very powerful, and I'm glad he said it. I mean, I think way too often when we do this kind of stuff, we sort of sugarcoat and romanticize, as opposed to coming to grips with the actual reality of what happened to those guys. I mean, and you pair together what he said with watching those players, those living former players, walk onto the field before the game, and you think about everything that every single one of them and all the others who are long gone or couldn't be there with us last night had to go through. Like, it's important that we acknowledge that and not just celebrate all the stuff that they did on the field and how talented they were, but also talk about and come to grips with the stuff that they had to deal with.
Yeah, no, it was powerful. I started tearing up during the interview, Fleming, especially John Batiste started jamming out there and playing their music and playing their tunes and dancing. I was like, this is just unbelievable. Started making me regret it about not being there down there in Birmingham, Alabama, Flim. But did you catch Barry Bonds? He was also on the pregame set. I don't know if you caught Barry Bonds, but I'm going to play it for you. Even if you did, I'm going to play it over for you. They asked Barry Bonds on the panel. It was Alex Rodriguez, David Ortiz, Derek Jeter, King Griffey Jr., and, of course, Barry Bonds alongside Kevin Burkhardt. It's like, what the heck is going on here? And Barry Bonds, they asked him what would happen if he faced Satchel Paige in an at-bat. Here's Barry B.
Tell me right now, on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone. You done lost your mind, Jeter. Gone. Simple. Gone. Read about it on ESPN, Fox News, whatever else you want to talk about. You got to believe in yourself. If I don't believe in me, who going to believe in me?
That's right.
I'm a drag button.
Derek, you said I'm drag button.
I'm going to take all those people off the field. We're going to race to first. Gone. Me and you, brother.
Barry Bonds right there showing the confidence in here. You got to love it. And you know what, Flip? It was actually cool to see Major League Baseball and Fox put Barry on that platform. We know what's gone on with Barry Bonds, and he's kind of been away from the game. We've seen him recently at Oracle Park a lot. He's been representing the Giants as an ambassador, and it feels like finally there's been this this impasse where Barry Bonds is now being propped up on Major League Baseball, and he's being shown to all the young fans or whatnot. I thought Barry Bonds did well on television, man. It's good to see Barry in this light, Flem.
Well, that made me laugh, so you did a good job there. That was good. I'm with you. I mean, obviously, if we're going to keep running Alex Rodriguez out there, I like Alex, but, there's no reason why Barry shouldn't be included in all this stuff. He should be, and, there's a time for the different debate with Barry about the Hall of Fame and all that stuff, but at a bare minimum, to acknowledge the incredible importance he has had in our city and in the modern history of the game. Come on, let's stop sticking our heads in the sand and pretending. Let's just include him in that stuff. He should be there.
Well, it was just an incredible panel, too. Obviously, you got the likes of A-Rod, Derek Jeter, David. It was just so much greatness being personified there, and it was just an awesome celebration last night. But going back to the game that was actually being played, and I know it kind of felt like that was small potatoes, right, in comparison to what was going on. But this team right now is 4 games under 500, the San Francisco Giants. What do you make of them, Dave, as they go to St. Louis now for 2 more games? And I know they've been battling a lot of injuries, and it's good to see Elliot Ramos get that 3-run jack last night. That was fun to see. Where are you at with this team right now?
Well, they're starting to fray a little bit. The injuries are catching up to them on both sides of the ball, but I would say especially on the pitching side, because the Giants, even though you look down the list and Noah Lamont Wade, who's been their best hitter this year, other I guess now maybe you could say other than Ramos, although both have been really, really good. But Chapman has struggled and Conforto has struggled and others here recently. But with that, the Giants are climbing the ladder in terms of offense, runs per game. The offensive numbers really compared to the rest of the league, they look pretty good, and the Giants pitching numbers look terrible. And, again, last night you give up runs right away to start the game. You end up allowing 6 to a team that isn't exactly swinging the bats brilliantly and is missing some of their top guys. It's happening way too much. And, part of it is it isn't just the pitching. It's the little things that go with the pitching. The Giants they're just way too generous right now with extra bases. They're getting run on like crazy. Their pitchers can't hold down the running game and give Patrick Bailey even a decent chance. Kirk Casale's having a hard time when he's back there. They're picking on him. A wild pitch scored a run last night. A pass ball has scored a run recently. They dropped an out at Wrigley that could have been in the difference. They didn't execute a pickoff last night. They had Mason Wynn out. That could have been the difference in the game. Like, how many extra outs and plays like that are you going to give the opponent night after night? And so when you're beat up, when your starting pitching is just a shell of itself, they have 2 starting pitchers right now, 2. And so the bullpen's getting overtaxed. It's all sort of like a cascade effect. You do all that, and then you start making these little mistakes game after game. That's not a winning formula.
No, it's not. It feels like it's 2023 all over again with the pitching staff. I mean, they're not. Keaton Wynn 2 2/3. He's got to get right. He's got to get going. Blake Snell, when is he coming back? I know you touched on Robbie Ray a couple weeks ago with this, Flem, about him possibly coming back right after the All-Star break. So, yes, the pitching, they've got to step it up here as they go to St. Louis and play the rest of the series. And, of course, they come back home Monday against Chicago. So, to me, Flem, right now, the team, I know they're losing, and it's about what they do and getting to the playoffs or whatever, but it was so secondary to me last night and this week because of the passing of the great Willie Mays to say, hey, kid. And I just wonder Monday what the festivities may look like for Willie Mays when the Giants do return home against the Chicago Cubs. I was thinking last night as Ramos hit a home run, what if when the Giant hit a home run at Oracle Park, Flem, and they're rounding the bases, you just play the Say Hey song in honor of Willie Mays. I don't know what to do. You do it for the rest of the season, but I'm just trying to think of ways to honor Willie Mays, and I wonder what Monday's going to look like when they host the Cubs back at Oracle Park.
Yeah, I don't know. They're working on it right now, and I haven't heard. I mean, we've been so wrapped up, and rightfully so, in Ed Wrigley celebrating Willie and then going last night and diving into that game. I haven't heard from back home what they're working on. I'm sure they are, and they'll probably have they'll be. It's not going to be one night where Willie gets celebrated. I think this will be something that probably goes on throughout the rest of the year. I know the Giants are going to hold. I mean, there will be a Willie Mays Day at our ballpark forever and ever. He's going to be honored until the Giants stop playing baseball as a franchise. But I don't know. Giants do that stuff really well typically, but it isn't. Sometimes it isn't that easy short term to pull together everything that you'd like to have. So maybe there's a chance that. We have the moment of silence. We have some messages for the fans and some memorializing on Monday, but maybe there's a later date where we really do it up. I don't know. There's nothing you can do that can properly honor that guy and the contributions he made to our franchise. Like, there's nothing. It will never live up to what Willie did for the Giants.
I would love for him just to play the Say Hey song. 30 seconds to Say Hey. Yeah. I love the Say Hey song. I grew up on it, Flem. You've been here with the Giants for a long time. You know all about that song. I just love to see home runs, and you just play Say Hey, and the crowd sings Say Hey is Ramos or or Matt Chapman are running the bases, and they touch home plate. I don't know.
Did you know? Here, maybe I'll let it play for a second. Did you know? I didn't know.
It's so good.
I mean, that's how you know you're great. When you have your own jingle. Joe DiMaggio, Willie Mays, you know you made it when you have your own jingle.
You need a Dave Fleming song.
It is a great song. And you know what? Quincy Jones produced that song. Did you know that?
Yeah,
really?
No, I did not know that. I found out over the last 2 days.
Quincy Jones, young Quincy Jones produced that song, which I find to be amazing. The guy, so the Treniers are the group that sang that song. Milt Trenier, who was kind of the lead guy, is still alive.
Wow.
He's 97 years old, and and he's still with us. I think he lives outside Chicago. And I said to the Giants, I know he's he years ago retired from performing, but he performed like till he was 90. And I said, you got to at least call the guy. Just call him and see if he can show up. But send the private jet, whatever it takes. See if we could get him to San Francisco. I doubt it's possible. He just 97 years old. It's tough to fly across the country, but he's still with us, and it is a great song, and it just makes you smile. Which to me, Willie makes you smile. That's his whole gift to the world over all those years.
I mean, he just had. That's exactly what we were talking about when he passed on my show. I was just talking about his infectious smile is just something that resonates through a screen. Like I just think of certain players and great guys like Magic Johnson. I think of the same thing. Just that smile with the great players, and there's something about it that just it feels bigger than the sport. And he did mention Quincy Jones, so I just looked it up real quick because I do know the name. He's 91, still with us, by the way. So he produced Michael Jackson, Frank Sinatra, and Willie Mays. It's a pretty good life right there. That's pretty good company for the Say Hey Kid to be with the likes of those guys.
I would say.
Dave, we're celebrating Willie here. Was there any new stories or conversations you had with any of the players, family members, what have you, that you didn't hear before, but you heard the last couple of days?
I had never heard the story. LaTroy Hawkins told me a story, and he's probably told it before, but I had never heard it from him last night. Sorry about that beeping in the background. I apologize for that. But LaTroy he told me that his grandfather was a massive Willie Mays fan. He was not unique. Willie was everybody's favorite player, right? So LaTroy Hawkins, who pitched for the Giants and many other teams, had a distinguished career, and he was there at the game last night. So I was talking to him. He said, so he got to know Willie the years he was with the Giants, and Willie, he would go into the office, Murph's office, when Willie was there and hang with him and talk with him. Oh, okay, great. And so one day he was in there, and he just happened to say to Willie, hey, Willie, my granddad, you were his guy, man. So I grew up hearing stories about you. And Willie said, call him. And LaTroy was like, right now? He goes, yeah, call him. And so LaTroy pulls out his phone. They're sitting in the office, dials his granddad up. His granddad answers the phone, and LaTroy's like, hey, Pops, I got somebody who wants to talk to you. He hands the phone to Willie Mays, and Willie spends 20 minutes like, hey, and asking him all these questions about LaTroy and about himself. And LaTroy said, that made my granddad's life. Like the fact that I got somewhere where I could call him and have him talk to Willie Mays, to me, that is a great Willie Mays story, just because that's what Willie, it was like, yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, just call him. Let's talk to him.
That's who Willie Mays was, and that's why everybody is honoring him and smiling. And I know he was smiling from up above watching that game last night at Rickwood Field. Fleming, we're going to let you run. We appreciate you coming on twice with us this week. And what a week it has been for the Giants organization as we honor the great Say Hey Kid, Willie Mays, who left us Tuesday afternoon at the age of 93. What a scene last night at Rickwood down in Birmingham, Alabama. And slowly but surely we'll get back to baseball because we know Giants got to start playing some good baseball here. They're in the midst of a losing streak here, but yesterday was all about Willie Mays and honoring the Negro League players, and what a scene put on by Major League Baseball on Fox Sports. And Flem, you sounded great last night as always. So Flem will join it. We'll talk to you next week, and hopefully the Giants will have a couple wins under their belt next time we talk to you.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah, they need him. But great job by MLB. Wonderful to be there. Always good to talk to you guys. And I need a day without crying. So that's my goal today. We don't have a game tonight. It's weird on a Friday. So I'm going to just try to just chill out and not sob today. That's my goal.
It's been hard. Especially if you watch Reggie Jackson and Barry Bonds and the performances yesterday. I know you were there live. I let them loose. I didn't know where it came from.
I watched those guys walk onto the field. And I know we got to go, but Willie was the one we were so focused on yesterday. But there were 60 former players from the Negro Leagues there last night who are still alive. 2 from the, the original Negro Leagues that ended, they usually say 1948, that World Series was the last one of the original league. And 60 of them in their walkers, in their wheelchairs, and having the current players walk those guys out onto the field. Oh my gosh.
I mean,
what
Dave,
an amazing
I know you got to run, but Bill Greason, the guy that threw 99 years old. This guy's a reverend. He grew up on the same street as Martin Luther King Jr., was in the Battle of Iwo Jima, pitched in the major leagues and in the Negro leagues. He's 99 and still smart as well. It was the memory was
Willie.
insane.
And he played with Willie.
Yeah. Like, are you kidding me?
Played with Willie. Came out to our park when we retired Monty Irvin's number. I mean, when was that? 15 years ago, something like that. He came out to San Francisco and participated in those ceremonies. And he and Willie were. It was like they never left each other. They were like the best of friends all over again. That guy, who's had a life like that? I mean, seriously, the flag raising at Iwo Jima and all the civil rights stuff that he helped with Martin Luther King Jr., roommates with Willie Mays, played in the big leagues and has served his hometown for the last 75 years. It's like, come on, man.
Insane.
What a guy.
The smile on his face when he was interviewed during the game was just unbelievable. And he was still as sharp as he's been.
And when Ken Rosenthal was done, he said, was that good enough? That was so good.
He was
Bill. Yeah, Bill, that was good enough.
That was all right, man. All right, Flem, man. Enjoy your day off, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Anytime. Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni in for Joe Shasky. He's out. He'll be back on Monday. I'm Bonte Hill. That was a lot of fun there. We'll get to the calls. 888-957-9570. Bill Greason.
It's one of the great, like, to this point, like, that's one of the most craziest lives I've ever seen.
Bill Greason, and he was just sitting there when Ken goes, "Oh, you were the first black player to pitch for the St. Louis Cardinals," and he chuckled like, and it was just a story, and it's just the smiles when they were going to the visuals of the Negro League players, and as they're coming out of the field with their walkers and their wheelchairs, and some of them were able to walk. And just the smiles and them head nodding and having fun with their Negro League jerseys on. That was just, and then John Batiste playing the beats and the tunes that he had. I was blown away.
And the stuff that guy and guys like him have seen through his life, the horrors, the World War II. Are you kidding me? Like, going through all that, but having a smile on his face still through it all. I think that speaks to just how great those people were in the character of guys like Bill Greason, guys like Willie Mays, and so they call it the greatest generation for a reason. Bonte, those guys,
those faces of the Negro, and you find out the team names of all the Negro League teams. It's good, like the Indianapolis Clowns.
I love it. The Clowns. The clown.
The clown. And dude, it was so good. He's talking to the shortstop for the Indianapolis Clowns, and they were just happy to finally get their honor. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. Last night it went through my head. I was like, why did it take so long for Major League Baseball to honor these guys? But then in that moment, I said, you know what? At least we're finally honoring them. It's taken too damn long, but at least we're starting to make some type of progress. But it did cross my mind where I thought, damn, it took this long, 2024, to honor these young men who went through what they went through, to pave the way for black people all over the place, paving the way in the way. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how the hell can I complain when they went through what they went through, trying to play the game of baseball, just trying to live everyday life?
I mean, how could you complain? How could I complain? As a white guy watching that and watching Reggie Jackson, I know we got a break here in a second, but like, when I came away from that, guys like Raleigh Fingers, hell, Charlie Finley, I was kind of shocked that he had his back that way, because I know it was a contentious relationship with the owner at the A's at the time, Charlie Finley. But even going to his country club, he's like, all right, if Reggie's not allowed to go here, we're all leaving as a team. We're out. If we can't go to this restaurant, we're all out. We'll go to the diner down the street. If we can't stay at this hotel, we'll go somewhere else. So credit to that. And again, it's just, you know what? Being an ally. That's all it is right there.
No doubt. We're going to take your calls. 888-957-9570. More coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Griffey. You talked about Bill Grisham here. Excuse me, not Bill Grisham. What the hell am I talking about? Greason, 99 years old, who played with Willie Mays, Bill Greason.
99.
And now is a reverend down there in Birmingham, Alabama. And he played Willie Mays on that 1948 World Series team for the Birmingham Black Barons. And to see the smile on his face and to see the smile on the smile on all those Negro League players for being honored and getting their due. And now we're going to implement their stats into the game. And, you know, Josh Gibson now is being talked about a lot, even though we don't have much footage. But I remember an HBO movie, and I can't think of the title. Maybe the Xfinity Mobile text line can help me out with this, and YouTube can help me out with this. There was a program on HBO. Gosh, this was probably like 20 plus years ago.
Soul of the Game?
May have been Soul of the Game. Is this HBO?
1996, I think so. Black baseball great Satchel Paige and Josh Gibson vied to be the first Afro-American major league. I'm just reading the synopsis of it. I think
on
that's
HBO.
What it is.
I think this was it.
And, it was HBO. Yep.
And what was going to happen was I think there was going to be an all-star game between the Negro Leagues and Major League Baseball, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And it got rained out. And the only scene I remember from that movie, I need to watch it over, but the only scene I remember is Josh Gibson basically crying because the game got rained out. And it was his one opportunity to showcase his talent and to show that he could be a Major League Baseball player.
It's pretty interesting listening to Reggie Jackson talk about that, and I was bringing this up on my show too. Shout out the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday, that these guys, Willie Mays and the Negro League players, they weren't allowed, not allowed, that shouldn't be the word, but they couldn't afford to mess up off the field.
No.
They couldn't afford to get angry, show emotion. I know we've all probably seen 42. Chadwick Boseman did a great job portraying Jackie Robinson. That was just a sliver.
Yeah.
They toned that thing down so much to what actually happened with all the kids and all the parents heckling and saying the N-word, all that sort of stuff. Him not being able to retaliate when it's he's getting the chin music getting thrown at his head, stuff like that. Hey, these guys weren't wearing helmets in the box, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
They're just wearing their caps. So for guys like Willie Mays, guys like Bill Greason, not being able to show the emotions and the anger that they portrayed. Reggie Jackson talked about guys like Raleigh Fingers having to hold him back, stuff like that. It also just goes to show the humility with which they played the game, and they just let their bats do the talking. And I think that is just such a lost art in today's society that is not appreciated enough. That's why I like guys like Drew Holiday, who are no nonsense. Mm-hmm. And I think guys like, again, and we get into the conversation, whether it's sexy, whether it's a good product, the ratings, like Tim Duncan. That's another guy I think about, just going about their business and just doing it the right way. They had to do that. They weren't, they couldn't be and then they showed the flair once they got to the bigs, right? Willie would show the bat flips, all this sort of, he would show that, but never once did he charge a mound.
No.
And not that I could think of. I don't think he ever did. Never once did he get into a huge fight with some other person. That's just,
he had too much respect.
He had too much respect, and he wasn't allowed to. He just couldn't afford to do that because he knew the weight that he was carrying, Bonte,
no doubt,
was for future black athletes in America. And he did it with such a gold standard that's never going to be matched.
No, it's not. And it was really put in perspective yesterday when Reggie Jackson joined the pregame show. And Alex Rodriguez asked him a question about being back in Birmingham, Alabama. And the answer is something I didn't expect, but it's an answer I'm going to cherish forever for the rest of my life. Here's Reggie Jackson on being back in Birmingham and what it was like playing baseball down there.
Coming back here is not easy. The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, you think you're a better person? You think you won when you played here and conquered? I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, the can't eat here. I would go to a hotel and they say, the can't stay here. We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here. Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, we're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted. Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat in the place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay. Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The year I came here, Bull Connor was the sheriff the year before. And they took minor league baseball out of here because in 1963, the Klan murdered 4 black girls, children, in 11, 12, 14 years old at a church here and never got indicted. They were from the Klan. Life magazine did a story on them like they were being honored. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. At the same time, had it not been for my white friends, had it not been for a white manager, and Rudy, Fingers, and Duncan, and Lee Myers, I would have never made it. I was too physically violent. I was ready to physically fight some. I'd have got killed here because I'd have beat someone's ass, and you'd have saw me in an oak tree somewhere.
I get chills, and I'm going to get chills for the rest of my life listening to that, because when you put it in that perspective of what they went through, and I'm a black man, and I hear from my ancestors all the time what it was like back in the day, but I didn't live it, so I don't really know. I don't really know. Sometimes some of the stuff I face, it has nothing compared to what Reggie faced or what Willie faced or what Jackie faced, what any of these Negro League players faced. It's nothing what they experienced. To be called the N-word over and over, say, get out of my restaurant, you can't sleep here, go drink water outside, go use the bathroom outside, you can't come in this establishment, you can't sit in the front of the bus, you got to sit in the back. I don't know what it's like to go through that. And to hear that from Reggie, unprompted, unsolicited. And Reggie will say anything. Reggie's a great interview. We know that. Over the years, Mr. October will tell it like it is.
He will.
And boy, did he tell it like it is yesterday. And for America, I think it was good for America. Whoever was tuned in to listen to that, and if you did listen to it, go back and find it. Because that's what they went through on a daily basis just to try to make a living for their family and themselves.
You know,
wow.
You guys know this. I grew up down in Pacific Grove, down in Monterey Peninsula, and that's where Reggie Jackson lives. Like, he lives down there ever since he retired, I want to say. And so everyone has a Reggie Jackson story. Meeting him, I used to work at a light store. Shout out Lighthouse Lighting on Alvarado Street, or was it on Lighthouse? Anyways, it was Lighthouse Avenue, hence the name. But I sold like lighting fixtures to the guy, and we had a great interaction. But I think his reputation, and it's fair to say, he's kind of prickly at times, Reggie, and you heard it there, but I understood it after listening to that. Not to say that, you know, he was always a mean, you have an excuse to be mean or anything like that, but I understood why, you know, he has that anger within him sometimes, because you know what? How could you not retaliate hearing something like that? How could you not want to fight somebody? I mean, it's fight or flight, right? Either you're going to be angry or you're going to just get depressed. And that's the only thing, like, those are the only options. Yeah. Or you just keep going with your mouth shut. And that's not easy too, because you're going to feel those emotions, but you're not allowed to show them. Like that. There's another thing in having to suppress those emotions for so long, you blow up, or something worse. Like, you mentally, the anguish that these people had to go through. Yeah, they may show the smiles on their faces now, but I felt the anger through the screen and the heart. Like, you hear it in his voice. It's not just anger, it's sadness. Like, it's just why are people like that? And I still think that to this day, because it's something that's taught. That's the other thing with all this. You're not born hating someone else. That is something that's passed down from generation to generation. And obviously that history in the South here in America is well documented. So I don't wish that on anyone. I truly hope we get to a place where that's not the case in America. I like to think that America is the melting pot, and I hope that we can be the place where that tolerance level is there. But we're still fighting it to this day.
And it's not going anywhere.
It sucks. It sucks.
The pandemic kind of exposed it all that we still have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go in this country. But when he opened that statement by saying it was not easy coming back down here. And I can't imagine what was going through his head in that moment when he said it was not easy, or he's taking that flight to Birmingham, Alabama, and he's reliving his days with the Birmingham Age and played at Rickwood Field. By the way, he made a joke that, hey, I hit the farthest home run here, not Babe Ruth. And, I hit it over the train tracks, which is just
I believe it, yeah.
I'll believe it. But for Reggie to just say it was not easy coming back down here and had to relive that. You think about the Negro League players who have trotted out there and getting their love, which is probably too late. Thank God some of these guys are still alive. But I can't imagine just being black, playing baseball, and you're being called. And he said, look, man, if it wasn't for the Raleigh Fingers, if it wasn't for Charlie Finley, I would have beat somebody's ass and I would have been hung in an oak. That was the case. Yeah. You fight one of them, they're going to come back. Yeah. Emmett Till, you think about Emmett Till, who got massacred in Deep South, apparently just talking to a white lady, just saying hello. Basically, it really choked me up yesterday listening to that. It was, I don't, just thinking about myself, Spadoni, I don't cry much at funerals. People pass and I try to make it a celebration and think of the good times. I don't know what happened yesterday, but just listening to Reggie say that and then seeing the performance and seeing all those Negro League players, and I'm seeing the text right here for the 405. As a 45-year-old black man, I got my eyes watering. My eyes did water, and they rained down. It was a storm coming out of my eyes.
It was incredibly. How could you not feel the history of those people? How could you not feel it?
I thought about family members. I thought about grandmothers. I thought about great-grandmothers. My grandmother was born in Georgia in 1932, the late, great Lorene William Tyndall, who left this world in 2000, but she was born in Georgia. 1932 in Georgia, the Deep South. What did she go through? What did her mother go through? My great-grandmother. What did people... You don't see that in live television no more, a moment like that, and somebody to tell it like it is. And you don't hear that from Reggie. And obviously he was suppressing that for so long. And all those memories they came out of nowhere when he went down there to Rickwood Field and he let it loose. I thought Flem did a great job. And if you missed any of our interview with Dave Fleming, find it on the Odyssey app, download that bad boy. It's free. You can find it on YouTube. But Dave said it best. It's like, hey, it's not just the history of the sport. It's the history of the people playing the sport. And we're not going to sugarcoat everything. And it was that's the term that we're starting with, sugarcoat, because we do like to pick and choose what we remember, especially when it comes to the NFL, Major League Baseball specifically, NBA a little bit, but that's more so has been a long history of African Americans dominating that league. So it's a little bit different, but specifically with the America's pastime, which was only played by white players early on, and then obviously the Negro Leagues came to be. But we do like to pick and choose what we remember a lot when it comes to the storytelling in our history, especially when it comes to the media, because they don't like to make people uncomfortable. And you know what? Sorry, that our history is uncomfortable. Everyone's history is uncomfortable. With every nation that you find, there was a war somewhere. There was racism. It was built on dead bodies of people. And that is something you have to remember, because if you don't remember it, you're doomed to repeat it going forward. So we have to remember the good with the bad. And I think it's okay in these situations to highlight that, because this is the time when everyone has their eyeballs on it. And if not now, when? And it was funny, after it was over, Bonte, I turned off the TV, or I turned on something else because Benny was over the game. The game was over. He's like, hey, can we watch this movie? It's on Disney Plus. And if you have Disney Plus, you have the National Geographic. It's one of the tabs that you have on there as well. And on National Geographic, there's this movie called The Space Race. And it's about little known stories about the first black pilots, engineers, and scientists that became astronauts. And Benny loves it. He always requests to watch it. Yeah. And I think it's so cool. And he doesn't watch it because it's black astronauts. Right. Why does he watch it? Because it's just astronauts in space. And he just thinks it's cool. And that's normal. And I'm telling him this, he's asking these questions, and they got to one of the parts where John F. Kennedy was assassinated. And why that mattered was because JFK was a big part in getting black engineers, black pilots into the NASA program. And when he got assassinated,
people, the higher ups try to take that away from them. And Benny was wondering, like, why are they so sad? What's going on? Why are they taking this away from them? I was like, and the best way I can explain it is like, people are just afraid of what they don't know. And they hate something that's different than them. And I try to teach them that our differences are what makes us special. It's something that we can gravitate. And that's something as a parent that you're trying to like teach he's a 4-year-old. So like this might have been lost on him, but I'm just
planting those seeds.
I'm trying to plant those seeds and trying to just trying to plant it. Because that's where it develops early. Because you see your parents discriminating at an early age from these people, and that's just all you know. And it's unfair to the kids.
No, that's well said. That's well said. And we got to teach the history of this country, the good and the bad. You know, for a long time, and I'm obviously a black man and grew up here in the Bay Area. It wasn't until about 5-6 years ago I knew about Black Wall Street and the Tulsa Race Massacre, because that wasn't taught in my history class growing up. And it's part of American history, where black people starting to get their own businesses and people were making money. And then the Tulsa Race Riot happens and Black Wall Street Massacre, and it gets destroyed. It gets destroyed by white people. More than 800 people were admitted to hospitals. I mean, and I didn't know about that until about 5-10 years ago. Then I finally released a movie, but that wasn't taught in my class. So we've done a good job in this country of hiding what's real and sweeping under some of the more horrific things that's happened in this country. We swept it under the rug for way too long. And hopefully over the last few years, and what Reggie said, we'll start to open up and speak on what's really happened in this country and how we can get this country better. But Spadoni, that was well said, man. That was really good stuff. Bill in the East Bay, let's get him on the line. He's been waiting for a while. Bill, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Bill?
Yes, good morning, Bonte.
Morning.
Thanks for having me on your show again. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
I didn't plan on watching, thank you. I didn't plan on watching the pregame before the game last night, but I tuned it in and I saw all those great stars and the things they had to say. But like you, when Reggie spoke, it all of a sudden I just stopped what I was doing and I was listening. And kudos to Fox for not censoring him. It would have compromised and diminished the intensity of the memory that he was spelling out to us. And when I heard it, I just, like I said, like you said, I got the hair stood up on the back of my head. I was getting tears in my eyes. And it kind of brings movies to mind for me, you know, The Hate You Give, Django Unchained, Red Tails. I mean, movies, you know, that just deal, you know, with the hurdles these people had to deal with. But there was one movie in particular that came to mind, and the whole theme being how difficult it was for a black man just to do his job. And it was a movie that came out back in the mid-'60s called In the Heat of the Night with Sidney Poitier and Rod Steiger. Won several Academy Awards. It's an incredibly intense movie about a man gets drawn into a murder investigation. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. But it's a must-see. Coincidentally, you had mentioned Quincy Jones. He got an Oscar for that movie for the best score and for a Ray Charles song that he sang. But just to close out this thought, if you've never seen The History of Baseball by Ken Burns, when Jackie was brought into the league by Branch Rickey, he told Jackie, listen, you are the poster child for the black man getting into Major League Baseball. He says, you got to turn the other cheek. You got to take the insults. You got to take, you know, other ball players going after you in the course of the game. He goes, you have to succeed, you know, otherwise other black men are not going to get into the major leagues. So anyway, like you, I completely enjoyed and was transfixed by the remarks of all those stars, including Barry. And the only thing I wasn't real crazy about is those uniforms will get. I'm glad they have the uniforms, the contemporary ones they play in these days. Anyway.
Good call.
I liked them.
Bill.
I like the Seals on there.
I like the old school look.
Well, the Cubs was on there.
And many of the
Seals.
Yeah, and many of the Giants, they were saying that it felt like an old school game. It felt like they were back in the 70s playing a game of baseball because of the sight lines and the little light towers that didn't light up. They had to bring in temporary lights and the way the bleachers are structured. It was really, really cool, man. 888-957-9570. Shelley, shout out to 745. My shout out's going to Reggie Jackson. I'm claiming Reggie Jackson.
There you go.
For what he said yesterday. And 408, you're right. They didn't teach us about the Tulsa race wars, the Tulsa race riots, where it left over 10,000 black people homeless and they lost all their property and they couldn't really say anything. And then the local government in Oklahoma, they hid those from the history books. Nobody ever wanted to talk about it.
No, we would just talk about, like I'm sure most schools would. And I went to a private Catholic school, but I'm assuming it's the same. It was just, oh yeah, this was a thing that happened. Slavery was a thing.
Right.
And then, Abraham Lincoln, and then the Civil War, and then it wasn't a thing. Oh, then we have the Civil Rights. It's just little footnotes, nothing like no massacres or anything like that. We talk about, no Native Americans. Oh yeah, just a footnote, just stuff like that. Just, you can't just be a footnote in history.
No, you can't. You can't, Spadoni. And Bill says something there that Jackie had to succeed. Think about that pressure. You're the first black man. You play with all white players. You probably don't want to sit next to you. You got to sleep in separate rooms. You know what he went through. Brett Rickey said, hey, dude, you got to be tough. Got no time for you sitting here sulking. You got to play, and you got to play well. If he doesn't play well, what happens to Larry Delby? If he doesn't play well, do we ever see Willie Mays in a Giants uniform? If Jackie Robinson doesn't play well, what happens? The pressure of not only being the first black man to break the color barrier, but you also have to ball out. You got to ball out at the all-star level. Or those doors are closing very, very fast. Very fast. Let's get to Mac in Oakland real quick before the break.
It's a great point.
Mac, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, thanks, guys. Hey, look, watching those current stars bring out those Negro League stars, how humbling it was for them and how graceful they were to bring them out. It was great for America to see that. And really, guys, as it relates to, I'm a baby boomer. And before we traveled from Oakland to Texas or anywhere, I got to talk. And my parents were very careful because my mother was from Arkansas, my dad was from Texas, and how we acted as young adults, as teenagers and youth as we traveled through the South getting gas and whatnot. And there's a song out by Ziggy Marley called They Don't Want to See Us Unite. And when they panned stadium yesterday, all those people, all those different colors, when they panned those balls, everything about yesterday was 100% unification. Check out that. They do not want to see us unite, and it was beautiful to see for that short time us all united toward honoring a little too late and a little too little those great men who opened the door for so many other aspirations for persons of color. It was beautiful. And I'm a baby boomer, and I could tell stories about Northern California. So let's not just put that racism on the South.
Yeah, no doubt. You're not lying, Mac.
Oh, yeah.
You're not lying about that. No, good call, man. Good call. 888-957-9570 is a number. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. It's summertime. Shout out your vacation home.
Let's go.
Shout out your high school. Shout out to college you're attending next semester. Shout out, whatever you want.
Euros going on, man.
The Euros are going on. It is hot and heavy.
Italy,
shout out to
what are you doing?
Hey,
Come on.
NBA free agency. Malik Monk signs a deal.
Caruso for Josh Giddey? That was a very interesting
I like it
trade.
for Oklahoma City, and I like it from the Bulls standpoint as well.
Maybe Lonzo Ball could be getting traded here if Josh Giddey's over there. I know Lonzo's got the injury history. I'm not mad at that signing, though, if someone tries to get him.
Nah, not mad at it at all. We'll do more. We'll talk more NBA. We'll talk about Rickwood Field. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. What did last night mean to you, if it meant anything at all? What did you take away from Reggie Jackson's message yesterday? His statement about how it wasn't easy being back in Birmingham, Alabama, for obvious reasons. We'll play that sound once again. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Italian Philly coach.
Park. That wasn't exactly a bandbox. So room for him to run there as well. This ball's flied the other way by Ramos, carrying pretty well to the wall. And gone! This game is tied as Elliot Ramos sends one the other way in very Willie Mays fashion, smashing a home run to tie it at 3.
I mean, it's a privilege for sure. It's not a secret to everybody that Willie was one of the greats. You know what I mean? So it's a privilege, it's an honor, and I hope his family liked it today, for sure.
This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Adam? That was Elliot Ramos, who hit a 2-run home run yesterday. It was 1 for 5, but he hits the home run. So is the jinx on? The Morning Roast jinx? Is it still on? Or is it off?
1 for 5. That kind of changed it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a home run. Let's see. Let's turn out
in the right direction. Let's keep it going, though.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Come on, Ramos. Don't let us down. Don't let us down. Giants lose 3 in a row, 6-5. We'll get back to Rickwood Field. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got shameless shout-outs coming up here in about 12 12 minutes. Shameless shout-outs. Line them up right now. I want to hear from the roasters out there. 888-957-9570. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. Your anniversary, your dog, your kid's birthday. You want to shout out your liquor store. You want to shout out your grandmother. You want to shout out somebody who was at Rickwood. Shout out the Negro Leagues. Whatever you want to do. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll do that in about 12 minutes. Don't forget to download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You catch all the live games on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. We had a lot of great interviews this week. John Miller yesterday, Dave Stewart back-to-back. May replay John Miller. We may do that. 888-957-9570. Still taking calls on what happened yesterday at Rickwood Field. But I got my main man Spadoni in. I'm not going to talk about the team he roots for, but J.J. Redick was named head coach of the L.A. Lakers. We got a big trade. You used to love this guy, Alex Caruso.
I still do. I have a shirt with him called the Caruso.
The Caruso? Do you really? Oh, my gosh. Well, he got traded to the Oklahoma City Thunder for Josh Giddey. How about that move?
It's very interesting. On the surface, you just say, wow, OKC just got bigger and better athletically, too. And on the I thought of him and Lou Dort together on the court at some point, just shut down defenders, and he's a ball handler that can knock down the three. That's just what they needed. And a veteran presence that's won a title before, that's a perfect move. And for the Bulls, who are still young, they're going to build around Kobe White. Yeah. Getting Josh Giddey there, who I think the upside is, how old is he? 21, 22?
21 years old.
Come on. He's still so young, and obviously he wasn't a fit with what Oklahoma City's going there. You just saw that in the playoffs. He was just getting played off the court. Mm-hmm. He just couldn't hang in some of those series, specifically against the Minnesotas of the world. Mm-hmm. So I just look at both sides of that trade. It's rare that you have one that works out for both sides.
Yeah, I think it was a win-win.
I think that's one of them, though.
I thought it was a win-win as well, because I see it from the Bulls standpoint. They could play through Kobe White. And Giddey could be a playmaker for Kobe White and that Bulls team. And then Alex Caruso, you're in the win now mode with Oklahoma City. Now you get another perimeter defender to go against guys like Kyrie Irving, to go against guys like Stephen Curry, some of the elite guards in the Western Conference. So I think it was a good move. OKC has a bunch of picks. They have a bunch of picks that they could dangle. Alex Caruso will be eligible for a 4-year, $80 million deal. So you got that going on. And then Malik Monk, who I thought was going to get at least $30 million per year. Malik Monk re-signs with the Sacramento Kings. Re-signs with the Kings, 4 years, just under $80 million. And last year was a player option. Malik Monk's going to see less than $20 million a season, and he stays in Sacramento. I'm shocked by that one. And then, obviously, my head goes to, what does it mean for Klay Thompson? What does it mean for Klay Thompson's market? Is everybody who was going after Klay Thompson, are they all recalibrating, saying, oh, $30 million, 25? Monk's getting less than 20 a year.
Well, we had our guy on, God, and the name escapes me, I'm sorry, maybe Sam can find out, because we had our guy on from our Odyssey station out in Orlando who said the Magic, they're going to be looking at Malik Monk first and foremost and see if they can pry him off, because they need that scoring. Obviously, we all watched the Magic this year. Great young team. They just don't have scoring. They just couldn't hit a bucket against the Cavs in that first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. So do they pivot now to Klay Thompson? Do they pivot over there when they just overpay for a guy that's a little older and try to get some more shooting and just a championship mindset? And say what you will about Klay Thompson as a leader for a team like the Magic, a young team with Paolo Banchero, with Franz Wagner, a guy like Klay Thompson could be huge for them just with his veteran presence alone, getting spacing on that floor. And Paolo, and obviously guys like Paolo and Franz Wagner, they need to work on their shots as well, but just getting that spacing on the floor and getting a true threat at the three-point line would be huge for them. And maybe they do overspend. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows if they overspend? Who knows?
I mean, but Western Conference, you just named 3 Western Conference teams there. Redick to the Lakers. What's that going to mean? Are they going to make some trades?
How do you feel about the Redick? Because, you could make the Steve Kerr comparison from an announcer to a coach. Obviously, Steve Kerr played for a lot of high-level guys, Lute Olson, Lenny Wilkins, Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich. He also was a GM with the Phoenix Suns with Mike D'Antoni. This is just uncharted territory for J.J. Redick, and you're taking the L.A. Laker job.
It's a thankless job, I'll just say that, for the Los Angeles Lakers. 7 head coaches since Phil Jackson was last there when they got bounced out in 2011 in the second round against the Dallas Mavericks when J.J. Barea was clotheslined by Andrew Bynum, and that was just kind of the stain on that end of the era there. Steiny and Evan broke the news yesterday, and I was being producer back there with Ken, and Steiny threw to me. He's like, Spadoni, your thoughts? And I was just like, why not? Like at this point, are they going to, would Kenny Atkinson, really? Are we looking at the future? Or are we looking at the present?
Leave my boy Kenny alone.
No, but I'm saying,
I hear you.
Would he be putting the team over the top? I think they had to go outside of the box, which is why they interviewed Dan Hurley and were really in on him. Now, do you believe the other angle with this, what I think is so funny, is the Woj were Shams. And Shams had JJ as the guy 3 weeks ago.
So he wins that one.
And so does he win that one? Or because during the Dan Hurley thing, Shams was like, no, JJ Redick's still the guy. But Woj was trying to make it seem like, no, they're all in on Dan Hurley. And I
think it was the last minute Hail Mary by the Lakers.
Was that what it was?
It was the last minute Hail Mary.
Do you think JJ Redick was their guy all along, though?
I do think JJ Redick was a favorite.
Okay.
And then during the finals, they're like, you know what? The PR hit, because they looked at how the fans reacted to JJ Redick, Laker fans, that is. And I was like, oh, boy. And so, as he's doing the finals, why not go talk to Dan Hurley? Let's peek his head. Really? Dan Hurley? They got some rumblings from somewhere that Dan Hurley was interested in coaching in the NBA. Dan Hurley said it himself on the Mike Francesa show where he was like, yeah, maybe there's a chance I go to the next level one day. He definitely flirted with it. So they had to see it. It's like, you know what? What's better right now? Getting a 2-time NBA champ or, an NCAA champ, I should say, or a guy who's never coached before.
In my mind, you brought up Steve Kerr. That's what the high upside is, right? But I don't see a young Steph, Clay, and Dre on this team. So sorry, I like Anthony Davis. He had a great season last year. Very good player. Top 75 player all time. LeBron James might be the greatest player in the history of the NBA. Mm-hmm. He's also going to be 40 years old. Yeah. So for JJ, good luck is all I'll say. Steve Kerr, if you're going to be that guy, that's great. I thought of Steve Nash.
They call him.
What happened with Steve Nash, Monte, as head coach?
It did not work out well. It did not end well. And maybe Steve Nash was a candidate for the Laker job at the end. I don't know. I have no idea.
God. Did they really? Did they interview him too?
No. But you know what?
Laker legend Steve
I don't
Nash.
like the fact that they're saying, Laker people think he's a young Pat Riley.
Come on.
Let's let him be
That's
JJ.
Disrespectful to Pat Riley, who might be one of the greatest coaches of all time.
Now, month signs with the Sacramento Kings. Real quick before we get to shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you lined up. Line them up even more. We got a few open lines as well. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 3 minutes. I'll play this from you. Anthony Slater, Tim Kawakami. Plus Minus Podcast. If Clay does come back, what's his role going to be? Listen to this conversation between Kawakami and Anthony Slater about who could be starting for the Warriors next season.
Just aggregated, but I don't think that's the feeling to that extent with Clay. They want him. They will pay a certain amount, but there is a certain amount. They're not just going to go, Jesus, okay, here's another 10 million, or here's another year. I don't feel that. Maybe it gets to that extent with them, but
that's why I use the term gettable, because I just think there's a rival could come in and take him.
Yep. And at some point, I think the Warriors will think, it's just not worth it. At some point, at some number, we don't know what that number is, but I don't think they're planning for him to start. I don't think they are. I think they're planning for Podziemski to start. And then
I think Moody's in the conversation too. And I also don't necessarily
think at the finals.
I don't think it's like game one. There'll be a camp. There'll be a lot of looking at lineups. We'll see how the roster, we have no idea how the rest of the roster is going to look, by July 8th. But I do think the conversation is your role is lessening as this. Let's say it's a 2-year deal, a 3-year deal. As it goes
they've
on.
already said it. As Steve already
last
said,
year was
coming off the bench. Yeah,
but
that would be the idea.
We've talked about this, but there needs to. I think part of the conversation is there needs to be a contentness with that idea
from Clay's side.
So forget Clay for a second. It's Brandon Podziemski and a Stephen Curry backcourt. How's that going to look? We saw glimpses of it last year. The ball moved around, but then there's that other side of the court where you have to play defense. I'm not saying that these guys can't play defense, but at the point of attack, it's challenging.
How did it look for Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving on defense in the finals, Monte? And that's the best team that represented the West. How did it look for them?
Did not look good.
It did not look good.
It did not look good.
I don't think Brandon Podziemski and Steph Curry is going to be much better, if better at all, than those two guys.
Brandon Podziemski. I don't know if Klay Thompson. Now, that's where, hey, Klay, come off the bench. Sure, he'd be willing to come off the bench. But I don't know if he'd be willing to come off the bench for Brandon Podziemski. And it's not a knock on Brandon Podziemski. Can he turn into that shooter that Klay is? He's a long way away from that.
I think it's a knock. If I'm Klay and I see a second-year guy in Brandon Podziemski, I get it. He made the all-rookie team. But, like, seriously?
That was my biggest takeaway.
That guy's going to take my starting spot?
And now, look, he was all-rookie team. Led the league in charges. Good rebounding guard. But starting next step, that's a very small backcourt. And you could get off to some very bad. Now, what does the rest of the roster look like if you have a backcourt like that? Well, you better be big. You better have athleticism. You better have some rim protection. As of now, I'm not sure you have all that. I'm not.
That is, and when I listen to that, and obviously there's a Brandon Podziemski angle, and then Klay wanting to accept that role, and then also getting paid less than I think he would get somewhere else. I just don't see the, I'm going to take a discount to not only be on the bench and let Brandon Podziemski start, but why would I do that where I can get paid more and have maybe an even elevated role with a place like Orlando? Like, why would I do that if I'm Klay Thompson?
I don't know.
Maybe that is the Warriors just basically saying, hey, man, that is what it is. You're a legend for us, but I think we're going to move into the Brandon Podziemski lane, and I don't know how well that would blow over with the fan base.
Yeah, no,
I liked Pods last year.
Would like to see.
I thought Pods was good.
But I don't even know if that's the case. I think Moses Moody's going to have an opportunity to start.
Slater did say that. That Moses is going to have that opportunity as well.
And I believe Moses Moody they will have an open competition.
I know we have shameless shout-outs, but, and I didn't mean to cut you off there, but Steve Kerr, the way he talked about after the season, he did kind of insinuate that Moses didn't take the bull by the horns the way that Podziemski did. So the way that Steve Kerr talked after the season,
said Moody had his opportunities, he did take advantage of it, basically.
And Podziemski did, which makes me feel like the reading between the lines that Podziemski has the role in his hand if he wants it.
No doubt. All right, let's get the shameless shout-outs here. More Podziemski talk, more Rickwood Field. We'll get back into Rickwood Field and what Reggie Jackson had to say. It was powerful, some of the most powerful stuff I've ever heard from an athlete. It was riveting to the point where I had tears rolling down. I was legit sobbing after listening to Reggie Jackson, and then the performance by John Batiste. Everything just hit me at once with the Negro League players on the foul lines coming out in the wheelchairs and the canes. Like, damn, those are my ancestors out there who put it down for us trying to play baseball and trying to break the color barrier. Just a powerful, powerful night in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll get back to that, but first, let's get the shameless shout-outs here on the roast.
Oops.
Eight 957-9570 is the number. Shameless shout-outs. I see him rolling here. We'll get the Ozark Rob. Let me slow that down. And Uncle Gene. Shout out to Reggie Jackson for saying what he said yesterday. A shout out to everybody who's with the Giants organization, Major League Baseball, for honoring Willie Mays in the way that they have. It's been a great celebration so far. I expect them to continue. Again, I want to see every home run by the Giants at Oracle Park. Just play the Say Hey Kid jingle. Just play it for 30 seconds as they round the bases in honor of Willie Mays. I don't know if that will happen. That's my suggestion. But shout out to Reggie Jackson. A shout out to Willie Mays and his family, man. May you rest in peace.
I'm not mad at that at all. I just love that jingle. Something about the simplicity of old jingles, whether it's Willie Mays, whether it's Jumpin' Joe DiMaggio. It's classic, man.
It is.
We were a proper country, right, with the music. But I'm going back to what's taking place right now. And it's the Euros. And it's Copa America, which officially got underway last night between Argentina getting the 2-0 victory over Canada. For those of you that don't know, the Euros going on right now are the best teams, best countries, I should say, in Europe going head-to-head. Copa America, it's the best North American countries.
No turf in Atlanta.
No, come on, seriously. We can't be hurting Messi's feet or anything like that. But it's the best North American and South American teams going out. So you got the Brazils, you got the Argentinas, you got the Ecuadors, the Colombias of the world, and then you got Canada, USA, Mexico. And you know what? This might be the swan song for Cristiano Ronaldo with Portugal. He's up there. He's 38 years old. And Lionel Messi is 36. This might be it for them playing with their countries, and I'm going to celebrate them because they are the two greatest to ever play, at least in my lifetime.
All right, Tommy spending $5 on a super chat on YouTube. Shout out to Aaron Judge's feelings and those Baltimore Orioles. Oh,
17 last night.
My Orioles look so good.
They had a fun one on Wednesday night too, when they came back. And then the Yankees tied it in the 9th, and the Orioles went ahead in the 10th. That was a fun
Orioles,
series.
by the way,
and then
plus 125 run differential. They have the most in all of baseball, and they're not even first in their division.
What was the score yesterday? 17-5?
Yeah, that helped.
17-5?
Yep. Yankees
my
second.
Orioles.
Yep.
My Orioles looking good. 5-1-0. Shout out to Kendrick and West Coast Unity. They not like us. The pop-out was really good Wednesday night down at the Forum in Inglewood. Kendrick Lamar, that concert was off the chain. I loved it.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Matt Chisholm, the PR media relations guy with the San Francisco Giants. He really hooked us up this week. Got us Heliot Ramos, got us John Miller, got us Matt Chapman in the past. Chiz, he works really, really hard at his job, so very much appreciate everything he does. He takes very good care of this show, so I just want to show my appreciation to him. And then, guys, I also want to read out a shout out that Shasky wanted us to pass along. I want to give a shout out to the Novato South Little League 10U All-Star team, who starts their pool play this weekend, headed by manager Rich Janeway, who was previously a player in the Giants organization, and coach Gino Benedetti, the St. Ignatius alumni. They will lead the boys against Ross Valley at home and then into Treasure Island to play in the SF Little League All-Stars this weekend. Good luck to you guys.
Good luck. The Benedettis. Yeah.
Shout out.
They're legends out here in the city, the Benedettis. Let's go to Ozark Rob. Ozark Rob, what's happening?
What up, Rob?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Oh, good morning to you, buddy.
Good morning.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to my son, Jaden. This is his first time getting into baseball this year. He's about 8 years old. And, I love that he's getting into baseball. It just gives us another little bond, even though he's a Cardinals fan and I'm a Giants fan. But it's all love.
I love the Cardinals unis as a kid. I always wanted to be on the Cardinals team because I thought that red just popped. The birds.
It did pop. The birds
I hated the teams I was on in Little League, going to be honest. It was like late 90s, early 2000s, Houston Astros. Those Jeff Bagwell.
Oh, yeah, the Jeff Bagwell specials.
I wasn't feeling those jerseys.
Oh, man.
And then it was the Orioles, but not like the old school bird. It was like the actual bird that it looks like.
Yeah.
But I did have the Tony Gwynn Padres for a second.
Cool.
I didn't mind those ones. Those are cool.
I am a sucker for the old school bird on the Oriole hat. Those are a nice hat. That is a nice cap. Let's go to Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. I want to shout out 95.7 The Game. This is, I think, the best week of broadcasting that I can ever remember, and I've been following you guys since the beginnings. All the tributes to Willie Mays, the interviews, the calls, everything was first rate. So, once again, and then Spadone, little shout out to you. You're growing into your skin, my man. You're doing a hell of a job.
Still trying to grow into my nose, though, Gene. Thanks, man.
Uncle T, good shout out, man. Yeah, shout out to everybody in 95.7 The Game. When the big stories happen, we cover it. We cover it at a high level. That's our job. We would be doing the disservice to everybody out there listening. No matter what the month is, no matter what the day is, man, we got to step our game up and try to bring it at a high level here, broadcasting-wise. And Willie Mays, a lot of us, has anybody at the station ever seen him play?
No.
Nobody's ever seen him play?
Nope.
Maybe Steiny?
No, Steiny never saw him play.
Steiny, not even.
He's not that old. Come on.
Has he seen Rocky Colavito play?
Exactly, his boy. Yeah,
he's had a bunch of Colavito stories this week.
Well, he did bring him up when Rocky would talk about Willie Mays.
All right. Speaking of which,
that's what he would say.
Speaking of which, before we get to the injury report, speaking of Willie Mays, thanks for the shameless shout outs. Got a couple here on the text line. Shout out to Chris Muller for shopping in Walnut Creek on Juneteenth and taking a photo with my son. He's so nice and friendly. I talked to Willie a little bit yesterday. Willie is great. He is great. Happy birthday to my little bro, Rick Arenas. You're getting old. See you Sunday. That's Conrad for San Mateo. And then shout out to our main man, Baldy. Now, Baldy's been known to sneak into concerts. He's never paid for a concert. And he's met everybody.
He's been known to sneak on the court at Chase Center, too, to talk to Steph Curry.
Yeah, somebody got in trouble for that.
Wasn't me.
And he ended up in the gatehouse, too. And just was like, I turned around, there's Baldy in the gatehouse. Like, Baldy, how'd you get in here, man? What's up, Bonte? Looking good on TV. I'll see you later, buddy.
He's so good.
I've seen him out and about wearing white jeans. But, of course, Baldy has a story about Willie Mays. He's got a story about everything. How about Baldy? with this great story about Willie Mays before he hit the injury report.
Well, you're right. And I have an unbelievable story. So I played college football with Larry Doby Jr. His father, Larry Doby Sr., first black player in the American League. So in 1984, it's the summer. It's like this time. Larry calls and says, hey, I'm taking the Yankees Old Timers Day today. My dad is playing. So Larry Doby Sr. is sitting there in front of his locker talking to Willie Mays. So Willie Mays sees me and he looks at me and he goes, yo, I used to look like you when I was young. So he says to me, he goes, hey, Brian, you like to drink beer? I go, yeah, of course. He goes, right behind me, we've got all the Coors Light on tap. You can drink. He goes, I'll make a deal with you. You can drink all the beer you want if you'll do me a favor. I said, yeah, of course, Mr. May. He goes, well, they've asked me to sign these 100 baseballs, but I got a tee time I really want to get to. How about if I sign the first baseball and you sign the other 99 baseballs? So I said, You got it. I signed 99 Willie Mays baseballs.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Come on, man.
How many people listened to that was at the event that day and got the signed ball from Willie Mays and be like, oh no.
Oh, no, not listening.
Is this not worth anything anymore?
Just the fact that Baldy's rolling with Larry Doby Jr.
Just whatever.
And he's just going to meet with Hayes nonchalant. It's like, sure, I'll sign 99 Willie Mays baseballs.
But that's Baldy.
That's Baldy.
He's the king of the name drops, but also you can see it because he's just a man of the people. I love that.
Man. Shout out to Spencer on YouTube. He says, shout out to the Negro League Museum for a great watch party in Kansas City. Part of him and his dad's trip. He's going to see the boys in St. Louis, and he said he got choked up watching Reggie Jackson say what he said. Yeah. We'll replay that in the 8 o'clock hour. Rob Parker's going to join us. Our man, Rob Parker, Fox Sports 1, MLBBro.com, covers black and brown Major League Baseball players. Also has a new radio station in Detroit, an all-black radio station. We'll get to that with Rob Parker. That's happening at 9:20. We'll continue to roll on Rickwood Field. What did it mean to you? 888-957-9570. Bonds, his story. Talk about, hey, Satchel Paige, he had no shot against me. Reggie Jackson, of course, his memories are Willie Mays, and of course, we may replay John Miller, who touched on Willie Mays yesterday, but just what a powerful event yesterday in Birmingham, Alabama at Rickwood Field, man. Seeing all the Negro League players and honoring Willie Mays out there at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll do more of that and touch on that coming up. But first, the injury report. You know, the Giants are just...
Oh, no.
It's just a repeat of 2023. I feel like I'm watching the same damn thing. All right, yeah, they went to Rickwood Field. That's a little different.
It's Groundhog Day, though, Bill Murray?
It's basically Groundhog Day, Bill Murray. Mike Yastrzemski, he left the game yesterday. I thought he was getting platoon for.
Are you serious?
But he actually left the game in the fourth inning for what was described as left side tightness.
Oh, God.
Said after the game that it was more precautionary than anything, decided to play it safe rather than risk a more long-term injury. Playing it safe is probably the wise move for the Giants because they've lost 808 days to the injury list this season. That is sixth most in Major League Baseball.
I am shook.
That is a lot of days.
It's a lot of days. Sixth most in Major League Baseball. They are beat up. And you heard Fleming. They're now down to 2 starting pitchers. What is going on here?
Hey. So win this weekend in St. Louis. Everything will be fine getting back home against the Cubbies, all right?
I'm optimistic about that.
Thank you, BPA.
I don't know if I am optimistic. The injury report brought to you by Boxing Prison. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right. Yeah, you do have a big mouth. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls. Rickwood Field, Reggie Jackson, your thoughts. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. We'll continue to roll here as Spadoni's in for Shasky, doing a hell of a job. I am Bonte Hill. We'll be back on the other side.
I'm not doing anything crazy.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're on those roadways, drive safely, please. Safe. Want you to get to your destination. Good morning to all the overnight dancers, all the doctors, all the nurses, all the security guards, all the ushers, carpenters, union workers, garbage men, janitors. Who else am I missing? Cops, firefighters, muni drivers, BART conductors.
I think that's it. It's all of them.
Teachers, right lawyers. Should we give you judges?
Teachers are off right now, aren't they? Unless you got summer school. And God love you if you're doing summer school.
God love you.
Jade did it. It actually worked the missus, and it got fast-forwarded her degree way fast. So if you're doing it, hey, I'm not mad at the grind.
Nah, I'm not mad at it either.
But if you're doing it because you didn't pay attention in class throughout the regular, hey, I'm with you too. It happens.
Sounds like me in high school.
Hey, it is what it is.
That's tough.
Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain.
Lucky us.
Lucky us. Let's see. Oh, Bonte 510, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Don't forget the veterans and active duty military.
That's
You're
right.
absolutely right. Good morning to them. Good morning to the 209. He's asked me about Terrence Crawford beating Canelo very easy. I don't think that's an easy fight for Terrence Crawford, but Crawford could definitely pull it off. We'll see if that happens a year from now.
Canelo's still that draw? Is he still that guy?
He's still the guy. But he's been kind of head-picking guys, but he still sells out.
Oh, he's doing the Floyd
still
Mayweather
the money mug.
later in his
he's
career?
still a cash cow, but he's picking and choosing. He should have fought Benavidez, but you know what? Benavidez, excuse me.
Who's my guy that just got the no contest? Garcia?
Oh, Ryan Garcia for taking, yeah.
So he took some
he was off
supplements.
something. And he beat the crap out of Devin Haney.
Okay.
And so now Devin Haney gets that loss he erased from his record, so now he's back to being 31-0.
Okay. Who's the champ?
Well, Devin Haney's still the champ.
Okay.
Still the champ, but it's a no contest. So he gets
and he's
the loss.
suspended a year, Garcia,
no,
right?
Garcia is suspended a year, at least a year, and he has to succumb to a random drug test. Yeah, he's a mess. He's a riot.
Well, I'm interested because he bet on himself to win that match.
Yeah, he did.
I'm assuming he cashed out from the casino already.
Absolutely.
So how does that work? It's just, it is what it is?
He's going to have to give that money back, right?
Does he? I don't know how that works. I need someone to text that in, 888-957-9570.
You would think he's got to give his money back.
I'm not doing that. If I had Garcia and I had the winning ticket,
wow,
I already spent the money. It's gone.
That is true. That is true. Wow.
I didn't. That's immediately what I thought about. The money, of course.
Damn.
It's always about the money, Bonte. Come on, man.
It's always about the money.
Come on.
It's always about. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Shout out Bill Greason, by the way. You're shouting out the veterans. That's a veteran and a baseball player and a reverend. What are you doing with your life, huh? Talking about sports on air, guys? Come on.
Yeah, Benavidez is a guy who fought at 175 real quick. He's been at 168. Canelo basically priced himself out by saying, yeah, if David Benavidez wants to fight me, I'm going to need $200 million.
Oh, my God. It's ridiculous. Like, the purses at these things, like, I get it. There's pay-per-view and all that. I was like, boxing's not hitting like that, though, still. Right?
Dave, the last year and a half has been a very good run for boxing.
I know Tyson Fury losing.
And there's still and these fighters they still get paid a lot more than these UFC fighters. That's why UFC fighters are always trying to box, because they understand the money's still, there's still some money in boxing.
That's Mr. White right there.
You know, David White. So, yeah, Canelo's been kind of ducking and dodging.
Well, he had the tainted beef a while back. Remember that when he got popped for that?
The tainted beef.
The tainted beef.
The tainted beef.
Hate when that happens.
The tainted beef. All right, Rickwood Field. And we're going to get into it here. 888-957-9570 is the phone number if you want to touch on it. What did it mean to you to see the Giants and Cardinals play at Rickwood Field, the oldest ballpark, oldest baseball stadium in America, out there in Birmingham, Alabama? It looked beautiful. The grass looked beautiful. I didn't realize the backstop and home plate to the backstop back in the day was basically 85 feet. So if there was a pass ball or a wild pitch, you may be able to score from second base. Yep. Definitely score from second base. You may be able to score from first base.
Yep. I love those little quirks. That's why I'm going to miss the Coliseum too when it's gone. All that foul territory. You just don't see that anymore. And you always saw amazing catches, whether it was Matt Olson, whether it was Matt Chapman, Donaldson, the tarp catches, stuff like that. So those little little intricacies in these stadiums is what I miss. That's why I kind of miss the hill that was out in center field in Houston. And they got rid of it. I like that.
The little bump.
It's like 480 feet or something.
The little bump. 650 Xfinity the Bubble text line. Besides the celebration of life, my favorite part was that as a 27-year-old, I saw all the players of my childhood. Bonds, A-Rod, Big Papi, Ken Griffey Jr., Derek Jeter, A-Rod. It was awesome. Also, the black and white inning was pretty cool.
I thought that was awesome. It was really
awesome.
Like Joe Davis and John Smoltz, they did a great job yesterday, I think, capturing the moments. Like, Joe wasn't getting too hot or too cold on any of like the big plays happening in the game. I think he was just trying to keep it the history of what is taking place. And yeah, he's calling a game, but you know what? Let's remember all these great players. Let's go to Ken Rosenthal. Tom Verducci, Bonte, your thoughts on how he did yesterday?
He was fine. I mean, I'm not going to get into
Did I put you in a bad spot there?
No,
I didn't mean to because,
you didn't.
Because he's controversial. No, but Tom Verducci,
he's controversial with the bonds and everything.
That is part, but I did
his video at the Hall of Fame vote. But
I did feel some type of way with him and Bonds there, right?
Yeah, and not only that, you know, they're doing a celebration where they're honoring people who are fighting cancer and whatnot. You write your names on the plate. And he's standing between the Cardinals as if he's a member of that team, just a placement there.
Yeah.
And it's just like someone, I don't know. Verducci does it. He's a little much for me.
I understand that.
He's
I understand the little much thing going back to the Hall of Fame vote where he had that holier than thou minute 30 video about
it was
why
like 5 minutes.
Integrity of the
with
game.
With his Emmys right there, the vote. I was like, dude, who are you? Who are you?
Like Barry Bonds is who I wanted to hear from yesterday. I'm glad I heard that.
But the show, the festivities got off to a great start. Here's Michael Mays, the son of Willie, addressing the crowd before the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us here at Rickwood Field, please welcome Ken Griffey Jr., Barry Bonds, and Michael Mays, son of the legendary Willie Mays.
Birmingham, I've been telling y'all that if there's any way on earth my father could come down here, that he would. Well, he's found another way. So you already stand to your feet. Let him hear you. He's listening. Make all the noise you can.
That was awesome. That was awesome. And that was after Barry, sorry, Spino, but that was after Barry went on the Fox pregame show alongside Junior, alongside A-Rod, alongside Jeter and Big Papi and Kevin Burkhardt. And they asked him, Derek Jeter asked him, well, what happened if you had to face Satchel Paige, one of the greatest league pitchers of all time? Here's what Bonds had to say.
Tell me right now on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone. You lost your mind, Jeter. Gone. Simple. Gone. Read about it on ESPN, Fox News, whatever else you want to talk about. You got to believe in yourself. If I don't believe in me, who gonna believe in me?
That's right.
I'm a drag button.
Derek, you said I'm drag button.
I'm gonna take all those people off the field.
We're gonna race you first.
Gone. Me and you, brother.
Gone.
Just so much like imagine having that confidence though to say to one of the greatest pitchers of all time, yeah, I'd smoke him. Like that, it is what it is. But that's Barry Bonds. Like he would, and no one would like bat an eye. Yeah, the greatest pitcher of all time, maybe. Yeah, I'd still take him yard. This just is what it is. And I have no doubt that Barry today, by the way, could take an at bat against whoever you wanted. Garrett Cole, Logan Webb, he could take him deep. Right now, he still could.
Well,
I believe that.
Will Clark told a story yesterday with Eric Birds. And they saying him and Kevin Mitchell was just trying to roast Willie Mays and talk. And Willie was like, all right, screw it. And I guess Willie was like 58 or something, 59. Will Clark said this on his Twitter page. It was hilarious. And Will's like, I don't know what's going on with Kevin Mitchell and Willie, but he's just talking best to Willie Mays. I'm like, Mitch, dude, chill. And Willie, he asked for Will Clark's bat. Give me that bat. And he gets it. And he tosses it. What the hell is this? Give me another bat. And he said in his third swing, he just ropes one over the fence. And he's like, Mitch, dude, you got to stop talking to Willie, man. Willie will show you up right now. And he did show him. I was like, hold on, Kevin, watch this. Like, the stories are endless when it comes to Willie Mays.
I can see what Kevin Mitchell was trying to do, though. He wanted to see it. He wanted to see that. That's what like a brother does to another brother, right? You want to get the best out of him. You start poking. You start prodding. Hey, you weren't all that. Please, you can't. Right? You can't hit a home run right over here. Come on, please. You're an old man now. And what did he do? He showed him. And that's what Willie Mays was. He was, all about his business, but he loved to show off too.
No, he did. He did show off. And then, so Barry Bonds, and I just love the fact that baseball has finally embraced Barry Bonds, one of the game's greatest players of all time, one of the top 5, top 10 players. There's no doubt about it, the accolades himself. And to see Barry Bonds on that panel, and then to have a television pack. Well, later on, they had like a 4-minute package of him breaking down his relationship with Willie Mays, a sit down, a one-on-one. I thought it was awesome. You see Major League Baseball's Instagram page and Twitter feed showcase Barry Bonds. We finally made it. Barry Bonds is now being visible, and he needs to be around the game. And that's why when I was talking the other day to Shasky Spadone about having that next great ambassador for the Giants, maybe Barry could be that. He definitely has a personality for it.
He definitely does, and he has all the accolades that you would want, right? And he's a Bay Area guy. Like, it's literally perfect. Like, you could not ask for a better ambassador if he wants it, though. Like, that's the thing. Does he want to do that? I don't know, but this was a good step. Now, is it a one-off because it's a Rickwood field and it's a celebration of Willie Mays and the history? Maybe, you know what? It's the first step in many things to come for Barry, because I do believe he is going to be more embraced as we get older. Why? Mm-hmm. Because my generation and your generation, the millennial generation, loves that guy.
Yep.
And he will be celebrated when we get older. And now it sucks that maybe when he is in his like 80s, 70s, maybe he finally gets in. But I'd rather it be, too late than never, if that makes sense. And that's kind of what you attributed it to earlier. Like, yeah, there's a sense of this Rickwood field and we're doing the celebration of the Negro Leagues. It feels like we should have been doing this for a while. Maybe we get to that way with Barry Bonds getting accepted into the Hall and be like, this took way too long, but at least it happened. And I do believe it will happen in my lifetime, whether it's on the senior committee or whatever, just getting voted in late, because my generation and our generation, I know we're on the opposite ends of the millennials thing. You're on the older side, I'm on the younger side. I'm just saying, the millennials from like 1980 and 95, if you're born in that area. I'm just saying.
I hear you.
Just saying. But I do think our generation will hold him in way higher regard than the previous ones did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Will Clark was calling him Boogie Bear. That was
really?
Kevin Mitchell. Yeah, Boogie Bear. Boogie Bear kept talking. I'm like, dude, Boogie Bear, you can find that love and you can play.
Speaking of a guy that looks like he wants to poke and prod at people, is Will Clark, man. He's looking for something to get
he wants to smoke.
He
wants to smoke. But Reggie Jackson, I thought, stole the show before the game. And if you missed it, I'm going to replay it for everybody out there. We've played it a couple times, but Reggie Jackson played with the Birmingham A's before getting called up to the big league squad, and he's had some history in Birmingham, Alabama. And Alex Rodriguez basically asked him, what does it mean to be back in Birmingham, Alabama? And after 2 minutes and 30-plus seconds, we've gotten the most powerful answer that we've ever received from an athlete about that situation in Birmingham, Alabama. Here's Reggie Jackson on the Fox pregame show yesterday when asked how he felt about being back in Birmingham, Alabama.
Coming back here is not easy. The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, you think you're a better person? You think you won when you played here in Concord? I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, the can't eat here. I would go to a hotel and they say, the can't stay here. We went to Charlie Finley's Country Club for a welcome home dinner, and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here. Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, we're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted. Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat, If I couldn't, thank you. If I couldn't eat in a place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay. Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The year I came here, Bull Connor was the sheriff the year before. And they took minor league baseball out of here because in 1963, the Klan murdered 4 black girls, children, in 11, 12, 14 years old at a church here and never got indicted. It was, they were from the Klan. Life magazine did a story on them like they were being honored. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. At the same time, had it not been for my white friends, had it not been for a white manager, and Rudy, Fingers, and Duncan, and Lee Myers, I would have never made it. I was too physically violent. I was ready to physically fight some. I'd have got killed here because I'd have beat someone's ass, and you'd have saw me in an oak tree somewhere.
Wow.
I mean, I can't hear it enough and just think how powerful it is. Like,
I see my boy Joe Hawks in there. He's a black man. We talk. I've been doing Joe for over a decade. I know what I know how he loves the sports, and he understands the history of the sports, and whether it's baseball, football, basketball, doesn't matter. When you hear that, and you're a black man, it's not, and you probably. I saw somebody they texted and they were Filipino, and they were crying, I once that hit, I'm sitting there just kind of just taking it all in, and what Reggie said, it's like, damn, that came out of nowhere. We needed to hear it. And then you get the celebrations, and then the Negro League players start getting trotted out with their walkers or their canes and their wheelchairs, and they're happy as can be because they're finally getting their due. They're finally getting their shine. Funny, I just bawled for it. I had to pause the game, and I just started bawling. And I didn't tell Anna that. Baby Chaz, they weren't home yet. I was just on the couch, and I just let them loose.
Yeah.
Because I can't understand. I can't even fathom what they had to go through. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, who knows what, you're on the bus and people are sitting there throwing things at the bus that you're on. And you're not welcome at certain establishments. That was just 70 years ago. It's incredible.
It wasn't that long ago. That's the thing with all this. Like when we talk about like history and war and all this sort of stuff, it's like, yeah, we're not that far removed from the civil rights movement, from all of that, from Martin Luther King, from Malcolm X, from Willie Mays, like all of that, Jackie Robinson, like it's not that long ago. Like this has all happened relatively soon in the grand scheme of things, and we are still working on it. And
it's not even close. Yes.
It's
you know, we had a guy who was leading this country. And
might again.
And it was dividing this country once again. And going back to times that we're in 1950 and 1960. And I just thought about all my ancestors and started thinking about my great-grandmother. I started thinking about my grandmother who was born in Georgia in 1932. I'm saying how? How did they survive that time? How?
And you go from that and we go to a president that is black, that was black, and President Barack Obama. And who does he attribute, getting to be the president to? Who does he, credit with giving him the faith in himself to be able to one day go from senator to being a president, being the first black president in the history of the United States? Willie Mays.
Willie Mays.
Because he saw Willie Mays and what he did, helping the likes of Jackie Robinson, breaking that color barrier and taking the league by storm and being the best player in baseball. And it wasn't the best black player in baseball. It was just the best player in baseball, and it became the norm.
I want to get Joe on here. I want to, because I know Joe doesn't have headphones. Get over there with Lubbock.
There's no snare in his headphones.
There's no snare there. There's no snare in his headphones. But Reggie's saying what he's saying, and you brought up Willie Mays and how I just go back to the photo of Martin Luther King Jr. and Willie Mays. And Martin, if you watch the documentary, they say, "Hey Kid" on HBO Max. If you haven't watched it, I suggest you watch it. It's really good. It's really good. And you'll learn a lot about what Willie Mays went through and what black athletes went through at that time.
Yes, sir.
There's Joe right there. There's Joe. But with Willie Mays, doing what he's doing, where was I going to go before Joe? Joe kind of sidetracked me there. Kind of tracked me. Some Bo Bob. Oh, the picture of Martin Luther King Jr. and the way he was smiling. And in the documentary, they say, look at the smile on Martin Luther King Jr. This is a guy who was at the forefront of the civil rights movement, was speaking for all black people, and ended up getting assassinated, of course, in Memphis, Tennessee. But Martin Luther King Jr., as big as he was, in that one photo, he's with Willie Mays, and he's like a kid at the Katie Store. He's like, I can't believe I'm in the presence of the great say, hey, kid, Willie Mays, because it's true. He was Muhammad Ali. He was Michael Jordan. He had that type of impact. And unfortunately, we don't have all the footage of his playing days, but everybody you hear from, they say, yeah, he was Ali. He was Jordan. He was must-watch TV. But I want to get to Joe real quick before we hit the break on what that moment meant for you when you saw Reggie Jackson say what he said. When you saw Barry Bonds on that pedal, you see all the Negro Leaguers. How did you intake everything yesterday, Joe?
Man, I thought it was just pure enjoyment. I mean, it was like the culmination of just great black athletes just sitting right there on one day. Just hearing Reggie Jackson just recounting about his experience and how in that moment how tough it is to even come back. It was just a surreal moment for me. I mean, it was really, really surreal.
Raw, authentic. You can't hear it enough. Yeah. And he brought up Bull Connor, whose name's been coming up a lot this week. And I did some research on Bull Connor last night and who he was. He may be one of the worst human beings I've ever read about. It's just disgusting.
Horrible human being.
Just disgusting. Yep. So, love it. We'll do Color of the Week a little later in the program. I know we blew that off right now, but we'll get back to Color of the Week.
It was Joe Hawks, actually. That was the Color of the Week right there.
Yeah, Joe Hawks right there. We got John Miller replay coming up here on the Morning Roast. We got You Don't Know Jack. We got the rest of your phone calls coming up. So all that, John Miller replay, as he joined us yesterday for 30 minutes. You got to listen to it as he told great stories about the great Willie Mays. We're going to end the week talking about the great Willie Mays, but also what happened yesterday at Rickwood Field, plus Rob Parker at 9:20. Rob Parker 9:20. You don't want to miss that. That is all coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
A lot of great text messages on the Xfinity mobile text line. See everything. Uncle Gene, he's a Rob American. Reggie made him cry. 408, it wasn't that long ago. My grandmother's grandparents were slaves. It is amazing. Filipino DJ out there. He's out there texting. Say, guys, I was driving to my duty station in Florida. On the way there in Mississippi, they said to me I wasn't welcome at this gas station. That was in 2008. It was just 16 years ago.
Jesus.
408. Every time I hear that Reggie sound, it sends chills up my spine. So we're going to replay John Miller in just a second. Let's get Dennis on here. Dennis, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game. He's got some Mays memories before we replay John Miller and get to Rob Parker at 9:20. What up, Dennis?
Hey, Bonte, good to talk to another city guy. I was born and raised in the city, 69 years old. Saw Willie play at Candlestick.
Mm-hmm.
We used to have Willie Mays night at St. Cecilia's, where I went to grammar school. He used to come, and Willie was like a rock star. And when he'd come to, all the kids would rush the stage and yell and scream like the Beatles were there. I mean, I get choked up talking about him because it was part of my childhood.
Wow.
And he was the biggest superstar in the city ever. More than Joe, more than Jerry, more than Steph, more than Barry. He was the guy. Before Ali, before Jordan, Mays was the biggest superstar in the country.
Wow.
And you look in the 60s when Willie was playing. Who was bigger than Willie Mays in the 60s of any major sport?
Wow.
Nobody. He took the country by storm. He was loved. You talk, he would get standing ovations at Dodger Stadium, of all places. I remember watching him as a kid on TV. The only time in black and white on the TV when I was a kid in my bedroom, and watching him play against the Dodgers and make some of the most incredible plays. And the people would get up in Dodger Stadium and cheer him. and Lon Simmons would be on the radio, go, "That's a man called Willie Mays." I'll never forget him saying that. He was positioned in left center, and the ball was hit to right center, and somehow he got there and made the catch. And Lon Simmons, who saw him do this so much, was just still amazed. And the guy who revered him maybe the most was the guy that hit behind him, Willie McCovey. If you hear him talk about Willie Mays, he talks about him with so much reverence. It's, he knew how great he was. He hit behind him, I mean, we were kids. We all wanted to be Willie Mays. And I remember, because I was left-handed, I used to try to imitate Willie McCovey's warm-up swing when I was playing baseball. But anyway, it was just great childhood memories. Willie was the greatest, and there'll never ever be anybody like him. And thanks for all you guys have done for him. You bring back my childhood, and it was great. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing those stories.
And the emotion in his voice.
And we're going to do this the rest of the baseball season on this show. You want to call in and share some memories about Willie Mays? Please do. I'm a sucker for stories about our heroes, guys I didn't see play. That's why I love sports. When I was a kid, Spadoni, and we're going to replay John Miller in just a second, but when I was a kid, I hung around with a lot of older people, guys who had seen Uncle Mitch comes to mind. Shout out to Uncle Mitch, rest in peace. But I would knock on the door, go next door with Uncle Mitch and Lawrence and watch all the games with them. And I was the kid who was 8, 9 years old sitting on the floor. These guys are in their 40s, 50s, and I just hear them just educating, throwing sermons about their heroes, the Alis, the Fraziers, all the great prize fights, all the memories of Showtime Lakers against the Celtics. I was just soaking it in as a sponge. That's why I love those stories. So please share those those Willie Mays stories with us all rest of the season. I don't care.
I mean,
I'm here for them.
That's how you keep the memories alive, right? Like, we don't have that much footage of him as a player in his prime, but that's kind of what you do. You ask your dad, you ask your mom, whoever's the fan, like your grandma, your grandpa, like, what was it like watching this person? And then they tell you, then you tell your kids, you tell them, and the story gets deeper and deeper and deeper. But it's kind of like how we're going to talk, right, Bonte? Like, and I was only 5 at the end of his run, but like Michael Jordan, like, you're always going to tell your kids, like, yeah, I saw the greatest NBA player of all time. And then I saw the greatest shooter in the history of the sport in Stephen Curry, who might also go down as one of the greatest of all time. Like, That's what you're going to tell your kids. I saw the Kobe's, the LeBrons. I saw all these guys play in the golden era of the sport. I saw Joe Montana. I saw Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's what you're going to tell your kids as they get older and stuff like that. And it's still a little different because they have all the technology. And we have so many videos and interviews. And that's what it made then so special, is because it was all limited. We didn't have a phone out. We weren't recording Willie Mays. They were all in the moment. So when your grandparents or parents or uncles or aunts are telling you about it, they're just going off what they remember. And it was just so vivid, and just the emotions that are going through you. Like, I texted my dad, and when he passed, and then all he responded was, "I lost my childhood hero."
Wow.
That's all he said. Wow. And I sent a text back. He just didn't respond. Wow. And I could just tell through a text, I could tell it got to him.
Wow.
And then he got really angry about the current Giants and how they stink, and he hates Farhan and stuff like that. But that's just my dad, and you met Papa Spadoni too.
Back on beat.
By the way, was Farhan at Rickwood? You see any photos of Farhan's ID at Rickwood? I didn't hear anything about him.
They didn't show him.
Yeah, I saw Larry Bear for sure was there. I saw Larry. Anyway, I know John Miller was there, and he joined us yesterday from Birmingham, Alabama, and he was awesome. Take a listen to John Miller, who joined Shasky and I yesterday. Spadoni's in for Shasky today. This was yesterday, the great John Miller, the Hall of Famer, on the Morning Roast. John, good morning to you out there in Birmingham, Alabama. I got to say, the last 2 days, what you've done on the broadcast has just been absolutely special. It's tugged at all the fans' heartstrings as you discussed the great Willie Mays. So I say good morning to you. And the first question I have for you, John, is when did you first meet Willie Mays, the great Say Hey Kid?
Well, I felt like I have known him my whole life because he made me into a baseball fan. So I've always been very grateful for that I grew up a Giants fan, and they had Willie Mays, who, when I look back on it now as a kid, I think I looked at Willie as a superhero. In fact, I think the Marvel movie studio, the Marvel Comics, would probably have a whole new franchise now if they had a Willie Mays superhero character who was a great baseball player, could do anything, and maybe he would save humanity or something like that as well. But they'll have to figure that out. But for me, and I feel like I met Willie for the first time at a banquet, and I don't know when it was, years ago. I was doing games in Baltimore and ESPN, and was invited to come out to the San Jose area, Santa Clara, for their hot stove league dinner that they have every year. And Willie was there, and it was around the time the Giants were trying to get a ballpark built in Santa Clara. You remember that? I mean, years ago.
Yep.
And it was going to be up for a vote, and it got defeated. But Willie was down there, and so I got to sit at the head table with Willie. So I had a million questions for him and whatnot. So that was one of the great pleasures of actually coming to work with the Giants, that when the team was home, Willie was often in the clubhouse before games and often at the ballpark where you could see him. And so I had so many great moments. I remember so many things about Willie that he did that were sort of extraordinary. And one of those games, the Giants almost never televised any games back in the day. And the Dodgers were the same way. So Stoneham and O'Malley, the owners of the two teams, both agreed that it was probably better never to televise games, and they only televised the games against each other when they were on the road. And so we had those 9 games that they played in LA at the time, and that was it. So it might have been right when Dodger Stadium opened. I'm a little vague on that. But Felipe Alou was the right fielder, and there was a fly ball to right, and the camera had a shot of Felipe. And in the background, 50 feet behind him, almost like he was in the dark and he was kind of out of focus and whatnot, there was Willie, and Willie made the catch 50 feet behind him. And Russ Hodges kind of went nuts, like, wow, I've never seen that before. It turned out that Felipe didn't have any idea where the ball was. But Willie Mays is over there making a basket catch like he had it all the way. So I was able, 50 years later, to ask Willie about that play, and he remembered it and just said that, Felipe told him there was a blind spot in those lights in right field. It was a new ballpark, and so maybe if he had a chance on a fly ball to right, maybe he might trail over there just in case. And sure enough, but the thing was that Willie not only went over there, he caught it as if he were the right fielder. So I mean, Willie was just kind of extraordinary in that way, and he always was noted for that catch in the World Series 1954, and still, I think most people feel it's the greatest catch in World Series history. And it could only have happened at the Polo Grounds because it was 483 feet to the straightaway center field at the Polo Grounds. There was so much acreage out there. The Polo Grounds, it would be as if at Oracle Park, beneath the scoreboard out where the garden is, that the scoreboard would be the center field wall. And that's how far away the center field wall was at the Polo Grounds. So Willie had so much time to go catch that ball. But Vin Scully always insisted that his greatest catch was in the regular season at Old Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. In the bottom of the ninth, with a one-run lead for the Giants, the Dodgers had the bases loaded, and Jackie Robinson hit a shot into the gap in left center field. And Mays took off and made a dive for the ball. They had a cinder warning track. It was almost like all these little lava rocks or something on the warning track. And he made the dive, which immediately cut up his arms and wrists and whatnot. And he caught the ball, and his momentum on the dive carried him into this cinder block wall. There was no padding. They didn't have padding in those days. And his head hit the wall and knocked him out. But he held onto the ball, and Jackie Robinson ran out there almost as if worried about if Willie was okay. But he just went out there and looked into his glove to make sure that he actually did catch it. And when he saw that he did catch it, he just turned around and ran back into the clubhouse. So game was over. So Vinny always felt like that was Willie's greatest catch. But he was always doing something and always sort of inventing something. I think he was a genius of the game. And people do make a mistake when they, I think, say that Willie was just a natural player. I think he had natural God-given abilities, there's no question. But he was a great student of the game and for me, a genius of the game, where he was just improvising things as the game would go along. And, so I think that, for Willie, he was a great player, but he was also a guy who was so much more than that. And, anyway, so that's why we miss him, and why it's been such a blessing to have been a Giants fan all this time, because it was the team of Willie Mays, and why they still have New York Giants fans, people in New York who still are Giants fans to this day. And when you ask them, it was because of Willie Mays. It was the team of Willie Mays.
John, you're such a historian, and you know all the little nuggets and all the untold stories. I mean, I'm learning stuff about this is my dad's hero. This was my dad's favorite player of all time. And I thought I knew a lot about Willie, and I'm learning things that I had no idea about. And that's what's special about him. But he had like a Forrest Gump quality to him. He played in the Negro Leagues. He served in the Army, played at the Polo Grounds, was on deck for the Bobby Thompson shot heard around the world, beat the Indians in a sweep, was one of the greatest American League teams of all time, winning 111 games. Goes up against Don Lemon, Hall of Famers, was there with Johnny Roseboro. I mean, it's just thing after thing after thing from him where he's at all of these events, these connective tissues. What's the one for you that's maybe like a little nugget that you find the most intriguing about his career?
Well, for me, a personal experience, 1970, the Giants played a Sunday doubleheader. And, it was still a time where they scheduled doubleheaders. They have one on the schedule this year. Did you know that?
Yeah, it gets Colorado, right?
Yeah, July the 27th, a Saturday.
Hey, John, get some sleep for that.
I'm looking forward to it, because when I was a kid, that's when we went to the games at Candlestick. That was a promotion, and they would have all the teams that figured to be bad teams, when they were in on Sundays, they would have a doubleheader with them. So we would always go because my dad wanted the best deal. And that was the best deal. 2 games for the price of one. Are you kidding? And he knew that I wanted both games to go extra innings, and I wanted the day never to end at Candlestick. But 1970, I was in college, and I went to see a Sunday doubleheader. They played the Phillies, and they lost the first game, 13 innings. Now the second game, and they started the second game like 20, 25 minutes later. So as soon as the first game was over, the pitchers for game 2 went out to the bullpens with their catchers, and they started warming up. It happened fast. So Willie Mays, it was May the 3rd. I looked this up to verify it. It was May the 3rd. So Willie was 3 days away from his 39th birthday. So he was an old man in baseball terms. And he just played 13 innings in that first game. And McCovey was, 34, 35. He just played 13 innings. But they're both in there for game 2. And Willie hits a 2-out single in the bottom of the first. So he's at first, and McCovey comes up, and they go into this big shift. And Candlestick was just being rebuilt, for the 49ers at the time, and they had just put artificial turf in. And with this big shift on, McCovey, who was the reigning MVP in the National League at the time, McCovey laid down a bunt on the third base side, and he bunted it hard. The ball rolled along the third base line, past the bag, and started down the left field line. And Willie Mays, the runner at first, about to be 39 years old, scored, and McCovey ended up with a double. And I told that story a few times on the air, and Darren Chan found the tape in an archive at the radio station, and Russ Hodges just aced the call, and it's just sort of a treasure for me because and Russ Hodges' immediate summation and the crowd just goes nuts, and I remember going nuts when that happened. I just couldn't believe it. But Russ Hodges said in the summation, not summarizing the bunt, but saying Willie Mays scored all the way from first on a bunt that was a double. And and he didn't add that he was about 39 years old and just had played 13 innings. So for me, that kind of says it all. Willie was very proud of the fact, and if you mention it to him, he would bring that up and tell you, because he had the same size waist and weighed the same in his final year in 1973 when he was, 42, 43 years old, as he had in his rookie season. He didn't put on an ounce, and he had the same waist size and whatnot. And he was proud of that. That didn't just happen. He worked at it, and he took care of himself. And his dad always had told him when Willie was starting out in the Negro Leagues with the Birmingham Black Barons, that's where we are right now, and that's why we're here. But he told him, he says, you've got to take care of yourself. You got to get your rest, and do not get hurt. Don't go crashing into outfield walls, and don't run into another outfielder going for a fly ball, because if you get hurt, and I could always imagine his dad saying this, and young man, if you get hurt, what good are you to your team? What good are you to you? And what good are you to your family if you get hurt and you can't continue to play and make a living? So Willie always was proud of that too, that he never got hurt, and he never had to go on the disabled list, and he never collided with another player, except the one time where he and Bobby Bonds went for a fly ball at Candlestick, an afternoon game in right center. I'm sure you've seen the films of it, where they both leaped for the ball, both great, gifted outfielders with great speed. And the best part of that story was, there's a beautiful documentary out about Willie, and I recommend it. Everybody, I think you can get it on
HBO Max, John. Yes, they say, "Hey Kid."
HBO Max.
Yep.
Nelson George was the director, and So Barry Bonds is very much in that, and we had the world premiere of that film at the Castro Theater a couple of years back, and Barry Bonds was there. We were all on stage to talk about Willie and about the film and whatnot. It was the greatest night for Barry Bonds interacting with the public that I've ever seen, because he's a very private guy, but he loved Willie so much, and but he told the story about Willie and his dad Bobby Bonds colliding, and Barry was still, he was a young guy, and when Willie McCovey was going to come up in an inning, Barry would make his way out into the right field bleacher area. And in Candlestick at that time, they had these old, they looked like high school football stadium bleachers. There were like 3 sections of these bleachers. But, and you could walk around out there. And he wanted to get a Willie McCovey home run ball. So he would go out there in anticipation of that. And so he was out there when Mays and his dad collided. And he was horrified. And after the game, because Willie caught the ball and then hit the deck after the collision and hit his head and was knocked out. And Barry did describe it as a great outfielder, says that he believes that that's the greatest catch of all time right there. He went one better than Vin Scully's recollection at Ebbets Field, and he makes a good. You can't dispute him. He's Barry Bonds. Willie's one of the only guys who ever won more Gold Gloves than Barry did. So anyway, but he also added to the story that he got in the car with his dad to go home after the game, and he says, "Dad," and he scolded him. He says, "Dad, you hurt Willie. Don't ever do that again. When Willie's going for a ball, you stay away from him. Don't hurt him." And his dad was "Son, we were both going for a fly ball, and it's just I'm telling you, don't do it again. You hurt him, and hopefully he's going to be okay. But don't ever do that again." So, and even then, as a kid, he loved Willie so much, and I love that little anecdote. So anyway, so that's and I think it is one of the real kind of for me, it says so much about Willie and his relationship with his godson. But when they had a Barry Bonds day at the ballpark and retired Barry's number 25, and Willie was not scheduled to make any kind of speeches or anything, but he was on the field for it. And then he just decided, spur of the moment, and this happens a lot, where Willie just decided, I have something to say and I need to say it. It's important for me to say it. And he got up and basically made an impassioned plea to the voters in the Hall of Fame balloting that, being in the Hall of Fame was one of the great joys and honors of his life. And when he goes to the Hall of Fame now, he said, that is still one of the great pleasures to be there with the other Hall of Famers in Cooperstown. And he feels that Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer and did all the things necessary to be in the Hall of Fame, and he deserves it, and he needs to be there. Put the person who deserves to be there in the Hall of Fame. And let's face it, there he was. He was, 90 years old, basically blind, and not scheduled to make a speech, and it was an emotional speech for him to make. And for me, that really said it all about who Willie Mays was.
It's well said, John. The great voice, John Miller, Hall of Famer, longtime Giants broadcaster. And that's a speech we played yesterday all day long on our show, John, was that speech at Barry Bonds Day when he got the number 25 retired there. John, you're saying so much. We could get into, the old gangsters at the Red Rooster in New York telling Willie, go home, it's 9 o'clock, you need to get rest to go play at the Polo Grounds. Or the Dodgers whiffing saying, hey, let's send our scout to go see Willie Mays, and the scout coming back saying, yeah, Willie can't hit a curveball. Well, thank God the scout misread that one because Willie became a Giant after that. But you're down there at Rickwood Field where Willie Mays played in Birmingham, Alabama. He played in the last Negro League World Series back in 1948. What does it mean to you to see Major League Baseball take the game back to Rickwood Field, the oldest stadium in baseball here in America?
Well, I know when we opened in New York last year, the Giants played the Yankees at the beginning of the season, and this group of Giants fans, they had the New York Giants Preservation Society that was formed way back in the day when the Giants left, and it's kind of been passed along from the parent to the offspring, and so a lot of the people who are members of that now are people whose parents remember being Giants fans and Willie Mays fans. But they had a special tour in the area in Harlem where the Polo Grounds had been, which now has these tall towers, these projects, the Polo Grounds towers, and so we went up there, but included in that was the building where Willie lived, where you see the film and the photographs of Willie playing stickball with the kids, right outside of where he lived in this apartment with a couple who had the apartment, and that's all still there. And so a young guy who was born in the Polo Grounds towers and still lives there to this day, he came along on the tour and wore a Willie Mays jersey, and then he got a broom handle, and when we were in front of Willie's old apartment where he lived with the couple as a young guy, he did some swings out there and sort of reenacted Willie playing stickball on that street. It was kind of a thrill to be in that neighborhood. And then we walked the stairs that Willie would have walked down Coogan's Bluff to the Polo Grounds, and we walked through the Polo Grounds towers. Everything, all the signage and everything is in black and orange colors, the Giants colors. And this is all because of Willie Mays. We also went to the Boys and Girls Club that's there by the Polo Grounds towers. And the kids, and not professional artists, but the kids did a very professional and beautiful mural that's in that Boys and Girls Club that shows the timeline of all the things that were there on those grounds, including polo fields at one time in the 19th century. And then when the baseball park was built, the Polo Grounds, and all the things that have occurred there since. But Willie Mays is featured in that mural maybe 3 or 4 different times, because that is why people care about that area. And that's part of the history of that area, that, hey, this is where Willie Mays, the greatest player who ever played, this is where he played. And so that was kind of fun. I'd heard about stuff like that, but I'd always been fascinated with the Polo Grounds growing up a Giants fan, because in the Giants yearbook, I saw my first game there in '62 at Candlestick, so we bought a yearbook, and they had a page that showed aerial photographs of all the stadiums in the National League. That included the Polo Grounds, because '62 was the year that the Mets were born, and they played in the Giants' old ballpark while Shea Stadium was being built. And I remember looking at it thinking, wow, that park is nuts. And it was 279 feet down the left field line, 257 down the right field line, and 483 to straightaway center. The power alleys were so far away that the bullpens were on the field, in the outfields, by the 446-foot sign in right center and the 440-foot sign in left center. That's where the bullpens were. And so you would think a great ballpark to hit home runs, and I think it was a good home run ballpark, but pitchers would try to make them hit the ball and keep them from pulling the ball. And then it was really big. And that's where Willie made his reputation, because he had the speed and he had the great ability to get a read on a fly ball. And And he could just run forever to go catch a fly ball. So, and he often did. So, anyway, so that was, for me, that was a Willie Mays pilgrimage to go to that area. But, and it's for me, a great story. When the Giants won the World Series in 2010, they called the Mets and the Yankees and asked for permission to bring the World Series trophy and Willie Mays and Buster Posey to New York for the New York baseball writers' dinner that happens every year. And, Buster was going to get an award, and there were things going to happen at that banquet involving the Giants. And the Yankees and Mets both said, "Oh, great, that's great." And they had a function at the public school that was near the Polo Grounds, near where Willie lived when he played there. And every kid in the school had an assignment to do a paper about Willie Mays, who he was, do the research. And so everybody in that school knew all about Willie Mays. And Willie came to the school and spoke to those kids. They had a big assembly. And then he presented awards to the kids for who got straight A's, and kids who got the honor roll, and kids who had perfect attendance, and whatever, all the awards that they had. And Willie was giving out signed Giants caps that he had signed, and jerseys and all this kind of stuff. And then there was one last kid, and there were no more hats and no more jerseys, no more Willie Mays gloves, whatever that he was handing out. And he looked at the kid. It's like a 10-year-old kid who kind of had that look in his eyes. And so Willie pulled out his wallet out of his pants pocket and took a $100 bill and signed the $100 bill and gave that to the kid as he apologized for not having a hat or a jersey or whatever for him. So that was so cool that Willie Mays was back by the Polo Grounds, and the kids who live there today all could see this guy, and they'd all heard about him and knew about him. Now they drove from there, Upper Manhattan, Harlem, to Midtown, where they were going to meet with the New York Giants Preservation Society, where the people could have a picture with the trophy in, and meet Buster Posey. So then Willie, while they were going down there, said, "Listen, were you planning to do a little interview with Buster to speak to the people?" I said, yeah. And he says, "Well, if you don't mind, I want to interview him. Willie Mays wants to interview Buster Posey." And I thought that was just so cool, because Willie saw a lot of himself and his story in Buster. And he was into that. Because Buster came up in 2010 in late May. The Giants were kind of stumbling around. Willie came up to the Giants in 51 as a 20-year-old, right after his 20th birthday, in late May. And the teams got better when those two players arrived. Giants history kind of repeated itself. And then Buster, he took Willie one better. He helped the Giants get to the World Series, and then they won the World Series. And in 54, or rather in 51, Willie helped them get there from impossible odds, I might add, the greatest comeback in history. Giants were 13 and a half behind the Dodgers with 44 games to play. And they caught him and had that incredible playoff with him. But Willie was a big reason for that turnaround, an incredible stretch run. So anyway, I just thought that also told you this about the humanity of Willie Mays and how much a giant he was, because he saw in Buster Posey something he had not seen in a Giants young player since himself. And so he was the one who he had a few questions for Buster that day, which is just so cool. So anyway, that's part of the Giants, and part of the history of the Giants is it's all about Willie Mays.
Yeah. And that was a great John Miller who joined us yesterday. Go back to 957thegame.com, download the Odyssey app to go listen to that again. It was just pure gold from John Miller as he told Willie Mays stories, of course, and there will be a lot more Willie Mays stories trickling out over the next few months here as he passed away Tuesday at the age of 93. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. With that said, Spadoni's in for Joe Shasky the Butcher. Spadoni doing a hell of a job. Said some great things today about what happened yesterday at Rickwood. But it's time for You Don't Know Jack, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Your favorite segment, Spadoni.
I love it.
And this week, oh, you guys are going to do this. Come on. Jason Tatum doesn't know jack about creating his own iconic finals moment.
We did it. We did it! Anything's possible. Anything's possible! What they gonna say now? What they gonna say now? What they gonna say now? M-I-C-K. What they gonna say now? I know everybody was wondering what would happen if he didn't win. I guess we'll never know.
Everybody wants to know what I would do if I didn't win. I guess we'll never know.
Oh, man.
The Mickey Mouse Clubhouse theme in the back is so underrated. M-O-U-S-E. We still play that at home.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, come inside. It's fun inside.
Yeah, we know.
I know all about it. Although Chaz has graduated from that, so she doesn't care too much about it. Oh, my God. So Tatum impersonates Kevin Garnett, Steph Curry, Kanye West.
Jeez.
Oh, I like Jason Tatum, man. Oh,
that's the next generation, though. They only know memes.
They only know memes.
They don't have anything original.
He's kind of giving me some corny vibes there. Like I saw, it feels look like he's trying to like force himself to be happy through this. It's like, I don't know. It's just weird that you have to like do everyone else's moment.
We did it.
Just have fun, dude. Just be loose. Be you.
We did it. And when he did we did it. We did it! I was like, oh no, that's not a great start. I was like,
cringe.
God, Lisa Saunders, send it back to Mike Breen, please.
They were doing the bathroom photos of him sitting there, and then they did the Kobe thing. I was like, oh my God. And then I remembered when he texted Kobe when Kobe was no longer with us. It's like, oh no, I remember that. So cringy.
Somebody put a meme up where that text message just took place, and Kobe replied with, oh, I appreciate it, man. Could you send me Jaylen Brown's number?
No, it's so mean. But it's true.
It's giving very Russell Wilson vibes right now.
Oh, come on,
Celtics
Tatum.
country, let's ride.
He's got to bounce back. I love Tatum, man. I love Tatum.
He was really good in that last game, too. He was really good.
That was You Don't Know Jack. Brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar with locations in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark, California. You can also order on DoorDash. Learn more at ilovejacks.com.
I'm going for some Jacks right now.
Oh, man, that was a tough core bar run right there. That was tough for Jason Tatum. That was tough.
St. Louis Cardinals fan, though, right?
He's a big St. Louis Cardinal fan.
Yep.
And the photo with him and Deuce, his son.
That was really cool.
It's a cool story.
People like to like poo-poo that all the time. Like, why is this kid ever? I was like, because it's his kid. Yeah. All right. And he's being a good dad, and he wants his son to be a part of his life.
Yeah.
So there you go. Did you see, by the way, speaking of good dads, did you see who's my guy? God, why can't I think of his name right? Julius Randle was at I think a Yankees game over the weekend, and they not videotaped, but they recorded him. He had a mic on, and him and his interaction with his son and his wife was that. It was just a really cool moment. I urge all of you, if you're a sucker for that sort of stuff, and I know people like to harp on Julius Randle because he's first team all bad body language, like how he kind of got on Brandon Belt.
Yeah.
But he's a really good dad from what I saw from there, so which was really cool to see.
No, I like the story about Jason Tatum.
Yeah, showing people being fathers and stuff like that, showing them in their life. Let's tell with the athlete stuff. Like, that's why we love Steph, right, Bonte? Yep. Stuff like that, man.
No, we do love it. Tatum, his son, he had a son. He was born 6 weeks after, either 6 weeks or 6 months after he got drafted by the Boston Celtics. And he kept it away from the Celtics because he didn't know what to do. It was like, oh my gosh, I got to be a father. But it changed everything for him. And you hear the backstory about it. You understand why Deuce is always there. And plus his father, who's a coach now in Australia, and his dad, all he knew with his dad, Jason Tatum, that is that he would just take him to workouts to work on his game and yell at him at practice or whatnot. They have a great relationship, but his dad played overseas. First, he played, with Larry Hughes in high school. They went to St. Louis, to the college out there. But his mom, Jason Tatum's mom, would have to take him to the Netherlands and overseas to go see his dad. They were doing that back and forth. Finally, when Jason Tatum was 8, his dad ended up moving back to St. Louis. Like, I got to be closer to my son.
Yeah.
So, but he didn't have that great father-son relationship, so it makes sense on why Deuce is always there at the
Absolutely.
games. So, Jason Tatum, man, those are some cornball moments, though. We did it.
They were pretty bad. I can't defend any of that. Nor do I want to. I'm so happy that the championship deprived city of Boston, Massachusetts gets to have another parade. Oh my God!
Are you going to watch?
No, I'm not going to watch.
Is that why
See, they went down to Miami first to celebrate, and then they're going to do the parade.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They should just do the parade down in Miami.
If you're a Miami Heat fan, I'd be livid about that.
Oh,
one.
well,
like,
hey,
get out of my city. Go celebrate in Boston.
Go to party in Miami, then come back for the time.
I'm sure the Warriors went down to LA for a hot second.
They went to Vegas.
Exactly, they went to Vegas.
They don't have Vegas.
Like, come on, man.
Hey, this is what you do.
Hey, we love the Bay, but there's only one Vegas, Ponte.
There's only one Vegas. There's everyone else, and then there's Vegas. All right. Rob Parker coming up on the other side, brought to you by the San Francisco Zoo. The San Francisco Zoo. Celebrate San Francisco Zoo and Gardens 95th anniversary all June long. Meet their amazing rescue animals, including Spadoni's favorite. What's your favorite?
The ocelot.
The ocelot. Yes, it is. The ocelot. Join them in the celebration to be part, be part of a legacy. Visit sfzoo.org to learn more. Rob Parker coming up on the other side. Brought to you by the sfzoo.org.
This is Jeremiah from Fremont, also known as the Legend Jerry, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, two Bay Area homegrown legends themselves, everybody. And I want you guys, everybody, to say it with me now. The best part of waking up is the morning roast in your cup.
Oh, give it to me.
Yes.
What up, Jeremiah? What up, Roasters? It's a Friday, a payday Friday. Not necessarily a 50-cent Friday.
It's a feel-good Friday.
Feel-good Friday. And we're feeling good after the Rickwood field yesterday put on an absolute show. And it dazzled. We don't even, well, some people care. It's Giants lost. I didn't even tweet about the game yesterday. I was just like, all right, we're going to lose this game. Great. 6-5. They've lost 3 games in a row. They have the day off today. They've got to get going. Keaton win. He picked a great day to scuffle. A great day. Because we're not going to talk about you, even though you didn't make it through 3 innings. And now the Giants are Logan Webb, Jordan Hicks, and what else? Kyle Harrison's on the IL. Blake Snell's on the IL. Robbie Gray's on the IL. Alex Cobb's on the IL. What's next? Yas may not play. What's next?
I mean, the only win that I was paying attention to yesterday was Mason win for the Cardinals. Their hot shot rookie. He's impressive, man.
And what a story.
He was talking about the legacy of the Negro Leagues was imparted to him, the history of it, from his Little League coach.
Yep.
They wore the players' jerseys from the Negro Leagues, and they had to do research assignments on the players' jerseys that they were wearing during practice or during games, which I thought was awesome.
Nah, that was awesome. It was a great story by Wynn. He took it personal. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You can catch live games on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like when Bomani Jones joined Steining and Evan Giddings Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. Steining and Guru Wednesday here. But we're going to go to Rob Parker, who's down there at Rickwood Field, and we love Rob on this show, no doubt about it. Follow him at Rob Parker, MLBBro.com, where they cover and chronicle black and brown players, and they've been doing it a long, long time. And now he's got a lot of things cooking here. Sports Rap Radio, the first all-black sports radio station in America. I mean, Rob's doing great things here. I know he's right now in Cincinnati. And then something else just happened with MLBBro.com. And Rob, good morning. I want you to explain to the people what just happened with this site as you guys launched it, and it has been recognized by Major League Baseball.
Yes, absolutely. How you guys making out? It was great time last night in Birmingham. What a scene that was. I was honored to be a part of that, to be able to see that firsthand, something that most people would have never believed would have happened, a Major League game in a Negro League stadium, the oldest stadium in the country. It was pretty fantastic. And as you were talking about, Major League Baseball has partnered with us. And that's a great thing. They have monitored our site for a while, and they know the work we're doing, all the energy and stuff we're putting in. So now there's a strong partnership between the two. It's great.
No doubt about it. And the country's first all-black sports talk radio station that you launched over the last couple months here. And it's great. My boy Montez is part of your station over there, and I'm happy for Tez, AM 1270 in Detroit. So you got a lot of things cooking here, Rob. And the Rickwood experience. I don't know. Let's start here. Reggie Jackson. I'm sure you've seen the clip of Reggie Jackson. I'm watching it live, and this is after Barry Bonds was on the pregame set. I'm like, wow, Barry's on the pregame set. Baseball's finally embracing Barry Bonds. He's out here in public as he's honoring the great Willie Mays. And then Reggie Jackson.
I don't think that they could really deny Barry Bonds when you consider that that's Willie Mays' godson.
No doubt.
I don't know how they could have done anything other than what they did, which was good.
No, it's great. It's great. We've been wanting Barry to get into a Hall of Fame for a long, long time, but it was good. They had packages with Barry. But then Reggie Jackson stole the show. And he talked about his experience, and he discussed his experience with the Birmingham A's and what he went through. And it really put this practice. I'm 41, Rob, and I'm black, and I understand what happened back in the day with slavery, but I never experienced it. And then when Reggie Jackson spoke, I couldn't imagine what they went through and how they survived during those times of being called the things they were called by not being allowed in hotel rooms or restaurants, or, hey, you got to use the bathroom outside. I thought it was powerful. I thought it was authentic. It was raw. I can't recall ever listening to somebody sit down during a live sporting program and say the things that he said, and I thought it was inspirational. It's something that I'm going to be playing for the rest of my life, Rob.
Yeah, there are always people who don't want to hear about the truth of stuff that went on and what life was like. And for people who have lived it and experienced it, they shouldn't have to whitewash it and make it like everything is cool and nothing happened and let's just turn the page. There's a reason why there were Negro leagues, right? The Negro leagues. There's a reason why baseball is doing what they're doing and trying to make right all the bad things that went on. But these are things that happen. You can't ignore the history of the country and what took place. It was a very ugly time and bad situation. And it wasn't a million years ago. That's what people got to understand, too. You know what I mean? And then people will say, oh, well, that was the past or whatever. Well, we have some Negro League players who are still alive, right? And they lived it and experienced it. So the people who were doing the bad stuff and the abuse and all that, they're probably still alive, too. So let's not act like anybody who did the bad stuff is all gone. No, these people remember what went on, and we have to let everyone know so that it doesn't happen again.
You know, it was bittersweet watching the celebration last night, Rob, and you see these legends and you see the passing of Willie Mays and guys like Hank Aaron and what they meant for the baseball community, but the black community as well. And I just look at around Major League Baseball today, and, you know, Lamont Wade Jr., the Giants are trying to get a special exemption for him to be on the roster for the game yesterday. He's dealing with a hamstring injury right now, but it was good to see him out in uniform regardless yesterday, being an African-American player on the team. But I just came away from that too. I was like, what's the problem? Like, what needs to happen for there to be more African-American players in today's league? Like the homegrown guys, like we were just honoring Willie Mays all week long. He's probably the best player in the history of the game, a black man. And I just see the where it is today when it comes to the white players. We have a lot of Japanese players. Obviously, we have the Afro-Dominican, Afro-Venezuelan. We have all those. But the African-American player, what needs to happen for that to get integrated more into these lineups?
Well, there's a combination of things real quick, and I'm not going to bore everybody, but we got to first admit there's a couple things. AAU has really diminished and hurt baseball in that a lot of these coaches who have basketball players, football players, refuse to allow them to play more than one sport. So they're asking kids to pick at a young age, which is absolutely ridiculous. All the great athletes have played multiple sports. So that's part of it. Baseball is a long road. It's a harder game to play. You know, you got to go to the minor leagues. They see guys go 1 year in high school or whatever, and they can get into the NBA. So it's more attractive. Let's also admit that the black people aren't the number one minority anymore in this country. Hispanics have blown by black people as far as the number one minority with huge numbers. There's a lot of things working. Baseball about 20 years ago outsourced the jobs. They set up academies all over Latin America, right? So that they could get players, put them in dormitories, let them play ball every day, 8 hours a day, feed them 3 meals, and not have to deal with agents and lawyers and paying big bonuses up front. So there's a lot of things that tilted the scale. But baseball's done a good job. We follow all of these young players at MLBBro.com. There's a ton of young black players in the minor leagues now, and the tide is turning because they've put more energy into it. So it's just a matter of time. Let's be honest. The Cardinals started the season this year with 3 black players in their starting lineup. 2 of them got sent down, including Jordan Walker, but they did have 3 black players in their starting lineup when the season started.
Talking to Rob Parker here, MLBBro.com. Check his site out. They cover black and brown players around the major leagues, even in the minor leagues. No doubt the odd couple, Chris Broussard of Fox Sports 1. It's got the first all-black sports radio station in this country as well, Sports Rap Radio, 1270 AM in Detroit. They're doing big things. Rob Parker's doing big things, and he was down there at Rickwood Field. But Willie Mays, What do you know about? Did you ever meet Willie Mays? What was that like meeting Willie Mays? Because the stories of just, especially in this market, I haven't heard one bad thing about Willie. Everybody unequivocally says he's the greatest player we've ever seen. The style, the grace, the swagger, the power, the speed, the first real, true five-tool player. What was your interactions with Willie, if you had one, Rob?
Yeah, I met him when he was when I was 23 years old, writing for the Daily News in New York, and Willie Mays was at a press conference. It was around the All-Star time, and I got a chance. They sent me down and said, "Hey, we want you to interview Willie Mays." And can you imagine that, a 23-year-old sports writer going up to a legendary and asking him questions in an interview? So I do remember that. He was cool, cordial, no incident, no treating me badly or anything like that. So it was definitely something that I always remember. And, Willie Mays absolutely was a five-tool player, great player. And when you could even think about him missing 2 years early in his career for the military, what he could have done. I think I had this debate on MLB Network with Brian Kenny the other day, and this is no disrespect because I think a lot of people pick Willie Mays as the all-time, all-around, best player ever.
Right.
But I still think Hank Aaron gets a raw deal, and people don't understand. Like, his offensive numbers are just second to nobody. Total bases. He averaged 100. He played 23 years, just 2,300 RBIs. That's unheard of when you think about, the start of your career and the end. You know what I mean?
Right,
Where you could easily fall off the last 4 or 5 years. To average 100 RBIs in 23 major league seasons. He made the most All-Star games, more than Willie Mays made 25 All-Star games. I mean, the home runs, you take away Hank Aaron's 755 home runs, and guess what? He still has 3,000 hits.
Yeah.
Each number separately gets you in the Hall of Fame. Do you see what I'm saying? He was a tremendous player, and that's not to take anything away from Willie Mays, because Willie Mays, speed, power, hit per average, 301 lifetime average, just two of the greatest players, and they both played in the Negro League, which tells you all you need to know about that league.
Well, it's funny, Rob, you bring up Hank Aaron, because yesterday we were doing our all-time starting nine, and we were doing our pitcher. Pitcher was Bob Gibson. We had Mays, Bonds in the outfield. Who else did we have, Spinoni, in that outfield?
Who else did we have?
But the point is,
Frank Robinson?
I forgot who we had. I think it was Frank Robinson, who won the MVP in both leagues, the American League and the National League. But we didn't even have Hank Aaron on the team, and I was into the show and said, we're not even going to get Hank Aaron, the home run king, before Barry Bonds on this team. And to your point, he is underrated. Point. To your point, he has been underrated.
He has been underrated. I don't know why. And then he wasn't a stiff in the outfield. He had 3 Gold Gloves early in his career. Used to steal bases. He's a model of consistency. Batted .305 lifetime. His numbers are through the roof. The total bases, seriously. Yeah. I mean, total bases, shatter. Somebody go do your research. Google it. It ain't even close. He's the leader in total bases in the history of baseball. Not even close.
So now that Willie and obviously Hank, they've passed on, who is the greatest player right now? The greatest player that is still with us today? Is it Barry Bonds?
Without question.
Yeah.
It's Barry Bonds, and everybody knows it. And, it's unfortunate. I voted for him all 10 years he was on the ballot. I'm one of these voters. It's not my job to be baseball's police. He was never. I'm not naive. I know they were using it, okay, but he was never suspended. He never tested positive, and I don't think, because if his numbers are going to count according to baseball, then that's what I voted on. Other guys who got suspended, A-Rod and Manny Ramirez or whatever, I could see where people could say, okay, I'm not going to vote for them because they actually got penalties during their playing careers. But that was not the case with Bonds. So I always voted for him. I think he's the greatest player I ever saw play.
Yeah, same here. Barry, it was good to see Barry at Rickwood, and obviously they're going to have celebrations here at Oracle Park when the Giants get back home. Not a good baseball team right now, Rob. Got 2 starting pitchers. Ugh. Keaton Wynn can't give you 3. It feels like we're back in 2023 again when we're watching the San Francisco Giants here. But I do want to get you, since we got you on the line, and Rickwood, we're going to continue to talk about what happened yesterday in Birmingham, Alabama. It teared me up, Rob. It really did. Seeing all those Negro League players get their due, get their shine, the smiles on their faces of being honored yesterday, Rickwood, that memory will last forever. But I do want, since we got you on the line, you are we call you a three-tool player here on the show. You know your hoops, you know your football, you know your baseball. Basketball, my boy over here is a Laker fan. JJ Redick is the head coach of the LA Lakers? Really? Is he going to podcast after the first quarter? I mean, what do you think about the move?
It's a terrible hire, and it tells you that the Lakers are not in the business of winning. It's just a bad hire. In LeBron's waning years of trying to win, you're going to put a novice as a head coach. That could be a total disaster. I think J.J. Redick could wind up being Jeff Saturday all over again. It's a bad move, and I don't understand why they would go that route and especially it undermines the locker room with LeBron's podcast partner and how teammates are supposed to feel. Is JJ saying this or is LeBron saying this? It's just a bad look, and I think it could wind up blown up in their face. I just don't understand. The Lakers aren't serious. They're run literally like a mom and pop store. With Jeannie Bust and the way that things go down. I just cannot imagine a franchise of that ilk going to hire a novice, and they're trying to say, well, he could be like Pat Riley, who was a TV guy, but that team that Pat Riley took over was unbelievable already and had already won a championship. You know what I mean? Yep. Before Riley took over. It's not the same thing. Mm-hmm. People try to make that connection. It's not the same.
Yeah, but Rob, think about all the podcasts they can do at halftime in the locker room. We get some unseen footage. Come on, man. Got to think about the positives.
You'll be talking about it on the Odd Couple.
You already know. We sure will. Hey, Chris and I don't agree on a lot of stuff, but we agree on this one. I'll tell you that. Bad hire.
Real quick, Klay Thompson. I know you have some thoughts on Klay Thompson. The Warriors have a chance right now to negotiate with Klay Thompson. I don't know if the Malik Monk contract he got with the Sacramento Kings is going to impact Klay Thompson at all. We're all under the assumption Malik Monk was going to break the bank, get about $30 million per from the team like the Orlando Magic. He goes back to Sacramento for under $19 million per season. Kind of a shocking upset there for the Sacramento Kings and for everybody. What does it mean for Klay Thompson? And do you see Klay Thompson being back with the Golden State Warriors when next season tips off?
I mean, they offered him, $24 million for 2 years, 48, right? Yep. I mean, sound like a great deal for me. I just thought it was childish that he scrubbed the Warriors off of his social and all that. I said on the Odd Couple that the Warriors should block him on social media. That's what I would have done. And just block him and be like, okay, you want to play that game. It's just sad to see that a guy who won 4 championships with an organization who's so a part of the landscape and the fabric of that organization and city would act that childish to me, considering that they paid him and he's been injured. And last year, the last time we saw Klay Thompson, he was going 0 for 10 from the field, 0 for 6 from 3, and not looking pretty doing it. I think it's childish.
So Stephen Curry's up for an extension right now, Rob, with the Golden State Warriors. Do you think he should sign one?
Should he sign one, or should the Warriors want to sign one?
Two different questions. The Warriors will definitely want him to sign one. But I think you're alluding to Steph Curry maybe shouldn't sign it.
I'm not. I don't know where Steph's going. He's not going anywhere. The money that they're paying him, the cabbage, where is he going? He's going to wind up staying there. They want him to be there. Teams like this, I'm going to tell you this. Go back to the old Boston Celtics with Larry Bird, Robert Parrish, and Kevin McHale. They didn't trade any of those guys. They kept all of them. And go look at the 19, 20-year drought they had by holding on to guys too long. You can't fall in love with the past. This ship has sailed big time. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, and the Warriors have all sailed, okay? Let it go. Break it up. You got to do something different. That's us.
I need Steph Curry here. I don't know about a pregame show. We go an hour, Rob. Without Steph Curry, I don't know how much content we can pull
Draymond
out.
Green.
Yeah, Draymond Green. There you go. Draymond Green there.
Shucks, you talking to me?
Rob.
Well, without Steph Curry, they would put your pregame show on Bally's, and it would be off the air anyway.
Well, thank God we're not part of Bally's. We're part of the NBC umbrella. Thank the heavens for that, Rob.
I know.
Hey, Rob, always good catching up with you. I'm glad you got to experience that. I'm not going to lie. I had some regret of not going down to Rickwood Field. Should have maybe thought more into it about what happened yesterday in Birmingham, Alabama. The field looked great. The Negro Leaguers, man, the current living Negro Leaguers, they got their due. They got their shine, and we honored the great Willie Mays, and you got to see it all. Thanks for sharing your experience with us here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Rob.
Man, always, guys. Anytime, hit me up. And again, there's a couple things I've been to in life. I was at the Million Man March in Washington, D.C. I remember making sure I got off the plane. I was covering a football game. I was covering a Raiders game. Flew back, changed my ticket to stop off in D.C. for that. And this will rank up there with that. Wow. Like a thing that I really, really wanted to be at, and it turned out to be everything I thought it would be, and it was awesome.
Awesome stuff, Rob. Safe travels to you, brother. Talk to you soon.
Okay, you guys too. Thank you, buddy.
Anytime.
Thanks,
Anytime. Man. Rob Parker, man, doing great things out there. MLBBro.com is now partnered with Major League Baseball as they chronicle all the black and brown players in the majors and the minors. Also, all sports talk radio, all black sports talk radio in Detroit, 1270 AM to give minorities an opportunity to spit on the air. Rob Parker, man.
I can't get enough of the accent, too.
The Lakers are not in the business of winning.
That's it. Now we got that drop. That's a great one. But he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
He's like, since the passing of the great Dr. Jerry Buss in 2013, it's been a blank show.
Yep.
Let's call it what it is. They were lucky that LeBron chose them for the last part of his career. They were lucky that he sought out that brand, because that's all it was at that point. It was a brand, and after Kobe left, it was a total bleep show. Whether it was Jim Buss the son, and then Jeannie had to come over, and then he had Magic, and then Pelinka, that feud. I mean, I remember that took over the radio station 95.7 when Magic did that impromptu press conference, and he's just like, you know what?
I'm not going to be here.
I'm not going to be here.
I'm not going to be here.
I'm a free bird. I don't like to be trapped in a cage. I was like, it was an all-timer.
That presser, I was crying. My mom was over that day, and I'm in the room watching NBA TV, and I remember I was recording some terrible videos, posting them on Twitter. It was just, when he said, with Magic, he goes, the reporters are talking to me about next season, and I'm just thinking in my head, I'm not going to be here.
He's shaking his head.
Just like impromptu, I'm leaving the Lakers. I got to go. It's too much. I mean, it was unbelievable theater. Magic Johnson, man. Magic Johnson, one of a kind.
And now they got J.J. Redick. So
now they got J.J. Redick. But also, Malik Monk signs that deal with the Kings, a 4-year, $78 million deal. Last year is a player option for Malik Monk, and he gets 18.3. That's the most Sacramento could have offered him. He decides, you know what? I'm going to stay in Sac with De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown. But what does it mean for Klay Thompson?
What does it mean for Klay Thompson? Does it mean that
does it impact him at all?
Well, what is Orlando? That's the team that he keeps getting linked to.
Yeah.
And I am fascinated by Orlando, because does Klay think that, you know what, my time here in Golden State, I'm not going to be the focal point of what I want to be here anymore, so I'm just going to move on, just, get paid and be a focal point on a team elsewhere? Or is it, you know what, I'm mad at the Golden State Warriors. I want to stick it to them. I want to win a championship somewhere else, because I don't think the Magic are in a place where they're going to win a championship next year, even the season after that. They're a little ways away from that. But you could see something building.
Right.
Like Paolo's going to have to take that next step into superstardom. I think he's a young and up-and-coming star. Same with Franz Wagner. And I can't wait to see Franz with Team Germany this year with the Olympics, stuff like that, because the international showcase with the young guys is going to be on full display this next month in July with the Olympics out in Paris. So I can't wait for that. But where is Klay Thompson's mindset at? Is it being a veteran and a veteran presence and a leader on a young team? Is it competing to win a title? Because if that's the case, I look at a team like, I don't know, 76ers. Do they feel like they're like a couple pieces away? I saw the reports that they're not interested in Paul George anymore.
They're kind of like, we like you, but we don't love you.
And he's an older guy too. So it's like, is it a team like Milwaukee, but they already have kind of like a defensive deficiency there? He's a little older.
Well, the reason why Orlando's linked, because they they were terrible when it came to 3-point shooting.
Oh, putrid.
So you look at this is the playoffs.
Bonte, if they hit threes at all, it's like they win the game.
Yeah, no,
Like,
they didn't hit threes. That was the problem with them. In the association this season, Orlando, 30th in the league, making 11 threes per game.
It's not going to cut it.
We know how many Clay hit, over 260 this season. Attempted threes, Orlando was second to last. All right? 3-point percentage, you look at Orlando, 24th in the league. 24th in the league. So, do they need shooting? Absolutely. You look at points per game. Orlando, despite being the 5th seed in the Eastern Conference, Bedoni, 24th in the league when it came to points per game. So, do they need a Klay Thompson type? Absolutely. A floor spacer, which really, hurt them in Game 7 against the Cleveland Cavaliers in the first round. Their first, really, that was their first run, too. Little cup of coffee in the playoffs. And they went 7 with the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they couldn't shoot. They just couldn't shoot.
That was the difference. They were up double digits in that game in Game 7, and they just
couldn't
Cavs
shoot.
went on a run.
Couldn't shoot.
Donovan Mitchell scoring was the difference in that series.
Exactly.
What's going to happen with him?
Jalen Suggs, what is going to happen with him? He might be traded. So I wonder if it has any correlation with Klay Thompson. So it's going to be fascinating to see. Does Klay sign this weekend? Does he re-up with the Warriors? That news could break at any minute because right now the window's here for the Warriors to negotiate with Klay Thompson. Or will he do like Shams Charania has said, and I'm going to wait and test the market, which many are surprised Malik Monk didn't do so.
Well, and I think that's a credit to what Sacramento has built there and the focal point of Malik in that offense last year. He was their best offensive player at times, and he was the front runner for Sixth Man of the Year. He was going to win it hadn't he not get hurt, and he was amazing. And hell, the Kings ended up still tapping that ass in that game without him or Kevin Huerter for that matter. So I think it's a credit to what they have established in Sacramento, what Mike Brown's doing. He got the extension before him, and I know we were talking about this, and you were documenting they kind of had a little back and forth a lot last year. Malik and Mike Brown, they have two very polarizing voices, obviously, one being the head coach, one being one of the best players on the team, and they were going at it in their disagreements. But you know what? I think Mike loves that. I think Malik sees what's going on here, and he wants to stay with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. But with Klay Thompson, do you think there's a possibility, Bonte, he could take a discount not with the Golden State Warriors and elsewhere?
Wow, I don't...
Because I don't think anyone's really brought up that possibility.
Depends on the team, right? Depends on the team. What team? Well,
let's say a Western Conference. Let's say it's the Dallas Mavericks. I'm just throwing a team out there that's close to winning a title.
I don't know.
And would Warriors fans take that as a slight? That's the thing. Let's say the Warriors have on the table 2 years, $48 million.
If anybody, he's going to take the discount with the Warriors, right? Homegrown. You would think that it'd be right here in the Bay Area. There's a discount to take.
I don't know. The feeling I'm and the vibe I'm getting from the guys, maybe he's moving on from the Warriors.
Maybe.
And you know what? I don't know if Warriors fans can even fathom that. But I don't know if Klay feels like he wants to be here anymore. Yeah. Now that I'm hearing guys like Kawakami, guys like Anthony Slater, Marcus Thompson that cover this team at a very high level saying, they're looking at Brandon Pajemski to be the starter next year. I just know if I'm Klay Thompson, I'm a 4-time champion, I'm one of the greatest players and the greatest shooters in the history of the game. That doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with Klay, but before we end this show, we definitely have Caller of the Week. And I want to end the show. I want to get to Fast Five early because I want to end the show honoring the great Willie Mays by just playing the song as we step out. I just want to play the Say Hey Kid as we step out and let that ride before we get to Steiny and Evan Giddings. But first, it's time for Caller of the Week. And this week's caller is a family member of the Morning Roast. It's the Deli Boy.
Oh, there you go.
And he shared why Willie Mays meant so much to him. Deli Boy, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. What's happening?
The man was a bigger icon than I think that we even know. I mean, he was coast to coast. He was your favorite player. He was probably your favorite player's favorite player. And, the stats don't do it justice. I mean, you could talk about the 24 All-Star games, and you could talk about how if he knew about 40-40, he would have done it. I know he's got multiple 30-30 seasons. He was also a hero. The guy took a year off and served in the military during the Korean War. So he wasn't just some great baseball player. He was a great American.
That was Deli Boy. Deli Boy.
Well
Shout out
said.
to Deli Boy. Well said there. That was Caller of the Week. Caller to the Roast. And if your call is better than the rest, you could be named the Caller of the Week, too. All right. Reggie Jackson, can't hear enough of that. Shout out to Reggie. Shout out to Rob Parker. Shout out to Dave Fleming. Shout out to you, the callers, the roasters. Shout out to everything. Spadoni, you were excellent today. Excellent. I love you shared your story with Benny there about watching the astronaut show with the first black astronauts and how Benny loves that show. You're awesome today. Joe Lubman as well. Let's get the Fast Five early before we end the show. Play this. Hey, kid. And by the way, that's what we're going to do, YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, you want to hear the song, download that Odyssey app right now or get to your terrestrial radio. Go to 95.7 The Game because it's a classic. It is the only way as we celebrate the life of Willie Mays. I feel like it's only appropriate that we end the show, this week's show, with that song.
Absolutely.
So let's get the Fast Five. Go ahead, Spadone.
Man, my final thoughts here. Rest in peace, Willie Mays. 93 years old. What a life lived. His legacy is going to live on forever within the black community in America, within the baseball community, and just with sports in general. Might go down as the greatest American athlete of all time. And that's a very high bar.
Well said. Well said. Final thoughts are with Willie Mays and also Reggie Jackson for sharing what he shared yesterday. That's going to resonate with Americans until the end of time. You can't play it enough, what Reggie Jackson said, and just some of the insight of what it was like to play down in the Deep South, to play in the Negro Leagues, to play at Rickwood Field, to play for the Birmingham A's. You hear that from Reggie and what he had to go through and what many other African Americans had to go through during that time. You can't hear it enough. We got to embrace the past. It is what it is, and not try to sweep it under the rug and not teach our kids what really happened in this country. It's time to educate them on what really happened in this country and not shy away from it. And that's what Reggie Jackson did yesterday down at Birmingham, Alabama on the Fox pregame show. Well said, Reggie Jackson, and shout out to Willie Mays.
Yeah, Bonte, just playing off of that, Reggie's comments were very powerful, and watching what he said and watching the whole broadcast, it was great to see Major League Baseball pay homage to the past like that and acknowledge just how far this game has come, how far this country's gone. But it wasn't lost on me how far we still need to go as a country. I see, the direction this country is barreling towards, and I like to try and, have some optimism for us as a society as a whole. But here in the Bay Area, we are in a bubble. It's great here, but in other places, it's not as great. And that ugliness that Reggie talked about, it may not be, broadcasted to the world as much as it used to be, but it still exists and it is still a driving force in this country. And so it was bittersweet watching all that last night, knowing that as great as a night as that was, there's still so much more to be done. And I like to believe in in the people in this country. I like to believe in our next generations that things will always get better, that the good will always triumph over the hate and the evil and all that ugliness that's out there. But it does not happen overnight. And last night is a perfect example of just, there's the good, but there's the ugliness and the bad that still needs to be dealt with. And I hold out hope. Out hope, but it's tough sometimes.
Very well said, Lubman. Shout out to the person who sent this Klay Thompson t-shirt to me. Independent. What did it say? Hold on. Let me get it. It's from an independent artist in New York City, 4th floor. No name, no nothing. Sent it to me. And it's a cool Klay Thompson t-shirt. If you can see it on YouTube and Twitch, you can't see it in my radio, but it has 37 points in the quarter, 60 points on 11 dribbles, 41 points, 11 threes, Game 6 Western Conference Finals against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Of course, 14 threes in 26 minutes when he has a single game record for most threes in a game against the Chicago Bulls.
It's a throwback shirt once he signs with Orlando.
Yep. Before, do we have time for Will Clark's story or no? We don't have time for it. Let's play Will Clark real quick about Mays and then cue up the Willie Mays song, Say Hey Kid. Here's Will Clark. You guys have a great weekend. Now it's Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Here's a quick Will Clark story and then to Say Hey Kid. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Happy birthday, Willie. 93 years young. Oh, my goodness.
Give me your best Willie Mays story.
Oh, God, I already told you that one.
I want to hear it again. It's his birthday. We're celebrating him.
All right. So I forget which year it was, 88, 89, whatever. Willie Mays, Willie McCovey were our special assistants. So similar to what I'm doing now. And we're in spring training. Kevin Mitchell's just ragging on Willie Mays for whatever reason. I have no idea why. Finally, Willie bites the dust and says, "Give me a bat, goddammit." I'm standing right next to him, and I was swinging a 35-33, and I handed it to him, and he goes like this, and he goes, "I don't want that little piece of shit. Give me a bat." And Kevin was swinging a 35-35, and Willie went, "Yeah, that's about right." Third swing, he went over the center field monster. I don't know when the last time he ever hit before that was.
We're talking 35 years ago, which would have put him, if my math is correct, mid-50s?
Yeah, I would say mid to late 50s, and he just pie-eyed the shit out of this ball. I'm like, holy crap. That was so freaking impressive. I went up to Boogie Bear, and I'm like, dude, will you quit pissing off the greatest that's ever been? I said, he's doing shit we can't do.
And that was Will Clark right there. That was Will Clark.
Oh my God.
Probably got a
spoiler
preview
alert. Anytime we got Will Clark on, we'll vet that audio.
Draymond Green of the Giants. Oops.
Sam, do you have the song on your board? Because I don't have it on my board. All right, go ahead and cue it up.
It's the clean version.
Give me the meat. Oh. 2 words. Payday Friday. Payday Friday.
Thank God.
Couldn't have come soon enough. Couldn't have come soon enough. What's up, Evan? Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. And Guru's starting to feel a little better. I don't know. I'm just assuming. He was pretty down yesterday. I know I chatted with him. But what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Well, first of all, happy Friday to everybody out there. Whether you're at home, I don't know. I feel like last week we learned there might be more people in the city than we think on Fridays. That is a remote. Are they in? It's a nice day. It's a beautiful day, and it was a beautiful event last night at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. Really enjoyed the game, enjoyed the build, enjoyed all the stories, and I also enjoyed every sports piece of news surrounding it, which looks like involves the NBA, could involve the Warriors. Malik Monk signing last night, or reportedly is going to be signing once free agency hits. So I'm excited because we got a lot of news to talk about.
Yeah, we do. We do. And we can touch on that game last night over the course of the show. At 1 o'clock, we're going to have Roy Wood Jr. He was the sideline reporter last night and the former Daily Show member, stand-up comedian. Entertainer. So that's at 1 o'clock.
He's from Birmingham.
From Birmingham, correct. And looking forward to talking to him. As my guy Evan said, he's pretty funny.
He's funny as hell. Like he is hilarious. And by the way, he did the correspondence dinner in 2023 and just took a flamethrower to everyone. It was pretty good. You can also go watch that.
Yeah, well, you said Roy Wood Jr. and I was like, huh, okay. And then I looked him up and I was like, oh, I know that guy.
Yeah.
I know that guy.
Well, yeah,
he's a big boy.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he is. He's pretty big. I mean, I don't think he's doing anything as large as The Daily Show right now, but that's where he kind of built himself up as one of the correspondents.
So we'll be talking to Roy Wood Jr. at 1 o'clock. But last night's game was, it was obviously less about the game than the pomp and circumstance. But, my favorite player growing up was Reggie Jackson when he was playing for the Yankees in the mid-'70s. And he kind of stole the show last night, I thought. He was,
stole the pregame.
Poignant, yes. Stole the pregame. He was pretty poignant. We'll probably play some of that sound. We will play that sound today at some point. But, what stuck out to you last night in that game?
Well, it was fun. It was powerful. It was enlightening. It was entertaining. It was an event. Like the game, again, I said this yesterday, like the game meant relatively nothing to me. And we just talked to Bonte on the way out. The thing I enjoyed about the game is that it went a long time so that there was more time for everybody on the broadcast to actually tell stories. My favorite parts of the entire event, Reggie Jackson for sure. And we can touch on why I think that was so important a little bit when we play that sound. But I also thought Barry Bonds being there, he had a pretty funny moment pregame where they asked him about Satchel Paige, and he basically told him to take him deep. Bill Greason, who is the longest standing living member of the Negro Leagues, 99 years old, was there. Also a former Korean War veteran and someone who is pretty important also in the life of Willie Mays, who was a teammate on the Birmingham Black Barons. And then I really enjoyed the conversation they had for multiple innings on the broadcast with Bob Kendrick, who's the president of the Negro League Museum in Kansas City. And I could just listen to him talk ball for eons. I mean, just listening to the stories, being able to relate it to the modern game as well, and just give us a glimpse into why players, that we have heard about, that we've told tales about, play the way that they did, and really kind of the parameters around why they had to play the way that they did. So, the Negro Leagues is a part of baseball, and I felt like it was important to tune in to learn more about the history of the game, which I love, and the reason why a lot of players, Willie Mays is at the forefront of it, were so integral to the history of the game and really to our country. So.
Yeah, and I hadn't realized that Bob Melvin, the Giants manager, played in that stadium 40 years ago. And he said not much had changed about it, that it still had that old feel. And it just looked like, my thought was, I read Andy Baggerly's story in The Athletic, and They kind of transformed the state around the stadium, and they created clubhouses for the players, air-conditioned clubhouses. There was food courts. It was really a celebration. And my first thought was, let's play a series there. Play a series there every year. That'd be fun. Fans of those teams, switch up the teams. Fans of those teams could get to Birmingham for a weekend, celebrate the game, celebrate the Negro Leagues, and bring more attention to the history.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the next step that needs to happen is this needs to be reoccurring.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you are going to draw attention to it, if you are going to highlight it, it needs to be something that you continuously, tell people about, because as we know, attention spans are short. And as great as it was to integrate the statistics and bring more eyes to the game, it can't just be a one-time thing. So hopefully they continue to, just again highlight more parts about the past, which are not always great. Like that's something that I think we do a lot with not just baseball, but with previous eras, especially in America, as we kind of romanticize and discuss only the good things that happen. And I thought that was the most powerful part about Reggie Jackson's stories that he told before the game, is that while there were some great players that came through and some great things that they did, not everything was all roses back then. No. And so I appreciate him being able to bring some reality to the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So over the course of the day, we'll talk more about the game at Rickwood Field and what it meant. We got a lot of sound we're going to play from last night. But I feel like, Stephen A. Smith is a big fan of our program and vice versa. He's famous for many lines, but one of the things is, it's percolating. Can you feel the NBA starting to percolate a little bit?
Well, better. Season's over finally. Jesus.
Yeah, there's some things happening around the league. Malik Monk is going to go back to the Kings. What does that matter? Well, Malik Monk is on some level comparable to a Klay Thompson. Both were sixth men this year for a big chunk of it. Does that impact Klay Thompson? You got Gary Payton II opted in, $9.1 million. The Warriors are going to have to deal with Chris Paul and Kevon Looney next week. You got to figure out what they're doing with Looney on the 24th. They can waive him or they cannot waive him. It's the Warriors' call whether they want him on the team or not. Chris Paul, non-guaranteed next year. So he's got $30 million that's unguaranteed. So the Warriors could guarantee that if they want Chris Paul II. I don't want to do that today.
You will.
No, we're not going to do that.
Well, then we will.
Who did that? Lubman? Was it? Lubman doesn't do stuff like that.
GP3.
That's a Spadoni special. That's a Spadoni special. All right, so let me just start.
Right.
Let me just start the show this way. I got two things about the Warriors, and then you can have at it. 888-957-9570.
Well, you do know we have 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
What do you mean?
I mean, you said you had two things, and then I can have at it.
Oh, yeah, then I'm out. No, two things, and maybe this will get the ball rolling.
You got to get till 2:00 is what we got to do.
Yeah, got to get a little not get a reaction, but I want to know. I'm going to say some things and tell me if you're on the same page or I'm smoking early in the day. I don't know. Okay, here we go. I'm driving home last night and thinking about Klay Thompson. Yeah, what are they going to do? He's going to test the waters, this, that, and the other thing. What's he worth? 20, 22, 18, how many years? And some people are not going to like this. But I think it's got to be legitimate, or I think it's legitimate. So Draymond Green signed a 4-year, $100 million deal last offseason. He's got a player option for that last year. Draymond's making about $25 million. Here's my question. After everything this team's been through for 12 years, Steph, Klay, Draymond, 12 years, can you really not pay Klay Thompson as much as you're paying Draymond Green? I'm sorry. If I'm Klay Thompson, I can't take less money than Draymond Green. after everything that's happened and how I approached my career and how he approached his career and the kind of players we were and the kind of players we are, I would have, you know what, I'll say it for me. I would have trouble taking less than Draymond Green if I'm Klay Thompson. So if I'm Klay Thompson, I'm like, here's how I'll come back. Give me 3 for $75 and give me a player option that last year. Then I'm good to go. Other than that, I think it's going to be tough for him. I really do. I don't understand how you can look at both those guys now and say, well, Draymond's going to make 20% more for the rest of his career than Klay Thompson. It just was on my mind.
Well, I think you told on yourself when you said the players they were and the players they are.
Sure.
Because the player that Klay Thompson was, you're right. There's no way in hell he's taking less than Draymond Green. In fact, he's always made significantly more than Draymond Green. But if we're talking about the players they are, well, then, yeah, I could make a case that Klay Thompson should make less than Draymond Green. And
39% from 3.
Is that your goo?
Yeah.
That was a 1. Yeah, like, okay, so, but who's the better player, though? I mean, you're the one that talks about how Klay Thompson's just going in the wrong direction.
Well, he is. So's Draymond. But like what I'm saying,
who's the better player?
I'm gonna play the argument from Draymond or from Klay's side, and the side would be, well, first of all, I'm Klay Thompson, so I'm not going to give you that Draymond's better. But even if Draymond is better, whatever he's better than me by, it's mitigated by his behavior and my behavior and his approach and my approach. So if he's a 20% better player than me, fine. But you can't reward him after all he's done on and off the court and then penalize me for what I've done on and off the court. And
Draymond gets penalized for what he does on the court that affects how much he is off the court. Klay Thompson gets penalized for what he has done on the court, which is not been as good of a player. I mean, you've highlighted this for about a year and a half now. Like he's not the same player.
Neither's Draymond.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question though. Who's the better player right now?
Draymond.
Okay, so why should Klay Thompson make more than him?
Klay should make more. No, he shouldn't make more than him. He should make as much of him because I feel like they're the same right now in essence. They're both falling off, and they're like here's what I'm saying. Again, I'm not saying the Warriors should do this. I'm saying if I'm Klay and you're not going to pay me what you're paying Draymond Green, I'm out. That's all I'm saying. I could see Klay feeling that way. I also think there is something to, whatever Klay's role is going to be here next year, I don't think he wants to come off the bench. And
well, then how can you pay him as a starter?
I'll tell you why. No, I mean, I was just listening to the morning show, and I think they're kind of right. Can Klay really come off the bench if Podziemski or Moody's starting? Can you? Of course he can, but can you ask him to do that? Can you give him that choice? Hey, here are your two choices. We'll give you 2 for $40, and you're coming off the bench. That's it. Take it or leave it. That could be a scenario in which I see Klay saying, I'm out.
Well, the reason why he would make as much as Draymond Green is purely emotional. Like I mean, he's as important part of this dynasty as Draymond Green is.
Right.
So that's why he would make as much. But if you're asking me who's the better player right now, it's Draymond Green.
Yeah.
And if Klay Thompson is going to come off the bench, then that's another reason that you couldn't pay him $25 million. Malik Monk just got less than $20 a year.
I guess my question is, why is he coming off the bench? Are those two guys better than him?
No, because he's better coming off the bench.
Oh, he's better.
I mean, statistically, he was last year.
Well, I mean,
he scored as many, if not more, points in fewer minutes on better shooting percentages. So it would be as much for him, and that would be I think that's the hang-up. I think the hang-up is the role and probably the amount of years.
Well, Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area reported Klay wants 3 years. Klay wants 3 years. Okay, let's start there. Can you give him 3 years? Because again, and like I get, listen, and I'm not disagreeing with anything you said. I'm just kind of presenting my point of view as Clay. I would think that Clay sees it. Not that the way Clay sees it is right, or not that the way Clay sees it is what he or the Warriors should do, but just the way he sees it. And I mean, he knows that circumstances have changed, but the bottom line is he can go into the Warriors and say, are you telling me that 1 year ago you gave Draymond 4 years with the fourth year player option, and now you're offering me less than half of that for 2 years? Like, well, Clay, Monk's making 20. You're going to be coming off the bench. You're not the same player, so what do you think? 2 for 40 a year after Draymond gets 4 for 100? I think that's asking. I think that's what Clay would mean when he's like, yeah, that's disrespect.
It very may well be. But the Warriors told on themselves last offseason. The same offseason that they paid Draymond Green $100 million is the same offseason they offered Klay Thompson 2 for 48.
Right.
So they wanted to pay him less than Draymond Green a year ago.
Maybe that was the holdup a year ago.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. He told him to kick rocks.
Right.
But what's changed in a year? Like, did Clay make up enough ground? Did he prove what he wanted to, which was he is worth more than that quote-unquote lowball offer? Because that's what, like, I'm just talking as I'm reading the room. Like, I'm reading the Warriors right now. They offered him 2 for 48. He said no, well within his right. Okay, so bet on yourself. You have a free agency year. What's changed?
Well, that's a good question.
Like, what has changed between the time the Warriors offered Klay Thompson 2 years and $48 million and now when he is, in all probability, going to be a free agent?
Well, I'm not going to answer that, but I'm going to ask the question to everybody at 888-957-9570. If you're right, the Warriors offered Clay $48 million over 2 years. That means he would had he taken that, he'd make 24 next year and 24 the year after that. Okay? So he turns it down and he bets on himself. If you're Clay, do you think you deserved a raise? And if you're the Warriors, do you think Clay played well enough to up the offer or to lower the offer? Like that to me is the question is, okay, you turned down 2 for 48 last year. Here we are in the exact same place, and you got your $43 million. So we're actually at the exact same place. Do you think Klay Thompson thinks that he earned more than $24 million that they offered him last year?
I don't think he earned more, but I think he always thought that he was worth more. Like, that's why he turned the offer down in the first place, because it was a disrespectful offer in his mind. I don't see any reason why that offer has changed if you're in the front office of the Warriors. Like, why would it go north? If anything, it's gone south. The number, like the dollars per year.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I think
what Klay Thompson is or was hoping for is that the market would dictate that he need a higher price. And the first guy off the board at his position just signed 4 for 78. And the last year he's making 21.5, and that's Malik Monk.
Yeah.
So if Klay Thompson, and right now he's trying to figure out, okay, am I a starter? Where can I go start? Because I think that's what he wants. And yes, like, okay, Klay Thompson is perhaps a better player than Pajensky and Moody right now. Some people might say no, but I think he is. Okay, well, Manu Ginobili came off the bench. Like, who was the starting 2 guard throughout the years in San Antonio? Were they better than him? Like, there have been other good, like, Lou Williams might have been better than the starting 2 when he was coming off the bench for the Clippers and then for the Hawks. Jamal Crawford might have been better than the starting 2 when he came off the bench for the Clippers and for other teams. But they knew their role. And I think that's what Klay Thompson is having a hard time figuring out, is what he wants his role to be.
Let me, I want to be clear. I'm not saying the Warriors should pay Klay 25
No, you're saying if you're Klay Thompson, there's no way in hell I'm taking less than Draymond.
Right. And my broader point is that if you look at it from both sides and you start thinking about what Klay would likely want, and as we get closer, what the Warriors would want out of Klay, I'm starting to think the writing is on the wall that he will not be coming back. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm not getting at Klay wants 25, the Warriors should pay him 25. I'm saying if I'm Klay Thompson, I could see why he doesn't want to take less than, let's say, a guy like Draymond Green. I can see why he sees that Draymond's got 3 more years under Draymond's control, so why can't I get 3 years under my control? And it's the kind of thing that after knowing about, after watching Klay for 12, 13 years and knowing how he is, I think, can you reasonably say you would understand if that's his point of view? And I understand the Warriors where they're at, and I just think it's going to be hard to come up with a number that satisfies both parties. And then you start to really think about, is this really going to be how the first guy ends up going? And it might be, but it's big, it's emotional, and it's almost less basketball important now than just what it means to the fans and what it means to the core players and what it means to the organization. I mean, we're getting close to Klay Thompson maybe not being a Warrior, and you might say, well, duh, no kidding, Steiny. Well, you know what?
I mean, anytime someone tests free agency, it's because you couldn't come to terms.
Right.
I mean, Draymond chose to become a free agent because he opted out. Klay Thompson doesn't have a choice to come back. Like, he didn't have a player option. So, and yeah, like, this is where we were always headed, I think. They said that they were far apart the entire season. 2 for 48 is the only number we have on the table so far. Money Pool's reporting Klay wants 3 years. Maybe the Warriors are saying, look, the offer's still there. Like, 2 for 48 is still on the table, Klay. And if he says, I want 3 for, 72, they might say, well, that third year is going to be a problem.
But it wasn't for Draymond. I mean, I'm just playing Klay's point of view.
No, I know.
And that's why I think, this is one of the things that's hard to wrap your head around, because, I mean, you really want Klay to be the first of the big 3 to leave? And then why is he leaving? Is it more circumstance, or, he doesn't want to be here? I think it's...
I don't think it's because he doesn't want to be here.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think I got to get out of this place, but Klay can be the kind of guy, he's stubborn, and if it is about respect, and I'm sure he thinks the respect is earned through the paycheck. All right, we're going to get into this a lot today. 888-957-9570. Klay Thompson, I almost forgot a week ago he unfollowed the Warriors on social media. Does that mean he doesn't want to be here? I don't know. I don't know what it means, but the more I think about it, the more I think, if you're Klay Thompson, are you okay with playing on a team with Draymond Green and maybe not making as much money as him? 888-957-9570. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask First NorCal Financing at the dealer. 888-957-9570.
For the ones who know safety.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Guru under the weather. Hopefully we'll be back on Monday. And great night in Birmingham, Alabama last night. We're going to get into some of that later on. We've got Roy Wood Jr., a Birmingham, Alabama native. He's a stand-up comedian. You probably also know him from The Daily Show, where he was a former correspondent. And last night he was the sideline reporter at the Rickwood Field game. He was a part of MLB Network coverage. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock. And did I mention he's a stand-up comedian? And my partner, Evan, said, oh, he's hilarious.
We got to stay on our toes. One of those guys that, he knows his stuff. He's a big baseball fan.
All right.
But I've never interviewed a comedian before. So I'm kind of curious.
Huh.
Like, have you ever talked to a comic live on air?
That's a great question. I'm
afraid I'm asked a stupid question and he's just going to.
Like Dibs? Like Dibley? Boy, nothing gets by you.
That's an all-time response.
No, that was a good one. That was a real good one. So there is news around the NBA, and the Golden State Warriors season obviously ended over a month ago. But let me just run down. Lots going on. So let me just throw some stuff at you. Paul George. There's talk about him. He's Clipper opting into his contract and then being traded.
Yeah.
So he's got one more year left. It's a player option. He could
$48.7 million.
Right. So he could opt in order to be traded because he does want an extension. So Paul George, that's his situation. Howard Beck of The Ringer is reporting that Miami's gonna trade Jimmy Butler. And he's got 2 more years left at about $100 million, with the second year a player option. So Jimmy Butler looks like he could be on the move, according to Howard Beck. This was a trade that I felt had Warrior ties. It happened yesterday. Oklahoma City is going to trade Josh Giddey to the Bulls for Alex Caruso. Alex Caruso is a name that has been affiliated in some way with the Warriors for, it feels like 2 or 3 years, Evan. He's a heck of a defender. He plays hard. He's smart. Former Laker. He's now going to Oklahoma City for Josh Giddey. And let me just, I'll go through a bunch of this other. Malik Monk getting about $20 million a year. So what'd you think of when you heard Caruso's gone to Oklahoma City for Josh Giddey?
Well, I thought it was a good move. By the way, we are going to have LaTroy Hawkins at 11 o'clock, so we'll be talking to him. He was also at Rickwood Field last night. Longtime pitcher, pitched for many teams, honestly, too many to count. And one of them, of course, was the San Francisco Giants, but he pitched for what seems like 2 decades. So looking forward to chatting with him about that event last night as well. But I think my first reaction to the Caruso trade was mutually beneficial. I mean, it was basically a player swap. Wasn't much else involved. Caruso, I think, really helps OKC. I think he makes them a little bit tougher, gives them more. I think he gives them more of a veteran presence that they were looking for from, say, like Gordon Hayward when they traded for him at the deadline, and he didn't end up playing much. But Caruso is an addition there, and then I think Giddey is, he's not a perfect player, but he's young, and he's a really good passer. He does everything outside of scoring. And he gives them a contingency plan if Lonzo Ball ends up being essentially damaged goods, which he appears to be right now. So, I also think that Caruso is somebody that the Warriors wanted. From reports, it sounded like the hang-up was that the Bulls wanted Kuminga, and the Warriors wanted to build a package around Moses Moody, and the Bulls said no. That was at the trade deadline this past year. So I also imagine the Warriors probably made calls about him this offseason. And I'm sure that the Bulls also kept asking for Kuminga. And so the Bulls essentially decided that someone like Josh Giddey would be easier for them to, kind of use. And OKC was willing to move off him. So,
yeah, I look at it as I think Caruso's a nice player. Nice player. I think he'd fit on the Warriors. Okay, so Josh Giddey goes. Do the Warriors have anybody like Josh Giddey? And I would say no, they don't. And what I mean by that is they think Kuminga is better than Josh Giddey. The Warriors, or his potential is better than Josh Giddey. So they're not going to want to move Kuminga for Josh Giddey. By the same token, if you start throwing around Moody and Podziemski, that's not going to be enough. I mean, to me, Giddey's more valuable. He's better to me than Moody and Podziemski. So when I see Caruso going to Oklahoma City, you also realize kind of the limitations of the roster and what guys are getting paid. I wonder if there was even a deal out there for a player like Caruso that Chicago would realistically want, that the Warriors would realistically give him back. Like you know what? I wouldn't trade Kuminga for Caruso. And if I'm the Bulls, I'm not trading Caruso for Moody or Podziemski. So, obviously you can try to make it even, but I think there is some truth to the idea that the Warriors players, some of them, like, they don't hold as much value to other teams, and the ones that you value, you really don't want to move, or that they don't want. So I saw the trade of Caruso, and my first thought is, I wonder why the Warriors couldn't get Caruso. And then I'm starting to think about it. I'm like, well, I can kind of see why guys like Caruso are going to be tough to acquire, because they're not going to want your players who they don't think is as good as them, and you think your players are better than them.
I mean, I think it just highlights the lack of young players that have cemented themselves or that other teams want. Like, I think the Warriors see their young players as really good, and I think other teams see the Warriors' young players as unproven.
Yeah.
And it's hard to ask for unproven players when the other team you're dealing with feels like they hold value. It also does highlight the fact that Kuminga's the chip. Like, that is the trade asset that everyone wants from the Golden State Warriors. And I don't think the Warriors would be willing to move him unless it's for a couple of names which you mentioned. Perhaps Paul George, if he opts in, they could use him as a trade chip. The Clippers could. Jimmy Butler is someone that, in all likelihood, will be moved this offseason. That's somebody I think the Warriors might move off of Kuminga for. But it's got to be a player of that caliber. It's got to be a former All-NBA player. I don't think that the Warriors would move Kuminga for just a nice piece, which is what I think Alex Caruso is. So when I see that move and I hear about the Warriors and who they want but who they're not willing to give up, I think there's just a little bit of a disconnect between how the Warriors see their young players and how the rest of the league does.
Yeah, and I don't think that's unusual for teams. Most teams do tend to value their own guys. Let me just, who do you want to be, the Bulls or the Warriors? Who do you want to be, Karnisovas?
I'd rather be the Warriors.
Okay, so then I'm going to be the Bulls.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, we really like Kuminga. You guys interested in moving him at all?
Yeah, so I kind of like Vucevic and Caruso. Would you be willing to move both?
You stumped me right there. Yeah, let's get it done.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like,
I know.
It sounds like the Warriors just wanted. I think it sounded like the Warriors just wanted Caruso. And the Bulls were saying, we want Kuminga back, and the Warriors probably responded with, well, if we're giving up our guy, like, you got to give us more than, Alex Caruso.
Well, okay, I would say this. Forget Kuminga for now. What about Wiggins? You interested in Andrew Wiggins?
If I was the Bulls, actually, I might be.
Okay, because that's kind of what I was getting at. Is, could you have gotten Caruso in a trade with Wiggins? Obviously, it might have had to be a 3-team trade, but you would is everybody in agreement and I know the salaries don't match, but you would take Caruso for Wiggins right now, straight up?
I would.
I think you have to if you're the Warriors.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
The issue if you're Chicago is if you don't think you can move LaVine, well, then you got multiple players that have... I mean, Wiggins isn't making as much as LaVine is, but you have multiple players that are on long-term deals that one of which has not proven that they can help you even get to the postseason, being Zach LaVine.
Right.
I think they're trying to trade LaVine, and it sounds like Sacramento actually might be a team that could go get him.
It certainly seems like if you can, yes, I think you could get LaVine. Do you want him?
Well, Guru does. I would not want Zach LaVine.
Well, I mean, I would take him on my team if he could just drop him onto my team, but I can't give up something that I truly like for LaVine.
I would run around this studio naked.
I can't pay Zach LaVine $50 million. I just can't.
That's kind of where I'm at with him. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, my man?
Hey guys, first of all, I want to just say thanks to the station, man, for the last couple of days. You guys have put some great guys on the air, and also the callers on with respect to Willie have been unbelievable and moving. So I just want to give
thank you, man.
To your station.
Appreciate it.
The second thing, listen, man, I feel like, and I've been saying this for a while. I think Evan, you nailed it, man. I think that the Warriors, and I've said this, place way too much value on our young guys as opposed to other young guys around the league, and I feel like sometimes I'm bad mouthing our guys. But the reality is that, man, I mean, listen, Moody and these guys, I mean, people around here keep talking like these guys are going to develop into something special. And I can say I'm pretty confident after 3 years, going on 4 years in the Warriors system with 20 coaches behind Kerr, somebody's seeing something that says these guys aren't the guys. So, and I do think we're placing a little bit too much value on Kuminga. I would love to know what the conversation was, Steiny, with Chicago, because I absolutely had Caruso on I circled Caruso and other people did. He's absolutely a piece that the Warriors can use, but he isn't the only piece. I would see Caruso and then they're moving some other people to bring in some other guys. The Warriors need to reshuffle their roster, man. I'm scared to death, Steiny and Evan, that we're going to be sitting here a month from now, and God help us if the Warriors are bringing back the same team. I mean, this whole Klay Thompson thing, we're getting bogged down on Klay Thompson. That is the least of our worries. If we bring back Klay, and here's Peyton opting in, I mean, I'm scared, man. Everybody's running around signing guys. Malik Monk. Well, what are we going to be left with? We better. I mean, Dunleavy better get rolling, man. Because if we bring the same guys back, we're going to be in a lot of trouble, guys. So that's kind of my thoughts for the day, man.
I appreciate it.
Have a great weekend.
Thanks for the kind words too, Austin. I mean, look, we had a fun interview the other day with Fitz, and and he got me to thinking.
I live with these people.
Right.
I love these people. They're part of my family.
They're part of my family.
So of course, and I've heard Guru say it, and Fitz subscribes to it, and I do think there's a chunk of Warrior fans who believe it or who want to go down this road. And it's, if Draymond wouldn't have got suspended, we're a 50-plus win team. How much different does a 50-win team look than the one we just saw? Everything's different. So, you know what? We don't have to be crazy. We don't have to make a lot of changes. You know, we maybe do bring back, and I'm telling you right now, I dare you. I dare you to try to bring back the same team, thinking that you're a 53-win team with Draymond, re-signing Klay, and essentially going, let's tinker around the edges with a move. Wiggins might get it going next year. Like, I dare the Warriors to do that, because I don't truly believe that a lot of fans truly believe that it's a 53-win team if Draymond doesn't get suspended. Because you know what? If Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob think that, fine. Then come back next year with essentially the same team. I dare you. You can't do that. I just don't think you can do that.
I don't think they want to do it.
Right. That's a good point.
But they might kind of be forced into doing it, because I don't know how many avenues there are for them to get realistically better. Again, we just talked about the rock and the hard place they're with trading Kuminga. They think Kuminga's a great piece. Now, I might think that Kuminga, for example, has more potential than say, Austin, but I understand all their young pieces are unproven. Like, all of them. Right. I mean, there isn't a cemented, like, if I asked you what Kuminga's role is with the Golden State Warriors right now, would you be able to tell me clearly?
No.
And I don't know what his role is going to be next year. I would hope that it improves and then he becomes a more focal point because that means he's also getting better as a player. But I don't know that. Next year, I think Moses Moody could be a starting 2 guard, even if Clay is still on the team. But I don't know that. Podziemski could be the starting 2. I don't know.
Right.
You know, I have ideas of what I think these players can be next season, but there's no way to know. And that's where I think the Warriors are hesitant to move off of their younger guys because they also don't know how quickly the elder statesmen are going to fall off. Like Steph could have a rebound year. At age 36, he could be better than age 35. I don't know. There's also potential that he could be the guy that was after the All-Star break in which he had some trouble. I'd like to think he won't be, but I don't know that. And so I don't believe the Warriors want to stay the same. I don't think they want to keep the, quote, band together, but unless they want to take a significant step back in restructuring the roster, they might just have to bring these pieces back or some of these pieces back because there's not an alternative. Like, if I'm another team right now, let's say I'm the Miami Heat, and right. It sounds like they're going to trade Jimmy Butler, or a lot of executives believe they're going to trade Jimmy Butler. Well, can the Warriors really offer the best package for Jimmy Butler compared to the 29 other teams in the league? They might be able to offer a good one,
right?
But there are other teams that have sexier young assets, that have better young players, that have more draft capital to offer. So it's not as if the Warriors, I think the Warriors want to make a big move, but it takes 2 to tango. And I'm not sure that they have what it takes to make the kind of offer that can court and that can bring back an actual game changer.
I mean, the one thing that they do have, if they really want to, are future first-round picks. And they might not be able, you think of a guy like Pat Riley, who's in Miami, and the Warriors, maybe if he loves Kuminga, let's say, okay, well, we're going to need more than Kuminga, but we really like Kuminga, so here's a trade involving Jimmy. You get Jimmy, we'll take Kuminga and whatever else we agree on, and 2 or 3 first-round picks down the line. I think if I'm Pat Riley, I would be like in a heartbeat, because there's 2 things to this. One is you're getting a good young player in Kuminga, and 2 is if I'm a rival GM and the Warriors start throwing around the idea of first round picks in 26 or 28, I am excited about talking to the Warriors about a trade, because you're darn right that I'm looking at the Warriors as another team thinking they could be in big trouble in 3 years. They could be. Not that they will be, but that's why you trade for a future first, because you think, you know what? Yeah, the Warriors are pretty good now, but what about in 2 or 3 years? The other thing Austin said that I completely agree with is the Warriors know their players better than anybody else. Every team knows their players better than everybody else. But each of those players has a value around the league that either is in line with what the Warriors think or not in line. Here's what I'm getting at. If I'm Mike Dunleavy, here's where I agree with Austin. If I'm Mike Dunleavy, and I realize through all my phone calls that Podziemski's got value, I move him. Like, I would move him then. If Dunleavy were talking to you in private and said, I got to tell you, man, Podziemski, I'm kind of surprised. Teams are asking about him, and they're not offering crap on the other side. And
they heard the question he asked Luka in the finals, and they really like the cerebral nature of this guy.
I mean, they not only get a guard, but they get somebody who can run their internet site, somebody who can write for
a future media member.
Exactly. But I do agree. I do agree with Austin. Like, if you find out one of your young guys has more value and it surprises you, yeah, then I would. Like, there's nobody untouchable on this roster, even Kuminga, I guess is what I'm saying. Leave Steph to the side for now. But, like, I can't consider Kuminga off limits, but I'm not trading him unless it's the right guy coming back.
Well, but you also just said you have to think about 2 or 3 years down the line.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not going to move picks, why would you move young players? To me, they're kind of the same.
Well, my point is...
Like, all of them are gambles at this point. Like, I don't know if Kuminga is going to be an all-star. I'd like to think he can be, but right now, he's a wild card. Moses Mooney's a wild card. Those first-round picks that you don't want to move are wild cards.
What I'm saying is if Pat Riley goes, yeah, Butler's making 48 or something. I'll tell you what. Warriors are offering Kuminga, Wiggins, and Wiggins making 25. We still need another. Wiggins and Peyton. That would probably do it. We'll trade you Peyton, Wiggins, and Kuminga for Jimmy Butler. Well, if I'm Pat Riley, I'm saying, yeah, give me a couple first rounders though down the line. Now maybe that's when the Warriors say, well, we can't do that. But that's the danger of the I mean, to me, the danger and the choice the Warriors may have to make, and maybe I'm wrong, is if you somehow have an opportunity to get a Butler or a Paul George or somebody else of that ilk.
Harden?
I can't see it, Bob.
That was a joke.
But then you got to be darn careful about moving first-round picks when your core is 35 and older. You know what I mean? Like, you have to at least anticipate the possibility that if you don't have your first-round pick in 26 or 27, it may be the second pick in the draft. Or eighth, who cares? That's to me the biggest worry of the Golden State. Like, that's why I don't know what's more valuable, Jonathan Kuminga or, let's say, 2 first-round picks down the line. Because both, if you move either, they could both come back to bite you.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. Yes, your first-round pick in 5 years could be incredible. It also could be a draft like this year where you have the first overall pick and you don't want the pick because there's nobody worth taking. Like, I feel like looking 5 years, like, I don't think the Warriors are in a position to look 5 years down the line right now.
How about 3?
So to the end of Curry's deal,
essentially,
or Draymond's deal.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, but then I'm thinking about 3 years in. I'm not thinking about 3 years and out. Like, I'm sorry. I am considering what is left of Curry.
Okay. No,
more than
I see
what happens after Curry.
Oh, I got you.
Like, you talk about what you owe legends or what you owe, a future Hall of Famer. Klay Thompson might think he's owed it. Right. I think the only guy on the roster left that you owe anything to, in my opinion, is Steph Curry.
Well, we get into the owed thing. I agree. Like, if you don't, I agree about the Klay Thompson stuff. If the Warriors don't want to pay him 25, then he's got to go. You know what I mean? Or whatever. If they don't like the number, okay, good luck in Orlando. But, does that fit with what you owe Curry? Like, if you're going to play that game, like, what's Curry want with Klay? Does he want him as a teammate? Is he open to him not being on the team? We're going to get more into this down the road on, yeah.
I was going to say, we're going to talk to LaTroy Hawkins next.
We are talking to LaTroy Hawkins, former Major League pitcher. He was at the game last night in Birmingham. We are going to be sprinkling in a lot of stuff from that game because it was such an important day yesterday. It's been a pretty important week, quite frankly. And LaTroy Hawkins is on the other side, former Major League pitcher, pitched for the San Francisco Giants. I didn't appreciate when you said LaTroy Hawkins, and I said, oh, pitch for the Twins. And you go, yeah, he pitched for every team. I remember him as a Twin. And you shamed me.
That's who he was drafted by.
Oh, exactly.
Played for 13 teams, Steiny.
Right, and you scoffed when I said, oh, you pitch for the Twins. I mean, I could have, and I was going to run down the other 12, but you wouldn't let me. What's coming up on the game is LaTroy Hawkins on the other side, and it's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And Evan, it's been a different kind of week. It's been a special kind of week. Obviously, we had the game at Rickwood Field last night. It was preceded by the death of Willie Mays, a legend around here, a legend throughout baseball. And it has been rewarding and informative to talk to so many people who had their opportunity to share the history of baseball and the history of Willie Mays. And we're going to do it again momentarily with LaTroy Hawkins. But yeah, it's just been a different kind of week. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's been a reflective week. It's been an educative week. It's been an enlightening week. It's also been an entertaining week. There's been a lot of things that we have learned and will continue to learn. And I feel like ideally this is a starting point. This is a jumping off point for a lot of people that either didn't know anything about what happened at Rickwood Field and what preceded it, but also people that did learn a lot. Like I think I've been able to kind of dive into this maybe a little more than most, but I learned a lot last night, and it was really valuable.
Well, let's bring in LaTroy Hawkins. He was there last night in Birmingham, former Major League pitcher, pitched for the Giants, among other teams. LaTroy, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, fellas. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Let me just start with, how did you get involved in the Rickwood Field game last night, and why did you want to be a part of it?
So I'm actually a part of the CAP program, which is the Commissioner's Ambassador Program for Major League Baseball. And, we it's through Rob Manfred, the commissioner, and we get to go to different events throughout the year to represent Major League Baseball. So that's how I was actually there, participating in all the Rickwood festivities.
Gotcha. And tell me about last night. I mean, what did it mean to you to be there and to experience it?
It meant the world, simply because, all the guys that, my grandfather always told me about, they all played at that stadium, Rickwood. And when you walk through there, you get this feeling like you're walking on a field that, people that look like you play on. And, it just gives me goosebumps just talking about it, because what Major League Baseball was able to do and the way they turned that field into a great playing surface for those two Major League teams to play on, it was simply amazing. And the people in Birmingham, I told my friend from Birmingham, I said, your city showed up and they showed out.
Well, and of course, LaTroy, the biggest member from Birmingham and the baseball community, passed away a couple days ago in Willie Mays. And you mentioned your grandfather. I was listening earlier this week and have heard some stories about how you yourself have a Willie Mays story, and it involves your grandfather. Would you mind sharing that with our audience?
Yeah, when I got traded over to San Francisco in 2005, Willie was my grandfather's favorite player, man. Favorite player. Even he loved him more than he loved me. And, while I was there, Willie would be in the clubhouse with Uncle Murph in his office and just hanging out. And I would go in there and talk to him because, you know what? He reminded me of my grandfather, because he can sit in a chair, and before long, everybody in the room will be sitting around him or standing around him listening to him tell stories. And him and I were talking one day. I was like, man, you're my grandfather's favorite player. And he's like, get your grandfather on the phone. So I got my grandfather on the phone, and he and my grandfather talked for about 15 minutes. And, only other time I saw my grandfather heard him that excitement in his voice was when I had him on the phone with B.B. King. So Willie Mays and B.B. King was my grandfather's favorite.
That's awesome. That's awesome. LaTroy Hawkins joining us on 95.7 The Game. He was at the Rickwood Field game last night in Birmingham. Because we've heard a lot of stories similar to that about Willie Mays. And look, I'm looking at your career, and you played 20 years. Essentially, and you played for a lot of teams, and you were only with the Giants for 1 year. And what's striking me, LaTroy, is you were just there for 1 year and apparently developed a relationship with Willie Mays. I mean, is that accurate?
That's indicative of Willie, because every ball player that he came in contact with, he made you feel like he was your uncle, your grandfather. Like he had that personality. He it was just like, that's what they did back in the day. Like, they didn't have places where they can go. They had to go into the black neighborhoods and actually hang out with their people. They couldn't go mingle with the white people.
Right.
They couldn't. So they were always at somebody's house or at the local juke joint having a good time in their own space. And Willie always brought that with him. And you can hear countless stories, and he just didn't do it with all the black players. Jake Peavy has a great story of sitting down with Willie and his grandfather and him Willie inviting him to his house. So Willie was just a larger-than-life icon for, in the baseball world.
Well, and a lot of these stories, LaTroy, I feel like are bringing people into this space, and I hope people are able to stay there and continue to educate themselves. But I'm curious, as somebody that has just a wealth of knowledge and intimate knowledge about this event, its connections, obviously Willie Mays, was there anything that you learned through this experience that you didn't know before?
Not really. I'm huge into the Negro Leagues. I've, always, had a chance to spend a whole lot of time with Buck O'Neil and Bob Kendrick. I've always gone to the Negro League Baseball Museum in Kansas City. If you hadn't been there, you should go. You should take your family. But one of those things, like, people still don't understand, like, how cruel our country was, and in some aspects still is. And I think if people really understood that, and I love what Reggie Jackson did last night on the show on Fox. He kept it raw and uncut, because guess what? Reggie experienced that. He experienced people trying to kill him just because of the color of his skin. And I thought America needed to hear that, and they did. And I'm glad nothing got beeped out in his interview, because it's still there. It's still there. It comes in different forms, but it's still there. And people need to know that.
Yeah, LaTroy, we're talking to LaTroy Hawkins, former Major League pitcher. Well, I mean, I grew up, Reggie was my guy when I was about 10, 12 years old. And obviously when I heard the story last night, it resonated. But I do wonder, like, when you hear that as an African-American, what you're saying is you don't even hear former black athletes or Negro League players saying things like that, so it touched you.
Yeah, it touched me because my grandfather was 6 years older than Willie Mays. So my grandfather grew up in Mississippi, and he left Mississippi at 16 years old. He changed his birth certificate to be 18 years old so he can go into the military, so he can get out of the South. So my grandfather passed away in 2020 at 94 years old. So I've heard all the stories. Maybe not from a professional baseball player's aspect, but from my grandfather's perspective. And he said the best thing he ever did was left the South. The best thing he ever did was left the South, because people were so cruel. And I don't understand how you can be cruel to somebody because of the color of their skin. And you know why I don't understand? Because I'm not that way. I love people for who they are. I love people because of their heart. I don't love people because of the color of their skin.
Oh, I appreciate that, LaTroy. And just to kind of follow up on it, just thinking about last night, it does make also the stories about, for example, the kindness of Willie Mays and the heart that he had. It makes it all the more impressive because of what you're talking about. I'm curious, have you yourself experienced, maybe not to that level that Reggie Jackson was speaking about last night pregame on Fox, but you mentioned the things that kind of still happen today. I mean, did you have to deal with any of that coming up, or do you feel like the fact that they were able to pave the way erased some of those experiences?
It did erase some of those experiences because of what they had to endure just to exist back then. But like I said, there are things now that people do that they're still, racist. Right. Mm-hmm. It's still there. It's still there. It's not completely eradicated. And until our Caucasian brothers and sisters start calling out their own for being racist, I don't understand. It'll never go away. It's not just enough for me to call it out or Reggie to call it out. Our Caucasian brothers and sisters are going to have to be some allies for us, and they're going to have to call out their family members.
LaTroy, let me ask you this real quick, since you were, and I appreciate that also. Are there any, do you know of any, this was such a great event last night. Are there any plans maybe to do this every year, or maybe even to play a series in Birmingham every year? Because, I understand that they turned the entire area around the stadium into just a great gathering place.
It was a big party, and a lot of people said that it reminded them when back in the day when the Negro Leagues used to play their games, how it was a big event. And I'm not sure if it will be played next year. Hadn't heard anything about it, but I really don't think we should be one and done in that community. That community needed what MLB brought, that product, and hopefully it's something that we continue to do because, again, Birmingham needed that.
Well, and LaTroy, as someone who was there from the beginning and the buildup of the event to the end, it might be difficult to whittle it down, but did you have a favorite part? Did you have a favorite moment or conversation from getting to dive head first into everything that we've been talking about and everything that honestly was brought to light and brought back to life by Rickwood Field?
And they had so many men who played in the Negro Leagues there, and just being able to sit, and chat and introduce myself to those guys because I know they're part of the group that built a bridge that myself, CeCe Sabathia, Chris Young, Michael Bourne, Albert Pujols, Dexter Fowler, we all get to cross that bridge because of what those men had to endure and what they had to go through. Just having conversations with the guys who actually experienced it and played at Rickwood.
LaTroy, let me finish up by asking you this. Obviously, there was unbelievable festivities outside of the stadium. Was it a diverse crowd that was there? Was it primarily black? Was it all different colors? I mean, who all heard this message?
It was all colors that was there. It was again, Birmingham showed up and they showed out. Everybody showed up. Everybody came out to support what MLB did in Birmingham. Everybody came and supported. It was, and then you had so many people from San Francisco. You had people from St. Louis. San Francisco definitely showed up also. But it was a great experience, and hopefully we can do it again next year and many years to come.
LaTroy, thank you so much for joining us. That is great insight. I'm glad you were a part of it last night because it sounds like it was really, really special. Thanks for sharing.
All right. Thanks for having me, fellas.
All right. That's LaTroy Hawkins. He's part of the Commissioner's Ambassador Program. It's called CAP, and he was a part of last night's game and festivities at Birmingham. And another impressive guest that we talked to about stuff that's not only sports related, but more important than sports.
Yeah, and it's awesome to hear the amount of generations that are passing on their experiences, both good and bad. And LaTroy is able to then share that with our audience. Like he was born in 1972. Willie Mays, his final year was in 73. So never really got to see him play. But his grandfather, that was his guy. And so not just the story about handing the phone over and listening to his grandpa light up, which, by the way, that's a hell of a duo, B.B. King and Willie Mays, to bring you to that level of jubilation. But then to be able to have the intimate relationship with someone like Willie Mays, but also be able to then on a night like last night, kind of help us piece everything together because, again, you can't tell the story of baseball without telling the story of the Negro Leagues.
Right.
And I know that everyone, understands it to some extent, but to see the field, to see the people there, and to just see the way that baseball can still galvanize groups of all colors is not something that is frequented very often. I don't think that image last night is often one that people have when they think of baseball. And it was just a reminder that even though, due to terrible reasons, that's the way that things were, it also is a reason that when baseball was integrated and through the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, really until the participation of black baseball players has dipped, like that was the game. That is how the game was played. That's how the game was influenced. And there's a major piece of baseball history that is oftentimes left unearthed. And I mean, to me, I just want to go dig into a book right now. Right. Like I want to go watch a documentary right now because I want to learn more. And that's the insatiable appetite that I personally have. But I think also LaTroy is trying to get people to embrace, including embracing future events like these in the future, not just having it being a one and done. Like I think a big, reason that last year's or a couple years ago, the Field of Dreams game, it just kind of became a thing and a fun deal, is because they didn't really do anything with it afterwards. Like I didn't really hear about it afterwards. I hope that this game in Birmingham, even if it's not in Birmingham, what I would like to see, one of the big part about the Negro Leagues, especially as they were declining and dwindling after integration, they had to barnstorm. They had to go tour, essentially. They were traveling games. So let's next year move this kind of event to a different former Negro League field. Let's put it in different geographic regions and bring a spotlight to those areas that were once, disenfranchised and were once affected by racism in the way that Hawkins is talking about.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. We can, if you watch the game at Rickwood Field, you're more than welcome to jump in and tell us how it affected you. On Wednesday, we talked all day about Willie Mays, and we had some people call into this show that were a part of it and lived through it. And one of the callers we had Wednesday is one call that I'll never forget, and it was from Madi. And she told a couple stories about Willie Mays because she clearly lived here when he arrived here, and she is on the phone right now. I could have listened to her all day a couple days ago. Hey, Madi, how you doing?
All right, I'm fine. I'm mad.
Why so?
But I first wanted to talk about the guy on your last show, the show that comes on before you, and a guy was on there, and he said Clay taking the Warriors off of his media page was childish. This is not a child's game. The Warriors are not children out there playing to get a grade. The situation, how dare you call Clay childish? What was childish was when Durant left Phoenix and the people were burning their shoes and burning their little shirts that they wear. That's shit is childish.
Right.
Clay is a grown man. He can't have feelings. He can't express himself. He's in a situation with his employer on his job, and he can't. He didn't disrespect the Warriors. He didn't disrespect himself. He didn't disrespect any of the people who are on your show. But your people on that station did not even make a comment about that was wrong. So when you don't make a comment about something that's wrong, that means you think in the same way. So They think Clay is childish.
Well,
I'm going with that.
Well, you know what, Marty, and I'm going to absolutely let you talk about the game last night. Sometimes when you have a guest on, it's just a little tricky at times. Like we had Bob Fitzgerald on the other day, and I disagreed with about everything he said, but I kind of just let him go. But I hear that was Rob Parker. I appreciate the feedback there. Let's talk about something more positive, like last night.
Okay, I didn't want to talk about last night, but I did want to say about Willie Mays.
Yes.
And he came in, and the first years, not year, but the first years, it was terrible for him. His teammates didn't like him. His employer really didn't like him, but they saw money potential in him. He didn't have a place to stay. There was a plethora of black people who reached out so Willie Mays could stay with them. But the management, Giants management, said no. And so everybody is saying, oh, isn't it nice that I guess one of the people at the Warriors let him stay in his house. Oh, that's so wonderful. What else were you going to do? You told the black people no, he couldn't stay with you. He couldn't buy a house. He couldn't go to a hotel. They said no. So what else were you going to do? What else were the Giants going to do? Let him stay on the street? Come on. Tell me about that. Why, with all of this stuff you're talking about, how kind and all the virtues of Willie Mays, which are very true. But they were there from the first day that he came to San Francisco. How come you couldn't treat him right then? I mean, I could go on because it pisses me off. That after a man is dead, then you think about all the wonderful and things that you could do and how your grandfather picked you up. There were children. I was a child at that time. I couldn't do Willie Mays. They destroyed his marriage. That he came out to be the person that he is a testament to God, and that's all that is. And I know you're going to cut me off of this, but it's all about race. It's all about race and the hatred that is shown to black people in this United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Appreciate it. I mean, stirs up emotions, obviously.
Well, I think what she's talking about is why someone like Reggie Jackson's comments were so powerful. It's because people don't often describe reality, or they pick and choose. And look, it's understandable when someone passes away, you at least I think, you generally try and piece together the best parts. But she's right. I mean, Willie Mays I think he also integrated the Florida State League. He did things and dealt with things that he himself didn't bring up. And that's his right. I mean, like, for example, I was watching a documentary about Yogi Berra recently.
It's great.
It is really good.
Yep.
But one of the reasons why he was so joking and so comedic is because baseball was easy compared to storming the beaches of Normandy. Like, it was easy compared to dragging corpses as a member of the Navy, on D-Day.
Right.
Like, all of that stuff was much easier to do than to relive probably the most horrific and mentally, psychologically damaging parts of your life. So I appreciate Monty sharing that, and her truth is I will hear it, and I appreciate it. But I think the reason why a lot of people don't bring it up is, number one, because you try to sweep some things under the rug, but number two is because it's hard for a lot of people to relive.
Well, and that's why on the other side, I'm going to play the Reggie Jackson from last night, because, I mean, it deserves to be heard by everybody. And, listen, I can't relate to Marty's story. She's older than me, and she's gone through stuff I can't go through. But the thought that I had as she was telling us that, and she was saying she was angry, is how, she is that angry, and yet Willie Mays found a way to still bring joy for his entire life. He may have been mad. He probably was, but he exuded something on the outside that was the opposite of anger. And so what hit me with Marty is, she's mad, which she has every right to be, and somehow, some way, this guy, Willie Mays, who, suffered some indignities that many of us can't even imagine, somehow was able to overcome it with a personality that was so infectious it touched all races. So on the other side, we're going to stick with this. We're going to play the Reggie Jackson sound. It's stark, and we'll also get into some other Willie Mays stuff. And at 1:00, we've got Roy Wood Jr., former member of the Daily Show. He was a correspondent. He's a Birmingham, Alabama native. He was the sideline reporter last night. So we're gonna stick with this for a while on 95.7 in The Game, and you can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Hey, everybody. It's time for the excitement of summer sports, and I say the best way to take summer sports excitement.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And here's a curveball. No pun intended to start, but this is how I kind of want to jump off this. Evan, you believe in God?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
I believe in a higher power. I don't know if God is the...
Okay.
Possibly. Yeah.
And I'm not sure. Like, I don't have a strong opinion because I have no idea.
I don't know.
But let's just say higher power. You know what I was thinking about that is pretty amazing, really? Well, this is just my experience. So the first time I heard about the Rickwood Field game, I think was 2 weeks ago. And I think I just heard Bonte during the morning roast casually mentioned, that's when the Giants are playing in Birmingham.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like I was texting you guys about it or anything.
No, this is about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
This is about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, just checking.
Bonte was at the party a little earlier than you. So, no, my point is that I don't think there was enough publicity for it in the weeks and months leading up to it. That's my opinion. Okay, so now it's starting to come up, or it's, we're a week away, and it's clear that, okay, now I know more about it. It's going to be a celebration of the Negro Leagues at the oldest stadium in America. Willie Mays is going to be a part of it. Okay. Well, then we hear a few days ago that Willie Mays couldn't be there. Like, he couldn't be there. And so I was thinking, okay, well, if Willie Mays had been alive and not there, like, to me, that would have been kind of, like, in a way, the worst case scenario. You know what I mean? Like, in a way, I believe his death not only raised the profile of the entire event, it added to the, to the seriousness of it. It became something bigger than it might have been, had he not been there, but everybody knew he wasn't there because he wasn't doing well. You know what I mean? I just think there was something, especially when Mays' son said he got to see it. Like, there was something about that hit. Whereas, if Willie were alive, he probably would have been obviously in San Francisco watching it on TV. But when Mays' son talked about how, well, now his dad got to see it, I don't know. It was that, as Guru would say, that one hit me in the heartstrings a little bit, or the whatever he says, heart muscle, cardiac muscle. I thought that was, I don't know if it was good or bad or whatever, but I don't know. To me, it added more, just added more to the entire event, because Willie Mays was really who it was all about, along with the Negro Leagues.
Well, I do think it brought more eyes to it. It probably elevated it in some people's eyes a little more, because they are just reading about Willie Mays and it's involved in everything that's written about him.
Right.
And this is one of the reasons why I'm happy that we get to talk to Roy Wood Jr. at 1 o'clock, is because he's from Birmingham, and I've been paying attention to a lot of what he and others have been promoting about this game. And according to Roy, it was always supposed to be a celebration of Willie Mays. Like, he is the Birmingham baseball player. And now there are others, and many from the state of Alabama, who are influential in the Negro Leagues and once baseball was integrated. But like, Willie Mays he's Birmingham, So Roy said it was always going to be a celebration of him, whether it was there or not. But I'm also curious to see if he felt like there was more juice behind it because of the passing of Mays, because in places like the Bay Area, but places around the country who cover baseball and appreciate the game, Willie Mays passing is that's the story. I mean, that is a momentous thing. That's a life that is no longer here, that has impacted far more than we'll probably be able to illustrates. So I think you're right. I think the game probably had more eyes on it because of the passing of Willie. But I have to say, I'm not sure if it was necessarily better because of Willie Mays. I think they did a fantastic job with not just the pregame, Bonds is probably going to be there regardless. Another Bay Area native, Willie McGee, who was an instrumental part of the 80s Cardinals teams, won the MVP in 85, won a World Series in 82. He's from Richmond. He was going to be there regardless of Mays. So it wasn't as if there still wasn't going to be these iconic figures at Rickwood. I mean, Bill Greason was going to be there no matter what, the longest standing member of the Negro Leagues, who was 99 years old, knew Willie Mays. He was going to be able to, provide that sort of impact. But, I think for a lot of people, for the average baseball fan, I don't know if they were reminded of the game, but they probably wanted to watch a little more because there was going to be more about the passing of Willie. And it was, they were asking players about the impact that Willie Mays had, and a lot of them didn't know much except through oral tradition. But Mason Witt on the Cardinals, who's, their black shortstop, he said he wanted to win this game for Willie Mays. Players on the Giants obviously wanted to win for Willie Mays. Bob Melvin spoke about before the game the fact that he had played there in Double-A. He understood Birmingham as a player. That game had more juice to it.
Exactly. And that's kind of, I hope I didn't make it sound like, it was better. There was a coming together of the events that made that night maybe more special than it may have been.
Then if Willie couldn't be there.
Yes, exactly. It did become bigger. It did become like an event. It became an event with more juice. All right, I want to get to the
also hopefully helped the family in the grieving process, being able to celebrate him in front of everyone.
And his son was there. Willie Mays' son was there. Another important part of last night. All right, I'm going to get to this Reggie Jackson sound, and this was on live television, and Reggie Jackson was with Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez. I think Big Papi was there, and the players, the more modern players, were asking Reggie Jackson things about important issues.
A-Rod asked him the first question, and then they kind of went around the room.
Exactly, yeah. So just take a listen. I'm hitting the button.
Stay hot.
Yeah.
The difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, "You think you're a better person? You think you won when you played here in Concord?" I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, "The can't eat here." I would go to a hotel and they say, "The can't stay here." We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner, and they pointed me out with the N-word. "He can't come in here." Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, "We're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted." Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat in the place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay. Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The year I came here, Bull Connor was the sheriff the year before. And they took minor league baseball out of here because in 1963, the Klan murdered 4 black girls, children, in 11, 12, 14 years old at a church here and never got indicted. They were from the Klan. Life magazine did a story on them like they were being honored. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. At the same time, had it not been for my white friends, had it not been for a white manager, and Rudy Fingers and Duncan and Lee Myers, I would have never made it. I was too physically violent. I was ready to physically fight some. I'd have got killed here because I'd have beat someone's ass, and you'd have saw me in an oak tree somewhere.
Unbelievable. I mean, what can you add to that?
You can just say thank you.
Yeah. And what I thought of was what LaTroy Hawkins was saying. It's up to the Caucasians to do what Dave Duncan did and Johnny McNamara, Joe Rudy. That one hit. That one's gonna 888-957-9570 if you watch the game at Rickwood Field, or if you've taken in this week the death of Willie Mays, the game at Rickwood Field, the honoring of the Negro Leagues. Giants took part in it with the Cardinals. There's just a lot going on, Evan.
It's a reminder also that what he's talking about did not happen all that long ago.
Right.
Like, I know that a lot of the footage of old-time baseball, it's in black and white, and I think they actually had a black and white half inning that they showed, which is interesting, neither here nor there. But because everything looks like it was ancient history, like it wasn't. Reggie Jackson's still alive. He looks pretty good, by the way. He's 78 years old. I wouldn't have guessed. Willie Mays just passed away, and he takes about as full of a life as possible as any person has lived with him. But what Reggie Jackson is talking about did not happen that long ago.
Nope.
And that was the part that, and continues to strike me, is, I've spent time in the Deep South, and there's a lot of residue there. If you've been to Jackson, if you've been through the heart of Mississippi, like there's a lot of things that kind of trickle out. I mean, I remember when I worked in the Carolinas, like there's still Confederate flags that are being waved in different parts of our country. There are still protests from people that look like you and I against people that look like Reggie Jackson. These things still happen today. And I know we like to think that what Reggie's talking about is gone, but it's not. And that's also what LaTroy Hawkins was talking about, is that the stories and experiences that Reggie Jackson shared in front of however many millions of people last night that were watching, it's just a reminder that still happens. And what he's talking about is not that long ago. It might not be as in your face. It might not be as prevalent, and it also might not be legal, but it still happened. And that part of our country oftentimes does not get talked about a lot. And because of it, I also don't know how much people are encouraged that look like you and me to really immerse yourself in it, because it is uncomfortable. You feel guilt, and it doesn't make you feel good. But the issue is that until you do, at least in my mind, my theory is until you do, well, then you can't help become a part of the solution. And when things like last night happen, I think a lot of people are just wowed and floored and awestruck, but then they go on about their day. And I think that's also what Reggie Jackson is trying to push into our minds, is that until you actually digest it and figure out how you can help, well, then his story is just a story. Like his story has no power to people like us. I'm not saying to black people.
Right.
I can't speak on that. But to people like us, if we hear it and we do nothing, then it is meaningless. It's just a story. It's one of the reasons, again, why I think the game and the different locations beyond next season, we can bring more of an eye to it. We can bring more to what the goal of last night was, which is to remember that the Negro Leagues were there in the first place because they weren't allowed to be a part of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean, it's listen, I'm essentially twice as old as you. I'm 59, you're 29. And, Yes, like I'm looking at Reggie Jackson's numbers right now. Not his numbers so much as he broke in 1967, played with Kansas City for 1 year, and then the Oakland A's. So what he's talking about likely happened in the Bay Area, or while he was with the Oakland A's. And I get it. If you're 30 years old, you say, man, 1968. I mean, God, that's a long time ago. Well, to me, it's not a long time ago. That's when my parents were 30 years old. So they were Reggie Jackson's age at around that time. A little bit older, of course. But like my parents were young adults when this was happening. When I think of it that way, no, it's not that long ago. It's not that long ago at all. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into this conversation, you're more than welcome. This is the kind of day, and this is the kind of subject where, quite frankly, many of you can shed far more insight into this than I can. Let's go to Esquire in Vallejo. What's up, Esquire? How you doing, man? Thanks for calling in.
I haven't called in a couple of years because I got stabbed in the throat. Last time I called you all on a live remote, and I was talking like this. You all couldn't really understand me.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
They told me I'd never speak louder than this. Yeah, but I worked on it. This is a very, very, both the last 3 days I've been trying to call in.
Okay.
Mr. Willie, I grew up in Hueytown, Alabama, and my mom and my aunts went to high school with Mr. Mays, and at what they call Westfield High School, but they said Fairfield Industrial for him. It's where we had to go to school because we couldn't go to the other school.
Right.
But they said the other day about how Willie was never upset. We went to class reunions with my aunt and mom over the years, and I don't think I ever saw Mr. Mays where he wasn't in a good mood. Every time something that happened to make somebody frown, I never saw the man frown. But Reggie Jackson, what he was talking about, Rickwood Field, and it's so strange because the Negro Leagues would play at Rickwood, and it wouldn't be a problem. But there's a rumor, I don't know if it's true, that Philly was going to put the A's in Birmingham. But there's so much racism, he said, that's what we're not going to do. And that's how they ended up here. But all you can do is say, I guess in years to come, the kids around the neighborhood kind of got just come up because the Rickwood is in the hood. So as the years went by, as the people from across the mountain came to see games in Rickwood, the kids around there were charging $5-10 a part in whoever's yard.
Right.
And they run out and leave their cars there. So, right. The kids made them a couple dollars out of it. But no, it wasn't a beautiful situation, but it was what it was, and we made it through that part of it. It still isn't gone yet. But all you can do is pat someone like Reggie on the back, and Mr. Willie, he got out of there so fast, and I know in the majors he faced, but I still say to this day, Mr. Willie was the greatest of all time, and I get tired of people saying, oh, that catch, it's like, well, it was Willie Mays' catch. If you look at that catch in the world, in the polo, you look at the wall, it says 453 feet.
Yeah.
You can't make that catch today. It's a home run.
You're right.
453 fields.
Yeah.
So don't tell me somebody can make that catch because they can't do it.
All right. Hey, Esquire, thanks for calling in. How about this? I got a text on the Xfinity Mobile text line from the looks like the 650.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, yo, this dude last called in when the Warriors won the chip in 2022.
Esquire.
I have a vague recollection, but
well, he didn't say he got stabbed in the throat, but that makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah,
glad he sounds better.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say.
By the way, there were a lot of tales like that, and I think that's one of the other cool parts about a place like Rickwood Field is there's so many of those the catch type stories that just kind of roll out from different people. Like listening yesterday to Reggie Jackson, in fact, because one of the, Reggie Jackson is known for hitting these magnificent home runs,
right,
just majestic blasts. Well, allegedly, he hit one in Rickwood Field that went past the train tracks, which is beyond the center field confines. And that's about 500 feet. There's also a story that ball went further than the one that Babe Ruth hit when the Yankees came and stopped to play at Rickwood Field back in, I don't know, the 20s or the 30s. And until that time, everyone thought that Babe Ruth had hit the furthest home run ever. So, Reggie Jackson put one where the Babe did, and no one's got confirmation, but I think Reggie Jackson said when he was filming his documentary, which I would also recommend everyone go check out on Amazon, it's just called Reggie, that when he went to go back to Rickwood Field to film, that one of the grounds crew keepers that had worked there when Reggie played there actually walked him out and showed him where his ball landed. Like, that kind of stuff is
pretty cool.
Like that to me it's just awesome. And there's so many of those stories inside a building like Rickwood Field, which is, again, has stood for 114 years, the longest standing professional stadium in the country. There's places like that, I think, everywhere that could, I'm sure, shed some light on a lot of great and magnificent athletic achievements.
So right now, I'm looking at a photo of the catch. And one of the things I've always been fascinated with are baseball stadiums. Now, I've obviously never been to the Polo Grounds, but if you look at this catch, there is so much stuff in it. So it's obviously center field, and where he's catching the ball in front of this fence, the fence is high. It's a high fence. I would say it's 18 feet high. But it's only 18 feet high in about a 20-foot rectangular area. If the ball is, hit 10 yards to the right or left, it might go in the stands. Or on the other side of this wall, it almost looks like a garage. There's steps leading up and there's windows. So where that wall is, and I'm sure you know this, Evan, if it's in center field and you go toward left field, in other words, left center, it goes even further out. The field does. So if you're telling me that was 450, well, that tells me back in left center, which would have been, I don't know, a Death Valley type situation. That's what they called Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
Must have been 480. It's got to be 20 or 30 feet. So,
well, and that's also what made the catch so incredible. Like there's been some awesome catches that we've all seen highlights of, but that's one of the few in which you don't have the beginning of the play to really understand. Like Bomani Jones was telling this story to you guys on Wednesday, I believe, just to put into perspective how actually athletically incredible it was that he even got to that ball. And I'll tell you what, if I was the hitter that hit that ball, I'd be freaking pissed.
Oh, God.
Because you hit the ball 480 feet, it's gone anywhere. We get mad now at Oracle Park in San Francisco because you hit a ball 415 to right center, it's double. Or, God forbid, it's a fly out if someone tracks it down. He hit that ball nearly 480 feet, and it was an F8 in the book. That sucks.
Yeah, I'm going to. We'll get into more of this on the other side. This particular catch too, because now I've got some details on it. But 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in? Any of your fond moments from last night? If you want to share a story, Willie Mays is still very much front and center. You want to talk about Reggie Jackson, who spent a good portion of his career here in the Bay Area and was such an important part of last night. Let's get into it. 1 o'clock, we're going to have Roy Wood Jr. He was the sideline reporter at last night's game. He's a Birmingham, Alabama native, and he was formerly on The Daily Show. He was part of MLB's network coverage. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in and talk about this special week on 95.7 The Game.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings today. And I'll tell you what, so the boss hopefully has come through. We
don't have reason to believe he won't. Come on.
No, we're going to have a special guest at 12:30. Raleigh Fingers is going to join us. And obviously former relief pitcher for the Oakland A's. But Raleigh Fingers was mentioned prominently last night by Reggie Jackson. And Reggie Jackson essentially said, if it weren't for Raleigh Fingers and Dave Duncan, Joe Rudy and his wife, Johnny McNamara, former manager, that he never would have made it, because quite frankly, he was too angry, and he said he would have gotten himself into trouble, and he might have gotten himself into a lot of trouble. And if it weren't for those types of people who took care of him, Reggie was very emotional. We're going to play it again at some point, but Raleigh Fingers, who was mentioned again prominently by Reggie Jackson last night. And interestingly, just to tell you, the boss got a hold of Raleigh Fingers, and Raleigh had not heard what Reggie had said. And Raleigh, I guess, was a little surprised that he mentioned Raleigh Fingers. And so my boss, Matt Nahigian, has now sent Raleigh Fingers the video and the sound of what we just played. And we're going to get Raleigh Fingers' reaction to it. And I can't wait. I mean, it's a great pull, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I mean, number one, he's an all-timer. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest to ever lace him up. So there's that aspect to it as just a fan of baseball that I'm looking forward to. But that was also the biggest takeaway I had from the event at Rickwood Field. It wasn't about the game. I'm not going to lie. I didn't care a lick if the Giants won, if the Giants lost. They could have tied. It was insignificant. It didn't matter. The only thing that I was happy about is that the game went long enough so there could be more stories shared, and it wasn't, your classic 2-hour pitch clock game. In fact, they should have abolished the pitch clock just for the game last night, because all I wanted to do was listen to Reggie Jackson before the game. Also came on during the game. Barry Bonds before the game. There's also a nice sit-down that he did with MLB Network that you can go and watch on social media. Bill Greason, they did a fantastic 5 to 6 minute feature before the game on him, featuring him during the game, interviewing these different Negro League players that are still left standing during the game. Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro League Baseball Museum in Kansas City. They talked to him for multiple innings, in which I just felt like a fly on the wall, and it felt like John Smoltz and Joe Davis were too. They just let him tell stories. That is what the game was about to me. It was not about the Giants losing 6-5, although, by the way, that's also symbolic. You were asking me if I believe in God, and I'm on the fence about it. But Willie Mays was born on May 6th, 5-6. So even within the actual result of the game, there was still something a little bit bigger than the game itself.
Well, you know what I heard, and I read it somewhere, is the Giants' next home game is the 24th. Is that June 24th?
Yeah.
24. Willie Mays. Let's go to Damon is in San Leandro. Hey, Damon, how you doing?
Oh, it's a good day, Steiny.
Well, thank you.
And Evan, how are y'all? I saw the game last night, and of course, it was poignant what Reggie had to say, and I totally commiserate with him. I recall a pregame show with Ray Fosse during the A's game, and Reggie was being interviewed, and Ray asked him this question: Reggie, could you have gone through what Jackie went through? Reggie gave a one-word answer: no. And then Ray went to the next question. And and I got it, what he was saying at that particular time. But one has to remember that we all don't anodyne bad situations the same way. I like the way Willie Mays did it because he did it peacefully. I know he must have felt something. Nevertheless, he saw the ultimate goal to where he needed to go, because he knew that if he had made it, another person who looked like him will come through that door. And that was the ultimate goal to me.
Right.
Anytime someone is trying to block you from your goal, and I just recall what Michelle Obama said, when they go low, you go high.
Thanks
that's all I have.
Thanks, Damon. Appreciate it. And, I mean, I want to speak for Reggie, but clearly there were times where Reggie didn't want to go high or couldn't go high. And that's where apparently Raleigh Fingers and some real good men helped him out. And last night he made it clear. So I can't wait. We're going to get Raleigh Fingers on in 20 minutes. Great relief pitcher for the Oakland A's. But I think what a lot of us learned last night, Evan, is apparently Raleigh Fingers is a great person too.
Yeah, I mean, and Reggie also spoke about that in his documentary. There's a really good book on the 70s A's called Dynastic, Bombastic, Fantastic, the Swinging A's in the 1970s, and it kind of goes through mostly the baseball aspect of things, but it also gives you a little more insight into Reggie the person. And Reggie he talked about it last night, and he talked about it in a documentary. He's an angry guy, or he was an angry person. And after sharing what he did, and I know you can play it again in a moment, it's understandable. Like, Michelle Obama's right. When they go low, we go high. Well, not everybody can go high. But the difference between, obviously, you and I, Steiny, and someone like Reggie Jackson is, if Reggie Jackson goes low, there's consequences.
Right.
When we go low, there's not real consequences. Or, you might get reprimanded, or you might get fined. If I say something stupid on the radio today, right, I might get a slap on the wrist or suspended. If Reggie Jackson, and he said this, I think that's why he was admitting how grateful he was to someone like Raleigh Fingers. And I'm curious just to know if Raleigh ever felt that, from Reggie, that appreciation, and if he had an understanding or an idea of what he was going through at the time. Because if Reggie acted like he said, I mean, he said it. You could play it again. Like he said, he would have been hanging from an oak tree. So it wasn't just, you said, there was something to lose if Reggie did, what he wanted to do. Well, it wasn't just his career. Like, he knew that he could lose his life.
Right.
And that's a reality that doesn't exist anymore for most people for good reason, but it doesn't mean that it didn't exist. And he was trying to highlight that aspect of America.
The one part, Evan, that you couldn't really tell from what Reggie said. I was watching the video, and I don't know what to make of it, and I have no judgment on it, but it just struck me. And if somebody can speak to it, I would love to hear. So at the end of the interview that Reggie did, the last thing he said was, I would have been hanging from an oak tree. Now, I don't know if you watched what happened after that, but Alex Rodriguez kind of looked at Reggie, and Reggie looked at Alex Rodriguez, and you could tell Alex Rodriguez couldn't believe what Reggie had said. Probably not just about the oak tree, but when he said the N-word.
You should play it again.
Twice. I will after I quickly explain. They almost laughed about it, even though it was an unbelievably serious comment. And there was something there that I can't put my finger on. It wasn't funny, but there was a truth about it that both guys acknowledged, that Reggie was sharing something that, wow, you really went for it, Reggie. Here it is again.
Coming back here is not easy. The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, you think you're a better person? You think you won when you played here and conquered? I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, can't eat here. I would go to a hotel and they say that can't stay here. We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner, and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here. Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, we're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted. Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat in the place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay. Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The year I came here, Bull Connor was the sheriff the year before. And they took minor league baseball out of here because in 1963, the Klan murdered 4 black girls, children, in 11, 12, 14 years old at a church here and never got indicted. It was there from the Klan. Life magazine did a story on them like they were being honored. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. At the same time, had it not been for my white friends, had it not been for a white manager, and Rudy, Fingers, and Duncan, and Lee Myers, I would have never made it. I was too physically violent. I was ready to physically fight some. I'd have got killed here because I'd have beat someone's ass, and you'd have saw me in an oak tree somewhere.
That's Reggie Jackson, courtesy of Fox Sports.
I mean, I think the laughter you hear is, well, you're laughing at, the idea of Reggie Jackson beating someone's ass, but also it's an uncomfortable laugh.
Right.
It's because you don't know what to say. I think you hear A-Rod laughing because it's not a fun story. And he's trying to nervously bring some, some joy to the situation, because I think that's just inherent. Like, when I hear that, it makes me feel uncomfortable because people that look like me did those kind of things to people that look like Reggie Jackson. All I know about Reggie Jackson is that he's a great baseball player. I've had nothing but respect for Reggie Jackson since I started learning about the major leagues, because I only knew him as a player. But the time in which Reggie Jackson was a great baseball player was not a great time to him. And so while he wasn't able to be as joyful and happy at all times as Willie Mays,
right,
it doesn't mean that, I don't know, like it's powerful.
Let's listen to more Reggie Jackson. This is from last night at Rickwood Field, Birmingham, Alabama. This is about Willie Mays specifically, whom Reggie knew well.
I think Willie Mays meant to me the same thing that he meant to most people. He was a Baryshnikov on the baseball field. As far as being given the most skills, you've got Babe Ruth, you've got Hank Aaron, you've got Lou Gehrig, you've got Barry Bonds, you've got Alex Rodriguez. These guys that were gifted all of these skills, but the guy that got the most skills, I believe, of anyone: run, throw, hit with power, defense, as well as baseball instincts. He had 6 rather than 5. Was really a special player. I think that he had a lot of things to say about the game, but at the time when Willie was playing, Hank Aaron was playing, the Willie McCoveys were playing, the Bob Gibsons were playing, they grew up in an era when you had to complain about the game or complain about society, you suppressed it. Today's player doesn't do that.
That was more Reggie Jackson from last night. I'm just going to keep this going. This is even more insight on Willie.
I learned by watching Willie Mays. He was the first guy to get his uniform tapered. He and Mickey Mantle. but the way that he showed the love of the game, the way he respected the game, even when he had a complaint about what may have been going on with minorities or whatever. In his era, Derek, you didn't speak about it. He loved the game so much that he refrained. But my admiration for him was how he went about it and how he showed people like me following him how to play. I would say to a guy that had a chance to play with you, watch him. You'll learn a lot.
More Reggie Jackson from last night. Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Because I know, I always tell the story about a 5-minute fool and a lifetime fool. What do you know offhand what a tapered uniform is?
Well, like you get your suit set, right?
Oh, like it was fitted. Like it was a fitted. It wasn't just a uniform. It was.
I mean, that's what I'm.
I got the measurements, like the inseam and stuff. Okay, I didn't know.
Well, I'm assuming that the best players at the time could kind of get their own, stuff. Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle.
I mean, I don't want to be ignorant, but like I was thinking, I guess Steph Curry's uniform is made for Steph Curry. He's not deciding between double X and single X.
Well, I'm assuming. I mean, when I think of a taper, I think of like a haircut.
Yeah.
So you're just getting it trimmed.
Gotcha. By the way, did you see on the set last night they had a box of Reggie bars?
Did they?
Yeah, they did. I didn't even know they made them anymore. Have you ever had a Reggie bar?
No, I don't know what that is.
You don't know what that is?
Well, I know it's a candy bar, the Reggie Jackson spot.
Do you know? His. Oh, I can tell you a little bit more about it.
Well, please do, Steiny.
Okay. So in I always get it mixed up, 78, when Reggie hit 3 homers in the Game 6, Yankee Stadium. They won the series in 6 games. So he hit 3 homers. They win the World Series. That offseason, they created a Reggie candy bar. It was a square candy bar. Well, it was a round candy bar in a square package. And it had Reggie swinging. And the following season, they gave away Reggie bars, opening day at Yankee Stadium. And guess who homered?
Let me guess, Reggie.
And guess what happened?
They threw candy bars.
They threw candy bars on the field at Yankee Stadium the opening day, the year after he hit 3 home runs to help the Yankees win the series. Here's another thing I learned about Willie Mays. Apparently he had a firm handshake. A firm handshake.
Well, have you seen those old pictures of how many baseballs he could hold in his hand?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Not as many as Johnny Bench, I don't think. I mean, there's a picture of him holding 8 baseballs, but yeah, Willie could fit easily like 4 or 5 baseballs in his hand. Those are some massive mitts.
I don't know if you ever had a chance to meet not Raleigh Fingers, Ray Fosse, late Ray Fosse. He had he had a bone-crushing handshake.
Dude, I swear to God, you talked about this, maybe your metabolism falls off when you get older.
Yes.
Testosterone levels begin to go down. Your muscle begins to dwindle. That might all be true, but I swear to God that as soon as you started getting older, the older you get, the firmer and stronger your handshake is. I don't know how, but I've had the chance to, shake, I have military members of my family, at all the reunions and stuff. Dude, everybody over the age of 90 would break my hand. I don't get it.
Well, that's when it was a simpler time, and the firmness of a handshake told you about the man. You could know about the man.
Rip it, and then just smile.
Well, let's face it, if we've all done our handshakes in our life, some people have the firm one and some people have the noodle.
Well, who goes limp fish? I mean,
too many people go noodle. I don't understand it. I mean, I'm not asking to break fingers. I'm just asking.
No, but they try.
I know they do. They do try. One other thing, I got 6 things listed. Raleigh Fingers.
Did Catfish Hunter say this, by the way?
He did. Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to. Go ahead and read this. I do remember this.
This is incredible. The Reggie bar is the only candy bar that when you unwrap it, it tells you how good it is.
Yep.
That was from Catfish Hunter.
Yep. I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, if you're not familiar with Reggie Jackson and you just kind of, heard some of the sound we're saying and how he speaks and how great he can convey a thought. You can understand why he owned New York in the 70s when they won 2 championships and he was the straw that stirred the drink.
Was he the most liked member of the Yankees?
No, he was hated.
Well, then what do you mean?
Not hated, but he was not.
You just said he owned the city.
Well, after he hit 3 homers. After I'm not saying when he first came to the Yankees, he was disliked because he was outspoken. He didn't get along with Billy Martin. They had an infamous fight in the dugout after Billy Martin pulled Reggie Jackson out of right field. Did you know this?
Oh, I know that Billy Martin used to fight everyone.
Yeah, Billy Martin took Reggie Jackson out of right field in the middle of an inning, which is unheard of. And Reggie ran off the field, and they got into it in the dugout. There was also
the only player that Billy Martin was kind to was Ricky Henderson, apparently.
Billy was tough, apparently.
Yeah, but if he liked you, you were his guy.
You're right.
Like he would.
He was like
Ricky everywhere.
Right. In that sense, he was an unbelievable teammate because he had everybody on his team's back. I remember a story where Reggie and Billy, boy, they didn't get along. So Reggie was up in the, I can't remember the situation. It might have been a 9th inning, and there was a guy on second with no outs. And Billy Martin asked Reggie to bunt, to sacrifice. And the story's a little different, though. So Reggie, according to Billy Martin, Reggie goes to bunt, strike 1, he missed it. Puts on the bunt sign again. Strike 2, Reggie missed it. After Reggie gets 2 strikes, according to Billy Martin instructed the first base coach, okay, he's hitting away now. I don't want him to try to bunt now. He's got 2 strikes. And that's when apparently Reggie tried to bunt again. And he ended up striking out. And Martin was just incensed. And Reggie, of course, and this is the thing you never knew about Reggie. I'm pretty sure Reggie said, I must have missed the signal. I know he wanted me to push the runner over early in that bat, so I don't know why he would have taken off, but it was, those Yankee teams were Reggie Jackson and Thurman Munson. I remember hearing this story. Reggie Jackson and Thurman Munson did not like each other. And I mentioned this guy a lot, Rocky Colavito, but he was a coach of the Cleveland Indians, and Rocky had a son that we knew. And Rocky Jr. used to tell these stories about the Yankees because he got them from his dad, who was a coach of the Indians. And the one thing I remember Rocky Jr. saying is that, back in those days with the Yankees, he said, every time Thurman Munson and Reggie Jackson passed each other in a hallway or in the dugout, the whole team shuddered because they always felt that those two were always this far from going at it. They really did not like each other.
Well, you do know that the 1970s A's were the swinging A's.
Correct.
It was a double entendre.
Right.
Wasn't about offense.
Well, I mean,
because they used to fight each other.
Well, if you think about that. So Reggie went from the swinging A's to the Bronx Zoo. Who was the common denominator?
Reggie Jackson. What
Reggie
the game's
Jackson.
missing.
All right. On the other side, I'm really looking forward to this. We are going to talk to Raleigh Fingers, great relief pitcher for the Oakland A's, but mentioned prominently last night by Reggie Jackson as somebody that, had Raleigh not been in Reggie's life, things may have turned out a lot differently. We're going to talk to Raleigh Fingers on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Join us for the San Jose Sharks NHL Draft Party on Friday, June 28th.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings, and we're talking about a lot of stuff today. We're talking about the game at Rickwood Field in Birmingham. We're talking about Willie Mays, obviously his passing touching the Bay Area. We're talking about Reggie Jackson, who last night was a prominent part of the telecast and was just as authentic as Reggie Jackson gets. We have Raleigh Fingers on the phone. He was a teammate of Reggie Jackson's at the time. But Raleigh, before I talk to you, I would like our listeners to just take one quick listen, and hopefully along with you, of what Reggie said last night mentioning your name. Take a listen, Raleigh.
Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone.
All right, so right now we're joined by Raleigh Fingers, 7-time All-Star, 3 World Series rings, inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1992, one of the greatest relief pitchers of all time. Raleigh, I got to tell you, I knew you were a great pitcher, but I learned a lot more about you last night.
Well, that was kind of a crazy time in my career, because that's the first time I'd ever played baseball in the South. I mean, my first I was in the Florida State League in 1965, and then in 1966 I played in the California League. That's where Joe Rudy. I met Joe Rudy, and Reggie Jackson was on our team there, so we became real good friends. And then we both went to, all three of us went to Birmingham in 1967. And, I had never been around anything racially concerned. I didn't know about that stuff being in California. And it was kind of bad there for Reggie. We first got there, he couldn't find a place to live. And Joe, Rudy, and I, we got into an apartment complex about 20 minutes from the ballpark, and Reggie had no place to stay, so he stayed out with Joe, Rudy, and I. We'd kind of switch off. He would stay on our couches, and the people that were in the development, they didn't particularly care about seeing Reggie there, and they were threatening us, and so Reggie, he was there for probably about a month, maybe a month and a half, and then he finally found a place, but yeah, it wasn't good for him traveling around to the teams, the cities that we went to in the South. I mean, we were going into we were in Georgia, Macon, Georgia, Montgomery, Alabama, Evansville, Indiana, Knoxville, Tennessee, and we were on road trips, and some of these road trips were 8-10-hour trips. And if we pulled over to a place to get something to eat, they wouldn't let him come in, and so we'd have to move on. Or if we were out in the middle of nowhere, he would stay on the bus, and we would go in and get food and bring it back out to him. So it wasn't a fun time for Reggie playing in the minor league, especially in the Southern League that year.
Yeah, well, Reggie told a couple stories about what he went through. Can you describe what his white teammates were like? Were they all like you and trying to help him along? Were other of his teammates maybe just distancing themselves? What kind of dynamic was that?
No, it wasn't. The guys that we had on the team, we all liked Reggie. I mean, everybody liked Reggie. I think we had one other black ball player on the team. Oh God, I think it was a pitcher, but I can't remember his name. And we had a couple of Puerto Ricans on the team, and I think we had one Dominican Republic ball player on the team. But I think there was only 2 black players, and Reggie was one of them. But we all got along. I mean, all the ball players loved Reggie. We all got along with Reggie real well. He was fine back then. No problems at all. He was a good guy.
Well, and one of the reasons it feels like a lot of people have spoken so fondly about him is because he wore it on his sleeve. I mean, he let people know exactly how he felt, which was also one of the reasons he described last night why you guys were so important to keeping him from doing something that he might regret. So I'm curious if you ever saw Reggie Jackson, let these things affect him? Did he let on what he'd been harboring? And he spoke about it in his documentary as well. At that time, the racism, the vitriol, everything that he had to deal with, how much did he let on to you guys, especially when you're in that apartment complex and you're sharing rooms together?
Yeah, well, he wasn't real happy about the situation. He thought that he was imposing on us, but he wasn't imposing on us. And like I say, everybody on the ball club, we got along fine. But it was something that he wasn't used to. I mean, he was a big football star at ASU. There was no really any problems there when he was going to college at ASU. Then he signed, and that year in 1965, he came up to Modesto and joined the Modesto A's. And we heard that we're getting this running back. I said, what the hell are we going to do with a running? But then when he got there, at about 5 or 6 o'clock every day, he would put on a hitting display that you wouldn't believe. He would hit balls so far. There isn't any ballpark they couldn't hold a ball on him. He's a strong arm. He could throw strikes from the outfield to home plate, and you could just tell he was going to be a great ball player. And he joined us about mid-season, and we ended up winning the league that year. We went to Birmingham in '67. We won the league that year. He had a great year, and then he went on to the big leagues. But '67 was a tough year for him. But he never really. He didn't really come out and say a whole lot about it when he was talking with Joe and I or any of the guys on the team.
We're joined by Raleigh Fingers, 7-time All-Star, won 3 World Series, including the MVP in '74. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1992. Teammate of Reggie Jackson. I'm kind of interested, Raleigh, in knowing. You played with him in Birmingham, you played with him in Kansas City, then you came to Oakland. And, I'm just wondering, did the issues follow him to Oakland? What was the difference between Birmingham, Kansas City, and Oakland, if there was any? Was he more comfortable out here?
He was a lot more comfortable. I think once you get to the big leagues, that stuff went out the window. We were going to big cities, Kansas City, Anaheim, Milwaukee. I mean, we never had any problems. New York, playing the Yankees or Boston or going to Cleveland. We never really had any problems racially in the big leagues. It was just that one year in 1967, there was a lot of problems in the South. And after that, once you got to the big leagues, really there was no problem at all. As far as staying in hotels, we all stayed in pretty nice hotels, and we could go into all the restaurants usually, no problems. So it wasn't that bad.
Well, I was going to ask Raleigh. It's obviously incomparable to what Reggie had to go through as a black man, but when he says thanks to yourself, to Joe Rudy, to Dave Duncan. I mean, did you guys ever feel it, or were you ever approached by anyone as those that stood up for Reggie Jackson just because everyone looked down on him, that you had to be the teammates both on and off the field? But did you ever feel pressure to not necessarily not be, but did you feel that kind of the residual effects of what Reggie was dealing with?
When Reggie, we lived out. He was staying with us out at a complex, and no one really ever approached us. But word was getting around that they didn't like Reggie being there, and but no one really ever approached us, me or Joe Rudy, or because we were hanging out together. When we went to the ballpark, we would all drive in the same car, go to the ballpark. And when we would come home, we never really had any problems. But it was hard for Reggie to find a place to live. He wanted to stay in a nice area, and most of the nice areas didn't welcome us. So it was a little tough for him there. But he got through the season. I know it was kind of rough for him, but he never really spoke that much about it.
Raleigh Fingers joining us on 95.7 The Game, teammate of Reggie Jackson, 3-time World Series winner. The one thing that I'm interested in is when Reggie mentioned you specifically last night with Johnny McNamara, Joe Rudy, and a couple others, and what I'm curious about is he used the phrase that if it wasn't for white guys like you, that he may have ended up hanging from an oak tree. And what I'm wondering is, at that time, did you realize you might be doing something special or extraordinary? And then when you heard what he said last night, what kind of impact does that have on you?
Oh, I think both Joe and I were very appreciative of what he said. We were just, we were just being friends. I mean, we were friends for almost 2 years already, and Reggie was a great guy, and it was just the South. That was the problem, and we appreciate everything that he said last night. I heard the tape, and at the time you don't really think about that. I wasn't thinking about that. All I was doing was being a friend, same as Joe, Rudy, and John McNamara. Our manager was a great guy, and he wasn't going to put up with that stuff either. And so, even all the other guys on the team felt the same way.
Well, Raleigh, what we have here, obviously a big part of last night's event at Rickwood Field was the honoring of Willie Mays, one of the greatest to ever lace him up. And you had the opportunity to pitch against him throughout your career, but also in the World Series. He got his last hit of his Major League Baseball career off you in Game 2 of the 73 World Series. That was also the first year you guys shared the field in an all-star game. Could you just tell us kind of what your lasting memory of Willie Mays is, and if there's any times you guys interacted, if there's a story you could share with us?
Well, when I grew up as a kid, I moved from Ohio to L.A., and there was no baseball in 1955. And then Brooklyn came in 58, and the Giants came in 58. So we got the first time I was ever even able to watch a big league ball game was when the Dodgers and the Giants played one another, and I became a big Willie Mays fan. I loved Willie Mays. I mean, he was it. I wanted to see the Dodgers win, but I wanted to see Willie Mays do good. And so my dad came home from work one day and said, "Hey, let's go to a Dodger game." We hardly never went. And I said, "Well, who's playing?" He said, "The Giants are playing." I said, "Oh, cool." So we go to the ballpark, and my dad said, "Where do you want to sit?" I said, "I want to sit in the center field bleachers. I mean, Willie's going to be 50 feet from me. I'm going to watch, I'll see Willie Mays." So I started talking to a kid next to me, and he said, "Hey, do you want to go try and get some autographs after the game?" And I said, "Do you know where the players come out?" He pointed up to a parking lot. And I said, I asked my dad, and he said, "Okay." That was like I was about 11, 12 years old, something like that. And so we go up there, and I couldn't get close to anybody. I mean, I saw Koufax and Drysdale and Duke Snyder and Maury Wills and Orlando Cepeda and McCovey, all the golf players coming out, but I couldn't get close to anybody. And a door opened off to my left, and it caught my eye, and it's Willie. And Willie's sneaking down through the parking lot at Dodger Stadium. So I'm chasing Willie now in the parking lot at Dodger Stadium. And I get to the car where he's at, and I said, "Mr. Mays, would you, sign my autograph?" Signed the autograph, Willie Mays, and that was it. And 13 years later, I'm on the mound in the 73 World Series, and I hear the announcer say, "Now batting, Willie Mays." Now, all of a sudden, it's kind of surreal. You're facing a guy that, you idolized as a kid. So on that particular at-bat, I struck him out on 3 pitches. And then the next game, I think it was Game 2, he had a high hopper over my head that was his last major league hit. And there was a guy on third, so it was his last major league RBI.
Wow.
So I was the last guy to strike him out. He got his last hit off me, and he got his last RBI off me. So I told Willie when I got into the Hall of Fame in 1992, I went over to his table. We were having our dinner, and I told Willie this story. And I said, "Willie, it's a good thing you signed that autograph, or I'd have drilled your hind end."
Hey, Raleigh, I actually got a... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you?
Well, there was no way I was going to hit Willie Mays.
Raleigh, I actually got a story about you that I remember fondly, and you'll probably never remember, but you used to play in the celebrity golf tournament up in Tahoe, right?
Oh, yeah. All the time.
Yeah, so I went up there to cover it. I was working for a newspaper, and they used to have a program of all the celebrities and former athletes who were participating, and it was a big, kids could get autographs whenever they wanted. The access was incredible, and there was a young kid, must have been 10 years old, and I don't know, you were maybe in your 50s or something, I don't know, and the kid knows you're somebody, and he says, "Sir, can I have your autograph?" And you said, "Sure." And he starts fumbling through the book, the program of all the celebrities, of the ex-players. And the kid clearly doesn't know who you are. And the kid's getting nervous. And I'm looking at you thinking, I wonder if Raleigh's going to get annoyed. And you could see the kid was fumbling. And you just said, "Here, young man, let me have the program." He handed you the program, you pulled it open to your page, and you signed the autograph, and you ended up thanking him. And I just thought that was really gracious at the time. I remember it to this day.
Yeah, if he was a young kid, he probably didn't know who I was.
Well,
older.
Well, the world knows who you are now if they didn't before, Raleigh. You were spoken very highly of, and just appreciate you coming on so much. It's been a kind of a special week in one way or the other for baseball, and thank you so much for capping it off with us.
All right, my pleasure. Had a great time.
All right. Raleigh Fingers, 3-time World Series MVP, 7-time All-Star, Hall of Fame 1992, 341 career saves, handlebar mustache, and somebody who left an indelible mark on Reggie Jackson. That was sweet.
That was incredible. And, well, he also won an MVP.
That's right.
Raleigh Fingers did.
I got to believe he was the only reliever to ever win the first reliever to win the MVP.
Yeah. Eckersley also did.
Sure.
But, no, that was incredible. And, I don't know, just to hear him talk about what that time was like for him, because, like he said, he didn't really, well, I guess a lot of white people were privileged and still are to not have to, think about those things. But to see Reggie Jackson go from the Cal League, in which they thought they were getting a running back, which was funny, and then down to AA in Birmingham, and just seeing the stark contrast of the two places, and hear him talk about that. I mean, that was incredible. This is powerful. What Reggie said last night, and I feel fortunate that Raleigh was able to add a little more.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about the Reggie bar earlier.
Yeah.
And someone texted and said, yeah, Catfish Hunter once said that, the Reggie bar is, what is it not? It's really good, but it tells you how good it is.
It's the only candy bar that when you open it, it'll tell you how good it is.
I kind of remember this one. Just got a text from Mark Ibanez.
Okay.
And he has another line that Catfish used about Reggie Jackson. Here it is. Catfish Hunter said this about Reggie Jackson. Reggie would give you the shirt off his back and then call a press conference to tell everybody about it. That was Catfish Hunter on Reggie Jackson. Thank you, Mark Ibanez. Appreciate that. But
well, it also sounds like the openness, whatever way you perceive it, that Reggie Jackson was known for is also the reason why he had no fear to step to the mic last night and talk about all the bad things that happened. Yeah. Or the reality that he lived. Like he said, what's it like coming back? Well, actually, it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have a good time here. And I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that it was all sunshine and rainbows, because it wasn't. And it wasn't for not just Reggie Jackson, but it felt like he was speaking for a lot of people that experienced that. And to also give some of the background of the history and the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing that happened very shortly before Reggie Jackson got there was just another reason why he felt everything that Birmingham meant and still means to a lot of people.
Yeah. Let's go out to Jeremy. Jeremy's in Burbank. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing?
I'm good, fellas. What's up? Happy Friday.
Same to you.
I just wanted to call and just express my gratitude for all of the interviews and the insight and the callers over these last 3 days. I was working on Wednesday after I heard the news the night before, and it was around 10:30. Came around, I was like, I need to tune in to Steiny and Goop, because I'm going to hear what they have to say. And I went on the Odyssey app, I hit rewind, and just it's just been absolutely incredible. I in my sports life, I'm 34 years old, and in my sports life, live for these kinds of stories of things that happen before my time, you know. So all of the interviews and just everybody's perspective, including your own, and Goo and Steiny and Evan, everybody, I'm eternally grateful. So thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I've said this to Evan a couple times in the last 2 days, you know, like sometimes I feel like, you know, what are we doing talking about this, you and me? You know, there should be other people talking about it that probably have better insight. And that's why one of the things I try to do this week is just play all the sound of what others who know more than me, maybe not more than you've shown your expertise about this stuff this week, but that's why I kind of wanted to just share everything that everybody has been saying about Willie Mays, the Negro Leagues, now Reggie Jackson. So, just a conduit, really.
Well, but it's also an opportunity for me to talk to you about it. And, you know, we got to do it on live radio. So I just think in what Reggie Jackson was last night and what all of these players have been over the last few days at Rickwood Field is they've been genuine. They've been open and they've been honest. Whether it's been about something that's good, something that's about just baseball, or something that's completely ugly and filthy. And I think that's what I've appreciated about this week is, unfortunately, it kind of was kickstarted by someone passing away. And then the event last night, to your point earlier, Steiny, became more of a celebration of life than anything else. Like, the game was meaningless to me. But to have all these different players that either knew Willie Mays or that had an experience with him or knew someone that knew him, he just touched so many different people. And the message of honesty that's all you can ask for. And I think that's why, and I don't want to speak for the caller, but I think that's also what I'm feeling too, is you're learning so much about things that have happened long before he and I were alive, but it doesn't make them any less important, because the privileges that I get to experience as both a younger person, but also as a white person, is very different because of what the people before us and the generations before us either inflicted upon another race or were able to use, and like Raleigh Fingers was able to live above that. It's all valid. A lot of it's ugly, but it does construct the world that we live in. And I just feel like we're better off for understanding why.
Yeah, somebody said, somebody texted, you know, on a positive note, it's nice to know that there were people like Raleigh Fingers. And the thing that kind of hits me is, it's such a serious issue and it's so important. And Reggie Jackson essentially brought that out last night about how important Raleigh Fingers was. And there's something cool about Raleigh saying, well, we were just friends. You know, he's just a friend. He's a teammate. Like, I don't get the sense those guys thought what they were doing was something extraordinary. They just treated Reggie Jackson like a man.
But I also think that says more about Reggie Jackson. And we can talk to Roy Wood Jr. in a couple of minutes here on the other side, who is also part of the Ben, is of Birmingham, Alabama native. I think it says more about Reggie Jackson because what we also heard from Raleigh Fingers was that Reggie never burdened any of them with his issues.
Yeah.
He never spoke about it. He internalized it. And it's probably one of the reasons that he might have been as angry as he was.
All right, so coming up on the other side, really looking forward to this one too. Roy Wood Jr., he's a Birmingham, Alabama native. He's also a stand-up comic. You may have seen him on the former Daily Show. He was a correspondent. He was part of the coverage last night as the sideline reporter. I don't know who would have better insight as to what happened last night than our next guest, Roy Wood Jr. He'll be on the other side. And don't forget to download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment was also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions.
Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. And joining us right now, we've been talking about this appearance all day. Roy Wood Jr., he's a Birmingham, Alabama native. He's a stand-up comedian. Last night, he was the sideline reporter at Rickwood Field, part of Major League Baseball's network coverage. Also formerly of The Daily Show. He was a correspondent there. Hey, Roy, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys, and let this conversation be proof that it's not just sex talk happening in Twitter DMs. Sometimes there's business being negotiated.
All right. Well, let's talk about some of that business. Can you describe the environment and the atmosphere last night in Birmingham at Rickwood Field?
I think it was jovial. You know, it was definitely somber to start. You know, it was to be a celebration of Willie Mays' career, and it ended up being a celebration of his life. I think beyond that, you know, it was just a sense of unity. I was in the booth with MLB Network on Tuesday for the minor league game we had there, and when they announced that Willie Mays had passed, you saw strangers crying, and then the next thing you saw was strangers hugging. And that was a beautiful thing. And that's, to me, that's not just a testament to Alabama. It's a testament to the spirit of baseball, and it's a testament to just how well people. We've really underestimated how much. How can I put it? How unifying the sport of baseball is, and what the spirit of Willie Mays has been able to do for that. And you know, it was beautiful, man. Even the food was good. I played high school baseball at Rickwood Field. Let me tell you something. Hands down, Rickwood might be the oldest field with the worst hot dog.
Well,
we're talking 94 dogs at Rickwood. Oh, my friend. Oh, no.
Well, they put in a food court. It was my understanding, a nice food court. They also built temporary clubhouses too, right?
Correct. They had they had it set up two different ways. They had an outside pavilion area that was kind of like a state, like when your city closes off 3 blocks and puts a stage downtown and brings somebody who hasn't sold an album in 10 years, and you go stand out in the heat. You know the vibes. It was that all around the outside, like every stadium now that has the outside area for the fans who just want to be outside, right? And then on the beyond the outfield wall was an entire ecosystem of showers and clubhouses and air-conditioned tents and VIP booths. And you see part of it with that Willie Mays pavilion that they kept showing, which is the original batting cages for Rickwood Field, which they just retrofitted into kind of a VIP tent. But like, I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen a tent city and storage container cities that, like, only when I did USO shows in Iraq have I seen something more intricate than what I saw set up at Rickwood Field.
Interesting. Roy Wood Jr. joining us on 95.7 The Game, formerly of The Daily Show. He was a correspondent there. He was also at Rickwood Field last night in Birmingham, Alabama, doing sideline reporting.
Well, Roy, I was going to ask you about your favorite part from the event, but now that I think about it, you know, not many people have as intimate of a knowledge both of Rickwood Field but also just of Birmingham as someone like yourself. I saw you tweeting about, you know, an unlikely candidate to have Not Like Us as their walk-up song. Like, what was the most shocking thing that you saw at the event yesterday or throughout this week?
I'd say the most shocking thing that I saw throughout the entire week at Rickwood was people in a football state sitting down and watching baseball, which proves that there is some degree of love and appreciation for baseball still in this country. In the state of Alabama. I don't think it can be really understated how much MLB did to renovate that field and to leave it in a place where because high school teams that don't have a field use Rickwood as their municipal home field. I played 3 seasons there, and I think the only thing MLB is taking with them is the jumbotron and the lights. They had to bring in extra lights because those lights at Rickwood, I don't think the wiring in those lights hasn't been good since segregation. So they got to get deep up in the walls and really lace some new electrical cord. But I'd say probably the most surprising thing was just how communal and just joyous it was. Like when you really think about Birmingham, if it's not football, we ain't gathering for it. If it's not music, we ain't gathering for it. So to see people just gathered and just mingling and just hanging like the vibe, when you go out somewhere and you can tell who the out-of-towners are.
Yeah, we're from San Francisco. We know that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Y'all know because we're complaining about the breeze while y'all just soldier through it. This summer is so cold. And you're like, shut your face, tourist. Like, why is everything locked up in the Walgreens? Look, do you want lotion or not? Stop crying. Like, the idea that so many people from so many places, I was speaking with people, and I thought that they were like, oh, where in Alabama you're from? And this guy's like, I'm from Sacramento. They showed up and showed out as well. Let me tell you something. Giants fans were there. They were there early. I forgive me for not remembering the woman's name, but the first black woman PA announcer for the Giants who recently left the organization.
Renell.
She came to the game. Renell was at the game. Partial standing O from all the Giants fans. So the level of appreciation still for the sport of baseball, it wasn't lost. So, you had people who were there to celebrate Willie, and then you had diehard baseball fans who were there to watch a good-ass game of baseball. So, it was a good time. I hope it's something that MLB figures out a way to do every year. To answer the question, I guess, in the shortest way possible, there was one Negro leaguer there, the oldest one, the Reverend Bill Greason. Bill Greason played for the Birmingham Black Barons on their last black Negro League World Series team in 1948. Bill Greason, then he also served in Iwo Jima, and he spent the last 40 years or so as a pastor in the Birmingham area. I interviewed him. We had a podcast that we did just covering the history of Rickwood, 4 episodes called Road to Rickwood. And Mr. Greason was one of the people that I interviewed, and he told me a month and a half ago he was not coming to the game. And it wasn't so much about an anger at Major League Baseball for this, day in the sun to take so long to come, but more about the idea that I really think a lot of these men, there is trauma that they never got to deal with because as soon as they left the Negro Leagues, the Civil Rights Movement started. And so once they had a moment of quiet and calm, like someone like Mr. Greason, he found solace in religion. So to bring him back to this place that has so many great memories, but also so many bad memories, I could completely understand why he wouldn't have wanted to come to Rickwood. And when I looked out there and I saw the smile on his face as he was standing there with men who I know for a fact he has not seen in decades, because Bill Greason, he's not gone to any of the reunion stuff that whenever Kansas City has the thing and, we're going to honor you over here at the thing. No, thanks. I got church. So to see him there, that was beautiful because it's like you're watching someone make an attempt to still remember what was good about something that was just very, very terrible.
Well, Roy, I did listen to Road to Rickwood and NPR. It's fantastic. I recommend everybody go out and listen to learn more about the field. But one thing that was a part of it was a lot of the, you mentioned the trauma, but it was never aimed at their own players. For example, Willie Mays never felt it, from what it sounded like, the jealousy of players that were older that didn't have the chance to go and play in the majors just because they were beyond their primes and the opportunity wasn't afforded to them. Obviously, it was a celebration of Willie Mays after his passing. I'm curious, though, is there anything that you learned specifically about Willie Mays through, whether it's the podcast or just from being a part of the event, that you didn't know before? And could you kind of share with our audience here at San Francisco what your lasting memory is of Willie Mays?
So Willie Mays, for the people who don't know, I'm sure your audience does, though, his first professional hit as a paid baseball player, came at 17 years old for the Birmingham Black Barons. At the time, he was still in high school. And Piper Davis, who's a player manager for the Black Barons, he was one of the people that was integral in recruiting Willie Mays. And also in and around that team was a young man named Al Holt. Al Holt would eventually become a Black Baron himself in the 60s, but he was the bat boy. And he just talked about the focus that Willie had, even when he was facing 40 and 50-year-old men. I'm sure you heard last night the story about Satchel Paige, because he got mad that Willie hit a double off of him. Bob Kendricks from the Negro League Museum, president of the Negro League Museum, told the story of Satchel Paige at Rickwood telling Willie, "I'm going to throw 3 fastballs at you, and you're not going to hit any of them." And before the third fastball hit the catcher's mitt, Satchel Paige told Willie, "Go sit down, little boy, and don't hit me like that again." And Willie said, "Yes, sir." So, it's. I think what Willie Mays means to the people of Alabama, I think people really forget that, most of the time when you're talking about the state of Alabama, especially Birmingham, you're talking about how terrible it is. And to grow up in Birmingham, we're always talking about how good you still have an opportunity to be in spite of what was. So when someone, quote unquote, makes it to the big time, we celebrate you because you're proof positive to everybody that's still living in that space that you can do it. We're talking about a man that grew up less than 2 miles away from where Bo Jackson would come to dominance. So it's possible to be from Central Alabama. It's possible to come from poverty. It's possible to come from nothing if you work hard and focus and you're just kind to people. And Willie Mays was exactly that.
We're talking to Roy Wood Jr. He was part of the telecast last night in Birmingham at Rickwood Field, former Daily Show correspondent. Can I assume, Roy, that you heard what Reggie Jackson said during his interview with Alex Rodriguez, et cetera?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I heard that.
Well, that's one of the pieces of last night that's going to live for a long period of time. Just what Reggie said. What were your thoughts when he was, telling it as straight as he could?
It's with regret and shame. And the thing that I think that's very horrible about the things that Reggie was forced to, unearth is that if Reggie Jackson is still alive, then the people who denied him a meal in the hotel room quite possibly are too. And the thought that type of horror is not that long ago. It's one of those things where you hear the story, and I think it was very important because, as much as you want this night to celebrate the Negro Leagues, you kind of need to acknowledge a little bit of just how heinous and terrible it was. Again, in the podcast, and I don't even think this was the podcast. I think this was the vignettes I did with Harold Reynolds. We spoke with some retired Negro Leaguers, and they were telling us stories. Al Holt was one of them. And they were telling us stories about how when they were on the road and if a hotel denied them, sometimes they would sleep in a nursing home. Sometimes they would sleep in hospice on the floor next to a person who is literally dying. And you would do that for a 5-game series and then eat your food on the bus because no one will let you sit there. And so to see these gentlemen finally having their day in the sun, finally getting a pension from MLB, finally having their statistics elevated, it was way overdue. And that was really one of the more through lines through a lot of the retired Negro Leaguers that I talked to, is that a lot of them just felt like all of this was too late because they've lost so many friends and there's so many people who they wish could have been there with them.
Well, Roy, another feature that I saw you on, I think it was with Fox or MLB Network, was speaking with these Negro League players, but it was also you just listen to them talking ball. Like, what was it like to hear stories from players back then and just talk about the sport and the appreciation for what they were able to do as athletes?
The fact that you could taunt people as a fielder we need to bring that back, bro. The fact that Satchel Paige could literally just tell people, he told the outfield to sit down. I know I'm going to strike this guy. Sit down. Literally, matter of fact, everybody come gather around the mound. He just brought the infield and outfield in and set them around. And it's like, this stuff sounds like just Paul Bunyan tall tales. But then the more you hear people and you just see the casualness with which they say this stuff. The original dimensions of Rickwood before they did the redesign in the 80s, Rickwood was 405 down the left field line, 480 straight away, 440 to right. And people were hitting the ball over that fence. We're talking 500-foot home runs. And this is before muscle milk and weight training and trainers telling you leg day. There was no leg day in the 1940s. You worked at a steel mill and you banged steel. And if you bang steel long enough, a baseball ain't nothing.
Hey, Roy, we have on our particular show, we have this little thing where if ever we have a guest on or a listener calls in and they do what we call a humble brag. You know what that is? We play this sound effect. Take a listen. It's like a drop, like you're dropping a name. All right, so you said you played 3 years at Rickwood Field. What'd you hit there?
130, maybe. I'm trying to think. I like even my greatest play in high school baseball history was a road game. That didn't even happen at Rickwood. Happened at John Carroll. Bases loaded, RBI, walk-off strikeout.
Attaboy.
Well, you know what?
I don't know how you score that, but
W.
he walked it off my strikeout. It hit home plate. It went to the backstop, and I used that 7.340 speed that God gave me.
Hey, 405 to left, 440 to right, 480 to the center. I can't imagine there were a lot of power hitters.
Yeah, so it was a pitcher. It was a pitcher's park.
Yeah, I mean, in my high school days, they played 400 last night, but in my high school days, it was 415 straight away. Like it was like neck and neck with Enron when they used to have the flag in center field
and the tilted.
Tropicana or Orange Juice Park, whatever it is. They had the flag out there. So I saw a lot of great baseball players, and none of them got called up to the show. Other than, I think the only person I played against who got called up was Russ Davis to the Mariners. If I'm not mistaken, Russ went to Hueytown, and he tomahawked a couple out on us. But, I mean, it's interesting because especially going to a predominantly, I played baseball in a predominantly black school district. Birmingham City, every city school is at least 80% black. So if you're black and you're good at baseball, you're probably good at another sport that offers better scholarships and has better boosters paying you stuff under the table. So I just never really saw anybody who saw through with their baseball gifts, to go all the way to the top.
Well, Roy, I do want to kind of wrap up here. You mentioned, making this an annual thing. And I do want to kind of, dig into that a little bit. Where do you think that this can go? One place my mind immediately went to, if during the Negro Leagues, there was a lot of barnstorming teams, they played in different locations, they essentially toured. So why couldn't Major League Baseball do the same thing next season and honoring different geographic locations that were a part of the Negro Leagues? What would you like to see beyond this season?
The baseball purist in me would love to see something affiliated with Major League Baseball every year at Rickwood Field, just with the respect to the cathedral that it is. Even if it's not honoring the Negro Leagues every single year, I think a nod to what baseball was, I think it always happened there. I think you could do... It's interesting because you could do a throwback game, but if the field isn't throwback, it doesn't visually hit the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like even last night, one of the best details about the game to me last night was that when I played in high school, that wall was wooden and those signs were wood. when you're bringing in outfielders making $30 million guaranteed, you got to put pads up there. But they also painted the pads to make them look wood. There's an aesthetic feel to the ballpark as a whole. I think if you barnstorm all over the place, I think you have to work to find fields that kind of honor the small and intimate feels that those games were originally played on. The game they play in Iowa is very intimate. I would even argue the Williamsport Little League game. That's an intimate field. So I think without really, I don't know, once you get into 38,000 people all shoved into something modern, do it at a AA park or something. Like I tell you, the next team I would want to see celebrated for the players that came through there would be the Indianapolis Clowns. If you go back and watch footage of the Clowns, they describe themselves as the Globetrotters of baseball, which they 1,000% were. They were all over the place with just behind it, like no look passes and pickoffs, sitting in chairs in the middle of center field, daring you to hit the ball to them. That. I think that part of it would be very entertaining for a lot of kids and people to see. But I don't know. That's a tough one because if you do it in Birmingham every year, it becomes like some sort of a tribute, I think, to Willie Mays, and I think that would be cool. But then there's part of me that goes, well, there was some great teams in Kansas City too, and 48 Barons lost to the Monarchs. So, I think you would want to pay tribute to some greats like Rube Foster and stuff like that. So, it's one thing Major League Baseball has that they've proven nothing else with Rickwood. They've got money to put down grass and nice signage anywhere. So they can do it. But I think going forward, as much as we can to honor the people that have made contributions in the past, any way we can celebrate that, even if it's with an all-star game, if you do the Futures game away from the all-star game site, maybe that's an option, You could do the home run derby somewhere, but I know they try to keep all of the all-stars in one place. Buddy of mine and I, we talked about, maybe you do like a vintage, I would still love to see Ken Griffey take BP.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. Hey, Roy, thank you so much for joining us, man. It's just unbelievably informative and entertaining. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you all. Thank you all for having me on. It was a pleasure and an honor when Major League Baseball asked me to kind of join Harold Reynolds and JPV and Michael Mays, Willie's son, to just be in conversation about the sport and the history of the sport. And I've loved this sport since I was in the first grade, and to be able to be a part of a discussion about the history of it as it relates to, the economic empowerment that it brought to my hometown, is a pleasure.
Sure. Well, good luck to you, and love talking to you, and hopefully there'll be reason to talk more to you in the future. Thank you so much.
Done deal. Talk soon.
All right. That's Roy Wood Jr., Birmingham, Alabama native, stand-up comedian. He did sideline last night at Rickwood Field. He was part of the MLB's network coverage, former Daily Show correspondent, and just another guest this week, Evan, with just an unbelievable amount of insight. We're very thankful.
It's fantastic, and I can't wait to hear what we got coming up next, too.
All right, coming up next on 95.7 The Game, it'll be presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises.
Shop protein.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we just finished up talking to Roy Wood Jr., formerly of the Daily Show. He was on the sidelines doing sideline reporting at the Rickwood Field game last night. He is a Birmingham, Alabama native, and I mean, among LaTroy Hawkins, Raleigh Fingers, Roy Wood Jr., I felt like I learned a lot today and this week. I really did.
Yeah, and hopefully that continues to move in that direction. You know, I think that's the lasting thing that Roy had to say is, you know, he isn't, and I don't think anybody's sure of how to continue it, but this idea that it should continue. It shouldn't just be a one-time thing. It should be an annual thing because, you know, as we know, sometimes things get lost in our lives and sometimes it does take reminders. And that's the whole point, right? Is like, the reason why we love sports is because we've built a relationship over time with teams or with athletes or with leagues. And so this specific game is a fantastic reminder. And unfortunately, the passing of Willie Mays highlights it even more so. But it doesn't mean that it's just something that we learned about this week and then we go on about our lives. It's something that we can continue to learn about that also, I think, as we've discovered, impacts other parts of our everyday situation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think, Reggie Jackson is what he said last night, I think is going to be one of the kind of lasting memories on a very serious issue. On a more lighthearted note.
Back to Wiggins.
That's not funny.
Oh.
This is more funny. Barry Bonds being asked if he could hit off Satchel Paige.
Tell me right now, on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone. You done lost your mind, Jeter. Gone. Simple. Gone. Read about it on ESPN, Fox News, whatever else you want to talk about. You got to believe in yourself. If I don't believe in me, who going to believe in me?
That's right.
I'm a drag button.
Derek, you said
I'm drag button. I'm going to take all those people off the field.
We're going to rate you first.
Gone. Me and you, brother.
That's Barry Bonds answered a question from Derek Jeter.
By the way, it was funny because he asked both of them the question, Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey Jr., and Griffey kind of was like, had this sly smile, and he was going to take, I don't know, the high road, and I think he said, I'd lay down a drag bunt or something to get Satchel, and Barry's like, hell no. If there's a pitcher alive that's throwing to me, and I'm in my prime, that ball's going over the fence. And it's also something that Roy talked about too. You know, when he made a joke about it, it was like, dude, bringing the infield in back. Like the idea that Satchel Paige could tell an outfielder to sit down because he's getting this guy out. That's not disrespectful. That's showmanship. That's entertainment. That is something that would make me want to watch a baseball game. Imagine later today, I don't know, it's pitching for the Giants. Let's say, I don't know, Logan Webb's on the mound tonight, and Logan Webb says, you know what, everybody go sit down. There's 2 outs, nobody on, we're up by 5. Everybody around the infield, sit down. I'm going to get this guy out on 3 pitches, and then does it. Now, we would all look at him like, what the hell is he doing? I mean, that's so disrespectful, and how could he do this, and blah, 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 blah. But if it actually happens, I think that would lead every show. Like, that's something that I would want to watch. And sure, it can't happen all the time, but that's the bravado and the braggadociousness and just confidence that Barry Bonds still walks around with. It was awesome.
That's Bonds. That's Bonds. I mean, it's funny. I think any great athlete would say something like that. But I do think most people would think, oh, how's Barry going to handle this respectfully and humbly? And it's like, no, take him deep. I would take him deep. So you got some...
somebody's got to do it.
You got some...
Satchel Paige did give up home runs. He also threw like 55 no-hitters, but...
Throw me some Satchel Paige numbers.
Well, the dude pitched for like 40 years.
All right.
That's ridiculous. That is Steiny, my arm hurts right now, and I threw 4 meaningless years of college baseball. Like, my arm cries every time I pick up a ball.
Are you serious?
Dude, it hurts so bad. I got like 20 good bullets left in me in my life, and I'm saving them. You best believe.
But you know what that tells me?
What?
You didn't have good mechanics.
Oh, I had great mechanics.
Apparently not.
Well, I tore my labrum.
Well, again, Nolan Ryan had great mechanics. He pitched a long time. If the better your mechanics, maybe the longer you would have been able to pitch and the less pain you'll be in now. What kind of coach would allow you to throw with that kind of motion, I guess is what I'm asking.
Dude, you want to know what my high school coach did? We called it Nelly-nomics because this guy, John Nelson, God love him, we had 3 pitchers. 3 pitchers on the team. Play like 3 games a week. That means we had this joke that if you started the game, you had to finish the game. It didn't matter how many pitches you threw. It didn't matter how many breaking balls you tried to wear your elbow out with. You started the game, you finished the game. It's also probably a reason why I have so much arm pain at this point in my life, is because nobody cared about pitch count, even in the 2010s. Nobody gave a damn about that. You throw 157-inning complete games, which also goes to show how ridiculous someone like Satchel Paige was, because I'm sure they didn't care about pitch count then either. You know, you're throwing as long as you're throwing for. And he's throwing, gosh, like 300 times a year.
Yeah, a lot of long innings for you.
Also, have you heard him?
A lot of long innings for you, I'm sure.
Well,
if I heard what? By the way, Evan's been.
No.
Okay. By the way, I got to say this, Evan. You have been terrific this week. I mean, I'm lucky to have been able to do shows this week with you, who knows so much about all this stuff, and with Guru, who obviously is passionate about this stuff. I couldn't have asked for 2 better guys to share this week with. It's funny. I like to give Evan grief because he's so young, and Willie McGee obviously was there last night, and I jokingly said to Evan, Willie McGee was there last night. You probably never heard of him. You probably never heard of Willie McGee, and Evan goes, he was my coach. Please explain.
Well, he wasn't the coach the entire season, but I mentioned this on the crossover yesterday. I used to play for a travel ball team, and everybody was, if you're in the East Bay, I'm not going to speak for San Francisco because I don't know that well, but in the East Bay, if you're a part of the longtime baseball community, you have relationships. You know people that come out. I'm not saying that I do, but the people that I played for and are connected with do. So, for example, Willie McGee, 1985 National League MVP, World Series champion from Richmond, California, came out and helped us hit. Like he would, provide little tidbits, and at the time we're kids. Like we didn't understand how great Willie McGee was. Our coach would be like, "Hey, this is a walking legend. This is this guy." But so it was just funny to me when you were like, "Hey, come on, like you don't know who Willie McGee is," and I was like, "You don't know Willie McGee."
Too bad he couldn't teach you to run.
Or throw. Dude, yeah, no, I literally met the guy. He was incredibly nice. And it was awesome to see him out there last night as well with a bunch of other legends.
See, 3,000 miles apart, and yet baseball can unite. And you're probably saying, Steiny, what the hell are you talking about? Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. So there's my guy, Evan Giddings. He's younger than me, but he knows who Willie McGee is. On those Cardinals teams, they had a player, second baseman, named Tommy Herr. He was from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, which is where I went to college. You know what Tommy Herr is? You know what his big claim was? Or not claim, but he did something that's never been, or he did something very extraordinary.
Enlighten me.
He had the most RBIs in a season with the fewest amount of home runs. I want to say in 85 or 86, and I don't have the exact number on the other side. He had, I believe, 112 RBIs with only 8 homers. Now that's pretty amazing if you think about it.
It's also, it puts into perspective, like, because I've heard a lot of people make fun of, like so-and-so couldn't play nowadays because they couldn't hit home runs, but like it was a different time. Also, by the way, one of my favorite parts about last night was when Bob Kendrick was speaking about Satchel Paige, and I don't know, he's got it off the top of his head, but he went down the list of like the 85 pitches that Satchel Paige threw because he named them all. And I have a couple in front of me that I think he mentioned, which was the long tom. He called that his fastball. He had the whipsy dipsy do, the midnight creeper, and the wobbly ball. He also had a pitch called the bat dodger, which was like a changeup. And he told stories, like one that I remember when I was a kid was about Cool Papa Bell, who was allegedly the fastest player in baseball, but also at a time seemingly the fastest man like in the world. Like there were people that would not race, that were sprinters, would not race Cool Papa Bell because he was so damn fast. And legend has it that he could turn out the light, be in bed, have the covers over him before the light went out. That's how fast he was.
Last I heard that with it, like Muhammad Ali used to use that line. 1985, Tommy Herr hit .302 for the Cardinals, 8 home runs, 110 RBIs. That segment was sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
For Fremont Bank, investing in our Bay Area communities is a number one.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Welcome back. It's the crossover. It's also 2 o'clock. What's bugging you? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley along with Evan Giddings. And, our week is essentially over. Yours is not. So I was just thinking.
Still got another solid half hour.
No, but it's Cruise City at this point.
Shout out, Tom.
It's been a different kind of week. It really has.
For sure.
It just, obviously with everything that's happened, it just feels a little different.
Well, I've said this a few times. I don't know how to say this in an eloquent way, because Willie Mays passing away is very, very sad to a lot of people. But I'm also very struck that it happened this week and how it changed the way people talked about this, the amount of attention on it. And I think the attention needed to be on it. I think it brought certain pieces of this discussion to the forefront that might not have happened. Super thankful that Reggie Jackson said what he said yesterday. I know you guys have played it a lot. We did yesterday too. We will again. Like, I think that it made this whole week sort of very well-rounded in terms of the event that baseball was putting on. So very, very sad thing, but there's a poetry to it.
Yeah,
is I guess how I'd say it.
I didn't want to. I'm not using the word better, but there was something that was going to be empty if that happened last night with Willie not being able to attend. And what his son said was just incredible. Like, now he gets to see it.
It's the only way he can see it.
Yeah, so it was, it's easy to be cynical, but that was really cool. All that stuff. Reggie Jackson was my favorite player growing up. And I know a lot about him, but I really know about him with the Yankees when he was outspoken and part of the Bronx Zoo and Billy Martin and Thurman Munson. But man, he put it on the table last night.
Yeah, and you were in your bag today, much like Evan yesterday, talking about Rickwood. Today, you talking about the 70s Yankees and just the back and forth with you and Evan. And Evan said, yeah, so they loved Reggie. And you're like, no, they hated him. And it's interesting because they loved him and they hated him. And then they loved him again, and then they hated him more. And then it was really Billy versus Reggie. And you told a great story about when he got pulled off the field mid-inning, and you could see Reggie, like, completely incredulous coming off the field, and Billy, like, meeting him on the top step. Yeah. And we talk about the Kapler and Littell moment where Littell slammed the ball into Kapler's hand, and Kapler, like, meet me in the tunnel.
DFA.
This was, like, 17,000 layers above it because you're talking about a Hall of Famer and one of the biggest red asses in managerial history, a guy who got fired by the Yankees, 5 times?
17 times.
Something like that. And so that moment is definitely etched in my mind as a young baseball fan.
Speaking of red ass, like I want to say this right out of the gate because I didn't say it yesterday, and I want to say it today because this is a great reminder for me. I wonder if anybody else sort of felt the same way. When Reggie Jackson said what he said, Reggie has a reputation around baseball, around sports media. Reggie could be a little prickly. Reggie is not the warmest, fuzziest guy. And what was amazing for me yesterday is the millionth time you get this reminder in life that sometimes people have a damn good reason for acting the way they act and being the way they are. And so I felt a renewed compassion for Reggie Jackson because he has been sometimes a little short with people and a little difficult. And to hear him in a way that I've never heard him before was not only poignant and really awesome and I think helpful to the whole moment and helpful for education for everybody in the entire country, but a reminder that we're shaped by our experiences. And Reggie obviously has been through some things that the four of us, just as an example in this room, are privileged enough that we would never experience anything like that. And so it's just a reminder, a little knock on my door of like, you know what? Reggie's been through some things and seen some things that are pretty awful. And so if he's not the most trusting person, of other people in the world, maybe he's got a really good reason for that. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, totally. I think it also moves my respect for someone like Willie Mays even further north, because he had every reason to act the way and speak the way about his experience that Reggie Jackson did. And yet we rarely hear about it. Not to say it didn't happen.
Right.
And not to say he didn't harbor those feelings, but he still was a walking smile from everything that everybody's talking about him. Like, he had these feelings. It wasn't like he just was blind to it or immune to it. And he still was able to walk with the grace and live the way that we all remember him. So, and it doesn't mean that, Willie's better than Reggie or one or the other. It's just, that's their experiences. They're different people. But to hear Reggie speak about, and he was forthright. He was like, no, I couldn't be Willie Mays. Like, I couldn't just turn the other cheek.
Right.
And that's his truth, and that's his reality. But it doesn't mean that I also then can't gain a greater respect for the people before him who had to deal with perhaps even more than Reggie Jackson did. It was also one part from speaking to Raleigh Fingers, who was kind enough to join us earlier.
That was great.
It didn't felt like Reggie ever let them in or let them know what he was feeling. And so clearly he's been harboring this for a long time. And so I just hope that, number one, it was powerful. I mean, it's so striking. But secondly, I also just hope it gives him a little more peace to be able to let the entire world know what he's been experiencing since he was in his early 20s.
And the word you used is grace, and that's kind of what I'm taking away from all this, is just being able to give people, all people, but certainly people who've gone through what Reggie did, and people who we know and who we work with who go through a lot more than any of us ever would have to. And Mark talked about the word privilege, and he's right. And there are things that the four of us will never have to face in any circumstance, let alone the circumstances that Willie had to go through. But the word is grace, and being able to understand where everyone comes from and what everyone's gone through, and maybe be a little bit more tolerant over everyone and what people are going through.
Yeah, the thing that stuck out with me with Fingers, Raleigh Fingers, is
Fingers. I like that.
Is just kind of, you hear Reggie say what he said, and you realize, holy hell, like what those guys, all of them, kind of were involved with was huge. Like it was really, really important. And then you try to stumble into a question with Raleigh Fingers about, well, did you know the point? And he's like, Reggie was our friend. Like, it wasn't anything that they knew. Hey, if we do this, we're going to be looked at favorably. You don't know what you have no clue. And the funniest, or the thing about the Fingers interview was I started out by saying, we knew you were a great player, but I don't think a lot of people knew how great a person you were. And he just started laughing because he doesn't think he's a great person. He just thinks he's a good guy, whatever. You know what I mean? So it wasn't something that was done with any consciousness or done with anything other than just trying to be a good guy.
Well,
and also the thing that stuck with me was Reggie acknowledged he was angry, but he also acknowledged that he felt guilty because he didn't want Fingers and Rudy and his wife and McNamara and Dave Duncan to kind of bend over backwards for him. He didn't want that, but they did it anyway.
Want to be able to take care of himself.
Exactly.
They're prideful people. These are successful people. They're incredibly talented people. And I think there's a couple messages there. You never know fully the effect that you're having on other people around you, and the way people take that in. But also, to what you were saying, Evan, like Reggie, I think had a keen awareness for, like, this is what's going on inside of me, but I have to keep it here. It's not safe to let it out. So he buried all of that. And so, maybe his friends like Raleigh Fingers didn't even know to what level they were helping him out, which is another good message in and of itself. If you just try to be a good person for no other reason than it's the right thing to do, you have no idea how you're going to affect the people around you. But that's what I was struck with Reggie is he was well aware that he was angry, that he wanted to fight, and that he would have fought. But the people around him didn't know that because it wasn't safe for him to even let that be known. You know, he probably didn't know who to trust. He didn't know what was around any corner. So he just buried that. He buried that for a long time. It's not a healthy thing to do. And so it's impressive that he was able to endure, that he was able to still be an incredibly successful professional at what he did.
Yeah, it also, clarifies why when he didn't give a crap about what someone at the New York Post was writing about him, and then he told him about it, it was like, yeah, that's kind of how he felt. I remember reading about some of the criticism he got. I forget if it was 69. Like Reggie Jackson had a season very early in his career where he was on pace to break Babe Ruth's record, Roger Maris' record. Yeah, he had 40 home runs through July, I think, in 1969, and then he fell off a cliff. And he ended up with 47. Still, I think his most ever hit in a single season. But the media and the press kind of came after him, like, Reggie's stuttering. He's, the pressure's getting to Reggie. And I just remember reading, he was like, F you guys. Like you don't know what pressure is.
Right.
Like, and at the time he was speaking what was written about as like athletic pressure, but it could have been something completely different, like demons that he's dealing with. And he feels like, the white media is closing in around him. And so, yeah, he's gonna lash out and scream at people and yell at people, and people just thought it was because he was an ass, which he might have been from time to time, but it also could have been because, I don't know, he had all this pent up anger that he just didn't know what to do with.
I'll never forget late sports writer Ron Bergman. He used to write for the San Jose Mercury News.
You lived with him, right?
Yeah, I did for 4 months, and he covered the swinging A's, and so he traveled with the A's. It's Ron Bergman's drop, not mine.
It is your drop, though, because Ron Bergman, and not to derail you, but Ron Bergman was a guy who would take in fellow sports writers who needed a place to stay during whatever time in their life. And so Matt was one of 6 or 7 or 8 guys who had a chance to live with Bergie because Bergie had a room. And if you needed a place to stay, Ron Bergman was that guy.
Kind of like my Joe Rudy in a way.
Totally.
Being tongue-in-cheek.
A little glib, but no, I didn't want to make light of what Ron Bergman did for you and many others.
No, so when Reggie was on the road, he'd be, Bergie knew him. When Reggie was on the road, if a sports writer came up to him, he'd be like, Reggie, can I talk to you at Kansas City Herald? And Reggie would say, what's the circulation? Because he didn't talk, like if it was 25,000, beat it.
You know what that is, right?
That's a circulation sensation. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ.
Thank you.
FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It does feel a little unusual to do the What's Bugging You segment, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Visit AtcoPestControl.com because what's bugging any of us is going to pale in comparison to what, the kind of stuff we saw, learned about this week. But who wants to start?
Mark's got one.
Yeah, I sure do. It's very rare that I come in here and even remember that we're doing this. But I want to thank Atco because I thought of Atco as I was driving down the street just about 3 hours ago. So I'll tell you what's bugging me. And Dibs, I hope you don't take offense to this. This is not pointed at you at all. But I know you're someone who at a time or two in your life have done this. I am very, very put off now. Look, you can get mad on the roadways. If you send your middle finger out the car window.
My bad.
If you do that, you're awful and you're wrong. I don't care what mistake or what lack of awareness was happening on the road. Today, I am driving down 101. I am on the freeway. I am coming home from taking 2 10-year-olds to play mini golf. That's what I was doing. I am driving home from mini golf with 2 10-year-olds.
Right.
A truck that is right on my left starts to, with no signal, by the way, move into my lane. I'm clearly in this person's blind spot. No big deal. You missed. You didn't take a look. Hey, I'm going to give you a little how to beep to the bop.
Ooh, boy.
Okay? Because I want you to not, you're going to hit me. You got to know, right? That's all that is. Hey, I'm here. If your response to that is F you with arms flying out the window of your car, as I drive by and now need to explain to 2 10-year-olds what that means. Hey, Dad, why did he do that? Listen, can you just find a different way to get your frustration out? Find a different way, especially when, by the way, the person you're flipping off did nothing wrong. Zippo, zero, nada, nothing. Understand that every car on that road.
Can you stop looking at me?
I'm looking
this is
right at
very
you.
Personal.
You're straight ahead. You want me to look at Grandy? Hey, Grandy.
You can work the room.
Understand that every car on the road, they got their own thing going on. Of
course.
They might be in a hurry. They might have a kid in the back seat. They also want to get home and get to their meal or their appointment on time as well.
Right.
Just keep your fingers inside the car. You want to be mad at me? Be mad at me. Stare, death glare, Kobe Bryant, whatever you want. Keep your fingers inside the car, for God's sakes.
You better be careful.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you. That's what's bugging me.
This is the What's Bugging You segment sponsored by Atco Pest Control. I can either go or wait because I'm struggling. And so the only thing I have right now is...
You too happy?
What's bugging me
I've
is
said that a lot about you.
bugging me right now. There's nothing. The whole week has been about perspective, bigger problems. Put your worries and stress in a box and ship it off. I mean,
how do you feel about the third wild card, Steiny?
I'm strangely ambivalent right now. It's the weirdest thing.
It's a payday Friday.
I mean, the boss
ship is
commits
10 minutes away.
The boss commits one of the greatest blunders of the week. He puts his boy Steiny on the spot.
John Sally's bugging you, huh?
On another night, it's like, hey, no biggie, boss. You know what? Bigger issues in life. So, what's bugging me is I gotta get my edge back.
Well,
apparently,
I'll take two for you because there's two things that are bugging me. One is frivolous, and one is more permanent. The frivolous one is slugs. So I take my shoes off in the garage every night because you don't want to track mud in.
Gross.
And so I go back to put my shoes on in the morning. And I've got...
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gross.
They're not in there, but they've clearly been in my shoe. They've been on my shoe. They're all up in my business. So I have two choices. Deal with it and wipe off the trail, or to start to set out a salt trap and to try to hunt these people down. They're slugs. I'm not about to do that. That's what's bugging me. But the real thing that's bugging me...
Can I jump in there real quick?
Jump on in, Steiner.
If there's a slug in my shoe and the trail is there, night-night.
Oh, no, the shoes are getting thrown away.
There's no wipe off.
We're walking to Foot Locker and we're getting new shoes.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
I go to put my shoes on. I got a couple of nice Hokas on, my pair of Hokas, and I go to put my Hokas on because they're kind of my garden shoes, and I go to put them on, and it's like... They've been all up in my business.
Oh, my God.
It's bugging me. But what's really bugging me is, and it's not your fault, Evan, that you are a young man, but I'm an older guy. And if I go back 20 years, the Kendrick Lamar concert on Juneteenth at the Forum, it would have been top of mind. It would have been something that I might have called in sick just to watch it. I would have been dialed in on every little bit of it. But being an older guy, I still love hip hop. And I still try to keep up with what's going on. But thanks to Evan, I'm now 2 days late to even try to catch up to this concert, which will go down as maybe the greatest concert in the history of America. This is Elton John at Wembley. This is the Beatles. This is whatever you want to compare it to.
We are the world.
This, and I'm only about a fourth of the way through it.
Yeah.
This concert with
better.
Kendrick Lamar on Juneteenth at the Forum in Inglewood with friends. Forget the diss track, which that portion of it I've already seen, which is the Not Like Us was
pretty great.
He does it 5 times just for effect. Russell Westbrook, Dr. Dre. I don't even know who
DeMar
else shows up.
DeRozan's out there.
So many people, Evan. The thing that's bugging me is that I am an old guy. And, back in the day when I was your age, these are things that I was really all about. And now I'm 2 to 3 days late. And it sucks, and so getting old is bugging me.
Well, what's bugging me, and this is actually something we can share, because what's bugging me is the young people. And what I mean by that, I swear to God, swear to God.
What's happening?
What happened?
Finally.
And you're 31?
29. So,
same thing.
But what happened earlier this week is a great American Oregon institution closed. The Ram Restaurant and Brewery is right across the street from Willamette University. The local watering hole shut down after 52 years of working and operating as the place for degenerates like myself for 4 years in the city of Salem, Oregon, capital of Oregon. Why I'm mad at the young people is because there's no way in hell this place should be closing if we're showing up in droves. This place was kept alive by people like myself for the better part of a half decade, and I'm pissed at every single Bearcat that is walking the campus at Willamette University because we need more people to drink, not drive, but drink at the Ram. And apparently, not many people are ordering armadillo eggs. Not many people are showing up for the stupendous chicken tenders and wings, and are not showing up for $3.50 pints of Big Red Ale. It's craft beer for $4.
Wow. That's a 20-year-old price. Or is that what happened when you were there?
On pint night every single Thursday, Ram Jam is where it's at. Still to this day, because we went there like 2 years ago. Yeah, no, the Ram is officially closed, and what's bugging me are the people that couldn't keep it open.
That's tough. Yeah. We do need more underage drinking in this country. We do.
Dude, it's the easiest place in the world.
Three, all underage drinkers.
I used somebody's fake who had a
beer every
blonde hair and blue eyes.
I'm like, what are you talking about? Anyway, I'm sorry. That sucks when the old place closes.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
I hate that.
It's a tough one.
By the way,
it's conveniently right next to the hospital.
I mean, since that is poetic.
Sort of God.
I mean, post-COVID, I don't think you can go anywhere. You said you were last there 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 years, might as well be 20 now.
Right.
Anywhere you go, half the places are closed.
Yeah.
It stinks. It stinks.
Anyways, long run. Good
Sorry
run.
to hear, buddy.
Yeah, good run. 52 years.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rickwood Field is out working on 115, which is pretty crazy.
They got to figure out a way to incorporate this, I think, more than just
annually. He's right. I do think they should bring back the original dimensions and make center field like whatever it was, like 470 or
it's 440 to right.
Right. That thing was a bandbox last night. I mean,
it was to right field.
We were watching
Brendan Donovan.
We played a couple of taped interviews, and so Mark and I are out there watching, and it was Ramos comes up, and he hits a fly ball to right, and Mark goes, "That's supposed to be a 3-run homer. Come on, Elliot." And all of a sudden, gone.
It is a 3-run homer.
Attaboy.
Look at that. Where'd he go, Elliot? You could tell by his reaction. He thought he popped out to middle of right field. And if it was at Oracle Park, he would have. But
this is real. This is nail biting time for Giant fans. They got to be careful right here. They got to be careful. They're pitching. They're banged up.
I don't disagree.
They got to hang in there. They can't be coming home losing 2 or 3 when they play the Cubs. Hey, trust me. It's an important time.
You don't sound genuine right now. You don't. Your jacket's on. You're standing up. You're not bugged by anything.
I haven't heard the G word yet.
Gone?
Gents.
Oh.
All right, gents.
We still got a minute or two.
That is one thing we're going to talk about, though, is the pitching, because how long can you wait for the cavalry? By the time the cavalry comes, your little wagon train might be completely overrun.
What's the other option? What you know what I mean? Like, that's what do you want them to do?
Mason Black,
next man up,
who was not good when they tried him.
Carson Wisenhunt.
Yeah,
he's been awful. Landon Roop, not very
Reggie
good.
Crawford. He's on the IL, but he can throw.
And the Giants just got more bad news.
Uh-oh.
Mets are up 11-1.
Oh, that's rough.
That's one of their competitors.
Well, so are the Cubs.
Yeah, so is the team they're playing.
The Cubs stink.
Yeah, by the way.
Mets.
No. Mets have won like 10 of 12.
Shout out Grimace. He's our guy.
Dude, the Grimace effect.
Yeah.
Grimace from McDonald's. When he threw out the first pitch, ever since that, they've been unbeatable.
They're like 11-1 in the last 12 games.
I just think
maybe the Giants should have Hamburglar throw out the first pitch.
Yeah, can we get Lucille to throw out the first pitch? I don't know. Somebody, please.
Lucille made it all the way to Rickwood. Did you see that?
Oh.
Lucille was there.
They built a kelp apparatus to get him.
Apparently.
You might know this. Roy Wood Jr. said Rennell was there.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That's cool.
Rennell was there. Everybody who I've talked to who was there said it just It hit every single hope that you could have on your way out there. People had a wonderful, wonderful experience.
And I love the broadcast where they did the one inning of like throwback black and white with the funky graphics. These kids don't understand.
He had no clue what that was. I said, was that cool for a half inning? He goes, I don't even know. Not really.
What the hell
Something broke in the truck.
We really did watch games like that.
All right, I like Seven Samurai, but I don't need to see it like every single time that someone brings up a black and white movie.
Yeah, you know? You've never tried to jiggle an antenna to try to get better reception.
Or go get aluminum foil and throw it on those babies, those rabbit ears. And you know what? Back then, Evan, and this maybe is what's really bugging me. Turns out a lot's bugging me today.
Yeah.
I love the young people.
Shut up, Granny. I add you to the list, but you used to have to watch the game. Now, like, you can glance over, it's 11-1 in the ninth. You used to have to keep score to know what was going on.
You know what?
There are no
Stunny's got my MLB TV package, so you're welcome.
And, when I watch games on the MLB package that is Evans, and then I come in and talk about it, I like to talk about it on 95.7, the game.
That one was
my favorite.
I know. It was telegraphed, though.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know if I've ever seen Matt Steinmetz like that before. That was the happiest I've ever seen him in my entire life, right there. Can you imagine? Did you ever think you'd see a day when Matt Steinmetz would be like, nothing's bugging me? I'm just happy.
I've seen it a few times.
I'm just happy.
He and I go way back.
I know you do. I know you do.
It's few and far between. And I do know this.
Good for him.
We're coming up on our tourney. It's tourney season, which the tournament would be 3 weeks from tomorrow. And so you want to be playing your best golf come tourney season. And I hate to jinx him.
Yeah, well, no, but it was obvious.
He's
it was
playing
obvious.
his best golf right now.
It was obvious. I didn't want to say it to him either. He's just sitting here, wow, gosh, Rickwood. And I'm like, dude, you shot a 79 or something, didn't you? It's just all over his face. But anyway, whatever. How's everybody doing? Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. What'd you think? What'd you think of the whole the whole production yesterday?
I thought it was incredible. I thought it was a 5 out of 5, a 10 out of 10, whatever you want to grade it on. I thought the park looked great. I thought the ceremonies were awesome. Reggie Jackson kind of stole the show, which I know we're going to play the Reggie audio. And I think you said it perfectly in our show thread. You can't play that sound enough, especially, white guy to white guy. It's a constant reminder for me anyway of, remembering what this country has been about and also remembering what, people of color, black people went through and continue to go through in this country. So for me, it serves as a great reminder. It's a 2-minute soundbite that really just kind of reminds me of how awful this country is to some people.
Well, enough references to the point where if you have not heard this, we'll play it for you here in just a moment. It's been circulating now for obviously almost 24 hours since he said it. But Dibs, I am so thankful that he did that. Because one, it was courageous, but two, it was something that was so needed that I didn't even know was needed. Right. I had been thinking about this all week, and I didn't really know what to do with it in my mind. Two different things happening at the same time, seemingly opposed. And here's what I mean by that. I was very interested in this event. I thought, what a unique thing. The minute they announced this a year ago, I'm like, I need to be there. I want to go. Didn't come together. Whatever. Fine. But I was so interested. I was so excited that Willie Mays was so attached to it, that the Giants were a part of it. I loved how much we all learned through the process. But there was a little thing somewhere in my gut that was kind of gnawing at this whole thing all year long as we move toward it. We want to celebrate the players who in some ways had to go through here. But what happened there was not to be celebrated. So what do you do with that? you want to acknowledge the Negro League players without sort of like also celebrating the fact that there had to be a Negro League because racism was so awful then, continues to be really some of the worst stuff that there is on Earth, and obviously continues to be something that we're hit in the face with every single day. We've got an election in about 3 or 4 months, and this subject is right at the forefront of it. Continues to be. So this gnawed at me because I'm like, Birmingham, Alabama, the players who weren't lucky enough to play at Rickwood, they had to play at Rickwood because they weren't allowed to play in some of the cathedrals in other cities around the country. I didn't know kind of what to do with that. You want to celebrate, you want to acknowledge the Negro League players who are still alive, who came out onto the field, looked like they were just overcome with joy, that they were being acknowledged, that they were being represented. And I loved that part of it. But there was also this other piece where you're like, are we going to act like this was all wonderful?
Right.
Does this, hey, white baseball, does this make you feel better about yourself now? Does this make you feel better about your history? Do you feel like this is an apology? Is that okay? That gnawed at me. And I'm like, I'm not really sure how to express this. Thank you, Reggie Jackson.
Exactly.
You just went and did it. Well, and that's what I was feeling.
And you and I could never express any part of it as far as like what we think that it would mean to anybody. And for Reggie to talk about it, playing there as a minor leaguer, obviously he played in the post-Negro League era, and so he had to go there as a minor leaguer. And again, you didn't have much of a choice when you were a AA player and you got assigned to Birmingham and you had to go there. And the stories that he told in that Fox pregame and just the way he was so real and raw about that and the way he expressed it, it did exactly remind me of what you're talking about. And he brings up the 1965 church bombings, and there are so many atrocities that happened to people of color, to black people in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. I don't know all of it. And I wish that I was more well-versed in it. And I learn more and more each and every day about what they did to Tulsa, for example, where they took out an entire community and basically decimated it, and it would never recover. Tulsa, one of the great black centers in our country, and they went in and burned the entire thing down. And by they, I mean white people. I mean, racists and Ku Klux Klan members and the church bombings. And Reggie brings it up again, and he had to go there and play and be called all kinds of things and not be able to stay and eat and all those things. And it's a great reminder, not only for me, somebody who's old enough to have learned a lot, but also younger people who were born in America at a time where, you don't understand the history of hatred in this country. 888-957-9570. For those of you who have not yet heard what Reggie Jackson said, this came on the panel last night pre-game, and Alex Rodriguez, and I'll paraphrase, simply asked Reggie what it meant to him to be back in Birmingham, Alabama, and at that stadium. And here's his answer.
Coming back here is not easy. The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, you think you're a better person? You think you won when you played here in Concord? I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, can't eat here. I would go to a hotel and they say that can't stay here. We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner, and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here. Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, we're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted. Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat in the place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay. Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The year I came here, Bull Connor was the sheriff the year before. And they took minor league baseball out of here because in 1963, the Klan murdered 4 black girls, children, in 11, 12, 14 years old at a church here and never got indicted. It was they were from the Klan. Life magazine did a story on them like they were being honored. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. At the same time, had it not been for my white friends, had it not been for a white manager, and Rudy, Fingers, and Duncan, and Lee Myers, I would have never made it. I was too physically violent. I was ready to physically fight some. I'd have got killed here because I'd have beat someone's ass, and you'd have saw me in an oak tree somewhere.
Thank you, Reggie Jackson.
My God.
For doing exactly what I couldn't even put my finger on what's the right way to do all of this. And I bet Reggie sat when they invited him. This is just my guess now. When he got invited back by Major League Baseball, I bet he sat there for a day or two or a week and he thought about it because he's first thing he said, wasn't easy coming back here. But Reggie did 2 things. A, he showed up. He showed up to be honored, but then he also told the truth about what this was.
Right.
That we're sitting here honoring. So make sure, and this is the coaching that I've accepted. Make sure we're honoring the right things. Make sure we're honoring Willie Mays. Make sure we're honoring those Negro League players who are still with us, who in some cases were wheeled out onto the playing field last night. Let's make sure we're honoring those who had to deal with that place rather than just honoring that place. That's an important distinction that Reggie, I think, helped America arrive at.
Right, and to also deliver in a verbal fashion the history of what actually took place there beyond just the Negro League team and Rickwood Field and, hey, MLB's back. And I do think there's a certain sense of the whitewashing of history when you just add those numbers to the record book. Yeah. It kind of takes what those players had to go through and just, hey, it was pro ball. We know that. So come on into the record books and we're just going to lump those numbers in.
There's no clean way to do it. There's no
easy way to do it. And I do like the gesture from MLB to recognize that those were major league numbers. So you're right. There is no easy way to go about adding those in. But I do think that there's a certain sense of the whitewashing of it. And okay, now that your numbers are in, all's forgiven, right, everybody? And for Reggie to speak the way he spoke about his experience and, for Joe Rudy and his wife to take him in their apartment in Birmingham. And then after a month and a half, the word gets out that Reggie's staying there and now we're going to burn down the building. And this is not, 1861 now. This is only about 65, 70 years ago. And it just reminds me of what still goes on in this country. And so the word I used in the crossover is one that I'm trying to really keep in the front of my mind about giving grace, not only to black people, but all people, understanding, what their life has been, what their day has been, instead of, and, you pointed it out during the crossover and you did it partly tongue in cheek at me because I am down to flip the bird, but it's about just grace in general. Like, can we give each other a little bit of room? Can we take a breath and realize that whatever person, whatever color, whatever situation, maybe they're having a day.
Well, and I think that there's that, and there's also just what experiencing this yesterday really helped bring some clarity to what it is we're celebrating. And so that's what I chose to do, is I chose to focus on this being a celebration of certain people, not a city. And the ballpark is a piece, it's the backdrop for this. But yesterday was about celebrating people who should have been celebrated a different way and a long time ago. And so and I think Willie even said this once upon a time, and he might have been talking about Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame. Better late than never. And so here we are. We arrived at an opportunity yesterday to celebrate people who should have been celebrated a long time ago. And so it would have been better for it to be early, but it's better late than never. And here we are. 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from you on this. We got a lot of Rickwood reaction, and we will get into Giants baseball and that side of it as we approach July, and the Giants doldrums have just not stopped. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Do that for our other shows as well, Steiny and Goo and The Morning Roast with Bonte and Joe. Dave Fleming, who was there, of course, at Rickwood, was on with them this morning, and so you may want to check that out on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Your call's next. It's Willard and Dibs. Tom Verducci coming up in a half hour. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals, and as always, earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive offers.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we're nowhere near done with last night, and Tom Verducci is going to join us in a half hour. However, Dibs and I, we were just sitting here looking at the National League standings, and they are kind of gross.
Right?
Whenever your team, whoever you root for in this muck, when they lose 3 in a row, you're like, oh, crap, we're falling behind. Are you? Peep this real quick, and then we're going to the phones. 2 games in the standings separate 9 teams.
9 teams?
This is starting with the number 2 wild card team and going all the way down the standings to teams that are within 2 games, not of the 3rd wild card, of the 2nd wild card, currently held by the Cardinals with a 500 record due to their win at Rickwood Field last night.
Yeah.
So they hold the 2nd wild card spot, half game ahead of the Padres and Diamondbacks that hold the 3rd wild card spot, and a full game ahead of the Mets, Pirates, and Nationals, and then a full 2 games ahead of the Cubs, Giants, and Reds. So let me say that a different way. All separated by 2 games. Watch this. Cardinals, Padres, Diamondbacks, Mets, Pirates, Nationals, Cubs, Giants, Reds. All separated by 2 games, and gather them all together, and they are ahead of 2 teams in the National League.
So 9 teams are 2 games apart.
And the Giants are ahead. Like, we have a better record than the Rockies and the Marlins.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And that's it.
That's it.
I mean, and now 4 games below 500. And I know yesterday was about so much more than another Giants loss.
Totally.
And we are going to get to that more than we will to another Giants loss. But you lose that game, and now you're 4 games below 500. And we had a show thread going earlier. Mark Grandy coming in hot, as he always does, about what to do, trade deadline. And I know we are still 40 days away. 40 days and 40 nights, which is darn near 6 weeks. But over the next 6 weeks, this is going to be a time where Farhan has to make a decision, and the Giants will have to make a decision based on where this team is.
They could also be in a playoff spot when we get back on Monday.
No doubt. No doubt.
They could.
Or they could lose 11 of 14 and be 3 games out of a playoff spot.
That's true, too.
Because this National League is going to be mediocrity works this year. That should be the slogan for the Giants.
Except for all you're asking for out of those 9 teams, have 2 of them just go on a little bit of a heater. That's it. Just a little bit of a heater. Not even a great heater. You don't need to win 11 in a row.
Right.
Win 8 of 11 and watch what happens. Gone.
Well, even if you look at that, and I know we're going to Rickwood and we're going to the phones, but if you look at just those teams you mentioned, the Mets have won 8 of 10, and they're still on the outside looking in. And
they were excessively bad.
No, they were. That's my point. Is they had to win 8 of 10 to get to where they're just 2 games below 500.
Correct.
So the Giants could lose 8 of 11, and then they could win 11 of 14, and they would be
You're in.
Exactly.
You're
all
in.
of a sudden, you're a playoff team. So none of this is going to get resolved until way down the road.
The Giants situation a little more complex in that they've got 2 starting pitchers. So we'll get to all of it, but. Just circling back to the review from last night, I will say this. I thought the broadcast did a great job. I thought anybody involved with putting the ballpark together did a great job. I thought the ceremony was very well done. I thought the acknowledgments, very, very well done. Obviously, Willie's passing 48 hours before this game is just like overwhelmingly emotional. And so his imprint was all over this entire week in so many profound ways. And so I really think everybody came out of this with a good feeling about the actual product and the event. What we were talking about a few minutes ago is, for me, I wanted to allow this to be an acknowledgement of the right things. So, and we've had conversations about so many things this week, but it's for me now less about, baseball is doing the right thing, or this is a unique event, or even like we talked about yesterday, baseball's reaching out to the young black player to see if they can, whatever. I wanted this, and Reggie Jackson helped me get there. Make sure we're acknowledging the right thing. And this is not a victory lap for Birmingham, Alabama. This is an acknowledgement that is way too late, but better late than never for a bunch of people who worked their butts off and were put through untold hell in order to simply play baseball and be humans and show us their incredible gifts. And I want this acknowledgement to really, for me, be just about them, be just about those people who had to do that and wish they didn't.
Yeah, and I think that Major League Baseball struck the right tone, and the Fox broadcast did as well, but Reggie Jackson was the one who took all of the pomp and the circumstance and in 2.5 minutes put it right on everyone's plate and made it clear what it was about for him, somebody who went through it. And that's where I think, yes, it was about Willie and what an amazing player, what an amazing human being, and all the other Negro League players who went through it. Yes, we celebrate them and the journey, and it sucks that they had to go through it, and they are all great players, but what Reggie did made all of that come center stage into what exactly was going on.
Some of you are on hold and want to go right to you, but we also want to acknowledge those who maybe just turned the radio on within the last 15 minutes and are like, what did Reggie say? If you haven't heard it yet. So Alex Rodriguez on the pregame panel last night asked Reggie, who played for the Birmingham A's, and asked him what it meant to be back here in this city, in this building, and here's what Reggie said.
Coming back here is not easy. The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, you think you're a better person? You think you won when you played here and conquered? I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, the can't eat here. I would go to a hotel and they say, the can't stay here. We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner, and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here. Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, we're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted. Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat in the place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay. Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The year I came here, Bull Connor was the sheriff the year before. And they took minor league baseball out of here because in 1963, the Klan murdered 4 black girls, children, in 11, 12, 14 years old at a church here and never got indicted. They were from the Klan. Life magazine did a story on them like they were being honored. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. At the same time, had it not been for my white friends, had it not been for a white manager, and Rudy, Fingers, and Duncan, and Lee Myers, I would have never made it. I was too physically violent. I was ready to physically fight I'd have got killed here because I'd have beat someone's ass, and you'd have saw me in an oak tree somewhere.
I mean, obviously, there are pieces that are very, very difficult to listen to, but I think that's the point. Everybody needed to hear that. I just appreciate the hell out of Reggie Jackson for doing that, for taking it there, for having the courage to say what he said on national TV. Let's talk to you, one of our good friends, Grandpa Daddy in Hayward. Hey, GPD, what are you doing?
Wow, man. I just want to tell you guys, man, that you're doing exactly what you should do. You say you don't know what you're doing, Willard. Dibs, you're doing it. You're recognizing it, and you're giving it its due, bro. I mean, I was born in 1961. Even though I went to places that didn't stop me from eating. I still, when I was a kid, couldn't wonder why. Hey, Mommy, why can't we eat here? You know, I was too young to know. And as I grew up like people hate me for the color of my skin. And it's, you know, for all you white folks that helped us, I mean, that's the thing, man. There's good white people, man. Like us blacks, we wouldn't be able to go through the civil rights movement without those righteous white people that helped us, bro. I'm telling you, like, people don't give white folks their due, those that deserve it. Like Raleigh Fingers, like he was saying, there was a lot of racism, but there was those good white folks, man, that knew what was right and knew what was wrong. I want to thank you two for giving this its righteous spot and just saying what you feel, because you can never feel the skin that I'm in. So what do? All you can do is just sit back, acknowledge it, and give it its due. Yeah, you don't want to celebrate that time, but now you celebrate the people that went through it. And I want to thank you personally. This is what I loved about when I met you guys at the first summer, man. I was like, you know, this is a black thing. I was like, man, them white boys, they cool. And I freaking love you guys, man. I could just feel it, man. The way you guys embraced me and I thank you for being one of the righteous white folks that know it was wrong, and you're acknowledging it, and you're doing it right now by airing everything, you know, what Reggie Jackson said. I mean, that's real talk, bro. You really don't know how terrible it is to walk in some. I mean, even to this day, sometimes I walk in the store. I can't remember. I'll never forget. I was in Orange County driving a brand new BMW. I had topsiders on, polo shirt, and shorts, and I'm in a Raleigh's grocery store in Orange County. And then all of a sudden, somebody was following me. Yep. I'm like, and then I went down the aisle and I made a quick right turn and another right turn, and I stopped to turn around, and the dude came around real quick and then almost bumped into me. I'm like, bro, you following me? Oh, no. And then I realized, I looked around. I didn't even realize it. I was the only black person in the store, bro. I mean, like hundreds of people. This is like Orange County proper, right? Down in, what was it, Missing Viejo or something like that. Yeah, I mean, like, I was the only black person in the store, bro. And then I realized, wow, y'all still tripping? I mean, like, I was dressed like a white boy, but I was black, right?
Topsiders.
You had the Orange County uniform on. You had the OC uni on, GPD.
Bro, I couldn't believe it. And then I was driving a brand new BMW. I came out the store. I'm walking with my cart to my car. And then this older white lady was putting her groceries in the back of her car. And she didn't see me. And then when I got close to her, she turned and saw me and grabbed her purse. And then I was like, hello, how you doing today? And she looked, and then I got in the car right next to her, brand new BMW, and I could just see her just like, oh, it's okay. He must be one of us. He got money.
Must be. Thank God. Yeah,
bro.
Yeah, GPD,
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the call.
Man.
Thank you for the words as always. Yeah, we love having you along for our ride. And look, sometimes I know it falls flat because it's the same reminders that we get all the time through our lives, and you know what I mean? It's like you remind yourself and you're like, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna do this different, or I'm gonna do that different. And it lasts for a day or a week or a month or whatever. It's just like New Year's resolutions. I'm gonna lose 20 pounds by January 8th. You're like, I lost my gym membership card. I can't even find it.
Totally.
And that's the end of that. So like, I don't want to sit here on some sort of a high horse and try to tell people. This is just how it hit me. Is these thoughts were already bouncing in my head, and I didn't know how to express them the right way until Reggie did that, which is that this can be a good and a bad thing almost at the same time, which is like Reggie did. Go there.
Yeah.
Go there and talk about it and acknowledge this and celebrate it. But that's my only sort of clarity. Know what you're celebrating. I choose to celebrate those people who had to do this in a way that they shouldn't have had to do it. And the other thing with what GPD just mentioned, and look, I wasn't alive in the 60s, so sometimes you look back on a different time in life. I think no matter when you were born, you look back on a time when you weren't alive and you go, okay, can we really hold it against those people? I don't know what life was like back then. Was it lack of education? Is it geography? Do they just not know any better? You know, Raleigh Fingers comes on with Steiny and Goo, and that helps me when you talk about someone like Bull Connor.
Oh, yeah.
Who, if you read about him.
I've been doing it all day, Mark, and this is one of the most vile human beings that's ever walked the earth.
And so before you go, oh, that was the 60s and it was Birmingham, Alabama, and he didn't know any better. Well, no, because there's plenty of people who did. And that, to me, should shape, for me, it shapes how I view those who walked before us.
For sure.
Because there were plenty of people who were fully aware about just something as simple as how you treat other human beings.
Yeah. And I'm reading through some of the history of Bull Connor, and on a day in 1963, he arrested 959 children, ages 6 to 18, because they attempted to march to the Birmingham City Hall. That's all.
Yep.
1,000 kids marching, you're all arrested, and they all were black children. And of course, the bombing that he authored as a member of the Ku Klux Klan. And the thing that I constantly want to remind myself of is, unfortunately, there are still Bull Connors walking among us today. And so many of the things that, you know, Reggie Jackson had to deal with in the 60s, and the people who came before Reggie Jackson and all the other athletes and all the rest of it, these problems are still existing today. So, you know, what Grandpa Daddy just said is something that I take to heart. It's like, there's nothing that you and I could ever possibly do in our lives to understand what black people, Grandpa Daddy, and all the rest go through. There's no way we can ever possibly know. But what can we do? We can listen, and we can learn, and we can do all we can to try to, you know, ward out the evil that is still, unfortunately, a part of our society.
Well, I tell you what, something that stands out to me that I think will help a lot of people. That's why I share it. This is a story that came from the show that I do on Sunday nights with Ephraim from just a few months back. A few months back, I was having a conversation with him, and I was just sharing. Do you remember when the Lakers eliminated the Warriors? Game 6,
right,
a little bit over a year ago. I had a story from that night. I ended up missing about a quarter of the game because my dog jumped through our window. She saw something outside. She jumped through our window and she took off. And took off.
The window was open, right?
The window was open.
Okay.
If you remember that day, it was incredibly hot. It was a very, very hot day. So we had a window that's kind of like very low, open. And she saw something outside. I don't know if she saw an animal, whatever. And she stuck her head out, and I thought she was just getting a little breath. And nope, gone. And I mean gone. She's now got an air tag on her because of moments like these. I won't let it happen again. But like the third quarter, for me, gone, because we were running around in the streets looking for my dog. And we live in an area it's not symmetrical. There's a lot of wooded areas. This person's backyard, and the dog is just running all over the place. And I'm telling Ephraim this story. And I'm just like jovial laughing because we found her and everything's fine. But jovial laughing about, you should have seen me. I was walking up through the woods and found myself in this person's driveway. And now I'm over in that backyard.
Right.
And I'm like, and I said something about, can you relate to this? And he goes, brother, are you kidding me? You think as a black man that I have the courage to just walk into somebody else's front yard?
Wow.
Do you know what can happen to me legally now if I just walk? Like, do I need to tell you these stories? And I mean, it stopped me in my tracks, and I was just like, brother,
wow,
you're stopped.
Yeah.
You're like, that didn't even cross my mind.
Right.
And he's like, of course it doesn't cross your mind, because That's our privilege. So anybody out there and I know there's this out there. We have a text right now sitting right here in front of me on my computer screen saying, well, there's reverse racism everywhere. Every single race right now is experiencing this. You don't know. I like whoever you are, you may feel attacked. Like that's just part of life. And it's part of the way that maybe everybody's brains work. But if you think that even if there's something on TV that makes you feel, oh, they took a statue down and I feel attacked, we're talking about, to me, and this is what Reggie Jackson was talking about, the basics of just being able to function.
Right.
Just to walk out your front door.
Have a meal. Have a place to stay.
And be safe. And I don't mean attacked like, I don't like what he said. No, like attacked like killed.
Right.
That's what Reggie's talking about. That's the stuff that was happening in Birmingham. That's the stuff. That's who I want to celebrate, is the people who had to deal with that. And no white person has ever had to deal with that anywhere.
Exactly.
Ever.
No.
Period.
End of sentence. And that's where, and you talk a lot about your privilege and my privilege, and it's something that I want to constantly be aware of, not only day to day, but in terms of like how many things that, if I get mad about something or something that's frustrating, it's like, dial it back and think about like the story you just told about trying to find your dog. And I'm sure you're walking through people's side gate and you're hopping fences and you're just free willing.
Y'all seen my dog?
Dude, seriously. I'm in your backyard, you know?
Yeah, I didn't even know. Like I just popped around a corner. I'm like, whoops, I'm in this person's front yard.
Yeah.
Like,
not even a second thought about it.
No, I'm like, I wonder if they've seen my dog.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm glad you shared that. Because that I think puts our privilege in a perfect box as far as like, because I would have done the exact same thing.
Right.
Without even thinking.
Don't even think about it. So, and just to bring it back to Rickwood, that's what Reggie really helped. Not that wasn't already on my mind, but I just feel like he did a great job, a courageous job of crystallizing what was actually being celebrated yesterday. I do think a lot of us were just like, this is cool. What a cool event. And it was. But if you just go deeper for a second, I felt that it was really important that we figured out, what is this commemorating? We're not celebrating just Rickwood Field. We're not celebrating just Birmingham, Alabama. We're celebrating people. We're celebrating people who, they should have been celebrated a long time ago. They should have been celebrated when they were playing. And for some of them, unfortunately, it's taken till now. Some of them, most of them, didn't make it to today.
Right.
Some of them were in a wheelchair down the first base line last night. Some of them were still able to walk in. That's what last night was about. For me.
No, and I think you put it perfectly. And, thank you to Reggie Jackson for really bringing it back to the reality of why this was such an important moment and such an important game. And I do hope that they find a way to do this on an annual basis. Maybe not at Rickwood. Maybe they pick a different field and continue to try to celebrate the good parts of our past in baseball.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls welcome throughout the day, 888-957-9570. Tom Verducci was on the broadcast last night at Rickwood Field. What was it like? The inside of this event, behind the scenes, the actual voices, the players, Barry Bonds. Verducci has had a lot to say about him in the past. We'll get to all of that with Tom coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're treating our Tropic Rewards members to
by First NorCal Credit Union.
Candlestick Park, that wasn't exactly a bandbox, so room for him to run there as well. This ball's flied the other way by Ramos, carrying pretty well to the wall, and gone! This game is tied as Elliot Ramos sends one the other way in very Willie Mays fashion, smashing a home run to tie it at 3.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Vamos Ramos, one way or another, that guy seems to put his imprint on just about every game in which he plays. Not quite enough last night. Giants fall to the Cardinals 6-5 this game. About so much more than that, though. And we spent a lot of time the last hour talking about the specific comments of Reggie Jackson on the pregame show, the broadcast on Fox, which all of us really enjoyed. And Tom Verducci was a part of that and joins us right now on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Hey, Tom, thank you for coming on. What was your overall takeaway from being in that building last night?
Oh, man, just a beautiful evening. I just thought the tone of it was perfect. I mean, I've been looking forward to this one ever since I heard they were playing this game at Rickwood. And I had my expectations really high. The ballpark did not disappoint. I mean, it just looked beautiful. It was a beautiful night. And I think that everything that came about, it was a good game, a competitive game. The celebrations of Willie Mays and the Negro Leagues, I think, were just perfect. It's really hard for me to put into words that this thing, like, I had high expectations, and it was even better than I thought. I just walked away from that park that night just feeling good about baseball.
And we all kind of agreed, Tom, because we all had high expectations as well, not only with the Willie Mays connectivity to it, and tragic that he died a couple of days before, but just the overall excitement of going back to a place where baseball had first been played over 100 years ago. Can you explain to our audience exactly what they did to the field to make it a major league field again?
Yeah, they put a lot of work in, more than $5 million. The biggest thing they did is they had to move the field back because the distance between home plate and the backstop was about 85 feet.
Wow.
And it actually looked a lot like like Oakland's ballpark, where there was so much foul territory. The bullpens were actually in foul territory, and there was still a lot of room. So by moving it back, it just looks better. The fans are closer to the field. They regraded everything because it had that old turtleback design. That was the drainage system. Just let it run off to the sides. They put a whole new drainage system underneath, flattened everything out. The grass they brought in is the same kind of grass they use at Dodger Stadium and Angel Stadium. The dirt they brought in is from Slippery Rock, PA. That's in 25 major league parks. So they did everything to make this thing, A+ major league quality. I didn't hear a single complaint from the players about the field conditions, even the lighting, which was all temporary because, the original lights from 1936, the wiring is just shot. It's not even close to being up to code. There's no way they could have gotten those up to code and ready to go. So they brought in the portable lighting. I thought it looked really bright enough. And the players, I didn't hear anybody complain about that. So a ton of work went into this, and there were things behind the scenes, building clubhouses for the players, weight rooms, batting cages, all that kind of stuff. I think they did an excellent job, and I think the players had a really, really good time there.
Tom Verducci with Fox with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Tom, you're a pro. I'm sure you did all the homework in the world building up to this. I bet you also had some unbelievable conversations with historical figures and just being out there. I wanted to ask you, what'd you learn this week?
Oh, man, I learned that Willie Mays' original number was number 14. Patrick Bailey was wearing number 14 last night, Willie's original number. I tried to get this in the broadcast. We had so many things to get it. I thought it was a cool story because he shows up, obviously it's 51. He's brought up to the Giants. And it's May 25th. He plays a couple of days. And during that time, there's a guy on the team named Jack McGuire who was wearing number 24. And he got put on waivers, and the Pirates claimed him 3 days into Willie showing up. And then Willie switched to number 24. And nobody has ever worn the number 24 for 22 years the way Willie has. Obviously, you can't see the number 24 without thinking of Willie. And interesting story, Jack McGuire is a guy who grew up in St. Louis with Yogi Berra, and he was the one who gave Yogi his nickname. So Jack McGuire gave Yogi his nickname and Willie number 24. It's just crazy.
Huh.
So Patrick Bailey, I'm not sure if he knows it. He's wearing Willie's original number.
That's a fantastic story. Tom Verducci here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Willie passes 2 days before the Rickwood game, and it seems almost more poignant that he was no longer there to make the game more about Willie Mays. What was the shift in the broadcast after the news of Willie Mays passing came before the game?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about obviously honoring the Negro Leagues and honoring Willie. And then when Willie passed, we thought, you know what, we have to slant this a little bit more towards the celebration of Willie's life and career. Certainly did not want to give any short shrift to the Negro Leagues because Willie himself was really excited about this game because it threw a spotlight on some of the guys who didn't get recognized, certainly not as much as him. So he was all about having his teammates and fellow Negro Leaguers recognized in this game. And we wanted to stay true to that. But I think a key to this night, guys, was when Michael Mays was out there, his son, and he's the one who said, let's hear it. You know, he wanted the crowd. He said, we want Willie to hear you. Be loud. And I think that set the tone from being something that could have been, you know, sort of somber and sad in terms of losing the great Willie Mays. And instead, it did turn into a celebration of Willie Mays. And I think Michael really set that tone. And it was, you know, we've talked to him before the game as well, and I think we felt good about that as well, that it wasn't going to be a somber night, that it was going to be a celebration more than anything else. And then Michael made sure the crowd really got into it as well. I thought that was a key moment that really set the tone for the night.
Tom, in addition to the history of that time in this nation's history, I think there were almost different portions of history that were on display on your broadcast for fans of a certain age to know that all in one group, you know, there's Bonds, there's Griffey Jr., there's David Ortiz, there's A-Rod, there's Jeter, all sitting there in front of us at one time. What did you kind of gather from those guys all being in the same place at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, other than going to Cooperstown for the induction weekend and having so much baseball royalty in one place, that was befitting, you know, on a night to honor Willie Mays. So it did strike me, you know, the number of home runs and hits at the ballpark that night was pretty darn impressive. It's still Willie is the star of stars. I mean, even these guys you just mentioned, you know, great players, first ballot Hall of Famers you're talking about, you know, it's still the night belonged to Willie. I mean, it really was amazing that, you know, his presence there, I think, was over every part of the festivities, even the game. I was thinking about him all night long. And like you, I mean, I'm sitting there. I don't know how many times I told myself, this is where Willie Mays at the age of 17 was playing for the Birmingham Black Barons. I mean, it's crazy. Now there's a major league game on this field. I don't know if there's ever been anything like that where we, you know, had a baseball game at a venue where someone started their professional career, and one of the all-time greats at that. And I'm looking out there in left field, and Brendan Donovan, the Cardinals, is out there because Willie did play his first game in left field. The center fielder shortly thereafter broke his leg, and Willie played center. But I'm thinking, man, left field, Rickwood Field, that's where Willie's career began. And Brendan Donovan's out there, this kid from Alabama. He gets 3 hits in the game. It was just crazy. I mean, the way I felt Willie's presence the whole night.
And it's obviously the connection with Barry Bonds, with that being his godfather, Willie Mays. And you mentioned Alex Rodriguez and the Cooperstown angle. Do you think having Barry up there and A-Rod, neither of whom is in the Hall of Fame, the fact that these two are continually more Alex than Barry, obviously, but continually kind of being reinserted into the national landscape, does that help to soften the eventual induction of these guys in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I think, you know, for a lot of people it might. I mean, time heals wounds, they say. And, you know, as even if it's an emotional reaction or you feel locked into a certain position that you take, it does tend to soften over time. There's no question about it. You know, maybe being out front in front of cameras reminds people how great these guys were. And, you know, I think the same thing sort of happened with Pete Rose over the years. It didn't really help him get into the Hall of Fame because that's a rule that it's pretty darn ironclad. I don't see baseball changing on that. But I do think more people started coming around to Pete Rose. It's like you start thinking, well, enough is enough, kind of paid his dues. So I think what you're driving at, you know, I can't say we're there yet where these guys are going to get, you know, 75% of the vote or of the committees now in Barry's case. But I do think over time, yes, their chances do improve. How quickly, I don't know.
Tom Verducci with Fox on the broadcast last night at Rickwood Field is with us here on 95.7 The Game. Tom, let's go deeper into the Negro Leagues experience that you had in talking to some of those living members who were out on the field last night. What were they feeling and saying? What was your biggest takeaway that you can pass along there?
My biggest takeaway is these are amazing men. And I say that not because they were a great baseball player, but let's face it, they played in a very prejudicial time and went up against barriers that, it's hard for us to even imagine what they went through just in terms of the normal course of life, traveling, eating, staying in hotels. And yet my takeaway was there was not an ounce of bitterness among them. They were just these classy gentlemen who, and the word love came up so many times talking about the Negro Leagues experience. They love to play baseball. I heard that over and over again, that no matter what was happening when they left the field, that field was a joy for them, and nothing took away the joy of playing baseball. And I think that, to me, was the biggest takeaway, that they had every right to be bitter and to be sad or look back and think, what if? But instead, it's like the old Buck O'Neill. He was right on time because he enjoyed playing with this group of guys. There was something special about that. And I think, having everybody, especially a younger generation who really might not be familiar with Negro Leagues at all, having them exposed to these stories and these players especially, that was the best part about the game. Other than celebrating Willie, of course, but I think that discovery for a lot of people happened last night. Maybe you look up something online, you saw, Bill Greason or whoever it might be, a name that popped up, Josh Gibson and Oscar Charleston, and you find out a little bit more about them. I thought that was so cool that, Bob Kendrick, who was in the booth, as you guys know, is just terrific storyteller. Oh my goodness, I could listen to him all night. And he spent his whole life here basically keeping the memory of the league and the players alive. And I think this was another level to that, to have this night dedicated to them and introduce them and the league to a lot of people who might not know about it.
Tom, do you get the sense that Major League Baseball is going to try to run this back either at Rickwood next year or some other field?
That's a really good question. I don't know if I don't think right now it's on the schedule. I know the Field of Dreams in Iowa is not on the schedule either. They did plan, or at least they had some blueprints to play a game in Paris next year, and that just hasn't come through. There were just too many logistical hurdles. They had kept that date open for an international game there. So right now, I don't think there's one of these specialty, I call them tentpole games, because, the baseball season is so long. When you get a game like this, it almost feels like an event. It's so different and unusual. But I'm all for it, whether you go back to Rickwood, whether there's another place. There's so many other places you can go play a game without necessarily having, 40,000 people in the stands. I'm all for it. I think it's great. It was interesting because I did the game over in London a couple of weeks ago, and the players were talking about, we wish we had more games over here. I wouldn't mind say you send 4 teams over there and you play a little round robin on the weekend. They thought it was a long way to go just to play 2 games. They enjoyed the experience. So I think the players are on board with these games. And, whether it's other minor league venues, I had a crazy idea that I would love to see, and this would never happen, but I would love to see a field set up in Central Park in New York, and you bring in the Dodgers, the Giants, the Mets, and the Yankees, and you play 2 doubleheaders back to back, a throwback to the glory days of New York baseball. It's probably a complete logistical nightmare, but the more people start thinking outside the box about these events, I think, the more I want to see them.
Ooh, I love that idea. That's amazing. Talk to somebody. Make it happen over there at Fox. Tom Verducci is with us.
My other idea, guys, is to have a California Cup.
Okay.
Where you take let's assume Oakland is playing, I don't know where they're playing, but say Los Angeles or Las Vegas, but you could play a cup in Los Angeles or San Francisco and bring the California teams in to play on a weekend, a little round-robin tournament. Why not?
Well, you do have 5 teams unless Oakland becomes Las Vegas, and then they don't get to come anymore then, Tom.
Well, we'll work that out.
Yeah, let's leave Dave Cavill out of our parties, okay? We don't. Anyway, Tom, what about this? We have been working a lot over the last 24 hours with what Reggie Jackson said on your broadcast after the question from Alex Rodriguez. I'm curious, as someone who had probably an earpiece in there, was Fox in any way aware that Reggie wanted to address that? And if not, how did the broadcast kind of evolve and adjust as Reggie took the conversation to that place?
I'm not aware that, this was in any way on a schedule, that this is where he was going. But I think anytime you bring Reggie on, you guys know Reggie, he's going to speak the truth, and you never know where he might take a conversation. So you're prepared for that. And I think he was well within his rights. Again, Reggie's speaking the truth. He's speaking. I think it was something that I'm glad he said it. And I think the pregame was the perfect venue for it because it didn't overshadow, if you will, the events that took place after. I'm talking about the ceremony before and the game itself. So, it was something that needed to be said. I mean, when I got on the air first and, right before the first pitch, I wanted to bring up the fact that, it's not all sunshine and rainbows when it comes to the history that we're talking about. Willie Mays and the Black Barons were not allowed to use the locker room at Rickwood Field. They had to dress at black-owned motels and walk over and play in the ballpark. There was segregated seating during those days. And it still blows me away that until 1963, it's not that long ago, it was literally illegal in Birmingham. They had an ordinance where blacks and whites could not play a game. I'm not talking about baseball. It was actually written, even checkers. They called it the checkers rule. This was all part of, again, American history, not just baseball history. So, in some ways, I'm glad that Reggie brought it up. Listen, even if I didn't agree with it, as long as he's doing something that's speaking from the heart, and that's what he does, I'm okay with that. And if it made people uncomfortable, I don't think that was Reggie's purpose. But again, he's got some, listen, I can't imagine what it was like to be in his shoes in Birmingham, Alabama in 1967. Again, I just told you that it was illegal until 63 to even play a game of checkers between a black person and a white person. So it's not like they turned the racial corner in a heartbeat in 67. There were still those strong feelings. So it's just part of the story of Rickwood. It's part of the story of Birmingham. And Reggie spoke the truth. Yeah, no, just so we're clear, we were in full support. I thought it really did an unbelievable job of, at least just for me, just one fan, it sort of helped crystallize what this was celebrating, because I think for a lot of people, it's just like, this is a cool event. But after Reggie spoke, it crystallized what was being celebrated here, and it's these men. It's these men and what they achieved and what they had to go through. Well said. I mean, it really is. And I'm glad, again, that a younger generation that, wasn't as familiar, obviously, with what Reggie went through, realizes what these guys went through. I mean, we think of them all as these polished major leaguers, and you get to the major leagues and, everything has been kind of a smooth road to get there with special treatment everywhere you go. And it's certainly not the case. So the hardships that they went through, especially off the field, I'm glad Reggie brought it up as well. Tom, thank you so much for coming on. That was an amazing event. We loved the broadcast. Appreciate your thoughts today. Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me. There it is, Tom Verducci on Fox, and a part of the broadcast from Rickwood last night.
And I thought it was a perfect broadcast. It was Tom Verducci and Ken Rosenthal as your sideline reporters. I think it was Joe Davis and John Smoltz handling the play-by-play and the analyst duties, the interviews that they interspersed. They showed the action, the old school inning that they did. I loved, with no graphics and kind of the high home. And you and I were watching it here before we were done with our show. I thought everything with the broadcast was absolutely perfect. Yeah, I agree. And the broadcast had the president of the Negro League Museum on, I think for a full inning maybe. Yeah. He was telling amazing stories. The production itself, the different pieces of the puzzle that were presented to the viewer, both for whether it be entertainment, whether it be education, whether it just be for the ambiance of what was taking place.
I thought they did a great job.
And I loved Tom's description of what they did with the field on the broadcast and with us here, how they had to move home plate back and they turned it 5 degrees in order to make the dimensions work. And the old light towers that are no longer functional, they left them up there in the outfield as well.
Dude, that whole thing, the charm of what we would consider minor league baseball ballparks.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he described
you've been to a bunch of them.
Well, I used to broadcast in the minors up in the Northwest League. Yeah, it's a big whoop.
It's a small
made $1,500 a month. It was incredible. Got super rich. No, but it's amazing. It's as if each and every one of them has at least one super unique, weird thing. Just this thing about the stadium that sort of sets it apart from other stadiums. I mean, the way he described what was going on behind the plate, hell, if somebody had a wild pitch, and there was one last night from Rodriguez, Willie would have scored from first.
Extra bases.
On a wild pitch easily, because there was a lot of space as it was, and they moved everything way back because it was like 2 or 3 times as much with the way it was currently constructed.
And what about the original dimensions, which was 470 to the left field foul pole, 478 to center, 448 in the right alley, and 335 to right?
Yeah.
Easy on lefties.
Yeah.
And, you saw Elliot Ramos go oppo taco on what we thought was an ordinary fly ball. But
it was.
I would love to see at least one major league park, and I know Coors Field is a pretty big park, but let's get back to the days of 448 and 430.
I mean, like, what are we, 2 weeks removed from when Greg Johnson's basically ripping Triples Alley because the Giants can't sign a free agent because it's too deep in right center, and these asymmetrical ballparks, boy, they've killed all of the free agent hitters and everything, and now, again, we love the romance of it. I mean, it's hilarious. If you're going to build a fence that's 330 to one side, and what'd you say to left field?
470 down the line and
Why
left.
do you even have a fence? What are we doing? like who built that? I love it.
Yeah.
Like the mystery of the whole thing is hilarious.
That was our senior league field in Fairfax at White Hill School. There was no, right field, the road, Sir Francis Drake Boulevard was probably about 310 or whatever.
Right.
And then left field was about 900. You had to get all the way to the houses, but you could hit over the left fielder's head on a dry day, and that thing would bounce and run.
Such weird stuff.
Totally.
It's such weird stuff. I broadcasted games in Portland, Oregon, the Portland Rockies, and the broadcast booth, which, this changes now in stadiums. So many stadiums now are just pushing them higher and higher and up because they want to sell the seats. The broadcast booth was the backstop. It was the backstop.
Oh, my God.
So you were looking through a little window with a chain link fence. The rest of it was covered. You could only it was almost like broadcasting a game through a large peephole.
Right.
But if somebody fouled one straight back,
it's coming at you.
Yeah, you're like, so fastball. You say, geez, I mean, it's right in your face. You're trying to concentrate.
So I was at Long Beach. We did. I was at Cal State Northridge. We did games at Long Beach State, and we were literally on top of the snack bar.
I mean, all over the place.
Yeah, all that.
You've done games from everywhere.
Totally.
Sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and we'd love to hear from you on the Rickwood broadcast. There's a lot to get to with the Giants, both from the game and the history to also the current. We will continue to do so. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Check engine light on.
That's a really good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm so happy for you.
I am too.
You needed that
badly.
And that was a big one. That was Tom Verducci.
I'm like the Jorge Soler of afternoon drive. I'd been in a big slump. And, and Granny keeps rubbing my face in it with the Buster Olney and the Tim Kirchin and all the rest.
That's a good question.
All of these that's a good questions over the past, it's been quietly about 6 weeks.
That's a great question.
Thank you, Buster.
You're starting to run up the score. Today,
that's a great question.
Yeah, those are all for Mark. But today,
that's a great question.
That was for Mark. But today, if I can somehow get through it, is about me. Today, I consider myself, the luckiest man in this room. So yes, I did need it. And Grandy, I even looked back, and I don't know why I need to get acknowledgement from a 28-year-old. But I looked back and he gave me the quiet nod, yeah, you needed that. Tibbs.
Are you getting younger? Are you 28? Are you 20? I feel like the last time we talked about this, you were older than 28.
No, I turned 28 a couple of weeks ago.
Look at me.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I don't even.
I think I got you cake last year. Was that you or Lucas? One of you guys, I got cake.
You ordered 4 slices of cake.
Yeah.
One for everyone.
I think
that was a lot nicer
very
last
nice.
year.
Yeah,
what the hell happened?
Good cake too. Yeah.
The appropriate response is thank you, Grandy.
Yeah.
Wherever the hell you got that from, it was delicious.
Yeah.
Man.
4 slices of cake was $38 delivered, which is kind of hilarious.
I'll give you this, Grandy.
Yeah, that was last year.
Major. Yeah, I'll say this. The Warriors need more people who have a 2 as the first number in their age.
Yeah.
I need fewer of them in my life, though. But Grandy, you do a good job of this. Lucas, you're shaky. But
He's got a 3 in front of his.
You have a 3 in front of your name, which is why in front of your age, which is why it's even worse. But you do a good job, Grandy, of being educated enough on stuff that happened early in your life so that I'm not constantly feeling like I'm 112 years old.
I love the young people.
You know what I mean? You bring up, I can't remember, Lucas, what the reference was we brought up a couple of weeks ago. On
I
the
remember.
Way. What was it? On the way to the softball game.
It was something about where's the beef?
Oh, where's the beef?
And I said, I didn't know you were a Wendy's guy.
There you go. But often you'll bring up, you know what I mean? Something that you should know. When Star Wars came out, and you're like, what's Star Wars? I mean, what are we supposed to do with stuff like this?
The main difference between me and Grandy is that I'm just not very smart.
Well,
yeah.
No,
shout out USC.
He's smarter than me.
Yeah.
So
Oregon.
there's that.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm out on the whole Oregon versus USC thing that the two of you play with, though.
He plays with that. I don't
Well,
really
whatever.
care.
You're both Pac-12, so I'm mad at both of
Pac-12
you.
RIP.
That's what I mean.
We're both Big Ten
and dead.
I hate all of you. That's all there is to it. All of you. Except,
I hate everybody.
No, unless you went to Washington State or Oregon State. You can stay. Clay Thompson can stay.
GP2.
GP2 can stay, right? But no.
Even GP1.
GP1. Yeah.
OG GP.
Whatever.
Just real quick, 30 seconds on this. What's going to happen with those two? Are they doing Pac-2 or are they inviting other teams in?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think that they'll probably just find a way. There's court battles with regard to who has naming rights and whatever, the property rights. And I think that they're going to win that, but what they do and even can do with it,
right?
Can you hang on to it 2 years? And then a lot of the Mountain West schools are going to be out of their deals. And can you build a new West Coast power? I bet that's what option A is. I don't know how well it's going to go. It's going to take a minute.
All right. Yeah,
because take a minute.
I have a hard time. I love college sports, but more and more it's gotten to be more work than it's worth as far as who is where and who is what in what conference?
Oh, conferences and individuals.
Well, the Big Ten has 20 teams now, right?
Right.
And individuals too, you're right.
Yeah, players are I was on Florida and now I'm going to Utah. And then next year after that, I'm going to Wisconsin.
Well, the Niners drafted 8 players, if I'm not mistaken, in this past year's draft.
Yep.
And only one of them was a one-school guy. One of their 8 picks was a
That's wild.
One-school player.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Anyway.
All right, 888-957-9570. State of the Giants. We have some things to say. But let's keep going with Rickwood and Willie Mays and everything that we just experienced. Skills and Vallejo next up. Hey, Skills, what's up?
Good afternoon, Willard. Good afternoon, Dibs. Good to be on with you. I want to share a couple of things about Willie Mays. I'll try to get through it quickly. When the Giants were struggling a few weeks ago, during the height of my frustration, I was watching guys like Aaron Judge and Bryce Harper who had spurned them in free agency, and they were contributing to the Giants' struggles. At one point in my frustration, I incorrectly now I see, blamed things on Oracle Park, and I was telling people they needed to tear down that wall, hashtag President Reagan.
Thank you.
And I've seen out that was idiotic. And I even before Willie passed, I lost sight of what that wall meant and what it represented. But now, obviously that wall can never go anywhere. I don't care what free agents don't want to come here because of the park. That wall stays up for the rest of the time in honor of Willie Mays, 24 feet. And then I want to just share with you a quick story, if I may, and then I'll get offline and let other people get on. My daughter's mother is not from the United States, and when we got together, she didn't know anything about pro sports at all. So obviously, once we moved in together, the Giants are going to be on TV every night. And over time, she would get interested, and she'd start watching with me, and we'd hear names such as the OG Giants like Willie Mays and Willie Mack and Marichal, go on down the list. And then there was one night where she didn't want to ask. You could tell she didn't want to ask. She was embarrassed, and she kind of hesitated, but she finally spit it out. Are Willie Mays and Willie McCovey the same person? That they would have two great players named Willie M at the same time, putting up all those numbers. And I'll save my other points for another time. I'll let you guys get on with the rest of the show. Have a great day.
Skills,
Thank you, Skills.
Yeah, I mean,
always good.
It's fun to think about those two players and even sort of the realization. Not that it's a realization, but it was brought back up a lot in remembering Willie Mays that the presence of Willie McCovey probably had a lot to do with why Willie Mays didn't steal more bases because Willie Mack was hitting behind him. So if you steal second base, they're just going to walk Willie Mack. And Willie Mays wanted Willie Mack to hit. So he stayed right where he was. And so when you look at career numbers, and this is true, you've heard so many people talk this week about, well, what if he didn't go serve the country for 2 years? What if he hadn't played at Candlestick? I think every player in one way, shape, or form sort of has that luck of the draw in their career that affected their numbers. Hank Aaron played at a great hitter's park.
Right.
Willie Mays did not. All of the Yankees pretty much played at great hitter's parks. Are there players whose profiles have been raised because they hit at Coors Field? Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Larry Walker is a Hall of Famer, right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Although Larry was great in Montreal and other places as well, but that's just part of it. It's part of the majesty of the whole thing. But that was a big piece when you look at Willie Mays' numbers, stolen base wise. He probably would have had a lot more had it not been for Willie Mack.
Right, and also had he, been playing at the time where the stolen base became a real thing. Vince Coleman, Tim Rock Raines, Ricky Henderson, and Maury Wills was really the one who changed the idea about the stolen base because he became such a threat.
Yep.
A single became a double, if not a triple, every single time, and the amount of pressure that he could put on teams.
Not always a Candlestick, though.
Right.
You know the story.
About Maury Wills.
Maury Wills. And how the groundskeepers
they would muddy
up the field when the Dodgers were coming to town. I've told you my Maury story, right?
The golf story.
The golf story.
Great story. Tell it again.
Well,
this is a good day for it.
Yeah, it is. So this is, how many years ago would this have been?
Get the bwops ready because this is so bwop. Well, this is about 10 years ago, I think, right?
It's more.
Okay.
I love the young people.
Yeah, this has got to be.
This is a week to not play that drop. It's all about the old people, Grandy. For once, we get our day.
I think that this is going back closer to 20 years.
Man.
Okay, living in Southern California, and there was a golf course called Rio Hondo in Downey, California, that I would go play weekly with a buddy. And so we're driving out there one day when you play the place every week. The people who work there get to know you. And so like I normally am, I'm like running 5 minutes late, and we're flying down the street trying to get to our tee time on time. And so I call them. I say, hey, just want to let you know we're coming. We're coming in hot. And so they're like, okay, good. Hurry. I'm like, why? He's like, I got somebody I want you to play with. Okay. No idea what's going on. So now we fly into the parking lot, get the shoes on, run to the pay. all right, get over the tee box? I'm like, yeah. He goes, you see those two guys? And it's a couple of, I don't want to use the word elderly, but older gentlemen.
Right.
A couple of older black gentlemen. And they're like, go out there and you're going to play with those two guys. So, okay, who is that? Because this is, we're 100 yards away. He says, that's Maury Wills and Don Newcomb. The guy I'm playing with is one of my friends, or was, I'm not even really in touch with him anymore, but was one of my few friends who I would call sports stupid. Like, he actually grew up in L.A. He's like,
he would know
who the hell is Maury Wills and Don Newcomb?
He would know Maury Wills from Maury Povich.
Thank you. I said, just stand behind me and let's walk over there. Even though I'm a Giants fan, I know who Maury Wills and Don Newcomb are.
Of course.
So we head on over there, and these two guys, I mean, salt of the damn earth. You go over there, and I'm immediately just like, I am so honored to be standing here with you two guys. This is amazing. And so I go, hey, at the end, I gotta find something for you guys to sign for me. I'm like right out of the gate. They're like, oh, wait right here. These two guys, Don heads off for the car, opens up his trunk where they travel with a bucket of balls so that if anybody asks, they're ready to go. And somewhere in all of my memorabilia somewhere, I've got a baseball that's signed by Maury Wills and Don Newcomb. So they signed the ball for me. And then sports stupid guy, about 8 holes in, goes over to Maury and goes, hey, Maury, look at Mark's clubs. Did you notice his club head covers? San Francisco Giants club head covers. God. Which opened up the door to conversation. So Maury and Don both come over and go, oh, Giants fan, huh? I said, well, yeah, I grew up in the Bay Area. I'm a Bay Area guy. Yes, I'm a huge Giants fan. I'll admit it. But I so much respect for the history of the game and you two. And they immediately launch in. They're like, you know what they used to do to me at Candlestick Park? Maury was still, and this is something that really struck me. To that day, those two gentlemen, like Giants and Dodgers, that was not friendly. And you'll say, well, it's not friendly now. Sure it is. Amongst the players, not amongst the fans, but the rivalry hits different. It was personal for these guys. And there were games being played behind the scenes at stadiums to give guys advantages and whatnot. And so stories after stories. But that one stood out. Maury Wills, as recently as whatever this would have been, call it 2006, Maury was still upset at Candlestick Park. He was still upset at the groundskeepers at Candlestick Park for shaving a few stolen bases off of his resume.
Without a doubt. And I can see how he would be frustrated. 2006, he would have been 74.
Yeah.
And Maury lived to be almost 90. And Don Newcomb lived to be darn near 93. And he also played in the Negro Leagues.
Yep.
He played in Newark. So as we bring it back to Rickwood, and I love that story. You've told it before. And I think it's hilarious because your buddy outing you. They probably weren't, club jocking and looking at your head covers, but once it was pointed out.
Yeah, but he did it on like the 8th hole, so I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering correctly, I bought them all a dog at the turn.
Right.
I'm like, you guys need a hot dog because I'm a Giants fan and I really don't want you to hit me with a 4-iron right now.
I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah, like let me get you a dog and let's just keep playing for a while. And I think Maury stopped at about the 15th hole. He's like, I'm tired. I'm going to go sit in the car. Don, you finish up. Don could still hit the ball a long way, too.
He's a pitcher, so these pitchers love to golf.
They golf, man. And he's a big man. Big man.
Maury wins the MVP in 1962. He played 165 games. Somehow. 759 plate appearances, 104 stolen bases.
Dude.
I mean,
they were so great.
695 at-bats.
Yep.
Playing for Kapler, that's 2.5 seasons. I
did not ask them 20 years ago about Gabe Kapler. I did not.
Hey, Maury, how about that load management? Yeah. The next year, you only played 1134 games. What was the deal there?
I did. It was the 16th hole where I said, hey, Maury, what was your BABIP? And that's why he left. He left. He's like, I don't know what that word is. And we're done here.
Anyway, I love that story.
It was a fun day.
Yeah.
Really, really fun day. 888-957-9570. Rickwood Field, I think we all thought was an amazing experience. There was just this one little thing that I would have changed.
Okay.
Just this one tiny thing, if it were me.
Other than the Lamont Wade roster snub situation.
Yeah, there was that.
Which bugged you.
It did.
Cool that he was there, though, nonetheless.
And they did everything they could to feature him. He had the lineup card out. Yeah. They did send, I think, something from his uniform.
Yeah, to Cooperstown.
To Cooperstown, and he will be the representative of the Giants in the story that's told at Cooperstown of this day. So they thought of a lot, but there was one thing I would have changed. I would have had the Giants score more runs than the other team.
Okay, there is that.
So there's that. And I tell you what, I don't know exactly what I want to see these guys do next, but I feel like it's time to start pushing some buttons. Bob Melvin seems very, very frustrated. Chippy at Chappy, whatever. Keaton Wynn is not doing it. Keaton Wynn as a starting pitcher right now is a problem. And he's giving up runs in bunches. He's doing it early.
He's doing it often.
He's forcing a team that has an uncanny knack to hang around and battle back in games, but they're doing it too often. They're having to do it too often. And this team was built on pitching, and we talked about this a little bit just, I think, a couple of weeks ago, whether or not you sort of, and I hate this phrase, give them a pass, but the whole idea of the Giants, you built this team to have a real juggernaut pitching staff, and they really, really, really don't. They really don't have a juggernaut pitching staff. It's impossible to remove from this conversation that more than half of them are hurt. Also impossible to remove from this conversation, though, that to a degree, you could have seen some of this stuff coming. Alex Cobb was not healthy when the season started. Blake Snell was signed at a time where he wasn't even going to be involved in spring training. The Tristan Beck thing happened during spring training, and you acquired Robbie Ray full well knowing that he was coming off of reconstructive surgery on his elbow. The Harrison thing, that stinks. Logan is Logan. Hicks has been a win, but one way, shape, or another, the depth that is needed for them to hang in there is not there. This is supposed to be the soft spot in the schedule. They're not doing it. They're going to come out of a home series against the Cubs next week and face Dodgers, Braves, Guardians. Bang, bang, bang. You're going to get about 11 games of elite opponents right in your face. And that's to end June and move into July. And if you don't play well during that period of time, no matter what your excuses are, you can get knocked out of this thing.
Yeah.
You can get knocked out of this thing real fast.
And you probably won't have Ray or Cobb, and you may have a little Snell at the end of that 11 game. I don't know how soon he'll be able to come back, but you're going to have to navigate a very difficult stretch with basically what you have, unless you want a Mason Black or Carson Wisenhunt, who has not been great in AAA.
Yep.
If you want to go to Landon Roop, rather. I got it backwards. Landon Loop, Landon Roop. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. And, Keaton Wynn has not been good, but what else are you going to do? Are you going to go to 3 openers with Harrison out? You can't really do that, and I think you're starting to see the bullpen is a little bit more taxed than you'd like to see it.
No doubt.
I mean, do you want to go to Kaiwei Tang again as a guy who was a long man early, and he was terrible? Everything you've tried hasn't worked. So is that a Melvin issue? Is it a Farhan issue? Right now, it doesn't matter. It's an issue because you have a 5-man rotation, and you mentioned it right now. You have 2 starters, and you hope Harrison comes back soon, and then you'll have 3 solid starters, but you're still 2 starters away from a real rotation. And by the time you get everybody up and running and healthy, you might be in a spot where you're 10 games below 500.
Should I read the text?
From?
Mark Randy.
You should.
8:58 a.m. Yeah,
I was still stirring. Mid-diaper change, and I have my watch, which gets my messages, and it was zzz, zzz,
yeah.
zzz. My, hold on. Grandy's more important than you in this moment.
Well, I mean, this is what we do. This came from a text that I sent at 7:50 a.m.
Yeah, you woke me up.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It's time to get to work.
Baby was still sleeping.
This is not a 4-hour show. This is a round-the-clock job.
It's a 24-hour show.
Yeah,
Tell that to the missus.
It's a great job, but I love it when people are like, "Would you dial out?" I'm like, "No, I won't." Because I don't.
Maybe from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Yeah, when I'm on vacation, I'll dial out. Outside of that, I'm going to be looking at this
The last vacation, you were listening to your boy, the Dibber, so.
That's true.
Anyway.
That was a short vacation.
Read the text. He was mad.
They're just a bad baseball team. Unless something changes in the next few weeks, I want them to sell at the deadline, knowing full well they won't. You won't. The quote, promise of the healthy pitching staff is not enough for me. I need to actually see something, not just hope it all works out. Fair statement.
Yep.
Very fair. Would you like to expand, Mr. Grandy, on your 8:58 a.m. statement?
Sure. Yeah. I think, in my opinion, I might be in the minority here. In fact, I think I probably am, at least in this room. When I'm approach how I want my baseball team to deal with the trade deadline, I come from a position where the baseline is sell. You only buy when the team proves to you that they deserve and need, another player, another couple of players in to legitimately accomplish something. Up to this point, this team hasn't proven to me that they deserve that move yet. They need to prove something to me. They haven't proven that to me yet. And if they don't prove that to me by the time the deadline comes around, sell. Okay. And I'm not talking about selling your young stars, selling some of the pieces that might not even be around here next year.
Well,
proof for the move. I like that part of it.
I'll give you this. Like right now, and again, this changes week to week. The Giants could win the next 4 in a row, and then everyone's going to be like, okay, we got action.
Right.
It's true. We will. There's no doubt. As we sit here in this moment, I'll give you a name that I've really supported. I have supported big time, especially this year. No. A player. A player.
Okay. Sorry.
As we sit here today, it's June 21st. I can give you a name that I guarantee you a lot of Giants fans are like, yes, that guy's in the lineup every day. And we should trade that person right now, and I can give you 2 good reasons why. Okay? This may change. This could change very quickly. So I'm going to meet you in the middle, Grandy. I can give you, as we sit here today, a name that's probably a good idea for the Giants to shop. Does it count as buying or selling? It feels a little bit more like selling, but it wouldn't necessarily mean, hey, we're not trying to compete.
Can I guess?
You ready for the name?
Can I guess the name?
Why don't I just tell you coming up next?
Oh, God, you're such a tease.
Why don't I just tell you coming up next?
You filthy tease.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
You do everything you can.
one of the most perfect ways to end this sunny, glorious day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty cool.
On 95.7 The Game.
Apparently it's a Dan day. I didn't know.
Yeah. One of the good Dan days, though, fortunately. Although anytime anyone calls me Dan, it does make me get a little bit nervous.
Captain Dan?
Yeah. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get Lieutenant Dan and Captain Ron mixed up in my head, my movie quotes.
Okay. Captain Ron is from...
and then
I know Captain Morgan
and then
all too well.
And then Dr. Marvin. Remember, Bill Murray in, what was the movie where he was suffering from mental health, and Dr. Leo Marvin. Shoot, I'll look it up.
Okay.
I shouldn't have brought it up without knowing the name of the movie, but someone will know it. Someone will text it to us. Anyway.
What about Bob?
Thank you. Thank you, Mark Randy. You had to look it up. But
and Captain Ron is the character from the movie Captain Ron.
Captain Ron.
Okay.
Yeah.
Granny's pretty quick with the Googlage. I give him credit.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to talk at the same time.
You got to Google it.
Then it's easier to Google. So I've noticed that.
It's funny and I love Grandy's quickness because that's really how my career got started, working with Gary Radnich. And the bit was, hey, Dan, look this up.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because he would have the same moment that you and I are having, and then I would look it up, and he'd be like, where do you get all that knowledge? And he had no idea that I was just... It's Google,
called
Gary.
Google. Yeah.
Yes, this was 2005. And so
Gary doesn't have a phone.
Might have been Ask Jeeves at the time, but I would ask Jeeves everything.
This is, what'd you say, 2005?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, in 2018, 2019, he still didn't have a phone. Yeah, I love that man.
Me too.
I love that man. But get a phone. Was some of us we'd like to call you.
I did call him.
I know.
Can you help me fix my phone?
I bet he didn't answer, did he?
That voicemail.
Yeah.
Might have been an answering machine.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, anyway.
Answering machine.
Totally.
888-957-9570 if you still have an answering machine. Or even a phone for that matter.
Right, home phone. I don't have a home phone anymore.
I don't have a home phone anymore. And my parents will say the most hilarious stuff. What happens if there's an emergency?
Yeah.
Well, then I'll use my cell phone. What if the cell towers go? I don't know, Mom. At a certain point, we're just going to give up.
Right.
But I don't like this idea that a home phone and a newspaper provides you safety, I think is actually the dangerous thing here. You're not safe just because you have a phone.
I saw something pretty cool from the U.S. Open at Pinehurst #2. Apparently, they had landline, old school, yellow phones out there so you could call your dad on Father's Day.
Ooh.
Because, no phones at a golf tournament.
Right.
Sometimes, apparently, you could just pick up the phone and dial out on a landline and call your dad for Father's Day.
It didn't go straight back to the clubhouse where you could order a chicken sandwich or something for pickup on 10. Those are usually what the phones out there are doing.
No doubt.
Anyway, indeed. There might be some people who waited for the tease, so we should pay it off.
Yeah, and I have the answer, but go ahead, and it sounds better coming from you.
Michael Conforto.
Booyah.
Yeah.
That's what I said on the YouTube feed.
Michael Conforto, right now, today, makes sense, Grandy, as a sell piece. Let's start with reason number one. Dude, you look like you can't hit right now. Now, Michael was phenomenal before he got hurt. He was carrying this team for the first 6 weeks. But he has not been able to get his timing back. He had a huge hit when they visited Texas. Broke up a 2-2 tie with a late homer. The Giants won a baseball game. But I swear look up, Grandy, will you?
I have it right here.
OPS in June. OPS for the last 3 weeks.
Okay. I'll tell you from March 28th to May 11th, which was the games before he got hurt, 38 games.
Okay.
7 homers. He drove in 20. OPS of 821.
All right.
7 bombs, 821. And since that, hasn't been as good.
Correct.
I'll give you the exact June numbers momentarily as I baseball reference you.
I think I have them right here. I got it.
Yeah.
I got
OPS of, wow.
Holy crap.
It's like my high school GPA.
Dude.
0.318.
318,
Mark.
You could double that and say he was struggling.
4 hits in June, 1 homer, 2 runs batted in. He's 4 for 51.
4 for 51. His batting average is below 100.
Yeah. I mean, so of course you could trade him, and I guess the buyer would hope that he would be able to turn it around.
Well, look, he's Michael Conforto. I know that Giants fans are like, well, so what? He's a good baseball player. Guy's got a track record in the bigs. He's got a powerful bat. He can be a 20 to 30 home run guy. He looked like it at the beginning of this year. He wasn't healthy much of last year. He got Kaplered a lot. This was classically someone who got pinch hit for in the 4th inning quite a bit. Was a platoon player. Didn't like it. This year was given the ramp to be an everyday left fielder. And before the injury, he was fantastic. And after the injury, he's been absolutely dreadful. Now, will he refine something? I would imagine at some point. But there is a second piece to this.
Yeah,
and
the big piece.
Everybody knows what I'm about to say. Get out of the way for Luis Matos.
Move, Mike. Get out the way. Get out the way, Mike.
Yeah,
get out the way.
I mean, like that's if Matos is going to keep doing in AAA what he's doing, and we know what happened last time he was up, that's the kind of thing where, and again, to me, this is all about how you package it. I'm not saying you trade Conforto and bring up Matos because, crap, who cares? Play the kids. No, but if you can sort of scratch 2 things at the same time, you do that, which is, could you get a piece for Conforto? Yeah, probably. More importantly, we're getting pretty close to a spot where I could argue that the development of Matos could be coupled with he's also the better option for right now.
Right.
If Conforto's going to give you this, well, now those of you who said Matos, now you're right. If you're not getting anything from the people in front of him, then we move on. And I know we spent a couple of weeks, everyone thought it was Matos Slater. And Slater has come back from injury and been a much better player than he was before. Conforto, not so much. So, look, there's a lot more information to gather. The trade deadline is still 6 weeks away. But that's the kind of thing that I can see right now that makes sense to be a quote-unquote sell.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you're waving some sort of a competitive white flag either.
It might actually be an upgrade.
Correct.
And, Matos, since he's been sent down to Sacramento, it's been 13 games, 5 homers. He's driven in 14, and the OPS is 1,075. Hitters Park and all the rest of it, including 6 games in Reno. I get that, which is where he went on his tear.
Yes.
But he's been on a tear, and he was sad when he got sent down.
That's important for that reason, not the stats. It's important that Luis didn't crater emotionally. That's what I love about that.
He went 0 for 4 in the first game, and since then has been on an absolute tear. And he's gotten, like I said, 5 home runs. They all came in that series in Reno, but he's shown that, he was able to shake off the sadness of being sent down. And I do think Conforto's a great trade piece as we get closer to the deadline, if that's something you're looking to do. And heck, also, if you're still in the race, you're going to want to get back to where you can have your offense be dynamic again. And right now with Conforto in there and Nick Ahmed, unfortunately, you watched him play yesterday at Rickwood, and his at-bats are tough to watch. And I know you need his glove because you don't have a lot of other shortstop options defensively. Wisely's good. Ahmed is better.
Good enough.
But if you have Conforto in there and Ahmed, Yaz can be a tough at-bat at times. All of a sudden, you've got 3 guys who are pretty easy outs in your lineup.
Yep. Yeah, that's the problem right now. So I'm not anywhere near that idea of play the kids. And your statement, Grandy, that the baseline is to sell is really interesting. One thing that I think we do too much of as we approach a baseball deadline is we act like teams need to define themselves. They need to declare, almost like they're playing poker. You going high or are you going low?
Right.
Are you a buyer or are you a seller? Here's what I would say is my baseline. Always be both. Always be both. You should never, ever, 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 never not be both. Every deal is evaluated on its own merits. Is it a good deal for your organization or not? So in other words, like I just described, I might be a seller in the outfield, but a buyer in the bullpen, or a buyer for a starting rotation beset by injuries. Because the Giants should never, certainly not in a situation, whether you like their record or their look or not, if you are sitting right now where they are, a game and a half out of a playoff spot, you should not sell. Like just, we're done. That's it. Get rid of everybody and have more fun with farm systems players.
Right.
What the hell has that ever done for anybody? Like very, very little. Like even if you are acquiring younger players, they're years away from really having an effect. And deadline baseball has also changed in recent years. People are paying a lot less. Analytics now don't just go to launch angle. They go to, hey, what are we getting for this person that we acquire for 8 weeks? Especially if it's a starting pitcher. It's like, I got a pitcher, big-time name, Madison Bumgarner. Remember, should we trade him? I was like, the reason I didn't trade him is because I guarantee you nobody offered anything for him.
For 10 starts.
Just 10 starts. Yeah. Now, if you make the playoffs, then blah, blah, blah. But, like, no one's giving you their top prospect for that. So you're getting a single or a double-A guy that's got a long sort of a road in front of him. If that's the right move for that position, great. But you might be looking at another position where you're like, boy, we're going to give up our single-A guy that's a who knows 5 years from now. But it's going to bolster what we're doing on the big league roster right now. I want to be open to that too.
Right.
I very much think this might be a year for the Giants where you see buy and sell.
Well, and I think for me, it's not about buy and sell. It's more like the candy. It's now and later. Because you want to get better now, but you also want to be able to get better later. So can you do both? And if you do a Conforto trade and you bring up Matos, I think you're getting better now because Conforto's struggling, and you also might be able to get a prospect back who can help you later. That's the kind of trade. It's not so much buy or sell. And you're right, it's buy and sell. And I do think that there's a certain amount of optics with this fan base, especially right now, that you have to pay attention to. Any trade that you make cannot feel like a sell. Even if it's a sell, it has to feel like it's a buy. And a Conforto trade would feel like that because, hey, yeah, we traded Conforto. We're not giving up on the year because we're just clearing the way for Matos to come and play. I do think that the fan base is starting to get re-energized and they're starting to feel like this team is going somewhere again.
Somewhere.
Melvin.
Yeah.
And if this whole thing flames out and blows up, maybe that all changes over the course of 3 months. But if they stay competitive, if they stay close, if they threaten a wild card, if the young guys continue to come up and show that they are a future of this team, I think that fans would be as happy about that as they would a team that gets the third wild card.
Now, here's what I think is, we go buy or sell. And again, I'll say it's not to define it. What I really, really would avoid if I were the Giants, and what we don't know yet is what is your actual position in the standings? Where are we a month from now? That's going to really have a lot to say about this. But what you cannot appear to be is complacent. Last year that stunk. Don't do that. Don't be like, well, we found A.J. Pollock on a park bench downtown.
It's big.
And we brought him in for 6 at-bats.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
6 at-bats.
6 at-bats. One of them almost went over the fence. Almost. Put it in the almost column.
It was an AHR.
And by the way, we always talk about, like what you even just said, the optics to the fans. I got something that's more important than optics to fans. It's optics to the actual players.
Good point.
These players, if they play well, they need to see, hey, we got action. We believe in you. And think about the acquisitions that the Giants have already made for July. Their names are Blake Snell, Alex Cobb, Robbie Ray, Kyle Harrison. These are the acquisitions that are already coming for July. So the reinforcements are certainly on, Lamont Wade.
Yeah.
Like, that's all coming. So I get it. Like, Grandy, that would be my response to you. I completely understand the frustration, but you cannot, in my opinion, wipe away the idea that A, this has already been very affected by injuries, and B, that's your baseline of acquisitions. You're acquiring those 5 players in the next 3 to 4 weeks. That's a major overhaul to your roster. Think about that. 5 players who are currently playing baseball. Trenton Brooks of the world. Bye. Get out of here. Okay? Sorry,
Keaton
Trenton. Maybe. I hope. Yes. And again, I don't want to, I'm sorry to come across harsh, but yeah, those guys have got to get
big league sports.
They're not ready. And so, or they're not performing. And so those guys leave, and that's a major overhaul to your roster. And you want to get a look at how that team is able to compete. Because my sense is that team would be able to compete at a much higher level than what this team is currently doing.
And hopefully all of those additions come before the deadline and give you enough time to really see where you are as you get to the deadline. Because if they do get those players back, and I think they're going to get them back intermittently, they should get all 5 back before the end of July. You hope.
Sure.
Blake Snell hasn't been able to stay. Cobb has had setbacks, and Robbie Ray's coming off of TJ, so you just don't know. And the Lamont Wade hammy is grade 2, and that thing seems to keep dragging out. Kyle Harrison, you would hope, would be back first. We don't know how bad the ankle was, but if you get all of them back a month from now, and you have 10 days until the deadline from there, you can see where you are, you can see what you have, and then act accordingly. And I do think that this roster is in a little bit of a peculiar spot because you don't have a lot of guys who are on expiring deals. Conforto is one who will be a free agent.
Correct.
Blake Snell is another, but you don't want to trade him now and give up on a guy who you were able to secure because at the top of his game, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. And other than that, you've got not many guys who are going to be free agents. Wilmer is one, but what are you going to do at first base if you trade him with the right-hand bat?
There's no rule that the guy's got to be a free agent in order to trade him.
Right, but you're not going to trade Jordan Hicks.
No.
And you're not going to trade Robbie Ray.
Correct.
And, Jorge Soler is another one that I think is interesting because he's not a free agent either, but it feels like you have enough bats. You could have Luciano DH in some spots if you wanted.
I mean,
I don't know.
That was 25 at bats, 26 at bats. I'm not ready to hand.
Sure.
Especially if Soler, look, I know how frustrating he's been. It's been a lot better of late.
Yep.
And they're going to, the quote from that team has consistently been, they're going to need him. They're going to need him to be who he is and has been if they want to go anywhere. And he's starting to show signs of potentially being that person. I'd be very hesitant there. But, to the point you guys are making, if I'm the Giants, you are open to a quote-unquote sell type of a move for yet another reason, and it's this. There stands to be very, very few teams doing it. So what that means is the price does go up. If there's nobody out there selling big league ball players, if there's just the Rockies and the Marlins have already dealt their most important piece. They already did it. Luis Arraez is on the Padres. That's another thing to think about. But you don't have to wait until July 28th to do this.
Right.
You're allowed to do it now. It's one thing that I would actually say to the Giants, or at least ask. If I were sitting in front of Farhan right now, did you think of maybe acquiring another starting pitcher? Right now. And I know you could say, well, but what do we do 3 weeks from now? We got all these starters. How about don't worry about it? How about that? Because clearly you needed even more than you thought you needed. They always go into the season like, we need at least 8 or 9 starters. Turns out you needed 13.
Right.
They all got hurt, and they may again. There is no guarantee that Alex Cobb's going to come back healthy. There's no guarantee Robbie Ray is going to be ready in 3 or 4 weeks. There's no guarantee that Blake Snell's adductor is not going to go out again. So you need major league starting pitchers. You are now on a weekly basis giving everybody Logan Webb, Jordan Hicks, and Prayer.
Right.
That's too many games.
The answer, by the way, is not 13. It is 10, though. You've had 10 different Giants start a game on the mound.
Well, but that includes openers, right?
Right, but you're using openers because you need to use openers. Ideally, you would have had, Snell, Hicks, Harrison, Webb, and, Keaton Wynn.
Wynn was
and then
supposed
Cobb,
to,
and then,
Exactly. Remember, coming out of spring training, they thought Cobb was going to be ready to go about 3 weeks into the year.
Right.
It hasn't pitched yet.
You've had a couple of Spencer Howards, a Ryan Walker, a Dalton Jeffries.
Mason Black.
3 times.
Yep.
Eric Miller, a ton, 6 times. So you've been forced to go to the opener, and it feels like you're going to have to again for the next week or 2 or 4.
Yeah.
Or 6.
But that Kyle Harrison ankle injury was not a small one.
No.
It's a sprain, but it wasn't a small one.
But it was a sprain and an immediate IL. It wasn't a sprain and let's see how a couple of days go, and then maybe he misses a start.
I don't think he was walking very well, let alone being able to plant and pitch.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think he was walking very well.
When you have an injury that is in a weight room and it's an immediate IL stint, you know that it's bad.
Yep.
And that's where, we could ask the doc on Tuesday about, where he thinks that would be. And I don't know if they ever gave a grade to it. I never saw an official grade 1,
either.
grade 2, but feels like a 2 to 4 week. And then you got to go, a rehab start and all the rest of it. God, it just.
Well, the 2 to 4 weeks right now, that's a long time. I mean, where are the that's what I mean. Like right now, you're like, we'll be good in 3 weeks. Well, it might be too late. Can I
ask you guys something?
Sure.
So last year, I also felt that the Giants should at least consider selling. And last year was even more unpopular because the team had a winning record and were legitimately in a fight for a real playoff spot. I just didn't. I thought it was fool's gold, and I turned out to be right. Whatever, doesn't matter. Part of the reason why I wanted them to sell, or at least consider, was because it was such a seller's market. There were so many buyers and no one to sell. Felt like you could have gotten quite a lot back for maybe a piece that isn't of terrible value, because it was such a friendly market for sellers. So if it's like that again, which it very well might be, you talked about the NL standings, it might behoove a team or two to consider selling when maybe you shouldn't, considering where you are in the standings.
No, I just mentioned a couple minutes ago that obviously there's the chance, at least, there's not a lot of teams doing this. So you have to consider it. I'll agree with you there, but I'm still going to respond and say in certain spots. It cannot be because, in my opinion, because somebody offered us 3 minor leaguers and trust us, they're really good. They're highly ranked.
Right.
I don't care. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't think the fan base is ready for, wait till you see this in 2028. Good Lord. I don't care.
It's triggering.
I don't even want to hear that.
Right.
So that's why I bring up Conforto. Because is that someone who another team would be like, okay, that's a big league ready player. We need an outfielder. That makes sense to me, or I'd be open to it, even if all you're getting back is prospects, because you have someone else you may rather put out there in left field anyway. But the blanket idea of we're walking in here as a seller because we just don't really believe in our roster, I have a really hard time with that. Because I don't care how ugly it is. You are a game and a half out in the standings.
Right.
And the second part is, I just told you 5 players you're about to acquire. And the Giants are not going to assess themselves accurately until they know what they look like with those 5 players.
And you probably won't do better on the trade market than Snell, Ray, Cobb, and Lamont Wade Jr.
Correct.
And Kyle Harrison. Are you going to be able to acquire a player better than them?
Oh, God, no.
I doubt it. But if you are going to look to sell, keep in mind the American League is now getting to be a little bit bottom heavy of teams that are fading and getting out of it. So those teams might also be in the seller market.
We can keep talking about this. And what are your thoughts? How would you like the Giants to approach the next month and a half of their baseball lives? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. We're sponsored by KTVU's Fox Local streaming app for your connected TV. Live stream mornings on 2, the 10 o'clock news, and all Fox 2 newscasts. Plus watch Like It or Not and more. Fox Local, free and easy to use, no subscription required. Willard and Dibs.
It's Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which is my bank and has been for more than 5 years. It's a family-owned bank with the family.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We can keep going with this. This is off the subject, but I wondered if you all saw it. Did you see what Adam Schefter said about Brandon Ayuk?
No.
You see what he said?
According to sources.
Yeah. Brandon Ayuk.
Thank you.
Currently plays for the Niners.
Probably called him Ayuk.
Brandon
Yeah,
Ayuk.
they all do.
Yeah. Did he? I'll play. I got some sound over here. I'll play it on my end to see if he called him Ayuk. Well, I can't. I'm not going to play it right now because it won't sound good because it's not in the system. It's just on my computer. But anyway.
Yeah. It's awkward.
The 49ers absolutely do want Brandon Ayuk back. Just not at the price he's seeking. They've always wanted him back. Here's the interesting one. They were never serious. They were never serious about trading him. They were never serious about trading him. They're trying to win a Super Bowl, and they're not looking to move on from Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
Yeah, that's from Adam Schefter.
Well, then from me to the Niners, and it'll only be 3 words, and I'm going to keep it brief because that's what I do. Get it done.
I knew those were the 3 words.
I knew you knew that.
Same way that you knew Michael Conforto was the player I was talking about.
It had to be.
Yeah.
By the time we get to Friday, we start to finish each other's sentences.
I know. It's why we need the weekend.
That's right.
Like
Come back Monday and you start throwing me curveballs again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And just for the audience, we don't talk during the weekend.
We don't even talk during breaks.
Not often.
No, that's not true.
Occasionally. We catch up on what's ahead and what's behind. But I know that they're not going to get it done. And honestly, from a sports talk radio perspective,
you know that. Hold on,
now.
Okay. Go ahead.
They're going to get it done.
Yep.
I know they're not going to get it done now. When I say get it done on June 21st, I know full well that August 21st is more likely than July 21st and June 21st. And I also know that it's good for business for this to be still out there. But part of me is like, let's just get this done. It's going to get done. So can we just meet in the middle?
Do you want to know another thing I saw today that I find to be very optimistic with regard to the Niners and Brandon Ayuk?
Okay, tell me.
Jeremy Fowler reported that talks, quote, broke down this last weekend. Oh, you were just talking this last weekend. See, now I thought everybody had gone to their corners and everybody was mad and everybody hated each other, and the 49ers told me that they don't want me. You were just having conversations last weekend?
And when did that come out? The y'all don't want me?
Was
that
TikTok?
Monday?
Yeah, it might have been. Was it Monday?
So it probably was then after talks broke down.
Yeah.
Y'all saying they're saying they don't want me.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying they don't want me.
At that price. ... At that price.
Well, he didn't say that.
No.
He's saying they don't want me. Brought a tear to my eye. Because all we ever want, Mark, is we want to feel loved. We want to feel wanted, don't we? We want to feel that sense of inclusion, be a part of a team. Isn't that all what we really want in life?
No, people just want money. That's it. That's all people want.
Y'all don't want me. Here's $27.5 million. Okay, they want me.
Hey.
Here's the Amon-Ra deal. Turns out they want me.
Looks good to me.
Sally Field, they like me. They really
like me.
Yeah. Anyway,
I mean, look, the whole thing just it cracks me up because it's June 21st and they're going to go back and forth. But here's kind of what I take from this, and I know that this is sort of hard to just have this be a catch-all. But the 49ers are not stupid. The Niners are not stupid. Like, can we all agree on that? I think the Niners are not stupid. The Warriors are not stupid. The Giants are sometimes stupid. Not always. Not as often as they're accused of it, but they are sometimes. I think that their ownership, I think sometimes has their head buried in the sand. And I think that Farhan Zaidi sometimes gets stuck trying to prove that he knows what he's doing, is the way that I'll say it. I know the criticisms of Farhan Zaidi. He's cheap. He's a nerd with a laptop. I bet he does have a laptop. I have a laptop.
Yeah, mine's open right now.
Right here.
Yep.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a laptop. It's totally allowed to have a laptop. I bet all the GMs have
and
laptops.
I do think that they have dispelled the notion of them being cheap.
Correct.
This offseason they did.
But I also think it's not Farhan doesn't know what he's doing. It's sometimes I feel like he falls into the trap of really trying to prove to everybody that he does know what he's doing. And so I do think that that some of his decisions get a little bit too, not even decisions, his way of going about it gets a little stuck in the mud sometimes because he wants to follow a certain blueprint. And I've complimented them on this at times because I like people that have stick-to-itiveness. I like people that are like, this is how I want to do it. I know what I want to do, and I know how I want to do it, and I'm going to do it, and I'm going to have faith in it. That's often a good strategy. But over time, when those things don't work, I think then that's when you need to start listening to other voices a little bit more, and I don't know if they always do that.
And I think that it's interesting the way you lay it out because it plays off of our show thread from earlier and about what happens if this doesn't work this time. Because you've always said his plan was build up the farm, have them come to fruition, bring in free agents at that time, have some homegrown, have some free agents, have a real good major league club, and from there go on and win. And he has built up the farm pretty well, and you've got some guys he's drafted, Bailey and Harrison particularly, who are now here, and other guys who he inherited who are also now here. You could see a pretty good young core starting to percolate to the surface. He brought in free agents. Some have done better than others. Blake Snell can't get healthy. Not entirely his fault, and the rest of it. And here we go. If this now turns out to be a team that goes 75 and 87,
it's a problem.
It's a problem.
It's a problem.
And, we were talking on the thread about what do you do? And I don't know if Farhan has the ability or the time or the wherewithal to then change course. He's got 2 more years on his deal. So if this thing at the end of this year, after all he's done to try to right the ship, if the ship still isn't righted, I do think at the end of the year we're in an interesting spot.
I also think that the people who are actually making decisions about the Giants front office are not looking at the same things that we fans are looking at.
Yeah, good point.
I think a lot of people are going 75 and 87. Better fire that GM. We better stop going to games then. I'm not suggesting you don't go to the game. I'm telling you right now that ownership may look at, what are they, 36 and 40?
Yeah.
They may look at 36 and 40 and they're like, that's not good. And then they'll be like, well, but how's attendance going?
It's up 2,900 fans from last year.
There you go.
Which is almost 10%. It's damn near 10%
Which
increase.
Is one of the biggest risers in all of baseball.
Correct.
Now, maybe their baseline was bad.
Yeah.
That they're working with from last year.
The attendance is basically the same as it was in 2019, which was the last year before the pandemic.
Pre-pandemic.
And that was that Kapler's first year, 2019?
It was.
Yeah.
No.
That was Bochy's last year.
It was Bochy's last year. Yeah, correct.
So, and that's where, things had kind of...
And they were terrible.
Right.
On the field.
And that had been a slide from 2016, the last playoff year. It had been 3 years of, wow, they're bad, and attendance had sunk to that level. So they're now just back to that point.
Right. So it's not only attendance based, but I do think that the Giants have admitted this publicly. A lot of what they were trying to fix, it's not to say that the standings don't matter. That's a huge piece of the puzzle. But what the Giants ownership was trying to fix is just kind of like the vibe. They're trying to fix how you all felt about the Giants. And plenty of people are still frustrated, and the fan base is still starved and all of that. But I do think that fan base behavior has changed a little bit. And I actually wonder a little bit why. You know what I mean? I thought the Giants as an organization used the pandemic as an excuse for too long. And I only mean in talking to themselves. Boy, why is our attendance down? Well, pandemic, people are afraid of coming out. No, they're not.
And people don't work downtown anymore. There's a lot of reasons that...
All these reasons.
I think are somewhat valid, but I do agree that they were kind of hiding behind it too much.
Well, and I think they were valid, but I think they held on to them too long. Because those things are all real. Are there fewer people still today walking through downtown San Francisco? Absolutely. Does that mean that you can't fill a baseball stadium? No. What are we talking about? The Warriors fill their building. They're right next door. Buildings are full. The building's going to be full for concerts. You know what I mean? Like people will go find your product if they love your product. And for whatever reason, in the midst of 36-40 and many people still going, dude, Farhan, can't stand this guy. And where's our exciting player that you promised? And then you brought in players and they get hurt and they've disappointed. And so the fan base, I still hear people using the same criticisms, but the behavior changed. Why? Why did the behavior change? Why are more people coming to the ballpark? June Gloom didn't show up this year? Is that why? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I just know that on some level, the behavior of Giants fans changed this year, and I think that was priority one in the Giants front office.
And I think the reason is the attendance is up about 9%, and I would say that they're probably 9% more exciting than they were last year. And even without Jung-Hoo Lee, and you forget about him, he's been out now for a month or so, but in general, I think this team is more exciting than last year's team. With the youngsters coming up, Kyle Harrison for a full year, Jordan Hicks has been a great story, Camilo Doval is a thrill ride every time he takes the bump, your various Rogers, Frisbee guy and his brother. I do think that this team is more exciting. So as a casual fan, a P2, so to speak, the diehards like yourself, Grandy, you guys are going to go to as many games as you're going to go to, and you're not changing your patterns based on, are they exciting? Are they good? Are they bad? You're going because you love it. More of the casual fans, and I'll put myself in that sphere, if the team's more exciting, more interesting, you're more likely to go.
Like one of our texters, 650, just said that the rise in attendance is because of Ramos and the youngsters.
It's a piece of it.
I don't know. The attendance was already going up before they even got here.
Right. I would include in the youngsters Bailey and Harrison and Doval.
I mean, they were largely here last year.
Yeah, and I would also add what I said about, Chapman and Soler and Jung-Hoo Lee and the idea of Blake Snell.
Okay.
These are all exciting things. And Jung-Hoo Lee came with a lot of excitement around him. Just the nickname, the way he played, the fact that he was somebody who had never been here before, and they gave him a big long-term deal. It's somebody you could get excited about.
What about the coaching staff?
I think it helps. And I think it's not so much the person, because Gabe Kapler, for me, was a compelling figure, but the way he went about it turned off a lot of fans.
Just weird.
Well, just the whole idea.
I hate that word, by the way. I hate that word because he's
quirky.
Well, he's
quirky.
I don't know if people know what to do with it. I don't know if we're supposed to know what to do with it. Like, you're the manager of the baseball team, yet when you come to get a pitcher, it feels like you're on the catwalk. Your Instagram looks like you're getting ready for a date 5 days a week.
It's not his fault that he's gorgeous.
But what do we do with that? It's not you're allowed to be gorgeous, but like when you kind of sort of feel like you're making everything about that, like there's stuff even the fans don't know. Dude, if you turn your office, my office, if you turn Bruce Bochy's office into something that looks like a modern,
like a lounge
waiting room at a modeling studio, what do we do with that?
Come in and sit down. I'm ready for the interview.
Hang on. Let me strategically place my education magazines on the coffee table before we do our post-game interview.
Mood lighting and...
What do we do with that?
Yeah.
Nobody knows what to do with that. I know what Philadelphia did with that. Get this weirdo out of here.
Totally.
And we're much more accepting. You be the manager of the year, you can be as weird as you want. You can live on the Embarcadero, let alone ride your bike on it all the time.
Yeah.
But nobody knew what to do with it. So I do think, even though that sounds almost discriminatory, I don't want that. But I do think Bob Melvin made people feel like, oh,
it's a baseball team.
Baseball.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember that. I do think there was some of that.
I think for me as a fan, it's the idea of, you get the lineup card and we all see it on social media, and no game today, but tomorrow when the lineup comes out, You can almost assuredly predict who the 9 guys are going to be who are going to play. And for the most part, those 9 baseball players are going to get to play 9 innings. Unless there's a situation where you really need a pinch hitter late or a defensive switch. With Kapler, it was, here's the lineup for now.
Yeah.
And that, for me, is a big turnoff as well.
By the way, this has been all on the down low because the Giants are off today, but Yaz left the game yesterday with an injury. I mean...
What happened?
Well, I don't even know. I don't know the severity of it. He was pulled in the 3rd or 4th inning of the game last night. I mean, for all I know, Matos is on a plane right now for St. Louis.
Good point. And you'll get the first notification. I know you're dialed in on those Giants transactions.
Well,
you get the email.
But not tomorrow morning.
Not till tomorrow.
Yeah, not till tomorrow. No game today. They're not going to let us know.
Okay.
But, normally the way they pulled him out, something was tight on his side, hip, something. And I think that would be the obvious move to make if an IL stint is coming. And I also know Farhan was quoted at one point this week, we will be looking for a spot to bring him back. Speaking of Luis Matos. Oh, might be back on the team as early as tomorrow.
Yaz still facing the gauntlet of arbitration, and he's the 3rd oldest Giant on the team. Only Casali and Nick Ahmed are older than Mike Yastrzemski at 33. So
I mean, if their guy Spencer Bevins,
Spencer Bivens,
who was on the show briefly earlier this week, if he sticks, he's going to be one of those guys. That's what happens when you start your big league career in your late 20s. You essentially never get rich. I mean, you get rich. Yaz is doing fine.
Yeah, he's making $7 million, I think, this year.
It's a good salary.
Finally,
It's a good salary. But like that whole free agency thing, somebody want to sign me to a 5-year deal worth $50 million or more? Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Your career is going to be over by the time you get out of arbitration.
Bivens turns 30 a week from today.
Yeah. And what's he under control for? 6 more years?
At least. I mean, having just made his debut. So
it's a crazy system.
Yeah.
It's a really, really crazy system.
I do think that the roster in general has led to a little bit more excitement because there are younger players like Patrick Bailey now. You know he's for real. Logan Webb is the ace, and he will be the ace. You have a closer. And yes, Matos and Ramos and Luciano weren't here in April, but the idea of them, the threat of them, I do think leads to more excitement among the fan base, feeling like, okay, this is the year. Last year was supposed to be the year that a lot of these guys arrived, and well, they played, Casey Schmidt and whatnot, but they didn't really arrive. And now you go into the summer and you're excited. Elliot Ramos is probably going to be your all-star.
He should be.
I don't know who else would be.
Good God, he
Frisbee
should be.
guys falling on a little bit of tough times.
Logan's pitching well enough.
Yeah.
He's pitching well enough.
I'd have to look at the rest of the National League starters, but...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we get locked into numbers that don't matter anymore.
Yeah.
You know, Logan doesn't have a bunch of wins. He has
sub-3 ERA.
Yeah, he has the ERA, and he has the name. Like Logan Webb, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He didn't make the All-Star team last year, and then he finished second in the Cy Young voting. Think about that. I think that Logan might / should probably be in there almost every year. But you're right. Elliot Ramos should be ticketed first and foremost. However, he's very much at risk for not making it because he's an outfielder and there are a ton of options. And if Logan does make it, well, then there's your Giants representative. And I kind of low-key can't stand that the Giants have become one of those teams. That used to be for the Royals and the Pirates.
Right.
Let's find a guy because we got to have a guy. The Giants have become that. Got to find a guy to be the all-star. Yuck.
Well, unfortunately, that's where you are when you're 4 games below 500 in a group of everyone, right?
And because you don't sort of, I mean, this year could have, should have been different because at least you're letting people play enough to where if they play really well, they can be an all-star. I don't know who played enough to be an all-star on this Giants team the last couple of years.
Yeah, good point.
You know?
Yeah. Logan Webb's second in the league in innings pitched. Yeah. So to that point.
And where is
only
he?
Seth Lugo.
Where is he in terms of ERA?
ERA, he's behind Jordan Hicks quietly. He's 17th in ERA.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's
among
good.
Qualifiers, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So, 888-957-9570. That's one thing I think we'd love to explore. Because if so many Giants fans are still frustrated with the team, why are you behaving different? And are you one of those people? Why are you behaving different? Why are you going to more games? I don't really know much more of the data. I couldn't tell you what the TV ratings are right now. But we do have other little angles and visuals as to what is happening with data behind the scenes with the Giants. It is markedly better this summer than last summer. No question about it. So why are you behaving different?
Right.
If you're still as mad. So you can weigh in on that, 888-957-9570. And then, Grandy, getting back to the whole buy or sell point, like that there's probably a follow-up question there, especially when you said the baseline for all teams until they prove otherwise is to sell. What do you mean by that? Like, do you want to just get farm system players in return?
Well, I think there's, and I can explain it more on the other side too. I think there's this idea. It's almost like tanking in basketball. It feels like if you're selling, you're just accepting that you're going to be terrible and you're going to lose, and you're committing to a rebuild. I don't think that's what this is. You can go and get some minor league pieces now, yes. You can hope that they develop into stars. You can also ship them off the very next offseason and get yourself a legitimate big leaguer. Like, I mean, free agency isn't working for the Giants. You got to try some other strategy, and maybe it is beefing up your farm system with some of the free agents that you were able to sign that have disappointed and turn that into something else productive soon down the road.
Yeah, let's keep this up because I'd want to ask also, like, I don't think the Giants have anyone right now where they would be getting elite prospects in return. And the people they do have that could get elite prospects, and you're not trading them.
Right.
Someone texted us earlier and be like, you could get them if you traded Logan Webb. You're not trading Logan Webb. You're not trading Logan Webb.
No.
No matter what.
Right.
I'll fight you on that one.
Yeah. I mean, why would you trade your ace who you now have signed for 4 more years?
Who, by the way, is not only a phenomenal pitcher, but a tremendous leader. If you missed what he said when he was on the mound when everyone found out about Willie Mays passing earlier this week, that in and of itself tells me you don't trade Logan Webb. So more on that coming up. 888-957-9570. Why are you behaving different this year, Giants fans? We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
Shop protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 16 ounces of organic Rancher 85% lean organic grass-fed ground beef bricks for $6.99 each with Prime through June 25th. Make it a
YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I wasn't done. This is good because I wasn't done. I'm glad we have another hour of our show.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I wasn't done with that conversation.
Never enough.
It's just too simplistic to me to just be like, buy or sell. There's like 8 answers on the board.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, especially with this damn third wild card now where very few true sellers anymore. And the teams that are selling, if you're that bad, you probably don't have a lot of good players.
True.
I mean, if you want to look at the bottom 5 in baseball, there are 3 American League teams that are out, 2 National League teams that are out, and those 5 teams are all going to have an all-star. We know that based on the rules because you have to.
That's right.
And I don't know, like the White Sox, if you want to peruse their team, or the A's, is there a guy that you absolutely have to have?
Look, the bottom line is, and I say this as a diehard baseball fan, 40% of the All-Star game will be made up of people where I'm like, who?
Yeah.
What? Like, who's going to be on the All-Star team from the Angels this year? Go ahead. Who is it?
Probably Trout.
I doubt it.
Yeah, exactly.
He ain't even not playing baseball. It should be that catcher, Ohapi.
Yeah.
First of all, his
Giants
name
couldn't get him out.
His name is really fun to say, but second of all, he hits bombs. He's really good. He's not going to make it, I don't think. Yeah. Was that him? Was that Ohapi?
No, that was Ohtani.
That was a former Angel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Ohtani.
right.
That's the Ohtani knock noise.
They replaced Ohtani with Ohapi. It's not the same thing. But you could do this with a bunch of teams.
Right.
Who's on the...
Ohapi's the highest on the Angels in terms of OPS.
Okay.
783 OPS.
He's very good.
Yeah.
He's a prospect. I like him. I like the player.
I like the pick.
He hit the ball so far off of Keaton Wynn.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, my God.
Brent Rooker is your Oakland A's leader in OPS with an OPS of 846.
Very exciting.
Yeah. Got to have him. Michael Bush on the Cubs.
Who's going to be the Marlins All-Star this year? Who's the Rockies All-Star?
Right.
Who are those teams sending to the
Ezekiel
All-Star game?
Tovar, 783 OPS.
Impressive.
Thank you. I'm just
Which
reading
team
names.
does he play for, Willard?
Tovar? He probably plays for the Rockies. I don't know.
Score that one.
Yeah,
the
Rockies.
22-year-old Ezekiel Tovar.
I think I've seen that guy come to the plate for the Rockies. I don't play fantasy baseball, so I don't. Yeah, Ezekiel Tovar. Sure, Rockies. You know what I mean? Who are the Nationals sending to the All-Star game this year?
C.J. Abrams with a 790.
I do know who C.J.
Or
Abrams
Jesse
is.
Winker, 802.
Yeah. C.J.'s a good player. C.J.'s a good player. But these are not like,
household names.
You know what I mean? Like, and by the way, I don't even know. How's Ellie doing in Cincinnati? How are his numbers? Is he still striking out every other at bat?
Ellie De La Cruz?
Yeah.
He got off to a crazy start.
I know
He's
he
cooled
did.
off.
He does lead baseball in strikeouts, 97 of them, and an OPS of 770.
770. He's hitting 236 with 12 home runs. But he leads the team in WAR. Oh, my God. The Reds only have like 4 guys with a positive WAR on the whole team. But the same record as the Giants.
Yeah. Which goes back to your buy or sell discussion because Cincinnati, the New York Mets, these are bad teams. The Cardinals, the Cubs, these teams aren't very good, yet they're right in the thick of it.
Right,
so when we get to buy or sell, like, how do you decide anymore?
By adding more possibilities. That's what I'm saying. And I know that, like, I'm just like everybody else out there. I don't want to think on a Friday afternoon either. You know what I mean? Half our staff's probably at the Old Ship Saloon right now. I wish we were there tipping beers.
I missed the 5 o'clock pop.
Yeah, what happened to the 5 o'clock pop?
We got to get Farmers Brewing back.
Just do it on our own.
Yep.
And I mean, that's right. Lovely Christy's texting me right now. She's like, when's our date start? Which means like she's done with her day. Same, hun. I can't wait to get to dinner. We're going to a great French place tonight. It's going to be awesome.
Nice.
That's where my brain is. I don't want to think either. Here's the problem. It's our job, and it's not that simple anymore. And the third wild card is part of it, but I think analytics is a bigger part of it. Analytics has told these teams through the years, this is a bad bet. We got to give you our 3 top prospects for a really good player. Like, let's take Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso is a free agent. What's it going to take to get Pete Alonso? Here's the answer. Less than it used to. Because what used to happen was, dude, that's Pete Alonso. That's a big name. And teams would be like, we'll give you our top 2. We're going to give you 3 of our top 7 prospects. And we'll get Pete Alonso. And then you get Pete Alonso for 10 weeks. And he homers 6 times. And then he goes to the Yankees in free agency. And you're like, and now we don't have any of our prospects.
Right.
And we didn't win the World Series. And people finally got hip to it. And they went, well, that was dumb. This is a stupid bet. I know a lot of people that do this now. The pandemic helped teach us with regard to even going to college. Look at, and I don't mean going to college, period, but look at the price. Look at the price. Go to private school. All right. Now you come out of private school. Great job. 4 or 5 years, you got your degree. Ready to go get a job? I am. Sweet. You'll be out of debt in 18 years.
You owe $250,000.
What the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
That's a terrible format. This is just bad idea genes. So don't do it.
Well, it's just bad precedent. We've been doing it for so long, and the narrative has been not only about college, but about the trade deadline. You got to get one of these guys. You do whatever you can to get one of these guys. He's going to put you over the top.
So this is where, I know this is going to sound a little wishy-washy. I don't like what the Giants did last year because it was nothing, and that's a bad message to send to the clubhouse. However, I do want to say this. I think as fans, sometimes we call for our teams to do something just to do something. And that's not a good way to do business. Don't send off prospects just because you're like, well, we got to do something. That's a way to make a bad deal. And if you really do want to get into just trades, I would argue Farhan's track record, I'll get ready to duck. But in terms of trades, track record's been pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I knew you were going there.
Go look into trades.
Well, would you like me? And I know you don't want to think, so.
No, I do.
I could take.
I don't want to, but I will.
Well, you can think about this because Sports Illustrated, and this is from last year, Mark DeLucci, July 2nd, 2023, ranking every one of Farhan Zaidi's 70 trades. So, Mr. DeLucci, and thank you for going through it. He ranked 1 through 70.
But 62 of them are nothing burgers. We gave up nothing and got nothing,
but
right?
I'll just run through some of them, and you don't have to comment on each one. The number 1 ranked trade is Tyler Herb for Mike Yastrzemski.
Amazing trade.
Cash for Tyro Estrada.
Amazing trade.
Sean Anderson for Lamont Wade Jr.
Unbelievable, dude. Would have been an all-star.
Darren Ruff for J.D. Davis, Thomas Zapucki, Carson Seymour, and Nick Zwack.
That was a good trade.
To get Zapucki and Zwack, that's a steal.
Most of them are still in the minors. J.D. Davis obviously had an effect for a while. Darren Ruff essentially never got another hit for the rest of his life.
Franklin Van Gerp for Alex Dickerson. You forgot about the Van Gerp deal, didn't you?
Can we do the chant? It's Friday. Lucas, can we do the chant? Come on. No, he gave me a look like he wasn't even listening.
Exactly. Ray Black and
I
Drew
thought we were going to go
Pomerantz.
Van Gerp.
Yeah, there you go.
No, sorry.
They got Dubon for Ray Black and Pomerantz.
Mauricio, now, then they let him go. That was a bad trade.
Derek Law, Alan Hansen, and Juan Dupala for Kevin Pillar. That's the number 7.
Yeah, that was a good trade.
Anyway, I could go through all these and put everyone to sleep.
They dumped Mark Melancon, and the Braves took up some of the contract and paid a bunch of the money. I know that this hasn't been able to pay off yet, but would any of you ask him to not get Robbie Ray in exchange for Mitch Haniger and Ross Stripling, who all of you hated? You know what I mean? He got a former Cy Young Award winner for 2 players that people were furious with all year long. His track record's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad when it just comes to trades. So, and the Chris Bryant one I'll bring up too, because what you gave up, at least at this point, has not turned into much. I know you didn't keep Chris Bryant, which turned out to also be the right thing to do, but I was highly in favor of trading for Chris Bryant when they did. They gave up Alexander Canario. He's with the Cubs. I don't think he's doing a whole hell of a lot. And so, his track record there has been pretty good. Does he do enough of it? Is he aggressive enough? We can have that conversation. I don't want him out there firing away pow, 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 just because you're like, you have to do something. No, something has to be there. And it's bad business to be like, it's trade deadline time. Define if you're a buyer or a seller, and then do something, damn it, because we want you to. I just think it's more like 4 or 5 multiple choice answers now.
Yeah.
Each trade opportunity comes on its own, and you can define it however you want. And so I think it can be buy and sell. Like if the Giants did trade Michael Conforto for prospects, but then also acquired a starter and a reliever for other prospects, hand up, I'm in favor. That's buying and selling.
Right.
And that's probably what the Giants should be ready to do based on the way the National League is laying out this year.
Well, and based on what Farhan's done, and the Chris Bryant trade, by the way, is ranked number 9 in this article by SI. And they also traded Caleb Killian in that deal, and he made his Major League debut with the Cubs last year. But the one theme about Farhan Zaidi's trades that I'm seeing here is what goes out is cash. They traded cash for Alex Young. They traded cash for Anthony Banda, cash for Corey Abbott, cash for Bravit Valera, cash for Scooter Gennett, cash for Daniel Robertson.
Who are you?
Exactly. Cash me out one time. There's a whole section in here of trades that involve players who are yet to make their Major League debut, and all of them except 1 or 2 involve cash going out.
Yeah.
So Farhan Zaidi's more apt to trade cash for a guy you've never heard of.
Right.
That's the kind of trade that he thrives on.
But the guy you've never heard of, it makes up almost half of, like a third of their starting lineup right now are these stupid trades where you're like, well, what the hell was that? Well, that's Lamont Wade, actually. Well, who would they get for cash? Well, his name's Tyro Estrada. He's not your second baseman. As much as Yaz...
Tristan Peters for Brett Wisely is ranked as the number 25 trade.
Right.
And this is from a year ago, and the comment is...
starting to look a lot better.
Here's the comment. I'm still high on Wisely's chances of becoming a solid big league piece, but he struggled at the plate thus far.
Sure did.
And this is from a year ago today, and to your point about Farhan...
It looks a lot better.
Yeah, and so now this trade would be higher ranked than number 25 overall.
Canario is only, and he was the main piece that went out. I know you mentioned Killian, but Canario was the main piece that went out for Chris Bryant. He's still at this point only got 39 big league at-bats. He's done some things with him. He's got a couple of home runs, 11 hits. That's fine. But the Cubs have not really found a major league spot for him for the most part. Still just 24 years old.
Yeah.
So he could pop. He could be a star in 2 years, and we'll be like, whoops. But I would still support that trade. So
he traded Junior Marte
for
Eric Miller.
Oh.
Miller's done well this year in the Giants farm system, but he's still a AAA.
He's an interesting... No, he's not.
This is from a year ago.
From a year
That's
ago.
why I'm reading these comments, because they're a year old. Like, this guy, the writer thought Wisely might be able to do something, but the bat's been a little quiet. Well, the bat's gotten louder, and now he's doing a lot more in a year. So some of these trades, and this is from a year ago, the article, and now you're seeing like Miller, he's come up and become an actual serviceable piece.
You know what? Actually, some of Farhan's biggest mistakes, and we can get into signings, Anthony DeSclafani and guys like that. By the way, I might have mentioned that he traded Stripling. It was DeSclafani. It was DeSclafani and Haniger, I think, for Robbie Ray. Brilliant.
Yeah.
I don't even care if Robbie Ray ever pitches. Like, that's good.
Well, you were saying
not on the team
get
anymore.
him off my team. That was your comment all year last year.
Yes, I felt like Harrison Ford at an airplane. Get off my team.
Totally.
Yeah. So some of his biggest misses, some of his biggest mistakes have been giving up on the out of nowhere find where he's like, I think this guy might end up being a player. And then he comes up and you don't see it right away. And then he gives up on him, and then he moves on from him, and then he does. Connor Joe's the first one that comes to mind.
Right.
I mean, my God.
Connor Duvall happened before he got here, right?
Who's that?
Adam Duvall.
Yes, that
the
was
Giants
well before
gave up
him.
on him before.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, but I mean, like Connor Joe was a punchline. People were furious. They're like, who the hell are you putting in left field? And then they saw his batting stance, and everyone's like, what on earth is this? Who is this guy? And then he went like 0 for 16. He blooped a hit to left field. The Giants showered him with beer, and he got DFA'd. And now he's a really good major league player for the Pirates. He's a really good, solid player. I'd love to have Connor Joe platooning with Lamont Wade at this point in his career, probably more so than Flores because he's so much younger. So anyway.
There's another Pirate that they gave up on who's quieted down a little bit.
Reynolds,
boop, 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 boop. Joey Bart.
Oh, Joey Bart.
OPS at 879. 60 at bats.
Yeah. How's he been doing lately?
I think he's been doing okay. He just doesn't play. And he might be hurt. His last game was May 26th. So
if you could go back, I don't know if the organizational pressure, I don't know the background on this one. If you could go back and switch out Tom Murphy for Joey Bart, that was absolutely a mistake. That was absolutely a mistake. Now, I don't know how Joey would have felt or how he would have performed with the 1.5 games a week role that Murphy was supposed to play, that Kurt Casale is now playing. I don't know how Joey would have done with that, but if Joey could have just been your second catcher and would have freely and happily accepted being Patrick Bailey's forever backup, yeah, I would much rather have Joey Bart than Tom Murphy.
Yeah.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, and I didn't even really realize this until I read this article. That's the worst trade that Farhan's ever made when they got rid of Tom Murphy. And then they traded him to the Mariners.
Yeah.
And then
signed him back.
Signed him back. And it,
probably signed him back out of like, whoops, we should have never traded him.
Right. And then now it hasn't worked out either. No. So it's, maybe that's one of those things that you're talking about with Farhan where maybe he just gets an idea in his head. And he's like, Tom Murphy, I can't. Yeah. I wish I knew how to quit you, Tom Murphy.
Well, he got hurt, so there's that. But I don't know about Tom as a defensive presence behind the plate, and I'm a big, big believer in your defensive presence behind the plate. I'd almost rather have a Kurt Casale go out there and just hit 190, but like be really, really awesome behind the plate. I think it's really, really important, especially with a team that's got young pitchers and whatnot. And so, there's all of those pieces to the puzzle, but that's my hope for the Giants is that each potential deal that is presented, it might be a buy, it might be a sell. You look at each one on its own merits. Don't define yourselves. You're not a buyer or a seller. I'm not interested in selling off big league pieces for people who might perform in 2028. Just because you've decided you're not good enough of a baseball team. This is San Francisco. They should try to improve. If they've got a shot at having a great second half and being a playoff team, they should absolutely do that, and that still needs to come into focus over the next month. But if there are people who are blocking younger players who can both develop and are just flat out better, then yes, take that opportunity. And today's example does feel like a Michael Conforto, where someone might be like, yeah, that's a left-handed veteran outfield at bat who might get hot down the stretch and really help us out. Does that make sense? If Luis Matos comes up and establishes himself? Sure. Absolutely it does.
Yeah, and then it isn't so much of a sell as it is essentially
just
a buy.
Smart trade.
Right.
It's just a smart trade. That's what I want to do.
For a guy who's going to be gone next year anyway because he's a free agent and you've got all these younger outfielders who are going to replace him anyway. And with Jung-Hoo Lee coming back next year, you're already going to have a bit of a glut.
Another great point. I didn't even think of that. Like your outfield next year, fingers crossed, should be 3 players, no days off, other than the
26 years old and younger.
Jung-Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos, Luis Matos. Gosh, from our lips to God's ears, make that be the Giants' opening day outfield next year.
And Yaz is your 4th outfielder, and then whatever you do with the 5th outfielder is whatever you do.
I mean, I hate to even say that because Yaz, while the bat sometimes I know goes through stretches that frustrate people, what a brilliant right field he has played this year. And I mean that legitimately.
Yeah.
A brilliant right field. He has not been a negative on this team. So there's going to be a role for him too. I have no doubt.
Yeah. Before we pivot, you were talking about the catchers, and it struck me because I've been watching it, and I heard the number the other day, and then I was just pulling up the stats myself to confirm. They've given up the most stolen bases of any team in baseball. They've given up 80 stolen bases, and their caught stealing rate is 16%, which is, checks notes, 6th to worst. What do you put that on? Because Patrick Bailey's phenomenal, and I know he's missed some time. He's great throwing guys out, but they've been getting run on ad nauseum.
I'd argue it's two things. A, Patrick Bailey, maybe even three things, because Bailey missed some time.
Yeah.
And you had games where you had catchers who are not as good defensively, like below average defensive players, Blake Sable and Tom Murphy, back there. So that's number one. Number two, Bailey has not been as good this year throwing guys out. Number three, I think the Giants have too many people on their pitching staff who stink at holding runners on. Stink out loud at being able to hold runners in place. And it's a different ball game doing that now with a pitch clock and with people counting how many times you throw over to first base. Like, the idea of holding runners on is not the same anymore.
Right.
And there's also just certain teams, and unfortunately the Giants aren't one of them, that when you add all that in, pitch clock, you're not holding runners on the same way. As FP puts it, pizza boxes for bases. You've got teams that are like, dude, if you're speedy, dude, just steal. Corbin Carroll, if you get on first, steal.
Yeah.
Just go. You're going to make it most of the time. Giants just flat stopped. I don't know what came out of their analytics department, or if they just don't have the horses to be able to do it. But they just were like, nope. Giants just don't steal. It's another problem. They're too station to station.
They're minus 56 in stolen bases.
Good God.
They are dead last in the National League in steals.
They don't try.
Right. And they're dead last in steals allowed. So, I mean, to have a differential that bad, 56 bases times 90 feet or divided by 4 would be the better way to do it. That's 14 runs against that you're giving up just on the run game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at their roster. Who would you want stealing bases? Who do they have where you're like, that guy?
Wilmer. I mean, joking, but
right.
Chapman and Fitzgerald have 5 apiece.
Chapman is
Nobody has more than 3.
Yeah, Chapman is sneaky fast. Fitzgerald is barely ever on the team. Slater's fast, but he spent 2 months not getting on base.
Yep.
Who else? Like Ramos, it runs well, but he's a big guy. He's stocky. I don't know.
Jung-Hoo Lee's missed a month, and he's 3rd on the team with 2 stolen bases.
With 2.
Slates and Bailey have 2, and then the group that has 1, Tyro, Ahmed, Yaz, Ramos, Lamont Wade, Wisely, McKenna, and my guy, TB. Total bases, Trenton Brooks with the steal.
Yeah, let's
go.
They have a lot of guys who run fine.
Right.
Estrada, Soler, fine. They've really only got one guy that's got bricks on his feet, and that's Wilmer Flores.
Right.
And then catchers are catchers. Casali does too, but whatever. He's a backup catcher. Bailey even runs well, kind of for a catcher. But yeah, there's nobody on this team where you're like, dude, when you get on Fitzgerald would be one.
Right.
But he's barely ever up. So
Anyway, that just struck me as we were talking catchers because I've been noticing that it's a run-a-palooza when the Giants are in the field.
Yeah, they got some pitchers that need to work on how they're holding people on, especially out of the bullpen. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs, so glad you're with us. And with just about a half hour or so left to go in our week, I do think we want to circle back and just kind of take a look at the week that was. And I have heard, not just our show, listening to the station all week, I've heard a lot of people call up and almost thank the hosts, thank the producers, thank just the whole conversation that happened this week. And it was a unique one. It was a circumstantial one in many ways, but one I was really glad that we were able to have because we knew that Rickwood and this game was going to be special, but I don't know if looking at this from 3 weeks ago, I knew exactly how and why and the specifics that would make it this way. And for me, when I look back on this week, 2 real moments are going to stand out. And obviously, the first one is going to be the passing of the greatest baseball player there ever was. The fact that the news broke when you and I had about 3 minutes left of our show to go. And so we ended up staying on for an extra half hour, and it's not about us at all. But, I can count on one hand how many times I've teared up on the air in the middle of a show. I was on the show when Sandy Hook happened. I remember trying to even get through the next day when we were telling stories of, what happened down in Texas and dropping my son off at school the next day.
Yeah.
And there are moments like that. And this was another one. This was another one just because of the gravity of Willie Mays, the larger than life character he was. So for that to happen this week as we get ready for Rickwood Field, and then as the game is about to start, for Reggie Jackson to just grab a hold of America and say, listen to me. I've got something to say. And as I've described it, to provide clarity for what we were actually honoring, these are the 2 things that I will remember the most about this entire experience, and certainly hope that that moves with us at a higher level into the weeks to come.
Yeah, well put. And those are definitely 2 of the things that I will never forget. And just, looking at you as we do 20 hours a week and try to focus on the eye contact. And at 5:54 on, I guess that would have been Tuesday, you suddenly were incredibly distracted and you had a white pail kind of fall over you. And I'm trying to figure out what was going on. And I stopped talking and they hit the breaking news sounder and I had no idea what you were going to say. And then you struggled to say what you said, which is Willie Mays had died. And it was just, oh my God, it was one of those moments that I will never forget. And then to hear what Reggie said yesterday, so incredibly powerful, his experience, but really I think he spoke to the experience of many black people at that time. And he really did crystallize in the moment exactly what the Rickwood game should be about. And so I was thrilled that Reggie had the chance and, that he had the courage to speak the way he spoke and to be so direct and frank about exactly what he felt then and what he still feels today.
Let's have that for you, for those of you who are with us, and certainly in exactly about 25 hours now. I don't think there are many radio shows that have not played this, but I don't want to assume that you've all heard it. So again, Reggie Jackson in the pregame yesterday was asked by Alex Rodriguez, what did it mean for you to be back in Birmingham? He played for the Birmingham A's. He played at Rickwood Field, and immediately the conversation got more poignant, and the understanding of what we were honoring and who we were honoring changed. Here's Reggie Jackson's answer.
Coming back here is not easy. The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, you think you're a better person? You think you won when you played here in Concord? I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, can't eat here. I would go to a hotel and they say that can't stay here. We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here. Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, we're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted. Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat in the place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay. Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The year I came here, Bull Connor was the sheriff the year before. And they took minor league baseball out of here because in 1963, the Klan murdered 4 black girls, children, in 11, 12, 14 years old at a church here and never got indicted. It was, they were from the Klan. Life magazine did a story on them like they were being honored. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. At the same time, had it not been for my white friends, had it not been for a white manager, and Rudy, Fingers, and Duncan, and Lee Myers, I would have never made it. I was too physically violent. I was ready to physically fight some. I'd have got killed here because I'd have beat someone's ass, and you'd have saw me in an oak tree somewhere.
Shortly after that, Alex Rodriguez extended to Reggie Jackson and just gave him a hug. And shortly after that, I think there were 60 living Negro League players who were able to get to Birmingham, Alabama, were brought out onto the field and acknowledged and congratulated and all of that. And so what we were talking about earlier, I was just very thankful that Reggie wanted to keep it that real. And he wanted to answer the question that was actually asked. Hey, what's it mean to you to be back in Birmingham? Well, Alex, this is what it means to me to be back in Birmingham. And I know what a lot of people feel, especially when it comes to sports. Hey, it's entertainment. I don't want to be confronted with negative stuff or politics or anything I just want to have a beer and a pretzel and, watch the game. But I'm really, really appreciative of Reggie because if you really do want to dive into this, there are mixed feelings about what was happening yesterday. And I do think I was struggling with so what exactly are we celebrating here?
Right.
Are we celebrating Birmingham, Alabama? For me now, absolutely not. It's crystallized that we're celebrating those men, those people, and beyond baseball even, but those people who had to endure, found a way to endure, and still were able to not just produce entertainment for the world, but also just do what they were meant to do. Hopefully, eventually, in peace at some point in their career.
And hopefully through, events like that, more people become aware of not only the history of this country, but also what is still going on in the present day, not only in America, but particularly in America. I think we have maybe the biggest problem with race relations among most countries. And so I think that events like this help to bring these things back to the forefront where they belong because, when terrible things happen, especially to people of color, to black people in this country, we all are outraged. And it's like the cycle with anything. You talked about school shootings and it's, thoughts and prayers and whatever empty rhetoric people pay. And then you're on to the next thing and nothing really changes and nothing really evolves. And so events like yesterday helps to, I think, bring to the surface and cast a light on not only what went on in our country, but what still goes on in many places. And Reggie talked about the horrific Ku Klux Klan bombing and the murder of those 4 black girls. And I have been doing a lot of research on it because I want to educate myself. And I've come across Spike Lee, who did a documentary on that in 1997 called 4 Little Girls. And so now that's going to be appointment viewing for me so I can continue my education and all things, in America that have happened. So many things that, we don't know about, and it's hard to know everything. But when you have an event like yesterday and Reggie Jackson brings up what he brought up, it's like, okay, that's something else that I can educate myself on.
Absolutely. And by the way, I think of it in a positive light. Like I know those stories, they're hard to hear.
Right.
And compassion and all of the things, the emotions that come up. But I thought it contributed into making the event a positive one. The broadcast was great. The event was well done. The acknowledgments were perfect. The Negro League players, I don't want to put thoughts in their head, but they looked on TV to be very, very happy that they were there and being acknowledged. And Reggie being able to say that publicly, I hope for him that was healing in some sort of a way. So I just thought all in all, this thing was a positive, wonderfully done event, but I'm thankful that piece that we just played for you was a part of it as well. One of our favorites, our friend Philmo Mike, is on the line to talk about it. Hey, Philmo, what's good?
Hey, what's up with it? Willie and Debbie.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? First of all, like, growing up, I'm a millennial. So, like, growing up, Reggie Jackson, right? I look at Reggie Jackson, and I didn't realize, like, he was he was that, I hate to say this, but that old. You know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of thought of him like maybe it's just, you know, black don't crack type of thing. You know what I'm saying? He just looked good for his age on some real stuff. So I didn't realize that, but I love the raw, the raw truth of it, because, like you said, Mark, he kind of brought the focus back to, like, yeah, we're here for this, but we can't, like, celebrate this like this is a great thing. Like, things happen, and we have to acknowledge it. With that being said, in Florida and different southern states, I mean, it's not going on in California because you have to read the autobiography of Malcolm X to even pass high school, which I think is awesome because that's one of the greatest books, and he's one of the realest Americans ever. But in some states, they don't want to, like, acknowledge what happened, the plight of whatever. And my point is, Reggie Jackson illustrated that, yeah, you know, it was the Bull Connors, but we also had a lot of real brothers with me that were white that stood up for me. And so, like, if people could understand that, like, just because you got, like, Adolf Hitler or whoever you got, or, you know, somebody just doing horrible things, you also have other people that are, you know, that are trying to, like, do better. So, like, it's going to illustrate everything. And then, like, my friends get on my line like, why do you want to know so much about history? You should only know about black history. No, I want to know all history because it's context. When I know the context of things, I can better, you feel me, feel my way through the history of what I'm reading or reciting. If I don't know the context, it's like, okay, well, they did that because they were trying to make money. You feel me? So.
Yep. Yeah, Philmo, thank you so much. And I think also we want to know these things in some cases so that we're not doomed to repeat it.
Exactly.
And make the same mistakes. You know, when Philmo just said that, like, you know, talking about Reggie's age, it suddenly hit me. I go, I didn't even look after all this time spending talking about Reggie and playing his time.
Right.
That man is almost 80 years old.
78,
He is 78 years old. He just turned 78 last month.
Yeah.
Oh.
I try not to do that a lot
Jackson
because
is almost 80 years old.
Right. And I'm old enough to have been alive during the A's three-peat, 73, 4, and 5.
I got that man's baseball cards.
I was 5, 6, and 7 when the A's got their 3 straight. But you think about it now and you go 73, that 50. So that was 51 years ago.
Yeah.
Which means he's 20. He's got 78, and it's like, good God.
I wasn't a Reggie A's guy. I was a Reggie Yankees then Angels guy.
Sure.
That's my timing. But, oh, my God, he's about to turn 80?
Yeah, and you think about when he played in Birmingham, it was 1967.
That's a minute.
So that's more than a minute. That's a couple minutes.
Lord.
Yeah, anyway.
All right. More coming up. We're sponsored by Safeway. Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for tons of amazing deals for members.
That's a really good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to read this text. This is wild. I don't know why I haven't thought of this yet. 510 sent us this. And he says, when one of you guys was talking recently about the bill being $57.57 on the day of your relative's funeral, that was me, by the way, and that's pretty close to the story I told. I don't think it was exactly the day of the funeral, but it had been recently, and we were kind of talking about my cousin Greg, who was an NBA official, and he passed away from pancreatic cancer at the age of 54. And I honestly think it was like shortly after his funeral, like maybe it had been the last week. And but we were talking about him. We were talking about him and our experiences with him and whatnot. And then the bill came, and it was $57.57, and that was Greg's number. Greg wore number 57 as an NBA ref. And my sister just looked at the bill and went, "Hi, Greg." And I don't even know if I believe in all that stuff, and I don't know if you all believe in that stuff, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Sometimes I think it's for those of us who are still walking on earth and what makes us think of people and acknowledge and all of that. But anyway, our texter says, in thinking about that, I just realized the date of Willie Mays' passing, which was 6/18. Add those two numbers together.
Yeah.
And then the year, 6/18/24.
Wow.
And says that the statue itself, which I think that this is correct because did it come up maybe a year after the opening of the ballpark? The statue itself is 24 years old.
Yeah. Well, the park was built in 2000, so that would be 24 years ago.
Yeah, 24. There you go, 24 years ago.
And isn't the wall out in right field or right center 24 feet high?
Correct.
Okay, so
correct. Also correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really into the numerology dates stuff.
Yeah.
Like my nephew, the great Richard Dibley, he was born 2/2/2000.
Oh wow!
Which was the first date with all even numbers since 8/28/888.
Whoa! Really?
Yeah, because after that date, every other date from then on had an odd number in it. Because the next day would be 8/29, or I guess it'd be 8/30/888. No, because the 3.
2 days later. Oh, you're right. The 3.
And then you get into the 9, and then the 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
And then you get into 889, and then 890, and then the 900s. And then once you get to the thousands, it's odd numbers as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, yeah.
And the other one, which is less hilarious, and I always remember it because it was the day that everything added up, the Rise guys, Kreidler, Whiting, and myself, we got fired on 3/11/14. 3 plus 11 is 14.
3 plus 11.
So I always remember it because that's the day that it all added up. I got to make a change. Anyway, sorry.
I thought you were going to say something about the band.
No.
3/11.
No, but
anyway,
I do. So like the numerology stuff, I'm into it.
I take the numbers out of it. Can we take a moment, just step back from we've probably mentioned it 18 times this week, but I'm not leaving without doing it again.
Okay.
Willie Mays passed away 2 days before they all arrived at Rickwood Field in his honor. So there's the numbers.
Yeah.
And then there's that. That is I'll never, I don't think any of us will ever be able to really put into perspective what that ended up meaning.
Right.
This was going to be, and it still was, in the honor of many.
Right.
In the honor of many, but Willie was the flagship name. Willie was why the Giants were in this game. Willie's number was right there behind home plate. The legend that was Willie, and Willie was not doing well and was not going to be able to be there. And then the man passed away literally as people were boarding planes to head out there.
You said something earlier in the week, and it's something that I believe to be true. And you said, when you get to the end, the end of the end, do you have the ability to just kind of decide when you go.
Do you have something to say in the matter? Yeah.
And I will never forget when my mom died, December 26th. We'd gone to see her the day before, my ex-wife Chanda, my sister, and I. And my mom